I must declare that A Song of Ice and Fire is the possession of George R. R. Martin, and not me. I'm just playing with it, and promise to return it more or less intact when I'm finished with it. A Game of Kings and Sis. Chapter 1. Your Grace? Your Grace, it is time for you to arise. I blinked as I sat up in bed, and the woman lying next to me shifted in her sleep as curtains were pulled aside and let streams of light into the room. My head pounded, and my mouth felt like a sewer, and the annoying chatter of whoever was talking sent spikes of pain into my temples as I... Crap. Memories flooded into my brain as I suddenly realized that I had lived 2 lives. In one, I was an Australian citizen, university graduate, sci-fi geek, and fanfic author, and in the other. I tossed the blankets off and looked down, but my view was obscured by a massive black beard. Looking past that, I seemed to have an extremely fit body, quite unlike the one I remembered going to bed wearing, with well-developed arms and a waist that, if not exactly trim, lacked the layers of fat that had dogged me all my adult life. This was the body of a warrior, and distantly I remembered the years of riding, hunting, fencing, and swinging a massive war hammer that had earned it. I held 2 sets of memories, and for the moment I couldn't decide which was the real one. Was I really sitting in a nursing home, drooling as I could not remember my own name, or was I really in a castle chamber, with a stranger's history in my head? Either way I was likely completely insane, or worse, I had become a self-insert character. My ears tuned back into the servant as he puttered around the room. And of course, the preparations for the feast are complete, and all the guests are preparing for the ceremony. Your Grace? Are you well? I blinked again, and the man's name appeared in my memory. Ah, yes, Timmins, I think I am. Too much wine last night, perhaps I should avoid that in future. The servant almost dropped the wine goblet he was holding out for me, but I accepted it anyway. Just a taste, I reassured him, and then I think watered wine and fruit juice for the rest of today. It wouldn't do to embarrass myself in front of the guests, would it? Timmins bowed, and nattered on as I swallowed a mouthful, then handed the goblet back and stood up, striding over to the window. I looked out, and stared in wonder at a sight that was both new and familiar, strange and routine. Somehow, some alien space bastard had decided to drop me into the brain of King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Royner, and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, on the day of his marriage to Sarah C. Lannister. One half of me knew the history of this world, and the other knew the history of the next 20 years. I was in so much trouble. The life of a king was one surrounded by servants and guards, and more so on the day of that sovereign's wedding. King's guard in white enameled armor and white cloaks followed me wherever I went, and stayed either in the room, or just outside. Plainly dressed servants helped me dress, and at my order, trimmed my hair and beard to a more manageable length. I was still working out where the author who went by Gladius ended and King Robert began, but for the most part I still felt like I had woken up in the wrong body, and if I had to wear a beard, I wasn't going to look like an oversized dwarf. The barber lifted a polished mirror for me to examine his handiwork, and I ran my fingers through my now close-cut, neat beard and short, curly hair. Well done, exactly what I wanted. With a deep bow, the servant withdrew, taking his cutting tools with him, under the watchful eye of one of the white cloaks. After picking at my breakfast, I didn't feel the need for a massive meal. Despite Robert's former preferences, I took the opportunity to take a walk through the Red Keep, watching the servants put the last few finishing touches on the decorations for the afternoon ceremony. I felt rather than saw the form of Lord Commander Barristan Selmy fall into step behind me as I walked, and I smiled. "Good morning, Sir Barristan," I said in a welcoming tone. "A beautiful day for a wedding, eh?" I did my best to use Robert's boisterous voice, but I'm afraid a little of my other personality bled through, because the knight paused a moment before responding. "Indeed, Your Grace. The gods are showing their approval on the festivities. Perhaps." I paused next to a window, and looked out across the city. I could feel Barristan's confusion and curiosity. Robert had never been a reflective or respectful king. "You and your brothers must be stretched to the limit, with this whole rigmarole, so many guests, so many strangers in the Red Keep." "We do our duty," was the simple response, and I nodded. And that, Sir Barristan, is why I asked you to take up the mantle of Lord Commander last year. Because you are a man of honor and duty. I never said so before, and I regret that." Another pause. "Thank you, Your Grace." I smiled, and glanced over to the knight. "I'm confusing you, I know it." I rubbed my hand over my short beard, as though surprised to feel it. "I'm confusing myself, as well. Have you ever woken up one day, and had a sudden realization of your position and what it meant? That your rank and duty is given to you for a reason, and that you've been failing to live up to your responsibilities?" "No," I waved his answer away before he could speak, "I don't think you ever would." "I don't know, Your Grace," Sir Barristan said softly, a hint of a smile creeping onto his face. "We all have our moments." "Ha! Absolutely," I agreed, and looked back out the window. There are days that sober even the biggest drunk, and I'm one of the biggest, don't deny it. I turned and faced him head on. I've spent too long wallowing in the past, Sir Barristan. The future lies ahead, beginning, I believe, with a wedding. So, onwards. What's first for the day? Sir Barristan fell into step with me as we headed down the corridor. First, Your Grace, the hand of the king has requested a short audience. John, I cried, clasping wrists with my old friend, and he smiled in return, although he looked somewhat confused by my new haircut. Forget the beard, man, I felt like a change. A fine day for it, eh? Come, sit down, man. Robert remembered being fostered under this man at the Eyrie, and for the last 6 months had been leaving much of the rigmarole of kingship to John, rather than bothering to deal with it himself, preferring to drink and wench and spend the inherited treasury. Many things will change, I promised myself. We sat, and wine was poured for each of us, and we both drank, although John's eyebrows rose as I took just a sip then set my cup aside. As I said, a day for changes, I explained, before growing more serious. I haven't been much of a king, have I? I said calmly. John started, Your Grace, John, I interrupted, in private, I am Robert, as I always have been to you, since I was a boy when Ned and I were your wards. I have ill-used you this past half-year, and I fear I will continue to do so. I was never raised to be a king, and I never paid any attention to you when you tried to train me to be Lord Paramount of the Stormlands. In the years to come, I will still need your help. John looked at me, as though having never seen me before in his life. He's half right in that. This is unexpected, Robert, he admitted, but in many ways welcome. And not before time, I joked, and we shared a smile together. Anyway, enough of the maudlin stuff. It's an important day, isn't it? Indeed, said the older lord, now on more settled ground. By marrying Cersei Lannister, you'll be welding the richest of the 7 kingdoms to your reign, and just in time, we'll need that legitimacy, that power, that wealth, to bring Dorne to heel. I nodded, pausing to take another sip of wine. True, as far as it goes. John tilted his head in confusion, and I gestured with my wine cup. John, you know as well as I that Tywin Lannister thinks of only one thing, the glory and power of the Lannisters. He wants the Iron Throne, and barring that, to have his grandchild on it, to reign through him. John sighed. Robert, we've talked about this. John, let me finish. By marrying Cersei, I'm mounting a lion, in more ways than one, I joked, one that will tear me apart limb from limb if I lose concentration. One day, when my son is almost grown, I will go on a hunting trip, and not come back. Tywin will become hand, and become king in all but name. At least, that is Tywin's plan. I leaned forward, and smiled. But with your help, the stag may yet tame the lion. The wedding was largely as expected. Baelin's September was stacked to the brim with the upper echelons of 6 of the 7 kingdoms, with Dorne noticeably having failed to send representatives to watch as I threw my cloak around Cersei Lannister's slender shoulders. Throngs of cheering small folk and lesser nobility lined the streets as the procession travelled back to the Red Keep, and for several long hours we were feasted and feted, enduring long toasts and speeches, blessings by septons and having many valuable gifts presented to us. As was not unusual in such a situation, Cersei and I barely had a chance to speak more than a few ceremonial words to one another, the rest of the time limited to basic platitudes and the occasional simple pleasantries. It wasn't until later in the evening, when the cheering nobility of the realm sent us to bed, that we were finally alone together. Cersei was, quite simply, stunning. At 18 years old, she was tall, slender, pale, and blonde, in a dress of cloth of gold and crimson. Her expression is demure and regal, but her green eyes are bright with intelligence and apprehension. We stood in silence for a moment, and I wondered which of us was more uncomfortable. Finally, I shattered the stillness by walking over to a nearby table, and pouring 2 gold-chased glasses of wine, picking them up, and walking over to present one to her. My lady, I said calmly, I think you need this as much as I. She eyed me in surprise, but acquiesced, and together we drank. I gestured for her to join me, and we sat down together, slightly apart, in comfortable chairs. We sat in silence for a few more minutes, before I put my half-empty glass aside. The thing I object to most about this whole affair, I began, is that we have barely been given a chance to know one another before today. Oh, yes, we have met at court, and said the polite words, but we are strangers, yet they all expect us to suddenly become one. It's more than a little ridiculous. Cersei gulped down a mouthful of wine, and rolled the glass between her delicate hands. Rather more than a little, she admitted. But we are who we are, you are the king, and I am my father's daughter. And tomorrow you will be crowned queen, I continued. And then we will be expected to live out our lives together, raise children together, and secure the realm together. Something of a tall order for 2 strangers, wouldn't you say? True, Your Grace, she agreed. Please, Lady Cersei, if nothing else, call me Robert. A pause. Very well. Robert. Then I am Cersei. I smiled, and continued. Neither of us planned for this, Cersei. You were raised to marry a dragon, and I a wolf. The games of gods and men took both our first hopes away from us. So, we must live with what the gods give us as best we can. We sat together for a little while longer, and we both drank a little more. Finally, she continued. You are not what I was led to expect. Robert, she said. I smiled again. I know I have a reputation as a drunk, a brute, and a womanizer. I won't pretend it isn't one I've earned. Baratheons are not a tribe known for our refinement. But as a man or woman sets aside the playthings of childhood to become an adult, so must a warrior put aside his games to become a real king. I offered her my hand, and after a moment's hesitation, she took it, and I bowed slightly as I sat to kiss her knuckles. In many ways, I am not a good man. I may never be a man you can love. But I swear, by the light of the seven, that I will do everything in my power to make you as happy, as safe, and as loved as I can. She looked at me, and I tried my best to read the emotions behind her emerald eyes, but neither I nor Robert had ever been men who could understand how women think. Eventually, she smiled. The past is in the past, and the future will come in its own time. Let us concentrate on the present. She stood up, still holding my hand, her slender fingers in my massive paw. We may have said the words, but we are not yet man and wife. Take me to bed, Robert, and we can begin our new life. Together. The next day I rode out of the city, accompanied by several lords and knights, to enjoy the cool breezes and the air away from the mass of humanity that was King's Landing. I reined in my horse as we reached the summit of a hill, and I looked back at the massive walled city. 500,000 souls, and not a proper sewerage system in sight. That's gonna get expensive, but necessary in the long run, if I want to cut down on plagues. Fortunately, Robert hasn't had time to drink, wench, and gift away the treasury and wind us in debt up to our eyebrows with the Lannisters and the Iron Bank. Stannis Baratheon, master of the ships, and my younger brother, pulled up beside me, as the rest of the party hung back to give us our privacy. Stannis was a dour and inflexible man, and I knew why Robert, a jovial, emotional extrovert, found his more studious, rule-obsessed, and prickly brother frustrating and annoying. At age 18, a year younger than myself, he looked the elder, and still bore the gauntness that was evidence of the siege of Storm's End. We sat in our saddles together, until I felt the need to speak. How goes the fleet? He grimaced. It goes, he said curtly. Our ships are gathering, new hulls are being outfitted, our crews are training. It will take time and gold, but we will take Dragonstone. I nodded. Good. I understand you've taken a new advisor in matters of sailing, Sir Davos? The men call him Onion Knight. He was a smuggler, but he brought us food when we were looking at the fallen as though they might make a decent meal. After Stark lifted the siege, I made him a knight, but trimmed his fingers first. One right doesn't make up for a lifetime of wrongs, no matter how many lives he saved. That was Stannis all over, inflexible. Still, he knows the sea better than any of my other knights, and his skills are useful. Besides, he's honest, for a smuggler, tells me what he thinks, not what he thinks I want to hear. I smiled. After 6 months on the Iron Throne, I reckon that's one of the most valuable traits in an advisor, someone who'll tell you when you're about to fuck up. I took a deep breath, then let it out. Stannis, I've fucked up. He glanced over at me in surprise, but I continued. I haven't been much of a king, and less of a brother. You have done all I ask and more, but I have never thanked you for it. Stannis shifted uncomfortably in his saddle. You're my brother, and my king, you have the right, and I have my duty. Still, you held Storm's End beyond the point where most would have surrendered, and you took up the task of rebuilding the fleet without a moment's hesitation. I had thought, after you take Dragonstone, to grant it to you as your fief. Stannis visibly flinched, but I drove on. Its income may be small compared to Storm's End, but it was always the traditional holding of the heir to the throne, and until I have an heir of the body, that's you. I pointed a finger at him. Moreover, I need to have a strong hand ruling over the Targaryen loyalists who are still left. Still, I continued, it's poor payment for loyal service to force you to take a small holding in the middle of the ocean, so I'll leave the choice to you, Dragonstone or the Stormlands. Either way, I'll have a hell of a time replacing you. We sat in silence for a few more minutes. Then Stannis spoke. You'll have my answer, after I take Dragonstone. I nodded. Fair enough. Then I brightened. In any case, we'll have to find you a wife, gods know you need a woman in your life. He barked out a laugh, with the first hint of warmth I had seen from him in years. Day after your wedding and you're already matchmaking. Betting the Lannister girl must agree with you, he suggested, knowing Robert's proclivities. I smiled, and shook my head. Let's just say that given the right incentive, even the most proud lioness can be encouraged to purr. Back at the Red Keep, Cersei was being readied for her coronation, after a mutually satisfactory wedding night. I wouldn't say she had fallen madly in love with me, but adding a little 21st century Western attitude towards focusing on your partner's pleasure was something of a shock to Lord Tywin's daughter. For a moment, we were simply brothers again, not close friends, but blood. Then reality returned, and I glanced up at the sun. Well, time to head back. From what I remember of my coronation, it involves a lot of sitting on that nightmare of a metal chair while the High Septon drones on and on, so I suggest a light meal and make sure you visit the privy first. Since when did you know the meaning of the phrase, light meal? 7 hells, what's gotten into you, man? Stannis wanted to know, and I just shook my head as I spurred my mount down the hill. The ceremony was as dull as I remembered, but Cersei was stunningly regal as the crown was placed on her head to the cheering of all. A great many of the powerful nobles and wealthier citizens of the realm breathed a sigh of relief as some semblance of normality was restored. We now had a king and a queen, with the likelihood of an heir on the way. Some loyalists still whispered about the Targaryen children still on Dragonstone, but mostly people wanted stability. Cersei flopped backwards onto our bed, still in her gold-chased robes and the crown still on her head, exhausted but elated. Queen. I am finally queen. She laughed, and I smiled at her enthusiasm as I reclined on the bed, still dressed but for my boots. She rolled over onto her belly, propped up on her elbows. After all these years. And you make a lovely queen. I think you broke more than a few hearts today, I offered, and she flashed me a smile. A few, she admitted, as is my right. After all, a queen should be loved by all her subjects. I grinned, and reached up to brush an errant lock of golden hair that had escaped her elaborate coif. Royalty does have its rewards, I joked, and she giggled, until the crown fell from her head to land on the bed between us. We both glanced down at where it lay upside down on the blankets, then back up to one another, then we both laughed again. Several hours later, we lay together, with Cersei cradled in my arms, her cheek resting on my chest. I slowly stroked my palm up and down her smooth back as she ran her fingers through the curls on my chest. I could get used to this, she murmured, and I raised my hand to stroke her hair. Then we will have to do our best to avoid having it taken from us, I said with certainty. She pressed herself up so that she could look at me. What? Robert, you are king, and I am queen. Who could take anything from us? I laughed, and leaned down to kiss her forehead when she pouted in return. My queen, I'm certain Ares thought the same, that the crown was a magical, God's granted talisman that meant that people had to obey him. I frowned. Ned, John, and I, and your brother, too, I added, proved that a lie. A ruler only keeps his throne as long as people are willing to follow him. The Targaryens held the throne by force of dragons, and then by the loyalty of the great lords. When Ares lost that loyalty, he lost his throne. Her emerald eyes flashed. So what? Are we to spend our days flattering and bribing lords so that their loyalty does not falter? I shook my head. No, but we cannot simply expect our subjects to dance when we order them to. We must use every strength and talent at our disposal to ensure that one day our son, or daughter, will sit on the Iron Throne, safe and secure. My strength, your beauty, both our wits, every last trick we can muster must be aimed at making our rule secure. We will give the Iron Throne a foundation of stone, and no one will be able to take it from us. Ned. I write this by candlelight as my new wife sleeps in our bed. The hour is late, but I cannot sleep. There is so much to say, but we are both plain-speaking men, so I will just say it. I have been a terrible friend. For months, I have lived in the past. The shock and pain we both share, losing Lyanna to the Mad King, your brother and father, my friends. Since the day our she-wolf was taken, be it by force or by wiles, I have lived in a cloudbank of rage and grief. I look back on the actions I took during our rebellion and after, and I am ashamed. I treated you poorly, in private and in public, and I excused the murder of children as though they were monsters. Ned, my brother, I was a fool. As you may have found, marriage can bring new perspective on one's life. I have many regrets, but I also have hope in the future that I may repair some of the damage I have caused. So, I write this in the hopes that we may mend the rents in our friendship, and in the further hope that I may one day again call upon your strength and your counsel. Until the next time we meet, I remain Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, and, more importantly, your friend. Chapter 2. The next few days were a flurry of activity. Stannis stalked the docks, Sir Davos at his side, repairing, refitting and reorganizing the mighty galleys of the fleet, and gathering more and more support vessels. Say what you wanted about his people skills, the man was a born administrator, and woe betide any man who slacked in his duties. John and I spent hours together making plans and discussing the state of the realm, taking stock of the treasury and the damage from the rebellion, and the intransigence of the Dornish. The evenings were devoted to my new wife, and we slowly began to learn more about one another's lives, and started to develop an affection for one another beyond the physical. Still, important matters of state prevented us from settling into a routine. The realm was still in danger, there was simply too much to do. I looked up from the report I was reading as the guard announced the entrance of Lord Tywin Lannister to the small council chamber. It was a sizable room, with excellent light, and was comfortable for reading, so I had been spending some time there, catching up with the matters that Robert had previously ignored. Jon was still doing most of the work, but I couldn't allow myself to remain ignorant of the realm I was expected to rule, and the Hand had been patient with my shortcomings. Robert had never really paid much attention to a lot of the details of history, geography, or economics, and the books had missed a lot of details. Besides, since I don't have Robert's urge to drink/wench/hunt/brawl my way through life, I've got to fill my days somehow. Putting the report, a memorandum regarding the conditions of agriculture in the Crownlands, aside, I considered my father-in-law. He looked much as he was portrayed in the Game of Thrones series, if somewhat less regal and, of course, a decade and a half younger. Tywin approached the table and bowed, as shallow as custom would allow, of course. Your Grace, he began respectfully, but I interrupted him by standing from my chair and walking around the table, stepping down from the raised dais and taking his, somewhat surprised, hand. My Lord Tywin, I said in a welcoming tone. Thank you for coming to see me on such short notice. He blinked, but quickly recovered. Of course, Your Grace, we are, after all, family now. He not so subtly reminded me that I had married his daughter. He thinks he's got a leash on me now, he's going to learn just how wrong he is soon enough. Of course, of course. Come, have a seat. Wine. Thank you, Your Grace. Servants brought us wine, and we drank together, although I made a production of pretending to drink more than I actually did. Ah, that's good, I murmured, before turning to Tywin. I'll come right to the point. As you said, we're family now, right? He nodded. As you say, Your Grace. And family helps family, you see. Puzzled, he nodded, and I took another swig. Actually, I just touched the wine to my lips, but he expected a sot, so a sot I had to pretend to be. Marvelous. Well, my lord, we, both of us, have problems. You're familiar with the issues regarding Dorne. Of course, Your Grace. Prince Martell is, reluctant, to acknowledge your right to the Iron Throne, a very thorny problem. Exactly, I gestured with my goblet. So, I'm sending Jon Arryn down there to sort things out, get the whole 7 kingdoms back together properly. A wise decision, Tywin insisted. Lord Arryn is a fine negotiator, and should manage to convince even the prickly Dornish of the rightness of your claim. Despite schooling his expression, Tywin's contempt for the Dornish people came through loud and clear. It wasn't an unusual attitude. Dorne's independent nature, their singularly different culture, their attitudes towards sex and gender and nobility and inheritance and, well, everything that mattered to the rest of Westeros, especially the somewhat prudish Westerlands. I'll drink to that, I joked, and pretended to do so, and Tywin obediently drank as well. Wiping my mouth on my sleeve, I paused a moment, before continuing. There is a bit of a problem, though. Martell's been a bit standoffish, especially regarding the death of his sister and her children. Tywin froze. Yes, unfortunate. Still, as you said at the time, better for all that we have no dragon spawn threatening your claim to the throne, he said in a careful tone, but I waved his concern away. Yes, yes, we all know that. Still, it's a sticky point with the man. Seems he was fond of his sister, and there are members of his family who are insisting on claiming the Iron Throne for that Targaryen brat over on Dragonstone. Ah, yes. Still, Doran Martell is a cautious man, and while the armies of the Sons Pair are fresh, they lack the numbers and recent combat experience of our own forces. We could simply force the Martells to kneel. But it would take for bloody ever, and cost thousands of lives and millions in gold. We'd drain the treasury and even put a dent in your gold mines. No, I shook my head. Jon's plan is the best bet we have. If all else fails, we can always invade later, but we had better give him a chance to smooth things out first. An excellent decision, flattered Tywin. Wow, either he's nowhere near as subtle and crafty as the books made him out to be, or he really doesn't hold any respect for me at all. Either way, I'll happily take advantage. Good, good, I toasted him again and took another sip that sounded like a slurp. Right, I continued, so it's settled, have Clegane and Lorch arrested and shipped south as soon as possible. Tywin froze. What? He snapped, and I looked sharply up at him, before he recovered. I mean. Your Grace, whatever do you mean? I mean, I said seriously, I want you to apprehend the 2 knights who grievously ignored your orders and attacked and brutalized the royal family, killing the princess and her children, and transport them to the kin of the murdered Martells for trial and execution. The Lion of Lannisport floundered, surprised by the sudden demand. Your Grace, it was a time of war, and despite their excesses, Sir Gregor and Sir Amory are anointed knights and vassals of House Lannister. They are animals, I said bluntly, rabid dogs who should be put down before they bite their masters. Better that we should profit from their deaths than suffer for them. Tywin switched tactics. The two knights in question are of great use, their talents indispensable. Being good at killing is hardly a rare gift, I steamrollered over him. It's one I share, and any contribution to the realm they could make pales in comparison to re-establishing Dorne as a part of the Seven Kingdoms. 2 lives to save thousands, a bargain. But, you pardoned them after the battle, suggested Tywin, but I shook my head. Did I? Not formally, as I recall. I may have ignored their crimes, due to having to take control of the realm, but I am certain I never formally pardoned them for rape, murder, or infanticide. So, my lord, I would like you to arrange for their arrest and extradition. I picked up the report I had put aside earlier, and perused it, dismissing Tywin from my attention. But your grace, Tywin tried again, as I said, they are knights of the realm, and one cannot simply. I mean. 7 hells, how is one supposed to arrest the mountain that rides? I looked up, as though surprised to see him still sitting there. I would suggest crossbows, lots of them. It may be more appropriate for Clegane to die resisting arrest, but I suggest you make sure Lorch is alive for his trial. I doubt Clegane would be smart enough to beg for his life, but Lorch may offer the Dornish court a little amusement to help them accept our offer. I shook my head at Tywin's expression. For the god's sake, my lord, it's not that hard, you're a clever man, I'm sure you can figure it out. Sighing, I put my report aside again. In any case, I'm not asking you to do this for free. After all, I did say that we both have problems, and if you help solve mine, I can do the same for yours. And what problem is that, exactly? Asked Tywin, his face flushed with resentment. You have 3 children, my lord. Jaime is in the King's Guard, and can neither marry nor inherit. Cersei, as we mentioned earlier, is my wife, and your youngest son, his flush deepened, is young Tyrion, a bright boy, from what I've heard, but hardly the sort you would like to carry on your family name. You lack an heir of the body to leave the Westerlands to. Oh, you've got cousins galore, but a healthy, Vajraus male heir would be best. The lion growled. It is true, your grace, my beloved wife is dead, and I have no more sons. I nodded. So, I shall simply give you back your eldest. Tywin blinked in shock. What? But the King's Guard is a lifelong commitment, I know. Moreover, it has been established that even a king cannot simply discharge a member of that order. However, these are unusual times, and I do not believe that we have ever been in this situation before, that the only acceptable heir to a house paramount is a member of the White Cloaks. I'm sure, given the urgency of maintaining the Lannister bloodline, we can make an exception, and allow Sir Jaime the opportunity to retire from his position, and return to Lannisport as your heir and successor. Tywin was poleaxed by the sudden offer of something he had long despaired of receiving. You would give me my son back. I nodded. In exchange for the murderers, and the peace of the realm, you can have your son and heir. I have consulted with Sir Barristan, your son's commanding officer. He has consulted the appropriate laws and regulations, and has, reluctantly, agreed that we can offer Sir Jaime the opportunity. He must simply say the word, and he will be allowed to remove his cloak and armor, and return to Lannisport with his honor intact, to serve as your successor. Tywin's eyebrow raised. Opportunity. I shrugged. As I said, I can't just discharge him, he must request it. The rules of the White Cloaks are clear, all I may do is make the offer. Do you think he would agree? Tywin snorted. Of course he will. He stood up, and I followed suit. Your Grace, thank you, his green eyes burned with sudden sincerity. Thank you for the opportunity to save the honor of my house. I will send a raven to ensure that the knights in question are taken into custody, the needs of the realm, of course, come first. Brilliant. Guard, I roared, send for the Lord Commander and Sir Jaime. And more wine. Some minutes later, the 2 white-cloaked knights entered the room, the Kingslayer a step behind his commander. Approaching the table, they both bowed. Your Grace, began Sir Barristan, you sent for us. I nodded, putting my goblet aside and standing up, Tywin not far behind. Sir Barristan, you remember our conversation regarding Sir Jaime? The younger Lannister's eyes flicked to the Lord Commander for a moment in confusion, but straightened as Sir Barristan nodded. Of course, your Grace. As I said, it is unusual in the extreme, but unusual times call for unusual decisions. I nodded, and turned to Jaime. Sir Jaime, I said seriously, you have come to a turning point in your life. As a member of the King's Guard, you have been asked to give up all claim to title, family and inheritance. However, in light of both your service to your order and this realm, and the needs of your family, Sir Barristan and I have agreed that you must be given this choice. Jaime frowned, his handsome features unaccustomed to the expression. Your Grace. Sir Jaime Lannister of the King's Guard, I, Robert Baratheon, first of my name, etc., etc., I rolled my hand, do hereby extend to you, with the full agreement of both Lord Commander Sir Barristan Selmy and Lord Paramount Tywin Lannister, the opportunity to honorably put aside your cloak and rejoin your family at Castorley Rock, to one day take your father's place as Lord of the Westerlands and Warden of the West. Jaime's eyes bulged out and he looked at me, then his father, and finally to the stern face of Sir Barristan. Sir, surely. As I said, Sir Jaime, the elder knight said not unkindly, unusual times. Understand, I am satisfied with your service, despite what many would say, you are my brother, he said with rare emotion. I have no wish for you to leave, but I agree with King Robert, you should be given the choice. Jaime glanced back at me. I named you Kingslayer, I said, and saw the slight flare of rage at the title in his emerald eyes, so like his sister's. But I have never felt less than safe to have you at my back these last 6 months. Like Sir Barristan, I have no complaints with your service. I have married your sister, and hope to grow to love her, and so, as your brother-in-law, I make this offer, rejoin your father, marry, have children, and inherit his titles and duties. He hesitated, and Tywin snarled. For the God's sake, boy, they're offering you your life back. Come home, back to your family. Immediately after he opened his mouth, he realized that it was the wrong thing to say, but it was too late. Jaime straightened up, and bowed deeply towards me. Your Grace, I understand the enormity of your offer, and the incredible opportunity it lends me. But, this is so sudden, so unexpected. May I beg leave to consider this for a time? The room was silent, but for our breathing, until I nodded. I understand this is a grave matter, Sir Jaime, so I will allow you a day's grace to reconsider. If you change your mind, come to me or Sir Barristan at any time before tomorrow's sundown, and we will accept your decision then. Speak to your father, to your sister, to Sir Barristan or, if you wish, to me, and we will advise you as we can, but the decision is, must be, yours. He straightened his spine. I will, Your Grace, and I thank you for it. You will have my answer before nightfall tomorrow. Preparations for Jon's journey south continued, but he managed to set aside some time for a meeting in my chambers, when he presented me with a young man in plain, if well-made clothes. Your Grace, may I present Horan Garrick, he introduced, and the man, well, maybe past his 20th year, maybe, bowed. I recognized the name as a minor lordship somewhere in the Stormlands, but he didn't seem the knightly type. As you requested, I sought out a young man of a scholarly bent, who understood natural philosophy. Horan was a student at Old Town, and showed promise in matters of chemistry and physique. Ah, excellent. But he wears no chain, why did you not join the maesters? I asked sternly, but the lad bore up under my attention. I fell in love, Your Grace, he said in an even tone, and I suppressed a smile at his backbone. I knew I could not commit to the order, and so I withdrew from the citadel. I considered for a moment, then nodded. A man of honor, then. Good. Thank you, Jon, you did exactly as I asked. The hand shrugged. It is my duty. Although I have no idea why you would want a former novice of the citadel while you have the Grand Maester at your disposal is beyond me. I smiled, and clapped the elder lord on the shoulder. I fear you will have to wonder for a while longer, it may turn out to be nothing, but if my idea pans out, it will change everything. When you return from Dorne, I promise, I will explain everything. Jon bowed his way out, leaving me and Horan alone. Suddenly alone with his king, the former student seemed to wilt, until I gestured for him to sit across the table from me. So, you studied minerals and alchemy at the Citadel. The lad flushed. Yes, Your Grace. I was a tolerable student, and I hoped one day to study the interaction of the elements, but... He spread his hands. Now I am an apprentice to an apothecary in King's Landing, a better post than many who leave the Citadel. I nodded. Very well. Horan, I'm afraid your apothecary will have to do without you, you have just entered the service of your king. You will be given a space in the Red Keep for your laboratory, a generous stipend and whatever materials and tools you require. We have a lot of work ahead of us. It was once said that knowing that one will be hanged in the morning concentrates the mind wonderfully. Knowing that I could one day turn into a puddle of jelly on legs was enough incentive for me to begin each day with sword practice in the courtyard. I grunted and sweated in my padded gambeson, but a lifetime of martial training, combined with a physique that could best be described as heroic, meant that both the shield and blunted sword I was swinging were light in my hands, at least for the first half hour. Eventually, they felt like lead as I exchanged blows with a Baratheon guardsman. I've got the strength, but I need to work on my wind, I reasoned, and resolved to introduce some endurance work to my routine. Over the last few days, I had largely come to the conclusion that I was really Gladius in Robert's body, not Robert with Gladius memories. I had a closer emotional tie to my life on Earth, and I greatly missed the friends and family I had left behind, as well as things like the internet, telephones, running water and toilet paper. I felt Robert's joys and pains, the loss of his Lyanna, the fury at the Targaryens, but it was a distant, cool sensation. The way Paramount had screwed up the Enterprise series, on the other hand, was still a sharp, painful memory. In any case, I had resolved to accept my role in this new world, to make the Seven Kingdoms as prosperous and safe as possible, to prepare for the long winter ahead, and to try and avoid some of the monumental screw-ups of the next 2 decades. Eventually tiring of the exercise, I handed my shield and sword off to my squire, a good, solid lad from the Stormlands, no lumpy for this King Robert, that's for sure, and accepted a towel to wipe my face with. You've a fine hand with a blade, Markin, and you challenged me today, care to make it a regular appointment? The swordsman, not a noble nor a knight, but a simple soldier who fought well at the trident, paused to rest his weight on his sword, point on the flagstones. An honor, your grace, he panted, but grinned as he doffed his helm. My younger brother has joined Lord Stannis' expedition, and our elder brother has taken up our family land north of Blackhaven, so I am glad for the opportunity. I nodded as servants brought over well-watered wine, and we each took a cup. Dondarrion's man, then? Good man, good fighter. You've come a long way. Others have come further to serve you, your grace. 'Tis simply my honor. We finished our wine, then I headed off to bathe and dress for the day, but my mind returned to that young soldier. How many more are like him? Far from home, trained and experienced in battle, but now that the war is near ended, with little else to hold them together, how many will turn bandit? Join sellsword companies? Or just get lost in King's Landing and become drunken thugs, stealing purses for their next jug of ale? And how many would end up in an iron wagon headed up the King's Road to find themselves taking the black, in lieu of a hangman's rope? It was something of a surprise to the others when I entered the small council chamber that morning, and everyone rose to attention as I stalked my way inside. Sit down, no need to get up, I breezed over to my chair, where Jon was already getting out of the way, signaling for a servant to fetch another chair. Forgive our startlement, your grace, came the velvet tones of Varys, the eunuch lord of whispers. It is the first time you have decided to grace us with your presence in the deliberation of small matters, and may I say what an honor it is, and a relief, to have your wisdom and Varys? I asked, sitting down on the chair, and settling onto the cushion. Yes, your grace, simpered the spymaster. If I want flattery, I'll visit a brothel. I rely upon you for other things. My tone was cool, but not disrespectful. The bald man bowed low in his seat, accepting the gentle rebuke. As you say, your grace. Grand Maester Pycelle, who had been about to copy the eunuch's flattery, struggled to come up with something more original to say, but I interrupted. I know I haven't been around much since I put on the crown, but Jon's been getting me up to speed. So, unless something important's happened since the last meeting. Around the table, heads shook. Right. Consider me informed. To begin with, I know this council has been operating with only some of its members, since the masters of law and coin either died during the rebellion or fled the kingdoms. So, we have a small council. I waited for them to chuckle at the weak joke, then moved on. Jon's been taking up the slack, so to speak, but it's time to make some appointments, get things running properly. Indeed, noted Pycelle, having recovered his equilibrium, and about time, too. Nothing like getting a little normality back after a crisis, I always say. I nodded. Well said, Grand Maester. So, I've had Jon make up a list of appropriate candidates, and I've made my decisions. I pulled a small roll of paper out of my tunic, and opened it. For Master of Laws, I have appointed Lord Gillian Swan. Stannis nodded. An excellent choice, good man. Solid. Jon added his agreement. And a fine legal mind, as well as an honorable man. Heads nodded around the table, and I moved on. For Master of Coin, I have chosen Lord Eldon Estermont. That was a little more contentious. The Lord of Greenstone was familiar with trade, and had supported the rebellion, but he was older even than Jon. The hand frowned. Perhaps, your grace, one of the Lannisters. It does seem, your grace, that the Stormlands are, perhaps, becoming overrepresented amongst the small council, offered Pycelle, ever willing to push the Lannister agenda. Bah, retorted Stannis, it was Stormlander blood that bought the Iron Throne, not Lannister gold. Moreover, I know Lord Eldon, and I know his character, I added, and it is likely that he will only serve for a few years. Perhaps when he retires, we can investigate an alternative appointment, once I've gotten to know the other candidates. For now, I'm sticking with those lords who have supported me without reservation. Jon nodded, already planning to present his suggestions at an appropriate point. Sorry, Jon, but there's no way in the seven hells I'm letting Peter Baelish into any kind of position of power. In addition to those, I've also decided to expand our council further. Varys frowned. Your Grace. I shrugged. I know it's not traditional, but I think it's time for a little adjustment. Both of our new titles take on responsibilities formerly the province of the Hand, but upon discussion with Lord Arryn, we have agreed on the establishment. Firstly, I hereby create the post of Master of Works, responsible for the maintenance, improvement and establishment of roads, aqueducts, bridges, canals, harbours and sewers in King's Landing and the Crownlands. For this task, I have appointed Lord Geoffrey Cowan. I named a minor Vale noble that Ned and I had known growing up. Jon smiled. A fine choice, a well-trained engineer, and a scholar as well as a fine knight. And I would welcome having that part of my load removed. I know little of masonry or plumbing. True. Next, I hereby create the post of Master of Arms, to be responsible for the command, training and organizing of the Royal Army, a permanent force that will report directly to the Iron Throne. That surprised them, but Stannis nodded firmly. Varys and Pycelle frowned and muttered between themselves, but Sir Barristan was stoic. Don't be too fearful that I've let the throne go to my head. I'm authorizing a modest force, of around 5,000 troops, mostly pikemen and archers. I've got a few reasons for this one, and I'll explain. First, to solidify the dynasty's grip on the Iron Throne. We saw during the rebellion that some lords chose to follow their lieges, others followed the throne, and some fought for whichever side they thought was more likely to win. If the Baratheons are going to hold onto that damned uncomfortable chair, then we're going to need a solid, firm force loyal directly to us. Second, it'll serve as a way to mop up former soldiers, on either side of the fighting, who might turn bandit when they've got no battles to fight. Instead of letting them drift away, and become problems later, we weld them together into something useful. Third, it'll let the gold cloaks go back to being thief catchers and gate guards, rather than pretending to be an army. It's not what they're trained for, or paid for. For the role of Master of Arms, I'm naming Sir Valon Tyrak, of the Vale. He commanded a large group of pike and swords at the Trident, and did well with them. The common soldiers respect him, and the nobles know his family and his honor. Reluctantly, the lords of the small council gave their, unnecessary, but expected, consent to the appointment. I nodded. Right, that's the highlights. If anyone has any questions or suggestions. Heads shook and lords gave muttered responses. Good. Dismissed. Oh, Sir Barristan, can you and Jon stay behind? Once the room was mostly cleared, I addressed the two elder warriors. This mostly concerns you, Sir Barristan, but I wanted Jon to join us. I know you felt that I've pushed you a little hard, what with asking to let Sir Jaime remove his cloak, and I understand why you'd hate to have any more changes, but... That evening, as the sun set to the west, I stood at a window looking over the ocean. The sound of the waves and the smell of the salt spray invigorated me, and I smiled, letting the stress of the day drain away. A scrape of leather on flagstone caught my attention, and I saw the handsome form of Jaime Lannister approach. Your Grace. I turned and nodded. Sir Jaime. He opened his mouth to speak, but found that he couldn't. I smiled gently. Take your time. If it's worth saying, it's worth using the right words. He swallowed. If I may, Your Grace. I nodded, waving assent. When you named me Kingslayer I winced, remembering how Robert laughed at that jape, and at how it had taken on a life of its own. When you named me, you told me, don't make a habit of it. Why did you trust me? I had just killed the king I was sworn to protect, to serve. I clasped my hands behind me, and considered a response. There was Robert's real reason. He didn't really give it much thought, and had reckoned that if Jaime decided to take him out, he would just pop the blonde knight's head like a pimple. Obviously, that wasn't something that Jaime needed to hear. Before I answer, I said slowly, I would like to ask something I never have before. The Lannister youth nodded. Why? He blinked. Why, what? Why kill Aerys? What drove you to kill your king? He hesitated, it was clearly not something he had ever said out loud before. His father believed that it was to serve the family. His sister believed it was to serve her. The masses believed it was because he was a dishonorable blackguard with not an ounce of character. Finally, he found the words. He loved fire, like all his family. As the rebellion grew, he ordered his pyromancers to stockpile wildfire all around the city. When my father began the sack of King's Landing, the king ordered that the city be burned to the ground, better for all the people to die screaming than for the throne to fall to someone else. Burn them all, he screamed. He swallowed. I killed the pyromancer before he could relay the order. The king, he fouled himself, and ran for the throne, as though it would save him, as though it were some kind of dragon magic. He took a deep breath. I cut his throat, and he died. We stood in silence, the king and the Kingslayer, for several long moments. Then I said, "You've never told anyone that before, have you?" It wasn't a question. "No," he said bluntly. No one has asked. Everyone already knows the answer, or at least the answer they want." Then he looked at me. "And a month ago, if you had asked, I wouldn't have told you." I raised an eyebrow, and he smiled. "And that's why, a month ago, we wouldn't have been having this conversation. You've changed. I don't know if it's the shock of marrying my sister or if that blasted throne actually has a little magic left in it, but, you're not the king you were. Not the king I feared you would be. No, your grace, I do not plan on making a habit of it." I smiled, and clapped a hand on his armored shoulder. "Sir Jaime, of the King's Guard, if I ever turn out like Ares, I expect you to do the same damned thing, better a dead king than a monster on the throne." We stood in silence for another few minutes, watching the sea turn black as the light faded. Then he spoke up again. "Your Grace, if you'll have me, I would like to remain amongst your King's Guard. Sir Jaime, I would be honored to have you." There were 3 departures from King's Landing that week. The first, and with most fanfare, was the sailing of the royal fleet under Lord Stannis Baratheon, to subdue the island holdfast of Dragonstone, and capture the last members of the Targaryen dynasty. 32 galleys were the mailed fist of the fleet, intended to smash their way through the loyalist fleet, but it was the 4 dozen cogs and carracks that carried the thousands of knights, horses, men-at-arms, archers, swordsmen, grooms, squires, blacksmiths, septons, maesters, food, ammunition, spare blades, fresh water, in short, everything needed for a full invasion, organized and prepared under Stannis' firm hand and keen eye for detail. Over the last few weeks, Stannis and I had come to a point where we both respected and trusted one another's strengths. It was a lot like my relationships with my brothers back on Earth. I didn't really like them, but I could appreciate their various talents. Stannis' gift was for direct action. He drove his men hard, but he also proved that he demanded no less of himself. The days leading up to the launch had seen him hauling loads with his men, making sure all the stores and provisions were ready, when he wasn't practicing blade work or going over lists and planning on how to deal with the few loyalist forces still in power on the island. Stannis was a man for whom loyalty, duty, and law were not simple words, but ironclad facts. He didn't know how to fail, or give up. The fleet sailed with the morning tide, to the cheers of the nobility and the common folk alike, the former because they knew that their long-term survival depended on the securing of the Baratheon dynasty, the latter because it was a hell of a spectacle. Stannis and I made a short but heartfelt speech each, the High Septon gave the fleet his blessing, and they sailed off. The second departure was quieter, and more private. Cersei, Lysa, a few notables and the small council, minus Stannis, of course, saw off Jon Arryn as he set sail towards Dorne. The quiet Lysa made her formal goodbyes, and Cersei was polite if distant, but I clapped Jon on the shoulders and wished him well in typically boisterous Robert style. His small flotilla of carracks would speed him south to treat with the Martells, and bring the Dornish back into the Seven Kingdoms, hopefully. The third, and quietest, departure was the party of soldiers and noblemen who were escorting Lord Tywin Lannister back up the King's Road, heading home for Casterly Rock. The Warden of the West had not taken his son's decision to remain in the King's Guard well, and since it was clear that he would not be offered the opportunity to stand his hand while Jon was in the south, he had decided to return to Casterly Rock. 2 of the 3 departures matched, at least closely, the original history, as portrayed in the books I remembered reading, although both Stannis and Jon were on far better terms with me than they had been with the original Robert. The third I had no idea about. Tywin had only become a factor in the second book, and I really didn't know whether or not he lingered in King's Landing after his daughter's wedding. Either way, I could only do the best I could, and soldier on. After dinner that night, Cersei found me poring over a large map of the Crownlands and pages of notes on the various families who held land there, muttering to myself as I tried to make sense of the various reports, each of which had been written by a different author, and each in a unique style and structure. Note to self: institute a formalized, standardized system for reports. My list of notes was growing quite extensive. I kept a small book of thoughts, ideas, and reminders in my chambers, written in English, a script that was quite foreign to West Rossi and SSE alike. I looked up as she approached, a bemused smile on her face, and I snorted, tossing down the sheaf of papers in my hand. I never thought I'd wish I'd paid more attention to my lessons back in the Eyrie, I sighed, resting my fists on the table. I was always more interested in thumping heads than using mine. Cersei walked around the table and slid her arm around my waist and laid her head on my shoulder. Lord Arryn has barely sailed off, and already you have taken on his burdens, along with your own. I laughed. Hardly. In the last few months, Jon's put together quite a few competent underlings. They do most of the work, I just sign my name in the right spot. After giving the damned documents a good read-through first, I'm not Tommen Baratheon, and don't intend to become a rubber stamp before I get the chance to invent the damned things. Still, I've got a cousin putting things back together at Storm's End, so I've got to get a handle on these damned Crownlanders. I can't exactly give orders by saying, hey, you. Cersei smiled, and ran her hand over my back. Ever since Jaime had decided to remain in King's Landing rather than return to Casterly Rock, she seemed to relax more around me. Perhaps she now saw me as an ally? Then, husband, you are fortunate in that you have a wife who has lived several years in these lands. I know all of these lords and their lands. She waved at the various papers, in far greater detail than any report your clerks could possibly compile. Were you seeking something specific in this mess? I grinned down at her, and then turned back to the map. At the moment, I'm looking for an estate, preferably one we confiscated from a loyalist family, upon which to establish the new royal army, close to the city, on the King's Road, not too populated or heavily farmed, because the troops will need space to drill. The Queen nodded, and traced a graceful finger along part of the map. There are several possibilities that occur to me immediately. There are more than a few advantages in having a smart wife, I told myself as we talked about the possibilities late into the evening. I just wish it were easier to be able to trust her, knowing what I know. Chapter 3. The great hall rang with the golden tones of trumpets, and the massive doors opened, and the massed crowd of the realm's notables turned and bowed low as Cersei and I, flanked by the gloriously armed and armored King's Guard, strode on a stately fashion down the aisle towards the dais. The skulls of the previous dynasty's dragons had been removed from the walls, and instead the banners of the Seven Kingdoms hung from the walls, the massive stained-glass windows shaped into seven-pointed stars letting in the morning light to illuminate the court. A low rumble of muttered "Your Grace," "Seven blessings, Your Grace," and the like followed us as we climbed up to where a heavy oak throne, carved by entwined lions and stags, was set up next to the massive, Lovecraftian splendor of the Iron Throne. I helped Cersei sit into her slightly smaller throne, then carefully took my own seat on the Iron Throne, having taken some private time in the last few weeks to ensure that I was well aware of where all the sharp bits were, so as not to either cut myself or let my formal robes catch on any protrusion. Taking a moment, I waited until the crowd had quieted down into an expectant hush. As the silence grew, it was as if the nobles, septons, guildmasters, and ambassadors were leaning forward to hear what I had to say. It was a little trick I learned in school, making sure that the audience's attention was on me. Finally, I nodded to Sir Barristan, who stepped forward and announcing, His Grace, Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. He bowed, and withdrew. Raising a hand, I called out, Before we begin, I would like the High Septon to say a few words, and offer his blessing for this gathering. That caused something of a stir, not least because Robert wasn't exactly known for his piety, or bothering to indulge any of his court who were. The Septon, however, had been prepared by previous consultations with myself and Jon, and stepped forward with confidence, regal in his rich robes and crystal throne. I had no idea if this was the same High Septon as had featured in the first book, due to the practice of each new High Septon relinquishing his names, personal and family. He seemed a little slender to be the priest known as the Fat One, but then again there was a decade and a half to go before that description would have been coined, so it's possible, either way, he seemed to be at least partially competent, and we had had several conversations regarding the treatment of the poor, the education of the small folk, and the codification of the faith. I felt that he would be extremely useful in years to come. The High Septon cleared his throat, and began his blessing. We call upon the Father. What followed was fairly standard. I judged several former loyalist nobles who had fought against me in the rebellion, 3 I pardoned and welcomed their pledges of fealty, the 4th I sent to the wall, ruled on several outstanding legal cases, heard the letters of several SSC rulers, or at least their secretaries, congratulating me on my wedding, and accepted several gifts from various ambassadors. Finally, after the last petitioner withdrew, Sir Barristan stepped forward, and knelt before the throne. Your Grace, may I speak? Like most court events, this was as much drama and entertainment as legalities. We had choreographed this exchange as well. I lifted my hand in benediction. Of course, Sir Barristan. Your wisdom and experience is a gift to us all, as is your loyal service. Thank you, Your Grace. But it is regarding my service that I must speak. For centuries, the 7 brothers of the King's Guard have defended the crown, the royal family and the realm with our lives and honor. Indeed, I intoned, nodding. And you have done well. Those who wear the white have never failed in their charge, whilst breath remained in them. This caused a stir, and many heads turned to the spot where Jaime stood, but beneath his gilded armor and pristine cloak, he ignored them. Fuck them, how many cities did they protect from a mad ruler? Sir Barristan continued. Unfortunately, since the war, our order has been reduced in number, and at present only 3 remain, myself, Sir Jaime, and Sir Kieran. He named the young Ironborn knight who had taken his vows not long after my coronation. A sad situation, I agreed, especially since you are now charged with protecting both myself and my beloved queen, I added, leaning over and taking her hand, offering her a reassuring smile, before turning back to the Lord Commander. Doing so with only 3 knights must be a challenge to even warriors of your stature and reputation. As you say, Your Grace. In order to fulfill our duty, the King's Guard must be brought back to full strength, and expanded. This time it wasn't just a stir, but the court instead exploded, with many crying out in shock or surprise, and many others in anger. The size of the King's Guard was a hallowed tradition, 7 knights, 1 for each of the new gods, 1 for each of the kingdoms. It was unthinkable. I held up my hand for silence, but the shouting and arguing continued, until Sir Jaime grabbed the spear from a nearby gold cloak, and slammed the iron-shod butt of the weapon into the flagstones, bringing silence and all eyes to him. "Thank you, Sir Jaime," I said seriously, and he nodded back, bowing slightly, not letting go of his borrowed spear. "Sir Barristan," I spoke again, turning the court's attention back to the knight, "this is an unusual suggestion. The King's Guard is, by tradition, limited to 7 knights. To expand your brotherhood beyond those numbers is against tradition and precedent. However," I smiled slightly, "not against law, or good sense. It has long concerned that the protection of both myself, my queen, and any of our children was placed in the hands of so small a band of warriors, no matter how noble. I presume, however, that you do not suggest that we turn your ancient order into an army." "Of course not, Your Grace," he responded instantly, as though mildly offended at the suggestion. "In order to retain the honor, dignity, and concentrated strength of our brotherhood, we cannot simply accept any applicant. We must still hold only the strongest, most skillful, and most honorable knights within our ranks. I had hoped, in all, to expand our numbers to 7 times 7. I let the newest round of murmurs to die out before responding. 49 knights, and when one adds the king, an even 50, very auspicious and appropriate, large enough to be a strong guard against the enemies of the crown, but small enough to remain an elite amongst the realm." I turned to the High Septon. "Holiness, may I ask you for your opinion?" The priest stepped forward, leaning heavily on his ornate staff. "As you say, Your Grace, 49 is an auspicious number. The number 7 stands symbol of the 7 gods, and 7 times that number is honor 7-fold. He drifted off for a few minutes into theological details that went way over my head, but it all sounded impressive to me. "So, in all, Your Grace, the faith can only applaud and welcome this adjustment to the traditions of the realm, which can only make our kingdom safer and more stable." I nodded, and rose from the throne. As I did so, the assembled great and good of the realm fell to their knees in genuflection. "So be it," I intoned, my voice echoing throughout the court. "Funds and facilities shall be henceforth provided to the Order of the King's Guard, so that they may recruit from the honored knights of the 7 kingdoms, and increase their number to an authorized 49. I leave the details of this task in your capable hands, Sir Barristan. You have never failed in your duty to the throne, Lord Commander, no matter who has sat upon it. I do not expect you to fail now. You have my utmost faith." Sir Barristan stood, and drew his sword, raising the blade before his face in salute. Abruptly, the court exploded into cheers and shouts of support. If anyone objected, they wisely kept silent. Lord Geoffrey Cowan, newly named Master of Works, frowned as he tossed the lump of concrete from one hand to the other. "It seems solid enough," he reasoned, taking his time to evaluate the material. "For certain, I have seen decent castles and keeps built from worse stone. You say your fellow made this?" Standing in a corner of the workshop, Horan stood with his hands clasped in front of him, doing his best to avoid the piercing gaze of the older, more nobly born engineer. He still wore a simple brown robe, but it was of a finer cut than his old clothes, as befitted one of the king's personal servants. Officially, he was my scribe and secretary. Unofficially. No wonder the kid's uncomfortable, I reasoned, ignoring the fact that the kid was likely half a decade older than my current body. He's not thrilled at passing my ideas along as his own, but he's smart enough to realize that he stands to profit more, both for himself and his family, by playing along. "Depends," I snorted, gulping at some wine. The alcohol was well watered, so it looked like I was guzzling like there was no tomorrow, but was barely more than flavored water. "That lump? Sure. If you mean the idea. Hardly." Young Horan found a battered old book when he was in Old Town, and brought it along with him when he came to the capital. Bloody things torn and half burnt, but you can make out a fair bit, and it's chock full of nifty little ideas. Horan spoke up. "Quick lime, m'lord," he stated calmly, "sand, and gravel, mixed well with water. This forms a slurry that can be shaped, like wax in a mold. I am still refining the mixture, but the results are, promising." He swallowed. "M'lord. Your Grace." He stepped back and bowed his head again. Geoffrey placed the chunk of concrete back on the table, then glanced at the plate covered with the grey powder. "I can see the benefits," he said thoughtfully, rubbing his fingers through his short beard. "You could build walls where there was no native stone, like building with mud bricks, but as hard as stone. Just ship in a few dozen wagons of this stuff, and mix with local gravel and sand. Still, crushing up that much gravel is almost as much work as cutting stone. Cheaper, I added, cause you don't exactly need master stonemasons, just a bunch of guys with hammers. I pointed to the table, where both a foot-long tube of concrete and a rough statue of the same material sat. Plus, you can mold the stuff like clay or, as you say, mud. Make whatever shape you want, or thousands of things that have the exact same shape. He glanced over at me, and I gulped down some more wine. Careful, don't be too insightful, Bobby boy. Remember, Horan's the genius, you just pay the bills. Look, I just thought it'd be useful. If you reckon it's more trouble than it's worth. I shrugged. No skin off my nose. Geoffrey raised a hand. Forgive me, Your Grace. I was in no way rejecting your servant's gift. This material, if it works, it may save a great deal of the realm's coin as I fulfill the tasks you have presented me with when you granted me my new position. Although, some masons, many, for that matter, may resist learning to use a new material or technique. In many ways, we builders are as hidebound as any knight. He gave a somewhat self-deprecating smile, which I returned with a bright grin. Then cashier the bastards and hire ones who are willing to learn. I'm sure that after a while watching their competition flourish, they'll decide that learning a new trick isn't beneath them after all. Or they'll starve to death. Either way. The Master of Works wasn't quite convinced, but had no intention of contradicting the king. If I may move on? I have men inspecting the sewers, drains and aqueducts within the city, clearing away the damage from the siege, and from their reports we can begin to plan for repairs and improvements. He paused. Are you sure you wish to put such expense into the sewers? I know that the shit in the street doesn't exactly improve the city's odor, but it is hard to find a city that doesn't smell. I snorted. Sometimes it seems like you're either smelling rotting seaweed, tons of shit, or lots of perfume, and it's hard to know which is worse. We shared a small laugh before I continued. Still, cities with decent sewers tend to suffer less from plague, so the maesters say. Of course, the septons say plagues are a divine punishment on us for our wicked ways. Me, I've seen holy men die of the flux after drinking from water downstream from the camp, and brutal sons of bitches get along just fine drinking from upstream, so I'm more inclined to believe the maesters when they talk about miasmas and such than the septons. More importantly, I raised an eyebrow, I'm the one sitting in that damned metal chair, so it's my opinion that counts. Good enough for you. I smiled to take the edge off the question, and the Lord bowed his head with good graces. Of course, Your Grace. Now, as with the sewers, I have good men inspecting the roads throughout the Crownlands. The King's Road is, of course, in excellent shape, but there are issues with some of the lesser pathways. A remarkable system, Your Grace, observed Lord Eldon Estermont, running his fingers over the lines of script on the page. A clear method of understanding where the coin comes from, and where it goes. Better yet, one that is very difficult to fool. If there is a discrepancy, one can locate it with little effort, and discern who made the error, and when. I shrugged. Counting coppers isn't my idea of fun, but one of my clerks suggested this. Said he learned it from a Bravasi banker or some such. I didn't pay all that much attention. Still, seems to work. Double entry bookkeeping, may the old gods and the new bless the money-grubbing Italian bankers who dreamed it up. It wasn't perfect, but it was a damned sight better than the almost random piles of promissory notes, letters of debt, accounts and records and all other such which cluttered the Master of Coin's offices. I assume that you are undertaking an actual accounting of the physical treasury, rather than taking the previous master's records on faith. The elderly lord smiled through his thick, white beard. Your Grace, I began just such an accounting because I found it exceedingly difficult to read his records. Man had a hand like a spider's web. Still, he at least had the decency to leave behind a few clerks who could recognize his system, as we may laughingly call it, and I believe we should have things in order in good time. Wonderful, I knew you were the man for the job. But better hurry, the new Master of Works is bound to be pestering you pretty damned fast for funds, cause from what I hear, roads and walls and things cost a pretty dragon or two, and I don't mean the coins. Eldon snorted. True, and he'll be bleeding my accounts dry as fast as I can fill them, I know the sort. Still, it's a good investment. King's Landing is perhaps the largest city in Westeros, and has an enormous appetite for food, cloth, fuel, raw materials of all sort, and only a fraction of that flood can be borne by ships. Most comes from the Crownlands by road, and if the roads are better maintained, then more goods can be transported, which means more tariffs, taxes, and fees. Hell, this guy actually knows what he's talking about. He's wasted as a feudal lord, but I'll take any advantage I can wrest from this messed up universe. True, but he won't be the only one. There's another small council member who'll be knocking on your door pretty soon, and he might not be as polite. I pulled my horse to a halt, the sound of stamping boots and clattering harness spooking the beast, but I kept a firm grip. Cersei was true to her word, she had helped me find a decent estate near the capital, with a strong keep, plenty of drill room, and a lord who had no further need of it, or his head, for that matter. Now it was the home of the new royal army, the beginnings of which now marched past my horse. In all honesty, it wasn't much to look at. Barely 400 men, in mismatched armor and rough clothes, or the uniforms of various lords from across the 7 kingdoms. They weren't exactly a precision drill team, either, but their backs were straight, and they held their weapons like they knew how to use them. "I know they aren't all that pretty, your grace," commented Sir Valon Tyrak, the Valaman sitting stiffly on his horse. "I've only had them for a week. Still, some of the lads are shaping up nicely, and I've got a nice core of veterans to build around." "I don't care much about pretty," I admitted, casting my eyes over the marching troops, "but we can't have them marching about in rusty chain and battered plates, with the badges of half the bloody kingdoms on their backs. Bad for morale, if nothing else. I want every man in half plate, with good boots and a decent uniform, green, I reckon." Sir Valon's face was impassive. "That much plate will be expensive." "Maybe, but it'll be worth it in the long run. Moreover, it'll tell the men that we're not going to use them as wall fodder. I don't want peasant levies, Valon, I want a solid, professional force. Discipline, man, that's the key. You can read, right?" Valon blinked at the sudden question. "Yes, your grace." He winced. "Not, perhaps, as well as I should." "Right. I'll send over a book I found in the keep. Dusty old tome, and the translation's tough to follow, but it's all about the old Giscari legions. How they trained, how they drilled, formations, tactics, logistics. Drill them hard, Sir Valon. Push them till they drop, then push them some more. The more they sweat, the less they'll bleed." Valon raised an eyebrow. "Humph. Nice turn of phrase, mind if I steal that?" I laughed, and slapped the Valaman on the shoulder. "Why not? I sure as hells did." Steel scraped on steel, and grunts of effort and yelps of pain, combined with curses and shouted orders, filled the courtyard as knights from across the 7 kingdoms duelled under the sharp, Lannister green eyes of their overseer. I stood watching from above, with Sir Barristan standing beside me on the balcony. "I see Sir Jaime is quite the taskmaster," I observed, and the leader of the White Cloaks nodded. "He's taken to it with a will. Any young blade who thinks he's guaranteed a place is quickly taught a lesson in the realities of war, there's always someone better than you." We watched as the Kingslayer singled out a knight who had handily defeated 3 opponents in a row, and proceeded to reduce the boy to tears with effortless strokes of his sword. "I'm told he was your squire once," I noted. During the fight against the Kingswood Brotherhood. He did well, and Arthur Dane knighted him after that battle." We both paused, the silence between us broken only by the noise from the courtyard below. "Dane had died, fighting Ned Stark and his men at the Tower of Joy, at the end of the rebellion. We all lost people we loved in that war," I said finally, and the older knight nodded, acknowledging that he didn't blame me, much. "In any case, how are the renovations going? We've got more stonemasons and carpenters blundering about the tower than you can shake a lance at, and some of the new brothers object to living in what used to be servants' quarters, but by the end we should have enough space for the expanded Kingsguard and our squires. Currently our numbers stand at 9, and we have 3 more candidates ready to take their vows tomorrow. I understand if you are too busy to attend. Sir Barristan, these men are vowing to devote their lives, honor and souls to the defense of myself, my family and the realm," I said in a serious tone. "I would be honored to stand with them to witness their vows." I groaned as I poured myself into bed. "What have you to complain about?" smiled Cersei as she sat at her mirror, applying a lotion to her arms before bed. "All you did was ride about and talk to people all day. I had dress fittings, preparations for tomorrow's banquet, had to listen to hours of dreary poetry." I grunted. "Being king is damned hard work. Meetings, reports, decisions, pay for this, build that, put that off for now, tax that, oh, and if you screw up, thousands of people die." I scrubbed my hands over my face as I lay my head back on the pillow. 7 hells, I should have just dropped the whole mess in Ned's lap and gone for a sellsword in the Free Cities. My queen stood up and walked over to the bed. "Well, less walked and more stalked." "Well, then," she said, still smiling, as her robe slipped off her shoulders, revealing her to be gloriously naked beneath it, "that would have been a shame, as I doubt my father would have agreed to marry me to a common sellsword. Then again," I grinned, reaching out for her, "I guess the throne isn't that uncomfortable." It was a far smaller flotilla that sailed into the harbour than had left. 3 galleys and 6 carracks, and many who saw them despaired, believing that the king's brother had run afoul of the loyalist fleet. However, the vessels flew bright flags and streamers, and as they came close to land, soldiers and sailors cheered and laughed, sending tidings of victory. Dragonstone was taken. Lord Stannis Baratheon marched through the great doors, Sir Davos at his side, the sailor knight looking distinctively uncomfortable in both his fancy clothes and his surroundings. Stannis ignored the assembled great and good of the realm, and fell to one knee before the dais, his head bowing low, Sir Davos right behind him. My voice boomed through the great hall, the acoustics of the room conspiring with Robert's leather lungs to ensure that everyone could hear me. Brother! You have returned. What news of Dragonstone? Of course, he had sent a runner ahead with his written report, but court appearances like this were the medieval equivalent of press conferences and official statements, the best way to get information to the movers and shakers of the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis raised his head and his voice. The news is victory, Your Grace, he said firmly, and the crowd erupted into cheers, to have the rumors confirmed. The enemy fleet was decimated in a storm before we had even left port, and the lords of Dragonstone were falling over themselves to surrender once we sailed into their harbours. What few of them who resisted, we defeated handily. Aboard the vessels of the royal fleet I have in chains those lords who refused to bend the knee, or their heads, whichever was most convenient to take back with me. The court cheered again, with a more bloodthirsty edge to it. I raised a hand for silence, and after a few moments, the people quieted down. And what of the Targaryens? Stannis did not hesitate to respond. Here I must admit failure, Your Grace, he said firmly, and a rustle flowed through the crowd. The garrison had planned to hand over the two they had in their court, a boy and a newborn girl, but they vanished in the night. I believe a troop of loyalist knights managed to spirit them away, possibly with help from the citadel servants. I have men scouring the island for them, but it is likely that the whelps are already at sea. He bowed his head again, this time in shame. I take full responsibility. The court was silent for a few moments, before I stood up from the iron throne. The crown of antlers atop my head glittered in the light that filtered through the stained glass windows of the hall, and the air of the room was filled only by the tramp of my boot heels on the flagstones of the dais as I descended to stand in front of my brother. I looked down at him for another moment, before reaching down. Well done, my true and faithful brother, I said, and he blinked as I pulled him to his feet. Never have I doubted the courage and valor you possess, and never have I been prouder to be proven right. I asked you to hold Storm's End against all comers, and you did, without question or complaint. I asked you to take Dragonstone, and so you have, without asking for recognition or reward. So let us hear no more of failure, this is a day of victory. I took Stannis's shoulders in my hands and pulled him into an embrace, and the crowd cheered. Laying it on a bit thick, Stannis whispered roughly into my ear, and I grinned. Part of being a bloody king, we're as much actors as rulers. But I speak true, you have done well, and I am proud to call you my brother. The Targaryens. Fuck the Targaryens. They're gone, either dead or in exile. The children may have already drowned at sea, or their rescuers may just be trying to get a better ransom for them. It doesn't matter, the dragon's power is broken. I pulled back, and clapped him on the shoulders again. Stannis Baratheon, I intoned, so that all could hear, I would name you master of ships, and place you in charge of the realm's navies and shipyards, to defeat our foes at sea, and protect our coasts. Will you take your place in the small council, and help me rule this realm? His response was without hesitation. I would be honored, Your Grace. I embraced him again, and the court erupted in more cheering. Have you decided? I asked him quietly, now that you've seen Dragonstone. Dragonstone is a cold, wet, black rock in the middle of the ocean, with the ugliest castle I've ever seen, Stannis replied. If you are still willing, I would take my seat at Storm's End. Done, I whispered, and slapped him on the shoulder. Brother, I cried, and he raised an eyebrow. You have served myself and the realm with distinction, and have offered no complaint, nor begged any favor. When I asked you to take up another burden, you did so without hesitation. You held Storm's End during the war against the tyrant. Will you hold it now, and for the rest of your life, and pass it on to your children? Will you become Lord Paramount of the Stormlands? Stannis fell to one knee before me. I would be honored. Then rise, Lord Stannis Baratheon, Lord Paramount of the Stormlands, Master of Ships, and Lord of Storm's End. We feasted that night, sang and cheered and toasted, told stories of valor, heard the captains of Stannis' force as they told their tales of conquering Dragonstone. Wine and ale flowed freely, and epic platters of meat and fruits and all sorts of produce were consumed. Throughout it all, Cersei sat at my side, putting on the face of the regal queen, but I could see that she was uncomfortable. I sidled over to her, smiling ruefully. I know it is not a feast of refinement, fine dancing, and clever conversation, I admitted, this is more of a Stormlands feast, in honor of my brother, not that he's enjoying it as much as the rest are. I nodded to where Stannis sat, drinking a lot less than his companions. He always was a doer, cheerless sort, I confided, not unkindly, and raised a goblet in toast to the victorious war leader, who silently returned the gesture. Still, next feast, I promise, will be catered to your taste. Fine music, dancing, delicacies from across the kingdoms. I leave it completely in your lovely hands. Cersei smiled in response. Thank you, Robert, she said, and there seemed to be a sincere light in her eyes. Or I'm just seeing what I want to see. I shall attempt to avoid draining the treasury completely. She covered her mouth delicately with one hand to conceal her sudden grin. I shrugged. As long as I've got enough left to pay for my drinks, that's fine with me. How's your head? I asked as Stannis and I circled one another, practice swords in our hands. Stannis growled. I think this is the first time in years I've had a worse hangover than yours. Where the hells did this new sobriety come from? And don't say it's being married to that Lannister woman, one look at her and I can tell she'd drive even a saint to drink. I grunted as I blocked a sudden stroke and swung one in return, which Stannis deftly parried before almost taking my head off with a nifty move that I barely saw coming. Let's just say that there are, compensations. My weeks of morning training were paying off, but Stannis was just back from a hard, sharp fight. I had the advantages of strength, durability, and reach, while he was faster and, to be honest, a more natural swordsman. I just don't have time to be a drunk anymore. I thrust low, then caught a riposte on my shield, then spun about to hit him from the other direction, which he barely sidestepped. You're trickier when you're sober, he stated, shifting his grip. And you're slower when you're hungover. I should make sure you get drunk every night. I laughed as our blades clashed again and again, the sound of steel scraping on steel filling the courtyard. Later, we sat in the shade as our pages scurried about to bring boiled water flavored with fruit juice, my new favorite drink, and very well-watered wine. I nibbled on a piece of cheese as I waited for my body to stop sweating. I looked over to where the Onion Knight stood, waiting for his master. Not feeling like practicing today, Sir Davos? I asked cheerfully. The older man smiled ruefully, and held up his gloved hand. I fear my fingers have yet to heal, what of them I have left, that is, he said, but bowed respectfully. I can hold a blade, but I'd never be able to grip a shield, not yet. Besides, fighting aboard ship never really called for shield work. You're a knight now, growled Stannis, wiping his balding forehead with a cloth. You'll have to learn. Horse and lance, too. It may be too late for that, my lord, said Davos with a shrug. But I have 4 sons, with a 5th child on the way, they may yet get the learning and graces I never had. Along with his title, Stannis had granted Davos a small keep and some land on the Cape Wrath Peninsula, which was where his wife and children were now residing, adjusting to their new lifestyle. If you can't find anyone to take your boys on, send em to me, stated Stannis, taking a cup of wine from a page with a grunt, annoyed at having to wait. And I'll take any he can't, I added. Not such a bad idea. Perhaps a royal school for the nobility? Gather them together at the capital, have some of the best knights in the realm tutor the boys, make sure the girls at least learn how to read, let them mingle and get to know one another in a safe environment, a thought for later. Sir Davos, I continued, I wanted to ask, how would you rate the royal fleet? As a sailing man, of course. He raised an eyebrow. The fleet? To be honest, I've spent most of my life avoiding the royal fleet, and I'm still getting used to sailing on ships flying its banners. Yes, but how well do they sail? Do their crews know their business? Their captains? He looked uncomfortable. Your Grace, the fleet is a proud body of men, with many fine sailors aboard. The captains are mostly men of good family, some are knights, some are even lords. Not a one of them isn't a proven fighter, and leader of men. But... I pressed. Stannis leaned in also. Speak the truth, Sir Davos, that's why I keep you around. Davos took a breath. Your Grace, my lord, for the most part they're good men, these captains, but not 1 in 4 was a seaman before being given the rank, and it shows. Back he hesitated, but continued at my nod. Back when I was still a smuggler, I could generally tell who was in command by how their ships sailed, and I knew who I could outsail, and who I had to run from. Most have sailing masters, seasoned hands who know their ships, the seas, and the weather, but a lot of the captains don't listen to their advice, and the word of the captain is law, no matter. He stopped. I shouldn't say more, ain't my place. Bull, I snorted, gulping down my drink. You're saying that our fleet needs more captains who know about sailing, rather than knights who think a ship is just a big, wet horse. Men who know how to judge the winds, navigate by the stars, can plan around the tides and have a better idea about shipboard tactics than just ram them. Am I right? Davos shifted. Your Grace, he began, but facing down 2 Baratheon glowers, he sighed. That's about it, Your Grace. I nodded, then turned to Stannis. There's your first task as master of ships. Fix it. He snorted. What? Cashier all our fighting ship captains and put smugglers, pirates, and traitors in their place? No, but keep that as a backup plan. Oh, the irony. I want you to get the better captains, have Sir Davos help you work out which are which, to start taking on apprentices. Good lads, sons of knights and lords, but get them young. Call them sea squires or something, and have them sail aboard the ships. Have the captains and crews train them, make sure they learn how to handle sail, how to outrun storms, tell a lee from a yardarm, whatever. Make sure they learn their business, then when they get older, promote them to officers. It won't fix the problem right now, but in 20 years, the Royal Navy will be the most professional force on the sea. Stannis blinked. But as you say, that'll take 20 years to get done. Then we haven't a minute to waste. Davos frowned, thinking hard. But where'll we put them? Space aboard ship is cramped as it is. I shrugged. I'm sure you can find a place amidships, or something. Work it out. The fires roared and the hammers fell, striking sparks from the iron as I toured the forge. The Street of Steel was one of the most concentrated collections of armorers in the world, and little things like civil wars did little to dampen their industry. True, more were making nails and chains for the navy and to help rebuild the city than forging plate armor or knightly swords, but the iron didn't care what use it was being put to, just that it was well struck. In my other life, I grew up in Wollongong, a city built on coal and steel, within distance of Port Kembla and the steel works of BHP. My father worked there until his retirement, and one of my grandfathers, too. So I was a little disappointed at the scale of King's Landing's forges. They were small, piddling things, barely up to the task of smelting steel at all. Bellows were pumped by hand, mostly by apprentices, fires were mostly fed by charcoal, and plates of steel were hammered out by hand. Oh, there were some innovations, but it was all pretty basic. It was the individual skill and hard work of the smiths that turned out the magnificent plate armor of the Knights of Westeros. So you see, Your Grace, so much plate is hard to make cheaply, insisted Donal Noy, a longtime Baratheon soldier and smith, as he waved his remaining arm about to indicate the forges. He was the one who had forged my warhammer, and Stannis' first sword. He had lost a lot of his fire since his arm was taken during the siege of Storm's End, and he was making noises about taking the black, but he was still a force to be reckoned with. If you insist on armoring your soldiers in significant numbers, even just breastplates and helms, it will take an age and a fortune. Good steel costs, in both coin and, more importantly, time. When a smith is forging a helm, he can't be forging anything else. Horan, looking more comfortable in his livery, was getting more used to speaking to important figures. So if we reduce the labor involved, perhaps we could produce more steel faster, for less. Noy stopped, and frowned at the clerk. What in the seven hells are you talking about, boy? Horan refused to back down. I have seen the great wheel of Riverrun which is used to raise and lower the water gate. It occurs to me that a great number of men would be required to match the feat using only hands and rope. He waved at the apprentices working on the bellows, their backs aching and their bodies covered with sweat. If we used a water wheel, perhaps fed from the Blackwater, or even set up a new forge upriver where the flow is stronger, we could harness the power of the river to pump bellows that were larger than any man could work by hand. We could push the flames higher, burning hotter than humanly possible, reducing both the manpower it takes to forge steel, and the time the same would take. More, I have heard of Riverlanders using their water wheels to drive massive hammers, tirelessly striking steel for hours with weights that no smith could lift. Noy's eyes narrowed. And what will the apprentices be doing, now that you've taken away their work? He shrugged. Learning how to smith. What else? I interrupted before Noy could explode. It's an idea, I said calmly. Let's give it a try. Find me some smiths who aren't afraid to try new things, masters if you can, but journeymen may be better. Find a plot of land upriver, and build a water mill. No. Call it a steel mill. I'll talk to Lord Estermont, he'll give you the gold you'll need. If it works, it'll be worth every stag. I strode off, leaving the smith and the clerk to talk, Noy looking overwhelmed as Horan's ideas overflowed. And there's no reason why we can't use the same technique to cut wood as well, turning out boards faster and easier than by traditional soppets. The estate used to belong to a loyalist family, but now it was the home of the new royal army. After weeks of drilling, almost 500 men stood in steady ranks before the platform, the stone walls of the keep behind them in the distance across the parade ground. Most still lacked armor, and what they had was mismatched and came from many different kingdoms, but all wore good boots, although a few still limped as they were getting used to their new footwear, and had green cloaks of good wool draped over their shoulders. Some were pale men from the north, others had the dark skin of Dorne, while others had features that declared themselves to be Reachmen, Westerlanders, or even from across the narrow sea. Sir Barristan stood behind me, while Stannis sat next to me on the dais. Sir Valen approached the platform, having completed his inspection. He drew himself up to attention, and bowed. The royal army is prepared, Your Grace, he bellowed, loud enough so that every one of the soldiers could hear, and I could feel them draw themselves up in pride. Slowly, I stood up from my chair, and took a deep breath. Soldiers of the realm, I began, projecting my voice as well as I could. For that is what you are, not the bully boys of a minor noble, or the palace soldiers of a prince. You are the first, the steel hardcore of something new, an army not for a single lord, or a single kingdom, but the beginning of a true force to protect the 7 kingdoms. I'm sure you have all heard the rumors, I continued, letting a smile enter my voice. That the king has decided to play toy soldiers, now that the war is all but over. That the realm already has the gold cloaks, with their centuries-old traditions. That a force of ragged foot sloggers will never match the power of mounted horse and a knight's lance. To those rumors, I say, come and see them, my fighting foot. Come and see the hardest working, hardest fighting, best led soldiers in any of the 7 realms. Murmurs of agreement and shifting boots filled the ranks, as backs straightened and chins lifted. You have learned how to move at command, how to anticipate orders, how to work as a team. More than simple warriors, you have become a part of something greater. In the coming weeks and months, you will work even harder, mastering sword, pike and crossbow. You will learn the methods of defeating cavalry, of bringing the greatest knights of the realm to their knees, of crushing mighty keeps before you. You will learn how to stand tall and proud, to face down enemies who think themselves invincible, and see them driven before you. I fought rigor at the trident, I said, and all eyes were on me as I suddenly shifted topic. I did not slay him with the glittering point of my lance, or the gleaming length of my sword. I reached down and picked up the heavy, steel weapon at my feet, lifting it over my head. I swung my hammer, and the dragon fell at my feet. It isn't a pretty weapon, that fill tales and songs. It isn't a toy to use at tourney, to impress ladies or intimidate young knights at the list. It is a weapon to crush, brutalize, destroy. It is a weapon of war, and I would have no other at my side when I go to battle. Men, I lowered my hammer, holding the shaft in both hands before me, I would rather lead you into the fire than 1,000 flowery knights. I would rather have you at my backs than 1,000 gold cloaks. Will you be my warmers? The parade ground was silent. I felt a shiver down my spine, a sudden fear that I had misjudged the moment, that I had just made a fool out of myself. Then one of the soldiers raised his fist above his head. Warmers, he cried, and the shout was quickly taken up, just a few at first, but at each repetition the chant grew louder and louder, gathering momentum and energy as more and more fists and voices were raised. Warmers! 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 I silently lifted my hammer above my head again, and the cries disintegrated into a pure, wordless cry of emotion, fists pumping in the air and boots stomping on the ground as the dust of the beaten earth parade ground was stirred. Warmers! 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 I have my army, now, I thought. Now I just have to make sure I'm worthy of them. Warmers! 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 I looked up from my plate, my knife hanging idly from my fingers. You seem quiet tonight, my lady, I ventured, and Cersei shrugged. I have had a tiring day, as have you, by all the dust the servants were cleaning off your boots and cloak this afternoon, she said with a smile, and I couldn't help smiling back. The realm never sleeps, so the king can sleep but a little, I intoned grandly, then raised a hand to cover my mouth as I belched. Ugh! Good food, but I should perhaps eat a little slower. So, what did you spend your day with? More seamstresses? Planning the mid-season ball? Or perhaps planning to raise an army to take the throne from me? Because if you are, I'm tempted to let you have the damned thing, if you'll keep me on as your royal bed warmer, I joked, and she smiled back. Nothing so audacious, she admitted. In fact, I spent much of the day with Grand Maester Pycelle. I frowned. I had vague plans to do away with the Lannisters' man on the small council, but was still working on the details. For now he did little more than keep Tywin informed about the governing of the realm, but I wasn't really all that comfortable with the idea of a master of poisons answering to the Lord of the Rock being so close. Oh? Are you feeling unwell? I had noticed a little paleness in her cheeks, but had put that up to exhaustion, or perhaps annoyance, at her royal duties. Not quite, your grace. She took a deep breath. In fact, it seems I am with child. The knife fell from my fingers to clatter on the plate. You. What? I was the soul of eloquence. Cersei's smile broadened. It seems our rather vigorous adventures in the bedchamber have had a rather predictable result, I'm pregnant. 1,000 thoughts went through my mind, a blur of images and worries, shouts of glee and gibbering terror. But I ignored them all, and swept to my feet, strode around the table, and hauled a startled Cersei to her feet. I grasped her by her tiny waist and with ease lifted her into the air, spinning her about as I found myself laughing and shouting with glee. Finally, I placed her back on the ground, and pulled her in for a far more gentle embrace. Then I pulled back, looking down at her. Oh, 7 hells, I'm a fool. I didn't mean to. She laughed, and slapped my chest. Oh, be still, you. I'm pregnant, not injured or made of Myrish glass. The Grand Maester insists I'm quite healthy, and predicts an easy, smooth pregnancy. In 8 months, we shall be welcoming our first child. Still grinning like a fool, I drew her back into my arms, and our food grew cold on the table. It was later that night, as Cersei lay next to me on the huge, down-filled mattress, that I lay awake, staring up at the canopy above the bed. I never thought to be a father, in either life. Yes, Robert had bastards, but he never really saw them as his, not deep down. But now I was about to become a father, which, in this particular marriage, posed a new set of problems. Is this child truly mine? Will it be born with curly black hair, or strands of gold? And if it is mine, will it live to see its first naming day? Can I trust my own wife not to kill my child? Chapter 4. The celebration that followed the official announcement that the Queen was pregnant was an especially lavish affair. True to my word, I had given Cersei her head, and let her plan and organize the whole thing. The great hall was alive with candles and lamps, the tables groaned under the weight of exotic and elaborate foods, troubadours and musicians played, poets declaimed, and a troupe of actors performed a short selection of traditional Westerland dramatics, which were surprisingly witty and sophisticated. Lords and ladies from across the Crownlands and beyond, from across Westeros and from Essos and beyond, danced and feasted wearing silks and brocades in dozens of styles, from the colorful and elaborate to the simple and elegant. Fun and merriment was interrupted often by toasts and speeches, well-wishing for the health of mother and child, and for the future of the realm. I led Cersei about the dance floor a few times, in such traditional dances and reels that I learned in the area as a squire, but begged out for the more complicated dances favored by the more jaded and decadent nobles of the Crownlands and Westerlands. It was the sort of activity that Cersei loved, the center of attention, bedecked in the most fashionable and expensive of dresses, dancing and socializing and generally rubbing her rank, power, beauty and grace into the faces of those less favored by the seven. Yes, I had married a bitch. I had no illusions. Cersei was greedy, spiteful, jealous, manipulative, arrogant, needy, imperious, self-centered, and not quite as clever as the thought she was, with a fiery temper and a tongue like a razor. Early pregnancy hadn't helped either. She hadn't suffered any serious morning sickness, but her mood swings were growing spectacular. But she was also well educated, charismatic, charming when she wanted to be, had a biting, witty sense of humor, model-level beautiful and screwed like a Playboy bunny on methamphetamines. Seriously, for all that she came from the most repressed part of Westeros, she had a powerful sex drive and a level of enthusiasm that surprised me. Moreover, in her rare vulnerable moments, there was a playful, affectionate side to her that genuinely surprised me, and it shone through more as she began to start to trust me. Watching her laugh as she pirouetted about the great hall, surrounded by courtiers and ladies from across the realm, it was far easier to forgive her less attractive qualities. Sir Barristan moved remarkably silently for a man in plate armor, and I suppressed a jump when he stood next to me and offered a fresh wine goblet. "My thanks, Lord Commander," I said with a grateful smile. The hall was full of people, lit by a multitude of braziers and candles and lamps. Even without my earlier bout of dancing, I was roasting in my doublet. "My duty, Your Grace," the elder knight said with a short bow. Over the last few months we had grown a lot more comfortable around each other. "Forgive me, but I have not yet had a chance to offer my congratulations on your good fortune." I shrugged, gulping down some sweet Dornish red, before handing the rest to a passing servant in Baratheon livery. "I really don't feel like getting drunk tonight, and the servant will probably drink the rest, so it's not going to waste. I'm afraid it is my lady wife who deserves the credit, and the respect. I didn't do anything more than any other husband in the history of mankind." Selmy smiled tightly. "Perhaps. Still, it will be good to have the succession assured. My brothers and I are praying for a healthy boy child to inherit the throne someday." I smiled back. "Please, send my thanks to your brethren, Her Grace, and I appreciate it." That was something of a fib. I'm almost certain that the only thing Cersei worshipped was power, and maybe her father. For me, I was never a believer before I found myself dropped into another man's life, and it's surprisingly difficult to find a church devoted to alien space bats in Westeros. Still, I respected the hell out of Selmy, and I knew him well enough to recognize his well-wishing as genuine. "Speaking of children, perhaps it isn't my place." I frowned, as the chief of my bodyguards looked suddenly uncomfortable. "Sir Barristan, I trust you with my life, that of my wife, and now my unborn child. Your honor and valor is undoubted, the least I can do is listen when you speak." He looked visibly relieved. "Then, as you know, White Sword Tower has more than a few observant people, both within the city and elsewhere." I nodded, and waved for him to continue. The King's Guard was more than just a bunch of guys plated in steel and standing about looking intimidating. They had a small and specialized ring of agents and spies, devoted to ferreting out plots and dangers to the royal family. The Master of Whispers may have more agents and resources to command, but the guard's eyes and ears could be equally effective. Selmy continued. "This morning, I received word from a merchant, recently returned from Bravos. It seems Sir Willem Darry has taken up residence in the city, along with 4 retainers, and 2 children. Children with Targaryen features. The knight braced himself for what he clearly expected to be a violent eruption of rage. Instead, I sighed. I had a feeling that it may be something like that. The Targaryen children had caused me more than one sleepless night. On the one hand, they were a couple of innocent kids, and Daenerys was a sympathetic character, or she would be. True, her brother was a budding psychopath, he'd be about 8 years old, maybe. Even so, my human, modern, Western impulse was to just leave them be. On the other hand, they represented an existential threat to my throne, my family, and my realm. Defeated dynasty or not, they had a blood claim that was stronger than mine, and for too many of the great lords of Westeros, only the blood of the dragon was strong enough to truly rule the 7 kingdoms. As pathetic a figure as the beggar king made in the books and TV show, dreaming of a Westeros eager to submit to his rule, the sad truth was that a lot of really powerful people would welcome a return to Targaryen rule. If Viserys, or even Daenerys, ever launched a counter-rebellion, it would start another round of civil wars, and tens, hundreds of thousands would die, whoever won. Lords would take the opportunity to settle old scores, famine and disease would sweep the land, millions would march to war, all believing that the gods, old or new, marched with them. It would be dark, bloody chaos, and if it came to that, I would almost be willing to bend the knee to prevent that coming to pass. If it was Dany, of course. Piss on Viserys. Sir Willem, you know him well. Barristan nodded. He was the master of arms at the Red Keep when Prince Rhaegar was growing up. There was barely a hitch in the great knight's voice when he named the fallen prince. He is a good man, but a Targaryen loyalist to the bone. He has some experience with the Braavasi court, and he may be trying to drum up support from the Sea Lord. I raised an eyebrow. Is such an effort likely to succeed? I glanced aside at where the leader of the Braavasi delegation stood, dressed in silks and leather, escorted by a pair of Braavasi courtesans and who moved with the easy grace that one could expect from a veteran water dancer. The mustachioed courtier noticed my glance, and executed a bow that contained so much flourish that it was virtually an acrobatic event. I returned a shallow bow, raising a hand slightly in salute, which seemed to satisfy the foreigner. The Lord Commander shook his head. Not likely. The Braavasi may think us barbarians, but we are the only nation that shares their beliefs in regards to slavery. They want us stable, so we can remain good trading partners. Besides, wars are expensive, and uncertain. Bad investments. Truth. Note to self, sound out bravos regarding joint venture in suppressing the slave trade. Well, there is little we can do about them at the moment. If you would, I would appreciate it if you kept an eye on the children and their guardian. Nothing untoward, and certainly nothing hostile. My name isn't Tywin, I said somewhat bitterly. I don't make war on children, no matter their bloodline. Sir Barristan nodded obediently, but I could see the relief in his eyes. Very good, Your Grace. Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, across the hall, my wife was waving at me. My wife has decided to allow me to tread on her toes again. I straightened my doublet and took a deep breath. If I don't survive the night, please think fondly of me. Selmy's smile was razor thin, but his eyes twinkled. Of course, Your Grace. Squaring my shoulders, I strode out onto the dance floor to the polite applause of the crowd and swept Cersei into my arms as the musicians began to play. Some time later that evening, I stepped up onto the dais, below the massive iron throne that dominated the room. The musicians and other entertainers paused, and gradually the crowd quieted down. I apologize for interrupting the revelry, I began in a clear, firm voice, but on this most happy occasion, I bowed towards where Cersei stood fanning herself after a long night of dancing. I would like to say a few words. Firstly, I wish to thank you all for helping Her Grace and myself celebrate the announcement that, in just a few months, the 7 kingdoms of Westeros will have an heir. The hall erupted in applause, and I grinned as Cersei basked in the approval and attention they lavished on her. Eventually, I raised my hands, and the room quieted down again. Secondly, I continued, I would like to make an announcement. Just a few hours ago, while we were having our splendid meal, I was informed that, just a few weeks ago, Prince Doran Martell officially took his oath as Lord Paramount of Dorne and loyal vassal of the throne. Rejoice, for the 7 kingdoms are once more united and whole. This time, the applause was thunderous, and extended. Instead of another round of civil war, the realm was taking another step towards normality and peace. Not that the Martells really like me or anything. Jon's letter was pretty detailed, describing how the new prince, only recently inheriting the position from his mother, had prevaricated and delayed for some weeks after his arrival, with some voices in the court of Sons Pair, particularly the fiery Oberyn, calling for renewing hostilities to punish the Baratheons and Lannisters for the deaths of their royal kin. It was only when Jon presented to the prince a massive bier, held aloft by 8 large men, containing the salted, but recognizable bulk of Gregor Clegane's corpse, followed by the chained, bruised but still living Amory Lorch, that tempers started to cool. Apparently Jon was surprisingly eloquent, laying the blame for the massacre of the princess and her children squarely on the shoulders of the two Lannister knights, while offering our most heartfelt apologies and condolences, as well as those of the Lannister family. Now, it wasn't an unparalleled success. While they appreciated the willingness of the Lannisters to hand over the murderers, well, one murderer and the arrow-riddled, gutted and beheaded corpse of another, for justice, and Jon went into some detail about just how the Dornish executed Lorch. I had some new nightmare fuel. It's not as though all is forgiven and let bygones be bygones. Tensions were still running high, particularly from Oberyn, and it wouldn't be safe for anyone wearing Lannister colors to walk the streets of Sunspear anytime soon. Still, Jon had managed to deflate a lot of stress points, and deflect most of the anger and hatred away from House Baratheon. They're still not thrilled to be ruled by a Stormlander, especially one with a lioness for a wife, but they accept that it's better than being under Tywin's thumb directly, and they know they simply didn't have the strength to fight off 6 other kingdoms. So, they bowed the knee, stiffly, swore the oaths, reluctantly, and agreed to pay their, slightly reduced, taxes, and we were all one big, happy family again. Oh, I knew they were planning and plotting, but I also knew it would take decades for those to come to fruition, and that meant I had time. Time to make some plans of my own. Eventually, I raised my hands again for quiet, and gradually the crowd reduced their noise to a dull roar. So, in honor of this most auspicious evening, I gestured to the side, and Horan, my clerk, led a party of servants in carrying an odd contraption onto the dais. A gift, to my queen, and to this court. A brazier of hot coals, with a pair of arms sticking up, ending in Y shapes. Then they brought in a large bronze sphere, ornately engraved by alternating lions and stags. The sphere had 2 short, bent tubes sticking out at awkward angles. Their hands were padded with cloth, because the metal sphere was already half full of hot water, and the surface was painfully hot to the touch. Gingerly, they placed the sphere onto the stand above the brazier, and stepped back. At a nod from me, Horan used a poker to stir the coals in the brazier, and the flames leapt higher, heating the bronze above. Within the vessel, the water heated quickly, and before long, steam began to rush from the ends of the tubes, and with a growing whistle, to the hushed amazement of the crowd, the sphere began to rotate on its stand. Slowly at first, then quickly picking up speed, the sphere turned on its axis with a hissing, thumping sound, the engravings on the metal blurring as it turned faster and faster. In the crowd, Cersei paused from her fanning to stare in what looked like childlike delight, pressing her hands to her mouth with her eyes almost comically wide. Before long, the surprise wore off, and people started to applaud, calling out their wonder and appreciation for the amazing toy, and before long clapping, shouting and whistling almost drowned out the noise of the device. I think they like it, I murmured to Horan as he hastily bowed again and again to the crowd, even as the toy, my rudimentary copy of Hero's famed Eolipile, started to slow down as the last of its internal supply of water was converted into steam. There were cries of disappointment as it grew quiet and started to slow, but a hurried explanation from the supposed inventor that, if you please, perhaps 10 minutes to ready the device for another demonstration, calmed them down enough so they could entertain themselves by telling each other how impressed they were, and how they desperately wanted one for themselves. The next day I awoke to a thumping sound. I groaned as I rolled over, almost thumping Cersei in the face with my arm as I did so. Okay, I'm up, I moaned, before hauling the covers off and forcing myself to get up. Dragging a rope over my nightshirt, I padded across the rugs and carpets of the royal bedchamber floor towards the door, which I shoved open with a heave. Outside, 2 knights in white armor were holding back an odd-looking figure, and it took me a moment to realize that it was Horan, because his face was blackened, and his eyebrows and much of his hair was missing. What in the 7 hells is going on out here? I bellowed. Apologies, Your Grace, we couldn't stop him before he reached the door, apologized one of the King's Guard, a young fellow with a northern accent whose name I couldn't quite recall at that particular hour in the morning. We'll see him off, and... Your Grace, I did it. I couldn't sleep, so I just kept working, and just a few minutes ago, it worked. It worked. Just like you said. Boom. Horan delightedly slapped his hands together in front of his face, big boom. Before the guards got a better grip on his arms and started to drag him away. Wait. Stop, bring him back. The knights exchanged a confused glance, then obeyed, dumping Horan to stumble to a halt in front of me. I reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Boom. I asked in a hopeful tone. He nodded eagerly. Big boom. Big bloody boom. I cried, and we both burst out into laughter. When Cersei came out, wrapped in a silk robe, she must have thought that her husband and his clerk were both completely mad, dancing a jig and slapping each other on the back and cackling nonsense at each other. What in the name of the gods? I'm trying to sleep, you blasted, overgrown, hairy child. She declared. What in the name of the old gods and the new could possibly be so exciting to get you acting like a couple of Dornish apes? We froze, then looked at each other, then back at the Queen. Boom, we said simultaneously, then both burst into another round of giggles. Explaining that event to Cersei took a bit of doing. Second month, 284 AC. It was 6 months since the day of my wedding, and 2 since the announcement of my wife's pregnancy. I sometimes had to remind myself of that. I was deeply immersed in not only my pet projects, but the everyday running of the realm, dealing with foreign ambassadors, rivalries between lords, ruling on court cases. Seriously, I spent 6 hours one day deep in conference with Lord Swan, my master of laws, and Jon Arryn over the grazing rights for the villages around Roshby, to the north and east of King's Landing, before delivering my verdict. The case itself had been in progress since before the rebellion. This stuff was important to people. Lives and livelihoods depended on getting it right, and I sometimes had to just make the best decision I could with the information I had available. I hoped I made the right decision more than the alternative. Still, I did manage to tick a few items off my list of things to do to improve the future of the realm. Your brothers do marvelous work, I congratulated Septon Jaehaerys as I leant over the shoulder of the godsworn in front of me. The young monk paused, pen in hand, looking back over at me with a look of concern on his face, before I smiled and gently patted him on the shoulder. He timidly smiled back, and returned to carefully, slowly, transcribing the ancient words onto the large, open book that rested on the easel in front of him. The language was the common tongue of Westeros, basically, but an archaic form that I had to work to understand clearly. The maid brought him forth a girl as supple as a willow with eyes like deep blue pools, and Huger declared that he would have her as his bride. So the mother made her fertile, and the crone foretold that she would bear the king 40 mighty sons. The warrior gave strength to their arms, whilst the smith wrought for each a suit of iron plates. Robert had learned some of the seven-pointed star growing up, but had never paid all that much attention, except for the more exciting parts of the Book of the Warrior, and the lustier parts of the Book of the Maiden. Seriously, Solomon could have learned a few pointers from the ancient Andals to add to his poetry. Taking the time to read it myself in my rare spare moments had been interesting. It was actually fairly sophisticated, and a lot seemed to combine the history of the Old Testament, the morality of the New Testament, with the adventure of the Norse Eddas. Considering that I was supposed to rule millions, most of whom believed in the 7 faces of the One, I reasoned that I should at least be familiar with their faith beyond the vague details your average worshipper picked up. Jaehaerys bowed his head, his hands folded into his robe as he accepted my praise. We work hard, to preserve and spread the word of the gods to the people of the realm, he said with obvious pleasure. The tour of the Septry had gone well, but this was one of the proudest aspects of the facility, the well-lit but crowded hall where Septons crouched over laboriously hand-copying the 7-pointed star, one painstaking letter at a time. The work is hard, but rewarding, for we create not only vessels for the spreading of the word, but works of art, as pleasing to the eye as to the soul. He raised a hand to indicate another Septon, who was carefully illuminating elaborate scroll work around the first letter of a page. It must take a long time to produce such a thing, I suggested, genuinely admiring the artistry. Indeed, agreed the Septon, hours for each page, and longer for the illustrations. And a single moment of distraction, of loss of concentration, and it may all be ruined. I straightened up. Then I shall stop interrupting your brothers in their labors at once. I would hate to interrupt your fine work. Not at all, your grace. A moment. He raised his hands and clapped them twice. With a rustle of robes and clattering of instruments, the 24 Septons ceased their work, rose to their feet, and bowed to me. Feeling embarrassed, I bowed back, genuinely impressed. It was one thing to read about medieval monks working to hand copy the Bible, it was another to see such a task being performed in front of my eyes. A short time later, the Septon escorted myself and my white-clad guardsmen into the dining hall, to finish off the tour. As I said, Holiness, very impressive. How many books does the Septry produce each year, may I ask? The elder priest shook his head. Not enough, your grace. The books we create are sent out to the larger seps around the kingdoms, and to those lords, merchants and other worthies who desire them, but the labor is hard and long, and so we must, reluctantly, demand a high price in return. The income helps support both the Septry and our efforts to help the poor, here in King's Landing and the surrounding lands, but I'm afraid that more lords have been spending their coin on swords, horses and supplies than on books in recent years. Many have cancelled their orders, explaining that they simply could not afford to pay. A terrible state of affairs, Holiness, and I thank you, honestly, for not pointing out my share of the blame for that, I said with a smile. As the priest spluttered out denials of thinking any such thing, I signaled for one of my king's guard to pick up from the nearby table a bundle of papers wrapped in string. So, in partial recompense, I have a gift. Please, accept this with my compliments. The older man frowned in puzzlement, before taking the offered pages. Carefully untying the strings, his frown turned into a smile of pleasure as he found his eyes flowing over familiar words. Your grace, this is... His smile turned into a frown. This is the book of the father, the first chapters, but the lettering. He looked up at me. Your Grace, I have never seen such perfect lettering. Each symbol is identical to each other representing the same letter or numeral, and the punctuation is. He lifted the page, to study the next. True, the lettering itself is plain, almost simplistic, but there is an imperfection in the letter J, and it occurs in every single iteration of that letter. He looked up at me in confusion. How in the name of the gods did someone write such a text, in such a manner? It must have been the labor of months, years. Days, I said simply, and the priest spluttered in surprise and disbelief. Impossible, it would take. Holiness, have you ever pressed a seal into hot wax? Jaehaerys frowned at the non sequitur. Why, of course I have, but... And each time you press down the seal, is not the impression identical? He blinked. Well, of course. But what does that have to do with? I pulled a small item from my belt pouch, and held it out to him. He gingerly took it from me, and rolled it around in his fingers, holding it up to the light to see it better. What you hold in your hands is, essentially, a seal of the letter A, the first in our alphabet, which we share with the Valyrians. Many more like this one are fixed into a frame, forming, in reverse, the words we wish to create. But instead of impressing them into wax, we roll ink directly onto the letters, then press the whole frame against a page, as though with one giant seal. Soon after, the page is removed, ink is reapplied, and a new page is pressed. Before long, we have 10 copies of the page, all completely identical. Then the letters are removed from the frame, and replaced with more, spelling out the words of the next page. The Septon looked up at me with curious eyes, his mind clearly working on the implications. I have 5 of these devices, inspired by a tool the vintners of Arbor use to press the juice from their grapes. Each of these presses can produce up to 100 pages each hour, except for the time it takes to reset the letters. I raised a hand to indicate the table, which held 9 other identical bundles. My gift to you is a few days' production from my presses, 10 complete copies of the 7-pointed star, ready to be bound and presented to their new owners. Perhaps not as beautiful as your masterpieces, but are the words less lovely when the lettering is plain? Suddenly a look of horror passed over his face. So fast, no, my brothers cannot possibly match such a pace. Even if we stopped illuminating so extensively, even if we worked day and night, your presses could finish a dozen manuscripts to each of those we finish. You could sell more copies, and faster, than any septry. He straightened his back. I am afraid, Your Grace, he said in a calm, dignified tone, that you have destroyed my brother's livelihood, for who would pay for one of our tomes when they could purchase a cheaper version? I admired his simple dignity, even as his world crumbled around him. And yet, I said softly, arranging the letters takes time, effort, and precision. It is not an easy task. It has taken months to train my workers to the point where they can produce this level of accuracy, and even now there are errors. I reached over and lifted several sheafs of paper until I came across one that had several marks in red ink, indicating printing mistakes. For most books, such errors would be insignificant, but for a book this important. I shook my head. No, Holiness, I cannot leave the production of our holy book in the hands of common laborers. What I propose is this: my workers are finishing off the last of 5 new presses, and the letters, numbers, symbols, and various tools that go with them. I would donate them to your septry, and have my men train your brothers in their use. With their eye for detail and their familiarity with the work, they could quickly master the techniques of the press, and begin to produce more copies of the holy texts than ever before. Well-made, accurate books, affordable to lord, knight, small folk and merchant alike, so that the words of our gods reach every corner of our realm and beyond. Oh, there will still be demand for your handwritten versions. I intend to purchase 7 copies myself, to send to each of the major septs in each of the kingdoms. Even the small chapel Lord Eddard is having constructed in Winterfell for his southern bride, your most elaborate and beautiful works, for which I will pay handsomely. But if you master the art of the press quickly and well, then all the realm will know that the finest, most affordable and most reliable copies of the 7-pointed star come from the presses of Jaehaerys septry, as well as the most extravagant and beautiful. Oh, it wasn't that simple, and it took hours of discussion, explanations, demonstrations, and negotiations, but I left that afternoon able to tick an item off my list. My goal was not religious indoctrination, although a buffer against the wiles of the charismatic, tricky priests of the Red God was always a good thing. I certainly didn't want Arhiller's shadowy reach to dig its claws into my kingdoms. No, my goal was simple literacy. With copies of the 7-pointed star available at prices ordinary folk could afford, people who couldn't read would learn in order to understand them. Those who could already read would use it to teach others. I already had 2 chambers set aside in the Red Keep for the instruction of the children of those who lived there, and the nearby corridors echoed daily with the chanting of young nobles and children of servants as they mastered basic literacy and numeracy, geography, and history. It would be decades before I would be able to build up the necessary infrastructure for real universities, centers of learning and wisdom, but slowly, painfully slowly, the seeds I was in the midst of planting would grow. Not bad for a day's work, I said happily to myself as I swung myself into the saddle, urging my horse through the gate and into the crowded streets of the city, followed closely by the armored figures of my king's guard. Not bad at all. Third month, 284 AC. The tourney fields outside King's Landing were vast, a huge expanse of cleared, flat land, pounded by generations of horses' hooves. On rainy days, it often devolved into a quagmire of mud, but today the sun was shining, and since it had been some time since the lists were last put into use, the dirt was hard enough that the tramping of over 3,600 boots could be heard clearly from my position on the platform. Standing ahead of his troops, Sir Valon Tyrak, Master of Arms and General of the Royal Army, kept his back rigid as his men drilled in front of us. I could feel his pride, without having to see his face. The force in front of me had come a long way since that first parade months before, both in professionalism and equipment. Over many long conversations, Sir Valon and I had decided to organize the realm's new army around a basic unit, specifically a block of either pike or archers. Each block consisted of 40 soldiers, including a sergeant and a corporal. 2 blocks of pike and 1 of missile troops formed a maniple of 120, including a lieutenant and a senior sergeant. 5 maniples, or just over 600 men, formed a cohort, led by a captain. Before me stood 3 fully formed cohorts, fully armed and armored, over 1,200 pike and 600 archers, of whom 2/3 were armed with crossbows. Each was well shod in decent boots, and simple but well-made clothes in a forest green. True, there were lords in the realm who could call larger bodies of men to arms in their own livery, but few would bother to do more than issue badges for the men to sew onto their tunics or cloaks. Perhaps the household troops would have tabards embroidered with their lord's sigil, dyed in his colors, but very few would put such effort into clothing, arming and armoring their soldiers. The new mills that were operating in Hayford, up the Blackwater Rush, were starting to produce. Donal Noy recently reported that with the switch to overshot wheels to force the bellows and furnaces fueled by a nearby seam of coal rather than charcoal, our new blast furnaces were smelting iron faster and better than anyone could have imagined. More, as the workers mastered their new tools, production was increasing, to the extent that the price of iron in King's Landing was starting to depreciate. Unfortunately, his foundries were as yet incapable of turning out large quantities of steel breastplates to armor my forces with. Instead, we had settled on coats of plate, overlapping pieces of steel sewn onto the inside of leather coats. A compromise between protection, weight, and cost, it nevertheless was a vast improvement over the cheaper harness many sellswords wore to battle. Pauldrons on the shoulders added to the protection, as well as a helm in the Stormlander style, open-faced but with cheek guards and a brim to help shield the soldier's face from sun, rain, and falling arrows. Those soldiers who owned better gear still wore their tack, sometimes with the plates worn over the top of mail, but for the most part were satisfied with their king's largesse. 2/3 of the soldiers carried 4-meter pikes, with the remainder carrying either crossbows or longbows, but all wore at their waist a short, heavy sword, suited for both stabbing and chopping, perfect for close and work. True, I had been somewhat biased in favor of the Gladius Hispaniensis, but the short sword was well known in Westeros, if somewhat out of favor amongst the nobility, who preferred longer weapons that could be more effective from horseback. For infantry, Sir Valon agreed, the blade was well suited. Parade! Bellowed Valon, and the call was taken up by officers and sergeants, who called out in turn, cohort. Maniple. Block. Stand it, attention. Again the call was echoed, and pikes were raised from shoulders to slam their butts into the ground, and crossbows and bows were held across bodies in readiness. Sir Valon cast a critical eye over the soldiers, but nodded, and turned to face the platform where I and my party sat. Your Grace, he called, bowing his head as he doffed his helm, somewhat more ornate than those worn by his subordinates. May I present the first, second, and third cohorts of the Royal Army of Westeros? I sat for a moment, then stood up. Seated on my right, Cersei followed suit. This had been the cause of a substantial argument the night before. I simply do not see how it could possibly matter if I attend your silly little parade or not. You are pouring gold and prestige into that little band of sellswords, hedge knights and cutthroats, there is no need to make such a fuss about them, as if they were your sworn bannermen. Cersei poured herself another goblet of wine, before turning back to me, green eyes on fire. She had planned to spend the day with her handmaidens, listening to a series of minstrels who were competing for an award or some such. Note: invest in a songwriter to tell the correct version of the history of the rebellion. History is best told to a catchy tune. It is for that very reason I have to make a fuss, I instructed Cersei, reining in Robert's still considerable temper. I indicated the chair across the table from me, and Cersei hesitated, but stopped pacing and flounced into the seat. These men are not bound by oaths of loyalty, generations of duty, bonds of fealty or honor. They are free men, who have chosen to serve in the royal army. But if that's all they are, men who fight for pay, then there's nothing keeping them loyal to the throne. So, since we can't rely on old traditions and bonds to keep them loyal, we have to forge new ones. These men have been through some of the most grueling and difficult training ever seen on this side of the narrow sea. They have survived, and thrived, under conditions that would, and did, break lesser men. They're proud men, and rightly so, toughened and disciplined, but left by itself that pride could tear them away from us. So we need to bind them to the throne, weld them to us like iron. We do this by ritual, by ceremony, by symbols. Symbols like this parade. It wasn't that simple, of course. Part of training was indoctrination, breaking down the trainee and building them into the soldier you wanted. It was a neat bit of brainwashing that has been key to every successful army since the Greeks first mastered the phalanx. Subsuming the individual into the group, creating a whole that was greater than the sum of the individuals. The chants and songs they called out while marching, the uniforms and badges they wore, the insults and praise from their trainers, even the fact that they all received basic short back and sides haircuts upon beginning basic training factored into making warriors into soldiers. But this is the most important step. I mused as the captain of the first marched up to the steps of the platform, helm and boots polished to mirror sheens. They have pride, I need to weld that pride to the throne. The officer saluted fist to chest, bowing at the waist. Your Grace. I stood, and walked to the front of the platform. Captain Boren, I intoned, loud enough to carry. Sir Valen speaks well of you, and of your men. You, and they, have worked hard, and have earned their place in this, the Royal Army. As one, the first raised their fists into the air and cried out, Warriors! The first. Cold steel. In recognition of their efforts, I continued, signaling to one side, I, Robert Baratheon, first of my name, King of the Andals, the Royner, and the First Men, do officially declare that the first cohort is hereby commissioned into the service of the realm. A servant approached, carrying a long staff, tipped by a beautifully sculpted griffin, gilt blazing in the sun. Beneath the beast was a neat plaque that read, First Cohort. Accepting the standard from the servant, I held it up for all to see. Cersei stood next to me, draped in silk and gold, her crown bejeweled and stunningly intricate, her hair bound in a braid that lay artfully across her shoulder. Let this standard guide you in battle, she intoned, there was nothing of the dismissive woman of the night before. If nothing else, my wife knew how to put on a good show. If anything, the slight curve of her pregnancy only added to her dignity and beauty. Let the sight of it give you strength in dark times, and may it always bring you safely home. I lowered the standard, and together we held the staff, as though giving our royal blessing to it. Then I let go, nodding, and Cersei stepped forward, placing the standard into the waiting hands of Captain Boren, who bowed deeply in response, clutching the staff tightly. I, and my men, are deeply honored, Your Grace, he bowed to each of us. Stepping back, he turned, and raised the staff as if in triumph. The cohort burst into cheers, and the captain rejoined his unit. After a few moments, the officer commanding the second marched towards the platform. Your Grace, he greeted with a clipped, Westerland's accent. I smiled. Captain Roderick, I called out, beginning the ceremony again, word of your skills and that of your men have reached my ears. Third month, 284 AC. Your Grace? If you have a moment. I looked up from the table where I, the masters of coin and works and my inventive clerk Horan were studying the results of Horan's latest invention, the horse-drawn harvester. We should be able to triple the number of acres reaped next harvest, between this and the new plows. Lord Estermont is starting to look a little green, with the number of gold dragons I'm pouring into agriculture, but we'll get it back. Before long, the Crownlands will be as large an exporter of grain as the Reach, and better situated to sell to the free cities. Excuse me, my lords, I said politely, but keeping a hint of relief and eagerness to get away in my voice, to keep up the fiction that I despised counting coppers and skull sweat. I then walked across the chamber to meet the Master of Whispers. The eunuch stood with a supercilious smile on his broad face, his bald skull glimmering in summer sweat. I am terribly sorry to drag you away from the riveting affairs of state, Your Grace, he began, but I cut him off. Bah, I was getting sick of Horan's yammering about yields and manpower and surpluses. Honestly, I've got better things to do. Varys folded his hands into his robe as I accepted a goblet of wine from a servant and took a loud gulp that barely wet my tongue. Indeed, Your Grace, you have been extremely busy of late, he said in a conspiratorial tone. I must say, I am impressed by your plans. A sudden chill ran down my spine as I fought to keep a look of horror from my face. I'm a bloody king, Varys, I haven't got time for plans, that's what those fellows over there are for, I hedged, my mind whirring as I tried to work out just how much Varys knew. Ah, but Your Grace is too modest. At first I was confused by your meetings with the masters Laren and Naren, but it makes perfect sense, and most inspired. My blood went cold as he named the two most experienced and skilled bell founders in King's Landing, masters in pouring bronze in large quantities. I had thought our meetings were kept in confidence, but it seems the spider lives up to his reputation. Yes, Varys continued, a set of bronze columns and statues to line the Great Hall, to replace the Targaryen's dragon skulls. It is, of course, completely natural for a new sovereign to want to put his stamp on the realm, as it were, and I must say, he added with a superior smile, your grace shows tremendous taste and vision. I am sure this will mark the capital for centuries to come. I suppressed the urge to sigh in relief, the cover stories holding. He was guessing. He saw the bronze masters, added 2 and 2 and got pineapple. I reached out and wrapped an arm around Varys' shoulders and leaned in, smiling. I'm sure I can count on your confidence, I said gruffly, the wife, you know. I wanted to do something special, spiff the place up a bit. I shall be as silent as the grave, assured Varys in his typical overdramatic fashion. I am sure her grace will appreciate your efforts to make this castle as home-like as possible. And you can believe as much of that as you like, I mused. There was one small matter that I wished to mention. It's barely worth bothering about, but it seems there is a little trouble brewing in Missborough, along the upper Blackwater. Apparently some tax collectors were roughed up and run rather brutally out of town. It happens on occasion, particularly during times of uncertainty, but it usually dies down fairly quickly, once tempers ease. I frowned, and glanced over to a nearby wall, where a tapestry map of the Crownlands hung. I stalked over, and ran my hand along the threads. Missborough, that's House Cressy, right? Lord Alan, banner to Lord Denleythorne, I recited, remembering Cersei's lessons. Precisely so, your grace. Nevertheless, it is a trifling matter, after all, we can always find more tax collectors. The eunuch bowed himself out of the council chamber. I hope your ride east was a pleasant one, my lord, I queried the older knight walking next to me. Thank you, your grace, he nodded gratefully. Slightly taller than me, his dark red hair was worn long, brushing the shoulders of his leather scale and chain armor. And it's been good to see Lisa again. Of course. I'm sure you have been a great comfort to her these last few days, what with Lord Arryn traveling for the crown, I continued, ignoring the fact that I knew that Lisa was happier than anyone that Jon was far away. Still, I have heard that you plan to travel to the Eyrie, to take up service there. Due to a long-standing fight with his elder brother, Sir Brynden Tully had left Riverrun, and wound up at King's Landing. I knew that in the original timeline, he would have served for years in the Vale, before being named Knight of the Gate, a position of immense honor and responsibility. I'm a knight, and my lord no longer requires my service, he responded gruffly. I intend to seek out another, and since my niece has found a life among the mountains, I may as well follow her. Nope, not happening. I'm not going to let a capable, smart, veteran soldier and leader waste away chasing hillfolk and standing at ceremonial posts. Laudable, Sir Brynden, but I was hoping to offer you a post myself. He frowned. Forgive me, your grace, but I would think that you had a great many knights at your beck and call. Ah, but relatively few knights who fought in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, are as comfortable scouting through woods as they are at the list, can fight on foot, on horseback or on water, or who grew up with the Lord of the Riverlands. Your grace, you know that my brother. I held up a hand, as I paused our walk through the corridors of the Red Keep. Forgive me, Sir Brynden, I do not wish to bring up a painful subject. But you have experience in leadership, both on the battlefield and in the hall, know how to deal with fractious subordinates and troublesome bannermen. More, you are known far and wide as a man of honor and duty, I specifically used 2 of his house's words. I won't mince words, Sir Brynden, because I don't have the time or the patience. I had hoped to place my brother Stannis as Lord of Dragonstone, but he wanted Storm's End, and rightly so. But I need someone to rule that ugly, wet rock, someone to remind the loyalist scum still living there that there's a new dynasty on the throne. So I'm naming my younger brother Renly Lord of Dragonstone, and I want you as his regent, until he comes of age. The Riverlander knight blinked. Your grace. I did not expect such an honor. Honor? Bah. It's hard work I'm offering, on a nasty little island, surrounded by nobles who want you dead, looking after my wimp of a little brother. I'll need you to stamp down on any reactionary forces on Dragonstone or Driftmark, repair the damage from the war, get the docks and customs up to snuff, coordinate with the master of ships to reorganize the Royal Navy, all the while keeping Renly alive, and hopefully turning him into something of a useful member of the nobility. It'll be long hours, probably more talking than fighting, and the architecture will likely drive you to drink if you don't go mad first. But you will have my full support, authority to act in my name, whatever you need to get the job done. And once Renly comes of age, I'll give you any post in the realm you want, up to and including a place in the King's Guard or at the small council. Brynden frowned, considering. This is, quite unexpected, your grace. And again, I must wonder, why of all the knights and noblemen in the realm do you offer this position to me? I smiled. Fighters and intriguers I have aplenty, but men I can trust? Your reputation is sterling, your talents are obvious, and your nieces are married to the two men I trust most in this or any other world. I placed a hand on his shoulder. I won't force this on you, you'd be no use to me if you're not willing. But you'd be damned good at it. I slapped his shoulder. All right, enough business. Take a few days and think it over, in the meantime, my belly reckons it's time for lunch. You asked after my wife, Catelyn is well, and thanks you for your interest. Despite her assurances, I fear she finds the north harsh and bleak, far from the gentle rivers and fertile fields of the riverlands. Still, she has fallen in love with our blue roses, and I am in the midst of constructing a conservatory here at Winterfell, paned by glass from Myr, to house and protect a greater variety of plants and herbs, to make her feel more at home. We grow more comfortable with each other, and perhaps someday will grow to love each other in truth. Your namesake is growing like a weed, and my John is welded to his side. They are at an age where matters of blood and legitimacy mean less than colorful stones or scampering underfoot during meals. I can only hope they remain close as they grow, for Robb may one day need a trusted arm at his side. When first I received your letter, I feared for what it may contain, but as I read your words, I was relieved, and joyfully so. For some time I have feared that the injuries we inflicted upon one another in King's Landing by words born of grief and fury were mortal, if only to the affection we have long shared, yet now I find myself once again at ease. I know where we stand, you and I, my comrade, my friend, my brother, my king. I remain, in service and in friendship, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Lord Paramount and Warden of the North. I placed the heavy sheath of papers down on the table and sighed, idly sipping at my wine cup. When the courier had arrived carrying correspondence from Winterfell, I too had been apprehensive, had tempers had enough time to cool, or would the quiet wolf still be aggrieved from the earlier argument? So I was greatly relieved when I read Ned's letter, full of the calm, confident young noble I remembered growing up beside, under Jon Arryn's firm hand. More than a simple letter, it was also a report on the status of the North, full of tidbits of news and gossip, an account of taxes raised, funds spent, stores gathered, and raids fought off. He told of his brother talking about taking the Black, now that Winterfell had an heir, but confessed his desire for Benyon to remain. He talked about how his nobles reacted to his southern wife, and his own qualms about marrying his murdered brother's betrothed. It was a window into the single largest part of my realm, and, disorganized as it was incredibly valuable to my understanding of the state of affairs in the kingdoms of Westeros. I'm going to need to start a doomsday book of sorts, get reports from the various major lords, counting their castles, towns, villages, farms, the number of small folk and those able to be called up for service, resources and exports and needs, roads and canals and... I rubbed my temple in frustration. There was so much to do, so much to be done, and so much I had not the faintest clue as to how to go about it. Oh, the simple things came easy, black powder, crop rotations, blast furnaces, sawmills, basic chemistry, physics, a history of Lego construction and a fondness for history got me that far. But power looms, steam engines, sailing ships and managing an economy? I was in so far over my head, it was all I could do to not sink any further. Yes, I had some good subordinates, smart and capable and devoted, but others, some I thought were planning my death. Others, I knew were. Varys with his long-term plans and Pycelle, the Lannister loyalist with access to who knows how many poisons. It was nice to know that at least one thing could be counted on, Eddard Stark's stubborn loyalty and honor. I just hope that honor of his doesn't get him killed this time. My musings were interrupted by a hurried knock on the door to my chambers. I frowned, but placed my papers down as Sir Barristan entered, hand on the hilt of his longsword. Forgive the interruption, Your Grace, but there has been an incident. The older knight's expression was almost always serious, but today he seemed strained. What? Incident? Come on man, don't mince words, what's happened? He straightened his back. There's a fire, Your Grace, in one of the neighborhoods northeast of the Dragon Pit. We don't know how it got started, but it's spreading, and, the flames are green, Your Grace. I froze, and felt like hammering my forehead against my desk repeatedly. Pig shit, I snarled, and stood up, reaching for my boots. God's damned pig shit. Chapter 5, I stomped into the small council chamber, feeling exhausted, thirsty, and feeling like I'd been chain smoking for weeks. For 3 days and nights, elements of the Gold Cloaks, city workers, Kingsguard, and a myriad civilian volunteers had fought the blaze that had threatened to engulf the city. Entire neighborhoods had disappeared in a fury of green flames as wildfire consumed everything in its path. Even later, once all the alchemical substance had burned itself out, the more mundane fires continued. The only real option was containment. My crews had demolished houses, threw up fire breaks, did everything we could to starve the fire of fuel. 3 times the fire changed direction, and leapt past our defenses, and 3 times we extended the perimeter. I was amongst them for much of the emergency, swinging my hammer alongside work crews, smashing stone walls and helping to haul heaps of dirt and rubble. My clothes, hair, and skin were scorched by embers and cinders, and I really wanted a bath, a drink, and to curl up in bed with my wife. Instead, I drove myself to confront the group standing about, centered around an old man in robes kneeling on the floor, a naked sword placed against his neck. Please, I have done nothing. This was not the doing of my order. The substance, it burns, yes, devours all, but it was not we who unleashed it. We did not, he cut off as Sir Jaime pressed the edge of his blade closer against his flesh, but all looked my way as my boots stomped against the marble flagstones. Sir Jaime, let him stand, I said seriously, and after a moment's hesitation, the Lannister King's guard removed his sword and yanked the cowering pyromancer to his feet, but kept his blade in his fist. Lord Cowan, the Master of Works, seemed to have aged 10 years over the last few days, stood with the rest of the small council, several members of the King's Guard, and other notables. Your Grace, there can be no doubt that our city was attacked by wildfire, which can only be produced by this creature's minions. Clearly, Targaryen loyalist sabotage, we all know how those lunatics fawned over the alchemists. I shook my head as I approached. Targaryen sabotage, yes, but not at this man's command. Tell me, where did the fire start? The Elder Lord blinked. I believe it was in the Street of Follies, Your Grace. And did you have work crews there on the day this all began? I believe so, Your Grace. Demolishing several houses, to make way for part of the new aqueduct network. I nodded. I believe that when our workers started to demolish one of those buildings, they disturbed something that had laid dormant since before the sack. I noted, out of the corner of my eye, the blood drain from Jaime's face. I have learned, from several sources, that the Mad King had planned to set King's Landing ablaze, by placing caches of wildfire in key areas, in order to ensure that the capital never fell into the hands of his enemies. Doubtless, he also planned to arise from the resulting ashes reborn as a mighty dragon, his branch of the family often had such fantasies. I pierced the shaking pyromancer with a gaze. Wisdom, you were aware of this. He visibly struggled to compose himself. Lord, Barristan cuffed him about the head. Your Grace, you speak to the king, not some minor lordling. Mercy, Your Grace, please. I gestured for him to continue. Old king, he demanded many jars of the substance, many. My order worked day and night, working our mysteries and magics, for the substance flows so slowly, so dangerously. Hundreds of jars, yes, we produced for him. And placed them about the city, said Jaime softly, finding his voice. In empty houses, warehouses, basements, and attics, yes. At the king's command, the old king, please, Your Grace. It was not the business of the order to question his commands, all we do is produce the substance, what the king decides to do with it, it is beyond us. Jaime's sword was suddenly again at the robed man's throat. How many are dead? Hundreds? Thousands? More? Many thousands more burned and homeless, the city clogged with smoke and the dead. I raised my hand in command. Sir Jaime, stay your blade for now. Reluctantly, the king's guard sheathed his sword, and bowed to me. Your Grace, I take full responsibility for this tragedy. I thought this threat to be long past. I shook my head. No, Sir Jaime, it is my fault. When we spoke about this matter, when you told me how you stopped the Mad King's plot to murder this city, I should have immediately moved to secure the wildfire caches. Unfortunately, I was too busy being pleased with myself over other matters. Sir Barristan stared at his subordinate. Sir Jaime, is this true? The pyromancer interrupted. It is. He slew the head of my order, murdered, right in the Great Hall, alongside his king. King Slayer, and Wisdom Murderer. Better to call him Tyrant Spain, I interjected, for he saved King's Landing from a holocaust that would have dwarfed these last few days, slaying 500,000 of our folk, and leaving the capital ruined for decades to come. Sir Barristan, I softened my voice, this is why I asked Sir Jaime to remain, why I dismissed any suggestion of sending him to the wall. He served his realm, his city, and his king by releasing the latter from his madness. I would not have him further dishonored. The older knight straightened up, hand on sword hilt. Indeed, Your Grace, it shall be so. His eyes glanced over at Jaime, and I could see a hint of compassion and respect in his gaze, and Jaime fought off a blush of embarrassment, which reminded me just how young the Lannister was. In any case, I continued, this tragedy could have been avoided, but for my own forgetfulness and arrogance. Therefore, we must work to ensure that it is not repeated. Sir Jaime. He straightened up at my bark. You will take this, alchemist, and find those other members of his order who know where the other wildfire caches are. You will then, along with some of Lord Cowan's steadier hands, remove them from the city. Until this task is done, I would ask that Lord Commander Barristan excuse you from your other duties. Barristan bowed in acquiescence. Lord Cowan, I want a survey of the damage. Ensure that all the fires are put out. Establish some emergency shelters for the homeless. I'm sure there are some empty warehouses or homes of fled loyalists that can be turned to such use. The sad thing was, events like this tended to be to the long-term benefit of a city. The fire had ripped through a large section of the city, but thankfully most of it had been lightly inhabited. Many large buildings had been mansions of merchants or lords who had fled due to Targaryen loyalties, or were the workshops and storehouses that had supported those mansions. Yes, many more were overcrowded tenements, whorehouses, and shops, but, when looked at in a cold-blooded manner, that was also to the good. Thousands were now looking for work, and would get snapped up by the navy, the army, the city work crews or the roadwork gangs. Even better, the mire and tangle of those streets were reduced to rubble, making it easier to renovate them into the new style of the capital, with wider streets, buried sewers, and better designed rows of homes for the city's poorer residents. It physically hurts that I have to think in such terms. It sucks to be the king. If there is nothing else. Heads were shaken, and I sighed. Right, then I'm for a meal, a bath, and bed. The rest of you, don't you have a kingdom to run? Get going. I stomped off, followed closely by my ever-present escort of knights. May the old gods and the new stand as my witness, but it sucks to be the bloody king. 4th month, 284 AC. He weren't all that happy about it, your grace, but he's less happy about the prospect of not getting paid, so there you go, came the almost musical flea-bottom accent of Sir Davos as he stood at the small council table. Only Stannis and Lord Estermont were present, but the former smuggler still looked somewhat uneasy in his fine tunic and breeches, a long sword by his side instead of a cutlass or heavy knife. Master Dobrek says it'll be at least 2 months before the Wind Sister is ready to be floated again, once they're done with the modifications, and another month before she'll sail, if she don't sink, begging your pardon, he finished. One thing I loved about Sir Davos was that he hadn't changed so much from the bluff, hard-working smuggler he began as. My brother's de facto aide-de-camp continued to provide honest, loyal service, and despite some of the lords and knights of the keep looked askance at this low-born upstart, he was far too useful to dismiss. One wonders just how much money your grace intends to invest into this project, asked the master of coin carefully, not wanting to cause offense, but intending to discharge his duty. It was understandable, I had started a dozen different projects, many of them costing the treasury greatly, and few were showing any sign of return. Give it time, and they'll all pay off, but I need that time. Peace, my lord, this is but a minor trial. It may prove worthless in time, but I think it promising, when combined with some other projects my loyal and clever Horan has come up with. Now, Sir Davos, how are you finding the north-pointing needle? Here he smiled. Well, it works just fine on land, turn it this way or that, shake it about, and it always points northwards. He shook his head. Bloody marvel, begging your grace's pardon. Still, I'd like to see just how well it works out of sight of land, and that's a fact. It's one thing for the needle to know which way is up in harbor, and another to know which way out to sea, if you get my meaning. Your grace, he hastily concluded, remembering his manners before Stannis could correct him. With the compass to know which way is north, day or night, in the worst of storms or fog, my ships can now sail further out to sea, being more confident in their course, able to avoid waters infested by pirates, and with far less danger of being thrown against hostile shores by rough weather. Now, if only I actually knew how to build a sextant, or even how to use one, I could completely revolutionize the way Westerosi captains navigate. The cruelest part of being me is that there is so much I know about, but have no idea how to put into use, that could do so much. In many ways, I wish I knew less, so I were not so tormented by how much I do not know. I shook my head, casting aside that train of thought. Hells, I can remember a time or two I got lost hunting in the Vale, so fucking overcast, it was damned hard to find your way without sun or stars to guide. I smiled. Actually, bloody good idea, have Horan make up a smaller version for army officers. Say, about palm size, I gestured with my large hands. Add a metal covering to protect the crystal, and even most knights would have trouble breaking the damned thing. Very good, your grace, muttered Lord Estermont, marking a note on a spare piece of parchment with a quill. Anyway, good work all around, Davos. When Wind Sister is ready to go to sea, I want you at her helm. Other than that, I release you to Lord Stannis' tender mercies, I nodded to my brother. As Sir Davos made his bows and escaped, I yanked at my tunic in preparation to stand. So, if there is nothing else. A throat cleared from the doorway, and I looked up to see Sir Moraz, one of the newer King's Guard. The kid was barely 18, at least 4 years younger than myself, and had a mop of muddy brown hair. Your Grace? Lord Alistair Florent. Ah, good, one more for the day, I waved for the Lord to be admitted. Alistair Florent was already elderly, tall, and silver-haired with a long, trimmed beard and mustache, but his slender form maintained a hint of the champion juicer and swordsman he once was. Wearing a silk tabard emblazoned with his house sigil of a red gold fox's head encircled by lapis lazuli flowers, he walked into the small council chamber supported slightly by the young woman on his arm. "Lord Alistair," I said warmly, standing, waving for him not to bother bowing. "Forget that, man, have a seat." Mora's, a seat for Lord Alistair and his lady. As a chair was arranged, I mentally reviewed all that I knew about Alistair, both from my otherworldly knowledge, and this life study. His house were technically bannermen to the Reach, but boasted a stronger claim to Highgarden, and had pledged themselves to the Baratheon cause during the rebellion, even though the Tyrells had marched for the Mad King. After everyone was seated and wine offered and accepted, I insisted that Alistair introduce his companion. "Ah, of course. Your Grace, may I present my niece, Lady Delena." The old lord's voice was somewhat reedy, but still strong, and the intelligence and ambition had not faded from his eyes. That name hit me like a thunderbolt. I knew that, in the previous timeline, the timeline that would have led to a headless Ned Stark, a bastard on the throne, and a continent bathed in blood, Delena Florent had borne a Baratheon bastard named Edric Storm. In another life, I would have bedded this girl while her cousin Celis married Stannis, gotten her pregnant, and ruined her reputation and chances for good marriage, all without a moment's hesitation, regret or second thought. Objectively, I could see why my other self had been attracted to her. Delena was slender and dark, with black hair and brown eyes. While hardly a great beauty, with the typical Florent ears she shared with her uncle, she was pretty enough and showed no sign of nervousness in sitting before the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. "A pleasure, my lady," I intoned, keeping my voice level. "In turn, may I present Lord Eldon Estermont, Master of Coin." The old lord rose and bowed, before sitting again, "and my brother, Lord Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End and Master of Ships." I expected Stannis to stand, but I didn't hear him move. I turned my head to see what was taking him so long, and saw something strange. Stannis, my younger brother, the stern, serious, humorless pedant and harsh taskmaster, was staring at the Florent daughter with the hungry gaze of a starving man outside a pastry shop. And the girl was hiding it better, but she was staring back too, with a similar expression. Oh! No wonder other Stannis hated other Robert so much. I cleared my throat, and Stannis jerked, glancing over at me, had the decency to blush, and cleared his throat, before standing to make his own bow. "Well, well. This should be interesting." "Really? Colin Florent's girl? Big ears, lots of pimples?" asked Cersei as she lay back in my arms, my hands stroking her slightly swollen belly gently. "Humph," I said eloquently, kissing her neck. "You haven't seen her lately, no pimples, lovely skin, big damned eyes. You know my brother is a man of few words, I think she made him forget just about all of the ones he still had." She giggled. "I really can't imagine anything breaking Stannis' legendary reserve." She turned her head so she could look up at me. "Do you think Lord Alistair planned it that way?" I smiled, bending down to kiss her lips gently. Maybe. We both know what the Lord of Brightwater really wants." Cersei sighed, and leant back against my chest, placing her hands over mine. "Of course. Highgarden. His family have been shouting their claim ever since the gardeners were wiped out during the conquest." "Exactly. Alistair threw his lot in with us because he wanted me to make him Lord of the Reach after we won. Thing is, I can't. The Tyrells bent the knee too quickly, and it'd take another war to force them to give up their claim." "We're not ready for another civil war," I said seriously. "We need the Reach's fields to help stock up for the coming winter, we need their men carrying scythes, not spears. Still," I continued, "I think old Florent will accept a royal marriage. It will tie them closer to the throne, reassure them of our friendship and support, and give them hope that one day they will get what they want." "And you think the Tyrells will accept your marrying your brother into their strongest rivals?" Cersei asked. I snorted. "I think they're smart enough to know which side of their toast is buttered. Mace Tyrell is a bully, a fop, and a moron, completely under the thumb of his mother, and Olenna Tyrell is too damned sensible to throw a fit over this. They're bloody lucky I let them bend the knee without a lot more in the way of penance. Something else to curse my old self for." He left the details of the Tyrell submission to Jon, who just wanted the whole mess tidied up before getting things back to normal. At the least, they should have lost land and treasure in tribute, or even daughters. Mace still had a younger unmarried sister, and there were other unwed girls in their clan. So they'll grumble, complain, and wax lyrical about the crown undercutting their authority, but they know that as bad as a war would be for us, it would be a lot worse for them. The chamber was quiet for a time, lit only by the moonlight through a window and the embers of the fire, and the only sound was our breathing and the waves as they crashed far below. Then Cersei spoke again. "Was she really all that pretty?" I frowned. "What? The Florent girl? No, she's not really to my taste. I guess Stannis just goes for the dark-haired, skinny look, I prefer a woman with a bit more meat on the bone, I chuckled as I slid my hands up to cup her full breasts. Cersei groaned, and followed my hands with hers, pressing my palms against her, but didn't let herself get distracted. But she was pretty enough that you noticed, she pressed. I shook my head. Actually, she's rather plain. What's this all about? She sighed. I know, you've had other women before we were married. That's hardly a secret. It was true, even before the rebellion, when I was just a squire fostered in the Vale, my pursuit of women was legendary. She hesitated. And yet, since we have been married, I have spent almost every night here, rather than in my own chambers. I frowned again. Technically, the queen had her own apartments, and indeed was fully expected to spend most of her nights there. This is true. Have I? I hope I have not forced my attentions on you more than you wished, my lady, I said carefully. If you would prefer to retire to your own apartments, I shall. No, she said sharply, turning over in my arms to look at me. I wanted to know why. I took a firm grip on her shoulders. Why? Because you are my wife. Because you are beautiful and witty and soon to be the mother of my child. Because your father and the gods gave you to me, and because, may all the gods be my witness, I'm in love with you, woman. By the end, I was almost shouting and I realized that my fingers were pressing too hard into her flesh, and loosened my grip. Cersei, wife. I would have you before any number of women, from any number of lands or houses. I swore an oath, I am hers and she is mine, I quoted softly. I may have had women before you, just as you had other men, oh, don't bother denying it, I stopped her before she could protest, I know the difference between a virgin and a woman, and you were a woman before our wedding night. I don't care. If you sleep in this bed or your own, if I am in this keep or in the field or across the sea, I am you husband. This I swear, I will have no woman in my bed but you, if you will have no man but me. She looked at me, moonlight in her emerald eyes, and I tried to work out what she was thinking. Is she confused? Angry? Happy? Delighted that I was a complete fool? Finally, she said softly, I am his. And he is mine. Then she kissed me. And we stopped thinking for a while. Later, as we lay curled up with one another, I whispered, of course, just because I'm married, doesn't mean I can't look, right? I mean, your handmaidens aren't exactly an ugly lot, and their dresses don't leave a lot to the imagination, so you can't expect me to, hey? She interrupted me by hitting me with a pillow. Chapter 5, 2. 5th month, 284 AC. Jaime carefully lay the ceramic jar into the bucket of sand, and with equal care pressed loose sand down to pack around it. Then he added more sand atop that, covering the jar entirely. Only then did he breathe easily. The heat in the basement of the house was stifling, and he had long since stripped to the waist, but he had not trusted less steady hands than his own to do this task. For weeks, his men had been hard at work, ferreting out the hidden caches of wildfire, and he had no doubt that this cluster of jars would not be the last. As he worked, he berated himself yet again for not following through with his work after the sack. Yes, he had killed all the pyromancers he could, Wisdom's Bellies and Garrigus, ensuring that no one would set off the hidden weapons, but he had not thought of what to do about the jars already in place. Worse, he had underestimated the devastation even a few jars of wildfire could wreak. Yes, intellectually, he had known that any city could burn, and have horrific effects, but the horror of those days, the entire city bathed in sickly green fire, and then he imagined the whole city engulfed. I was a fool, he thought, and not for the first time. He ensured that the rope was firmly attached to the bucket, then called up at the men above, through the hole in the floor above. Jar is secure, prepare to haul away. Steady, now, you motherless bastards, if this bucket drops on me, I'll come back from the dead to jam my flaming sword down your fucking throats. Sir Jaime, will do that, came the forced cheerful tones of his foreman. After almost a month of removing wildfire jars, there had been enough horrifying casualties caused by carelessness or fatigue to bring about a fatalistic attitude in his men. He ensured that they were well paid, well fed, and plied with drink and women in their off hours, but they all knew that any moment's loss of concentration could result in crippling injuries or death. It only takes seeing one of your mates turned into a hunk of charcoal to give a man a new perspective on doing the job right, he thought as the slack was slowly taken up on the rope. I never thought I'd wind up here, he mused, his hands moving carefully to ensure that the bucket with its horrible contents was steady. But then, I was never all that good at planning for the future. The day before the gala to announce her pregnancy, he and Cersei finally managed to find a moment alone. For weeks, the Lord Commander had driven him hard, training the new recruits, or on duty every waking hour of the day, so that he was either training, guarding, eating or sleeping. Sometimes he walked a pace behind his sister, but more often he was assigned to the king, accompanying him on his errands, watching as he met with people and lords, listening to endless drones of reports or the scratching of pens. Finally, he had managed to pull Cersei into a storeroom for an hour. As was often the case, their coupling was frantic, almost violent, without bothering to undress, with Cersei hunched over a crate, her skirts hiked up over her hips, and he with his sword belt and breeches around his ankles. All too soon it was over, leaving them both panting, sweating, exhausted, and empty. They had fixed their clothes in silence, the quiet only broken by the rustle of cloth or the harsh rasp of breath. Before Cersei went to open the door, he had grabbed her wrist. "It's his, isn't it?" he stated. It had to be, it had been too long since they had slept together, not since before the wedding. The child had to be of Robert's seed. She stared at him, then nodded. "What are we going to do?" he had asked. He had not expected that events would turn out this way. Had not expected for something that had always been so right to feel so wrong. He had never gotten a response. That one, passionate, painful rendezvous hadn't been repeated in the months since, despite serving as her guard more often as the ranks of the King's Guard grew. As time went on, he started to understand why. They had attempted to relive their younger years, stealing perfect moments together whenever they could, drawing strength and reinvigoration from their primal connection, but more and more, it seemed those days were lost. They had hoped, somehow, to maintain their relationship, despite her wedding and his vows, but something unexpected, something they could not have anticipated, had interfered. Robert. Instead of the voracious womanizer and drunkard rumor and story had promised, more at home on the battlefield and the tavern than the throne and court, the king had proven to be a jovial, considerate, quietly intelligent man. Yes, he was loud, often impatient, drank a lot, although not as much as he wanted people to believe, Jaime noted, and had a temper, but he listened, considered, and acted with decisiveness. Worse still, he treated his queen with respect, gentleness, and consideration. After so long serving Ares, a murdering, torturing, raping madman, it was almost too great a change to fathom. Many a night, Jaime had stood guard outside the royal bedchamber, listening to the king ravage, berate, beat, and otherwise torment his lady wife, the queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and had done nothing, could do nothing, to intervene. Now, he stood guard outside his new king's rooms, and heard nothing but cries of passion and pleasure. Yes, jealousy cut at him, he had once been the one to cause Cersei to cry out in that way, he had. But he also knew that he had never seen Cersei trying to hide bruises or burns caused by her husband's madness. Since wedding his sister, Robert had never belittled or embarrassed Jaime, nor used him as a butt of a joke. He had not called him Kingslayer, as so many still did behind his back, nor allowed that name to be used in his presence, an irony, since he was the one to label Jaime that in the first place, in a drunken fugue of the sort that he so seldom indulged in more recent days. Indeed, although he still shouted and joked, cursing all the trivia and demands of the court, loudly claiming to prefer smashing heads to counting coppers, but Jaime noticed that he didn't miss a thing, his bright blue eyes followed everything over the rim of his mug or goblet, and he may swill wine and ale all day, but rarely seemed to grow drunk, or suffer the next day. He joked and japed, but never out of malice or cruelty. He treated the crown like a terrible burden, but one he was willing to shoulder, for the good of the realm. Jaime had never felt guilty about loving Cersei before. No matter what the Septons said, no matter what their mother thought, no matter his vows, he had never felt as though he was doing anything wrong, being her lover as well as her brother had simply felt entirely natural. Never had he felt ashamed, until that day, rutting in the dark. For the first time, he felt unclean, empty, broken. Like he had committed a crime, and was awaiting the inevitable punishment. Could it be, he thought as the grunting, sweating workers above hauled the bucket and its deadly cargo upwards, that I felt ashamed because I was cuckolding a man, a king, that I actually respected? That my vows, and Cersei's, actually meant something, now that they weren't offered to uncaring gods or a mad ruler? Could I have finally, at last, found a king worth serving? Worth fighting for? Or, even, dying for? Dominic Ferros suppressed a savage grin as he finished adjusting the scales, adding small lead weights until the two plates were completely balanced. Across the table from him the Tyroji merchant glowered, fury clear in his eyes. Ah, so, that makes 23 and, let's be generous and say 3/8 pounds of pepper. At current prices, that will make your price, yes, again, I shall be generous to my esteemed guest, and say 234 silver stags. Valonas Jernus, the merchant in question, thumped his fist against the table. Nonsense. I measured my cargo before I left Tyrosh, 25 pounds, exactly. 250 stags, that was our bargain. Dominic sighed dramatically, and waved lazily towards one of his office's walls, where a large, signed and sealed parchment was affixed. Alas, my foreign friend, by the order of King Robert, first of his name, it is no longer permitted for transactions to occur anywhere in the Crownlands using anything other than the official, accepted king's measure. He lifted one of the lead weights, to reveal the stamp of the hand on its base. I am sure that, in Tyrosh, your cargo of fine spices truly did measure 25 pounds, but it seems your Tyroshi pound is slightly lighter than our own. So, I am afraid that I can only offer you the generous payment of 234 silver stags. This is an outrage, thundered the SSE merchant. I will not stand here and be victimized in this fashion. I will take my spices elsewhere. You may do so, observed Dominic, remaining calm, largely due to the fact that he had two rather large retainers standing outside the door, armed with cudgels and short blades, in case the Tyroshi became violent. Besides, he had a dagger sheathed underneath the desk for just such an occasion. Alas, I do not think that you will find any better offers, as this law applies to all merchants within the city and the Crownlands. As I said, my offer is quite fair. Shall we continue to do business, or shall you be on your way? Either way, I have other appointments. Jernus glowered at the Westerosi barbarian, his bright blue beard bristling in rage, but the local failed to budge. Finally, he acquiesced. Very well. 234. But I will be certain to tell all of my countrymen of the treacherous and tricksome nature of your kind, Kingsman. Please do, smiled Dominic, shuffling his papers. We do prefer a certain reputation, here in the capital. Now, as to your other cargo, the silk you brought was of exceptional quality, but I'm afraid that when we unrolled it we discovered that it also seemed to be cut using foreign measures. According to the royal yard, I'm afraid that it is somewhat shorter than you claimed in your manifest. The grinding of Jernus' teeth was music to Dominic's ears. His grandfather had been a slave in Tyrosh, before a Bravasi corsair had intercepted the slave ship carrying him to Pentos. Having made his home and fortune in King's Landing, he ensured that none of his descendants forgot where he came from, and where the Tyroshi economy drew most of its wealth. Following King Robert's new laws was not only his duty as a subject of the crown, but a veritable pleasure. Take that, you slaving bastard, you're dealing with free men now. Horan Garrock, chief secretary and inventor to King Robert, cursed as the sun dipped lower over the horizon. His rooms in the Red Keep were sizable for his rank, and afforded him a good deal of light through its large windows, but all too soon the shadows grew longer, and it became necessary to bring out lanterns and candles. And my eyes always burn the next day after that, he grumbled to himself as he leant back from his large, angled desk, replacing his quill into the inkwell and placed his hand at the small of his back to stretch out. Horan had over a dozen underlings, clerks and secretaries and the like, and their number was growing as both the labor and the rewards increased. Daily, it seemed, the king found another job for Horan to do, and just as quickly word spread that for those who had their numbers and letters, a flexible mind and willingness to work hard, fortunes could be made. Sometimes it was hard for him to keep track of the men who worked for him, as they trained in their duties and were transferred to work for the masters of coin, laws, works or the army or navy. He himself received a generous salary, had been given multiple bonuses for excellent work, and even maintained a small side business producing increasingly ornate steam spinners for merchants and nobles from across Westeros and beyond. Still, he often felt like a complete fraud. Most weeks, he spent at least several hours in conference with the king, supposedly to inform him of his progress in various projects. And it was true, somewhat. More, however, it was for the king to speak to him, and explain wonders. Horan had never seen the Robert Baratheon that gossip-mongers and minstrels sang of, the crude, brutal warrior with a wench on one shoulder and a cask of ale on the other. In private, Horan was amazed to discover a quiet, friendly young man, eloquent and educated, generous and driven. The clerk still had no idea just where Robert received his ideas from, but he explained them with expressive language and gestures, sketches and diagrams, so that Horan quickly grasped what he was being told. If the gods were fair, they would ensure that the king was remembered as Robert the Wondermaker, he often thought. Ideas flowed from the king like water from an aqueduct, his eyes bright as he described what he saw in his mind's eye. Fleet ships that could almost sail against the wind. Mighty engines that could shatter walls or sink fleets. Tricks and techniques for things as mundane as rope making or weaving, pumps and screws and gears and wheels galore. And lard, he smiled as he remembered one of Robert's refrains, lots and lots of lard. And yet, he insisted that his own hand in the matter be secret, and that all the credit should go to Horan and his secret stash of manuscripts. Indeed, there were some such, recently made, in both his and Robert's hand, but stained and burned to appear as though they were old and poorly treated. Just in case we need to show someone, the king had said, and indeed it was both horrifying and terribly amusing to see powerful lords peering at his own diagrams, struggling to understand what they thought was ancient wisdom. I'm sorry, the king had said once, I know this is a terrible burden to lay upon you. But I cannot simply blurt out all that I know, and not be able to say how I know it. I just replaced a mad king, I don't want to make it two in a row. However Robert received his enlightenment, it was clearly not perfect. He would often describe a thing, then admit that he had not the faintest idea of how it worked. By combining their knowledge, it was generally possible to parse out how to get things done, but there were times when Horan could see flashes of the Baratheon temper in his eyes when he found he could not put what he wanted into words that Horan could understand. Ours is the fury indeed, but almost all of his anger is directed at himself. Most of all, Robert had so much he wanted to accomplish, but simply did not have, in his mind, the time to do it all. Time, ask of me anything but time, he would declare, as though there were some horrible deadline in the future, and the world would crumble if his works were not finished. But then they would turn a corner, and a project would show definite progress, and his eyes would light up with an almost childish delight, as the things his mind's eye showed him were brought to life. Still, he thought, glancing down at his sketches and notes in the fading sunlight, I like to think I've got at least a few ideas of my own. Horan, my love. Came the musical tones of his wife, and he smiled as he turned on his stool to see Miri standing in the door, their daughter Lyrna on her hip. Horan. You'll burn out your eyes and get a knot in your back if you keep this up. Come on, dinner is almost ready. Din, insisted Lyrna, in full agreement with her mother. Horan sighed dramatically. Well, then, in the face of such wisdom, what's a humble clerk to do? With a grin and a tickle that sent Lyrna into a paroxysm of giggles, he ushered his family off to their meal. Rabar Waters was the sergeant in charge of the gate when the rider appeared. It was late in the day, and he was already thinking of a late meal at the mess. Then his quarters, commanding a block of the 3rd Cohort's pikes, was tiresome enough without pulling guard duty. Still, when one of his soldiers called out a warning. The army fort didn't have an official name. By the time the first recruits arrived, none of the original inhabitants were still in residence, being fervent Targaryen supporters of one kind or another. Some just called it the fort. Others proclaimed it Fort Stag or even Fort Robert. One wag had even suggested that it would wind up being called Army Fortress No. 1, given the Royal Army's fondness for numbers. Given that Rabar himself commanded the 2nd Block, 4th Manipul, 3rd Cohort of the Royal Army, he couldn't deny it was a distinct possibility. Amongst themselves, the 3rd called themselves the Thunderers, after the sound purportedly made by the king's hammer smashing in Prince Rhaegar's breastplate. Still, the fort itself was crowded with the offices and quarters of the senior command and their staff, so that even Manipul commanders wound up sleeping in small cottages constructed near the barracks of their command outside the fortress curtain walls. As the buildings spread, the Master of Arms, or simply the General, had ordered a guard post and gate to be constructed down the track that led to the King's Road. Said post had to be guarded by a mixed block of pike and archers, and this day the lucky soldier in command was no other than Rabar Waters, his miserable self. Still, as he stepped out of the guardhouse, he noted that the rider was well armored and mounted, clad in mail and a cuirass while riding a courser that was probably worth more than Rabar's mother's tavern. Despite the long hilt of a sword poking up behind the rider's shoulders, he wore no helm, and Rabar winced as he saw the burns that covered the side of the man's face. Hold, he cried, raising a hand while keeping the other on the hilt of his sword. This is Royal Army land, what's your business? The rider pulled on the reins, and dismounted with a clatter of iron. Leading his horse over, Rabar reappraised his estimation. This man was not just tall, he was huge. Why, if we hadn't heard that the mountain was dead, I'd say he was standing right in front of me, except this fellow is a darn sight prettier than that monster, even with the burns. Is this King Robert's army? Bellowed the man, and Rabar blinked. 7 blessings, he's just a kid. Under all that steel and those burns, he can't be more than, what, 15? 16, at oldest. Rabar called back. I'm Sergeant Rabar, 3rd Cohort. I say again, what's your purpose, lad? The boy stopped, letting go of the reins of his horse. The king ordered my brother's death. In a smooth, easy motion, he drew the heavy sword from his back in a hiss of leather on steel, and behind him Rabar heard cries of alarm and the rattle of readying pikes and crossbows. Before he could draw his own blade, however, the oversized traveller had taken his sword hilt in both hands and stabbed the tip of the blade into the ground, and rested his weight on the pommel. He killed my ugly, brutal, murdering, raping bastard of a brother, so I'm here to swear my sword to his service. I ain't no knight, so I can't try out for the King's Guard, but I reckon an army could do with another killer, even a half-cooked one. Years later, Rabar would still tell the story of the day 14-year-old Sandor Clegane joined the King's army. Oh make, Crimson Tide. I wanna see S.I. Robert start to borrow from Earth's absurdly extensive literature to give awesome speeches. Because it's not like anyone is going to call him on it. You know, shamelessly steal stuff like ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Or give awesome movie speeches. Like borrowing from say Crimson Tide in 5 years when the Ironborn starts their silly temper tantrum. Scene of a dark stormy night in the Crownlands as utterly ignoring the rain, S.I. Robert slowly marches up the line of his perfectly ranked cohorts. Little mellets. Robert said in a voice that was not quite a roar, but nonetheless reached all on the parade ground, there's trouble in Pike. So they called us. Robert spoke, as he continued to march, the rain sprinkling down seemingly irrelevant to the man as he looked each and every man in the eye as he strode past. Now we're going over there and we're bringing the most lethal killing machine, ever devised, in the history of Westeros. Robert reached the end of the massed ranks of the royal army, turning and walking back, between the army and line of Kingsguard on his other side, the tinking sounds of rain splashing off their perfectly white plates the only noise on the field. We constitute the front line. He nodded at the army and the last line. Now he nodded at Sir Barristan of defense. Unleashed for one purpose and one purpose alone, to keep our people safe. He paused for a moment, as if letting the gravity of his words set in before nodding and stepping back into motion. I expect and demand your very best. Anything less, you should have joined the Royal Navy. A distinct snicker of laughter came from the troops at that comment. Even the senior sergeants struggled mightily to keep their faces straight. On the reviewing stand with the senior officers, Stannis simply rolled his eyes, but he did so now with a smirk of amusement in them that seemed absurdly foreign to all those who had known him in the years during the rebellion, as his brother suddenly wheeled at the midpoint of the ranks, his volume only increasing in thunder. This may be the general's legion, but this is my army. And all I ask, is that you keep up with me. And if you can't, that strange sensation you'll feel in the seat of your pants, will be my boot in your ass. This time the laughter was loud and boisterous before Robert turned and climbed the reviewing stand behind the King's Guard, who as one spun on a heel and slammed their armored feet down to face it, as Robert looked out over the massed ranks of his infantry. Mr. Clegane. Robert barked. Next to him, the massive scared figure of the most senior NCO in the Royal Army snapped to perfect attention. Yes, Your Grace. You're aware of the name of this army, aren't you, Mr. Clegane? He demanded. Very aware, Your Grace. The other nodded. It bears a proud name, doesn't it, Mr. Clegane? Very proud, Your Grace. The other agreed. It represents fine people. Robert asserted. Very fine people, Your Grace. Clegane agreed. Who live in a fine, outstanding realm, Robert observed. Outstanding, Your Grace. Clegane confirmed. Serving in the greatest army in the entire world. In the entire world, Your Grace. Clegane's response dared anyone to dispute the claim. And what is that name, Mr. Clegane? Warmers, Your Grace. The other thundered with a fierce pride. And what do we say? Robert demanded of Clegane and the senior officers on the reviewing stand as he raised his massive warmer. Strike hard. They all answered with a shout. Strike true. A thunderous echo exploded from the ranks in front of them, mocking the distant thunder of the storm. Sir Tyrak, march out the army. March out the army, yes, Your Grace. The general banged his fist against his breastplate in salute before the master of war wheeled to face his army. Army. Right wheel. By the left. Quick. March. Army band immediately starts up a theme as the thousands of soldiers begin marching on their long walk to the docks where the Royal Navy awaits. Omake, child's play. Just a brief omake. Horan was hunched over his desk, poring over a letter the king had delivered to him from Lord Stark in the north. It seemed that at least some of the wonders he'd been devising had made their way to Winterfell, and had caught the interest of a few of the maesters there. And the Lord of the North had asked the king personally if there was something they could do about a crucial issue, the wall. That giant frozen barricade against the unknown was hundreds of feet high and made of rock, ice, and snow. Getting up and getting down the massive structure took a great deal of effort, more so in recent years with the dwindling night watch. A few mechanical devices, such as bridges turned by wheels, had made it easier, but such devices were difficult to maintain and man. And so Lord Stark himself had asked for help in this. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Water wheels would not work at the wall. There were no rivers or streams close enough, and even if there were they'd be frozen. So burning fuel was the only option to make a mechanical device work, expensive, but doable. The trouble was, his whistling steam device was not nearly big enough. To construct something that large, that complex, would be costly. He didn't even know how to scale it up properly. Too much pressure and the device might explode. The project would take years. Speaking of, the whistler should have gone off by now. He'd been running it hot for an experiment, and no sound reached his ears. He turned, frowning. And his eyebrows shot up when he saw Lyrna stuffing bits of paper into the vent. Lyrna. No. He admonished, grabbing his daughter and pulling her away. She whined loudly, and Horan gave her a glare mixed with a hint of pride. After all, she was outwitting her minders and her mother. A clever child was rather amusing. Pop. He looked up at the whistler, just in time to see bits of paper shooting into the air. And a small decorative pin. One given to him by the king himself for his latest wonder. One that was now lodged in the top of the nearest shelf. He sighed and glared at Lyrna. Stay here, he ordered angrily, smacking her bottom. She cried out in pain, and glared with tears as he turned and ascended the shelves. He ran his hand over the top, and felt the pin under his fingers. He grasped it, and tried to pull it out. NNNGH. Come on. He tried, pulling harder. And at last, it came free. He stumbled down to the floor, huffing a bit. He looked at the pin with a scowl, and back up at the shelves. It had stuck hard, all right. So hard it took all his weight to get it out and. Horan dropped the pin, his eyes widening. He turned to Lyrna, still whimpering. He grinned and ran over to his daughter, hugging her tightly. Lyrna. Thank you. He said gratefully. He kissed the top of her head. The little girl, still sniffling, nevertheless managed a smile at her father's change in attitude. Sweets? She asked. Horan laughed. All you can eat. You've earned it. And so would he, once he got it all sorted out. A rope or thin chain, yes. And the same device used to spin up the steam, could also reel it back in. It'd be slow, and cumbersome, but something done in months rather than years. Yes. Lord Stark would be pleased. And yes, I know the device Hero of Alexandria designed did not have a stationary vent, but I'm reasoning that a variation on it could have been designed and built, as a test device for Horan. Or she stuffed it into the vents and they shot out just in time to go upwards. Just a short one tonight, but I wanted to get this out before I go to bed. Chapter 5, 3. 6th month, 284 AC. I'll take what I want, and burn what I please. The dragon was heard to cry. He grabbed the she-wolf by the scruff. And hauled her up to the sky. The tavern was silent as Mark the clubfoot strummed his harp, the strings calling up images of betrayal and dismay. This was his first time performing this piece in public, and around him the men and women, mostly workers, whores, and off-duty gold cloaks, listened intently as he continued the story, the various animals uniting to face the powerful dragon whose outrage had infuriated them all. Return what you stole, cried the beasts of the woods. But the dragon said, mine is the right. Though wolf and stag united you be a dragon you just cannot fight. It wasn't all his work. Oh, yes, he had arranged the notes, straightened out the lyrics. He actually felt quite proud of some of it, yet the heart, the plot, and some of the power was provided by the unknown poet who had, anonymously, asked him to put his words to music. He felt his heart swell as he felt his audience draw closer, as he described the wolf, stag, lion and falcon battling the dragon. All day and all night, they continued the fight. Their bodies were bloodied and torn. You cannot defy me, the wounded drake cried. Submit, or I'll see this land burn. His fingers flew as he told of how the dragon tried to trick the other beasts, diving into a river to hide, but was attacked in turn by the fish. Even the humble trout was driven to violence by the dragon's crimes. Finally, the allied beasts had the dragon cornered, grounded, and vulnerable, and it was then that the stag stepped forward alone. Your power, it lies within fire and blood. You tell us this, time after time. But though blinded by greed, you'd better take heed. You forget, the fury is mine. A spontaneous cheer arose from the crowd, and Mark paused, his fingers still strumming a holding pattern, allowing the noise to die down before he continued. I certainly chose the right tavern to play this tune, he thought happily. Many of the men in the room had fought the fires, striving to save their homes, and none of them forgot the sight of the Stag King amongst them, sharing the danger and the struggle with them, his fine clothes torn and scorched as he helped battle the flames. It would take a brave man to speak ill of Robert the Dragon Slayer in this neighborhood for years to come. And so the beast fell, its heart rent in two. Its blood scattered over the ground. Yet as the drops fell, they frosted until great rubies lay there to be found. That bit was his little addition to the song. Already, people were talking about Ruby Ford, the river where the gems that had once decorated Prince Rhaegar's breastplate were said to lie waiting to be found, having been scattered by Robert's enthusiastic battering, and he felt it appropriate to add a little nod to that, to give the tune grounding. He wasn't quite happy about the rhythm of the words, but his patron seemed to approve, given the size of his bonus. The beasts searched high, the beasts searched low. Yet no sign of the she-wolf was found. Till the quiet wolf found the drake's secret den. Hidden, deep under the ground. Silence fell again, as his fingers wove a tune of sorrow, loss, mourning. That despite the best efforts and noble sacrifices, the struggle was in vain. Worse, with the dragon slain, the land was without a ruler. Eventually, it was decided that it could only be the stag who replaced the fallen dragon, a duty he took up with humility. He was noble once, observed the new king. His antlers scraping the sky. Mourn the power, the might, the beauty that was. The madness was just last to die. As the last notes faded, Mark felt as though he were completely drained, his face covered in sweat, and yet a curious energy flowed through his limbs. It was, he felt, his finest performance, and after a few tense moments, the tavern erupted in cheers, proclaiming that he was not the only one to believe so. He had to perform it twice more, interspersed by people buying him drinks, and 3 women of negotiable virtue and various quality propositioning him, at a reduced fee. And I've got 2 more taverns to visit tonight, he thought as the tavern keeper counted out his fee. May the gods bless good King Robert, and whatever fellow wants so badly to kiss his royal ass, they're making me rich. Work continues upriver. Donal Noy reports that the first of the new water wheels has begun turning, now that the Riverlander engineers have managed to correct all the mistakes our own craftsmen made in setting them up. They praised our men's enthusiasm and inventiveness, but I think they were laughing behind their hands. Still, I think they were as impressed as I the first time the massive hammer raised itself and dropped onto the bloom of iron held in place by long-handled tongs. The shower of sparks was like nothing I have ever seen, except perhaps some of the better artists' impressions of the field of fire. Donal, you may recall from my earlier letters, was resistant to the idea, but now I feel he possesses the zeal of the converted. He is driving his crews hard, and boasting that within a year, his mills will be producing more iron than all of King's Landing. Despite the loss of his arm, he still has enough drive and enthusiasm that I can't muster the effort to doubt him. Cersei claimed she found the whole expedition tiring, dirty, boring and hot, but I don't know how much of that was for show. We were shown a test pour, with a large crucible of bronze being emptied out carefully into a mold. The flames from the molten metal were awe-inspiring, and I think I saw more than reflected fire in her eyes. Eventually the heat took its toll, and she retired to our pavilion where a cold bath, cool drinks, and wet towels awaited, but I think she may have enjoyed herself more than she wanted to let on. Ned smiled as he read his friend's words, and took a small sip of ale as he sat in his solar. The afternoon sun was shining in through the window, and not for the first time he wished the hired glaziers would arrive faster, so he could install glass panes so as to keep the light without the ever-present chill and frequent gusts of cold wind the window permitted to enter. He paused, letting the pages rest on his desk for a moment. Robert certainly seems to be enjoying kingship more than I thought he would. At least, he's throwing himself into the job with a will. It was hard to imagine Robert putting effort into something that didn't involve drinking, women, or fighting, but perhaps adopting the mantle of ruler was enough to do what even Jon couldn't, make Robert grow up? Ned had spent enough time living with Robert to be fully familiar with the man's flaws. Oh, yes, he was a brilliant fighter, happy to knock rider after rider out of their saddles with his lance, but then haul them to their feet and praise their prowess, so that they felt themselves the victor. He was generous to a fault, happy to share his gold, his wine, his women with anyone who cared to spend time with him. Yet he gave little thought to where that gold came from, or what he would do if he somehow spent it all. He drank and ate in great measure, and surely only his constant training and fighting prevented him from suffering more from it. And he gave almost no thought to those women he bedded, be they small folk or of noble blood. Yet it seemed that one woman had somehow managed to grab him by the ear and yank him into paying attention. I must someday meet this Cersei. I've heard of her beauty and grace, but she must be more than a pretty face to have this great an effect on the king. Shaking his head, he returned to the letter. I fear I must interrupt my tales with some business. I have heard disturbing reports that the Night's Watch is falling further into decline than even your own tales had led me to believe. Their numbers have shrunk, it seems, and the gifts lie fallow, empty of the farms and crafts that once supported the order. A goodly number of loyalist nobles and warriors have been sent to take the black, but many more fled across the narrow sea. Worse, few in the South see honor or glory in serving on the wall, and only prison scrapings, the old and the sickly make the journey, either to avoid the noose or to wishing to spend their last days doing something noble. As king, I have been reminded that although the watch is not beholden to the crown, it protects the realm, and it is therefore my responsibility to ensure that it is supported. I therefore ask that you investigate these claims, travel to the wall, or send one you trust. Discover the state of the roads, the fertility of the land, the readiness of the watch and the state of their forts. It has been long since the last king beyond the wall ventured south, so it would be foolish not to see that the realm's first line of defense is honed and ready. Ned blinked. He hadn't thought that Robert had ever given 2 hoots about the Night's Watch. Still, he had heard a few rumors himself, that there were more murderers and rapists on the wall these days than men of honor, that many of the fortresses studding the wall had fallen into disrepair and abandoned. Benyon, he decided. His younger brother had spent the rebellion at Winterfell, but recently had been agitating to be granted permission to join the watch, a passion of his since. Harrenhal. As always, Ned forced his mind away from that painful, fateful tournament. I'll send Benyon with a dozen men, and they can ride up the King's Road to Castle Black, then to investigate some of the other castles along the wall. It would be good for Benyon to get a good look at what life on the wall is like, before making that kind of commitment, as well as what kind of men he would become brothers with. And curse it, Robert is right, we have a responsibility. Hells, Brandon the Builder built the wall in the first place, and granted the watch the first gift. Legend or history, the wall is as important to the Stark legacy as this very castle, and I'll be damned if I let it fall into decline and dishonor. As he reached for a fresh sheet of parchment and pen, he mused idly at the strangeness of a world where it was Robert who prodded Ned into remembering a duty, rather than the other way around. He then paused, quill held ready to dip into the ink as a thought hit him. Robert seems to be doing so much down in the south, married, a child on the way, sponsoring new industries and crafts, building roads and canals. He even talked of reforming the Royal Navy in ways that to Ned, an admitted nautically ignorant observer, seemed quite reasonable. And yet what have I accomplished since returning to Winterfell? Yes, the new September was under construction, and glass gardens were being designed, only lacking the valuable panes of glass to seal the roof and walls, but even much of Winterfell itself remained in poor condition. The broken tower had been lying in ruins for almost a century and a half, with no Stark bothering to repair the damage from the lightning strike and fire that had made it uninhabitable. No. I will not be the Stark who did nothing, he resolved. Instead of a message to his brother, he started to write a list, jotting down items as he thought of them. Send Benyon north. Send a mason to investigate the broken tower, and determine whether to repair it or to break it up and use the stone for other projects. Next, he paused, remembering leading the northern host up the King's Road, carrying his sister's body home, and the ruined fortress they passed. Send a surveyor south to Moat Cailin. I cannot support the northern defences of the north if I ignore the southern. Omake, banking. Another Omake, this time from Tywin's point of view. Being called away from Casterly Rock so soon after his last meeting with the king was a considerable inconvenience for Tywin Lannister. It was also especially grating, given the king's request to allow Jaime to return had been turned down. That the king had granted such an act, and his son had refused it. It was absurd. The fact Cersei was finally carrying an heir to the throne, that would put the Lannisters firmly in control of Westeros, was small consolation in light of the cold winds and long travails to King's Landing. It may have been summer, but mountains were mountains. Tywin lagged, just a bit. He begged off that he had to reassure his minor lords and cadet houses that his summoning before the king was vital and important, even though he had no idea what he was being called to do. His spies had nothing. His contacts only said the business might be part of Robert's general undertakings in improving the realm, which probably meant he wanted money. Investment. Well. If Robert Baratheon wanted Lannister money, he was going to pay dearly. Especially for calling him like some dog expected to heel. He entered the stinking city, his standard flying behind him. He made no hurry, but made no stops. He had taken an extra week, something to make the king remember who he had called upon. He arrived in his own time, on his own business. Entering the Red Keep, he made his way to the proffered quarters with his usual grace and was surprised, when the door opened to see his daughter sitting on the bed. Cersei? Tywin asked in disbelief. Cersei held a finger up to her lips, and motioned to the door. Tywin hummed, but closed it behind him. What are you doing here? Good to see you too, father, she said dryly. Tywin raised an eyebrow and gave her a stern look. She shook her head. How was your trip? Long and taxing. What does he want? Tywin asked brusquely. Cersei smiled. It's actually very simple, he's seeking investment in a major project in the Westerlands, she said. Tywin scowled thoughtfully. Really? Yes. He's been very hush-hush about it. And why would he invite his queen to such meetings? Cersei sighed and shrugged, a bit helplessly. Indeed, why should he? Tywin huffed back. His daughter had become much more sharp-tongued living away from him, thinking herself a true queen no doubt. But I thought it best to tell you first, Cersei said, after all. Family comes first, does it not? Tywin nodded. Yes. Be advised, father, he is very cross, Cersei said smoothly. For you being so late. You should take extra care. Tywin nodded. Yes, I will, he said. He turned and exited the room without a second glance back at his daughter, never seeing the small smile on her face as he did. The meeting place was not the main throne room, as Tywin expected a bit of pomposity to show off Robert's wounded pride, making Tywin come to him while he sat in the Iron Throne but instead the small council's chambers. Robert was not luxuriating in a chair, but talking over things with Joffrey Cowan, his master of works. They looked to Tywin as he entered, and Robert smiled broadly. Tywin. I thought you'd never get here. He said cheerfully. The big king reached forward and shook his hands jovially, leaving Tywin a bit off his guard for a moment. If Robert was angry, he had an effective way of hiding it. The trip was taxing, Your Grace, Tywin said, especially so soon after my last visit. Robert smiled and nodded. Exactly the reason I wanted you to come here, he said. He turned and nodded to Cowan, who pulled out a scroll and unfurled it across the table. Tywin blinked and studied the map that was revealed. A line had been drawn from Hornvale to the Red Fork, and many notes had been added detailing construction plans. It took you, what, at least 3 months to get here, Robert said, shaking his head in disbelief. Even going down the Red Fork. But my maesters have informed me that a canal from Hornvale to the Red Fork would cut that trip down immensely. To as little as, how many did they say, Joffrey? 5 days overall, my lord, Joffrey said with a nod. Tywin raised an eyebrow and did some calculations in his head. Such a canal would be costly, but the benefits to Casterly Rock would be immeasurable, the sheer amount of trade that could be done. Yes, Robert said with a nod. 5 days. Can you imagine? I can, Your Grace, Tywin nodded. But such an undertaking would be costly, in the excess. Robert waved that off. My alchemists have devised a few ways to get it done faster, fast enough you could be seeing profit from this project within 2 years. Tywin's brows rose further. Indeed. Yes, Robert said. He shrugged a bit helplessly. A bit over my head, of course, but then I am a king, not a maester. Jeffrey laughed a bit, as Rob turned back to Tywin. Of course, such an undertaking would still be expensive. Yes, Your Grace, Tywin said with a nod. Expensive and long-term enough, I think, that it warrants a change in how we do business, Robert continued. And frankly, I am tired of the Iron Bank holding such sway over us. So I thought. What if we had our own bank? Tywin was surprised, but hit it perfectly. A bank, Your Grace. Yes. Under the proper control of a loyal house that is also good with money in general, Robert mused, looking down at the map. One that would benefit immensely from not just this project, but helping to finance additional projects in the future. Hell, given the Civil War, people would like to know something is going to be there for them always. Would you not agree? The persuasion was obvious, but Tywin could not conceive of any particular scheme behind such obvious posturing. At least not yet. Such as my house, Your Grace. Robert nodded, looking pleased. Exactly. I didn't know how obvious to make the request. I did not know how you might take it. Not at all, Your Grace, Tywin said, moving forward with confidence. A golden Bank of Lannyport would be an exceptional idea for such a long-term project, and indeed, any other projects you might desire to undertake for the realm. Robert nodded. I was actually thinking making the Golden Bank of Casterly Rock. Tywin blinked. Indeed, Your Grace. Yes. After all, the prestige of such an institution should be levied as much as possible, Robert surmised. Having it in your home city would do much for that, would you not agree? I would indeed, Your Grace, Tywin said, pleasantly surprised. Of course, many arrangements would have to be made. Deals to be settled. Yes, there are always deals and considerations and arrangements and headaches, Robert said, waving his hand dismissively. But for now, I would settle for agreement in this plan, and to work out the details later. It is quite late in the evening, after all, and I would like some dinner. Tywin smiled charmingly, mind already plotting. Of course, Your Grace. We can leave that work for later. Later, in the King and Queen's chambers, Robert sighed as he sat on the bed with his wife. Cersei smiled at him as she lounged on the bed next to him. So. How did it go? She asked. He was pleasant and agreeable throughout the whole thing, Robert said, shaking his head. And I made a bigger deal of it at dinner. Enough Tywin will want to save face when he learns the agreements were already written up. You'll still have to convince him to accept such terms, Cersei said, rubbing Robert's shoulder. Maybe. Introduce them slowly. Probably the only way, Robert agreed. He shook his head. Giving your father control over our bank though? Well, keeping him busy will keep him out of our hair, won't it? Cersei asked, using an odd idiom Robert had related to her. It sounded a bit strange, but it seemed appropriate. Robert chuckled and nodded. If it is played right, I have no intention of bankrupting the realm just for him to gain more power. Just let me handle him, Cersei said softly. Just like you asked me to. Robert smiled a bit. If by asked you mean you insisted on it, then yes. Probably not a good fit, but what the hell, I was inspired. Oh make, brief self-inserts, Jon Snow. Yeah, this thread's gotten way too serious. Gotta liven things up a bit. So since this is a game of kings and seas, one more shouldn't hurt. Briefly. And now, brief self-inserts with Andrew J. Talon. Where we briefly put Andrew J. Talon's mind in charge of a character from Game of Thrones, and see what happens. First up. Jon Snow, in the episode A Dance of Dragons. A meeting of the Night's Watch called by Jon that night. Night's Watch, we will not obey you. You've brought a lot of wildlings into our damn midst and... Jon leaps up to the table and stamps it. Jon, listen the fuck up. Everyone is taken aback by the usually quiet Lord Commander's outburst. Jon, I just fought a whole fucking army of fucking ice zombies. And saw the White Walkers raise an even bigger army from the dead. And they just fucking stared, like, what up, G? Watch you got. You got nothin'. Much staring. Jon, holy shit, he didn't even need to come after us. He had what he wanted. And he's heading this way. Thorn, but the wildlings. Jon, show of hands, how many of you have killed White Walkers? Raises his hand. Sam, shakily raises his hand. Jon, oh, what the fuck do you know? Just us. Anyone else killed a White Walker? Anyone? Glares at Thorn. How about you cunts? Any of you do it? Anyone? Just us? Thorn, I. Just you, Lord Commander. Jon, then shut the fuck up and listen. I'm the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, not you cunts. And if you really think we could stand up to an army of thousands of fucking zombies with just us, by all means, say it. Jon looks around. Jon, anyone? Anyone think that? Anyone want to say it? Uncomfortable silence. Jon, I mean, you can say it. If you want, you can go out and face the walkers on your fucking own, without wildling help. Or my help. See how you do. Thorn, that DB murder. Jon, oh, fucking big balls here has a problem with murder now, does he? When he wants to murder the wildlings. Big man now, changes his morals? Really? Thorn, I. Jon, yes. By all means, defend it. You can go past the wall, and then explain, in detail, to the White Walkers why killing thousands of our own people is the right thing to do. I bet they'll be very sympathetic. Maybe you can turn them to your side and make them stop killing us, all on your fucking own, with the self-righteousness of Alliser Thorn backing him up. Thorn, Lord Commander. Jon, do you think the White Walkers would listen to you? Thorn, I. Jon, do you? Thorn. No. Jon, and do you think we can handle the walkers on our own? Anyone want to give that a shot? Anyone here able to promise me he'd go and face the walkers and end the long night and save the fucking world? Anyone want to promise me that? More stunned silence. Jon, oh? Nobody? Nobody wants to say that? Then guess what? We motherfucking keep them on. You deal with your rage and hurt and focus on saving the fucking world. If we survive this, then you can fucking go off on wildlings all you fucking want. But until then? They stay, we fight, and we either save the fucking world together, or we all end up whites gnawing on each other. Got it? Night's Watch. Yes, Lord Commander. Jon, good. Fuck's sake. I'm going to go with Woon Woon and I'm going to practice killing walkers with the help of a motherfucking giant. The rest of you moral cunts can either join me in making preparations, or sit here circle jerkin in your hatred until the walkers come in and freeze your cocks off. Jon leaves. And then comes back. He knocks over the meeting table, and then storms back out. Thorn. They. Fuck. Jon Snow out. Sam. Hurries after him. And possibly things got worse or better after that. Depends on your point of view. This has been Brief Self-Inserts with Andrew J. Talon. Make, Brief Self-Inserts, Thean Greyjoy. And now, Brief Self-Inserts with Andrew J. Talon. Where we briefly put Andrew J. Talon's mind in charge of a character from Game of Thrones, and see what happens. In this episode, Talon is in control of Thean Greyjoy during the events of the Nightlands. Thean Greyjoy arrives in Lordsport, a bit shaken but adjusted to being in another person's body. Thean. That didn't come out right. Looks around. Excuse me sir, I need a horse to the palace? Worker, glare. Thean. Sorry, guess I found a mute. My bad. Worker, I'm not a mute. Thean, ah. My apologies again, I leaped to a conclusion. Can you tell me where I can get a horse? Worker, at points. Thean, thank you. He headed off. A young woman soon walks astride him. Asha, welcome to Lordsport, my lord Thean Greyjoy. Thean, ah, Sister Asha. You look just as beautiful as ever. If very grey. Fits the general theme around here, grey ships, grey buildings, grey people, but you stand out by being slightly less grey. Asha, stare. How did you? Thean, well gee, my dad's not here to greet me. Some strange woman who knows my name and looks like my sister arrives to greet me. Shrugs and smacks his head. It's a bit of a leap, but hey, I made it. Asha. So you're not completely bereft of brains. Good. We can go to Pike now, unless you'd like a stop at a whorehouse. Thean, I'm not about to pry into your affairs, sister, and I'm not Lannister enough to go for that sort of thing together. Asha, laughs a bit. So many jokes. Do the Starks keep you around as their fool? Thean, shrugs. Only if I'm having an off day. Other days I'm the whipping boy. Can we get to the castle now? Asha, what, no sweet reunion with your dear sister? Thean, I think this is as sweet as it's going to get. One somewhat less awkward horse ride later. Thean, hello father. Balon, am I? Stark had you longer than me. Thean, nice to see you too. Well. Since you're not going with pleasantries, neither will I. Balon, did they send me a daughter back when I gave them my son? Such fine clothes you wear. Did you pay the iron price for them? Thean. And I suppose you went and murdered someone for your outstanding choice of dress. Explains a lot. Balon, do not mock me, boy. Those baubles on your chest, you traded gold for them. Thean, yes. And as a result, I look much better than you. Balon, ha. Greenlander. That's what you are. Thean, because I didn't murder someone for my clothes? Bit of a hassle, father. I mean, there's a shop only a horse ride away. Balon, I'm not talking about that, fool. I'm talking about the iron price. The only true way. If you've forgotten that, then maybe you aren't even my son anymore. Thean. Looks to Asha right then. Hello sister. I came up with a proposal with Robb Stark for you to join the North in our rebellion against the false King Joffrey. He hands it to her. Balon, stares. Are you ignoring me, boy? Thean, just a moment, father, please. What do you think, my dear sister? Asha, it doesn't really matter what I think. It speaks of softness, father. Balon, reads it ba. Raiding the Lannisters, on the leash of the Starks. Tosses it into the fire. Thean, A&D. You had a problem with attacking the Westerlands before, how? Balon, oh we'll be attacking, boy. Not the Lannisters though. Thean. Oh my gods. Laughs and face palms. Balon, something amuse you, boy. Thean, snicker yes, actually. I mean. You're going to raid the North, right? Balon, yes. We'll take it all. From the neck upwards, ruling field and hall end. Thean, yeah, how did that work out the last time? Balon, glare you watch your tongue, boy. Your brothers died in that war. Thean, yes, and my father seems determined to get himself and a lot more people killed, too. For no good reason. Balon, what, and the Stark boys' war is better? Thean, well, he's not attacking a helpless, defenseless North while the men are away, is he? Balon, the iron price must be paid. It is the way of the drowned god, the way of your family. And if you have no interest in it? Thean, not particularly. I mean, what? You just expect me to hunker on down like a dog and beg you for favor when you are going to attack my friends and allies? Really? Balon, sneer you can weep like a woman and hide behind your pretty clothes you pitiful excuse for a. Thean, and you can go ahead and prove to the world that Balon Greyjoy has not gone limp. Or at least try, seeing how the salt wives of the North are a bit smarter than your locals. Shakes his head but by all means, father, if you want to go ahead and betray us and get your arses kicked, again, be my guest. I'm sure the drowned god will reward you with whatever you desire. He turned and headed out. Balon. Grumbles that. He can't just walk out on me. I have no son. Asha, it's all right, father. We didn't need him anyway. After Talon has left, an hour or two later. Thean, hey. What? What happened? Captain of his ship, my lord, apparently you told your father off for deciding to raid the North instead of ally with you. Thean, I did? Captain of his ship, yes my lord. You were so passionate about how you weren't going to listen to your father and make your own way. As your own man. Thean, I did. I guess I did. Okay boys. Hookers are on me when we hit the shore. Sailors, hooray. This has been Brief Self-Inserts with Andrew J. Talon. Make, Brief Self-Inserts, Theon Greyjoy, Addendum. Father, I'm so sorry you were born retarded. Theon Talon. An addendum. Balon, the iron price is what we all must pay, for everything we take. It is the drowned god's way. Theon, which is essentially saying it's okay to steal people's shit that they built, grew, and made because our god says so. Wow. No wonder everybody hates us. Balon, the drowned god's way is our way you pitiful excuse for a. Theon, do you have to murder for your breakfast every day? Balon. What? Theon, your breakfast. Do you have to murder the cook for making that? Balon, no, of course not. He's ironborn. Theon, oh, he's ironborn then? He steal his cooking experience. He kill a lot of cooks for their utensils? Balon, the iron price is paid by true ironborn. Theon, what if I killed you and took your throne? Balon, why you don't have the balls? Theon, kicks Balon in the balls hard, and his old man goes down so basically, I could just kill you and take your throne then? Balon, you can't. Take it. You Greenlander. Theon, well now I don't understand your weird religion at all, father. Shakes his head I mean, I could just steal the throne from you now. But they wouldn't obey me. Even though I stole it, fair and square. Paid the iron price. Balon, only Ironborn deserve it. Thean, so I need to be recognized by the drowned god priests as a member of your little club, then I can kill you and take your throne. Balon, oh others would take it from you. You'd never be accepted. Thean, oh, so now there are even more exceptions to your cult's doctrine. It's like you're making this up as you go along. You know what? I'm just gonna go. Yo, Asha. Asha, yes dear little brother? Secretly impressed. Thean, I need some help. I want to go to King's Landing and save Robb Stark's sister. Be a daring pirate and steal her back. Asha, and make her your salt wife? Thean, nah, just thrilling heroics and stealing stuff. You want to come with? Asha. Well. Thean, it'll be fun. Way more fun than raiding the north. Asha. Okay. Thean, yet. Pirate adventure time. This has been an addendum to brief self-inserts with AJ Talon. Oh make, brief self-inserts, Sansa Stark. That was awful. Yes, yes it was. It was intentional. Beat. Mwahahahaha. And now, brief self-inserts with Andrew J. Talon. Where we briefly put Andrew J. Talon's mind in charge of a character from Game of Thrones, and see what happens. In this episode, Talon is in control of Sansa Stark during the events of Garden of Bones. Asterisk being inserted into a woman was not an unfamiliar experience for Andrew Joshua Talon, take that as you will. One who was being beat in front of a sadistic tyrant? That was new. Asterisk. Sansa, ow. What did I have to do with any of this, your grace? Ow. Toady, your brother ate man flesh, just like his wolf. Killing and eating the wounded Lannisters. Joffrey, clearly, to make sure Robb Stark can hear us, we must be louder. Beat her. Smack. Sansa, ow. Ow. Biting back tears. Oh. Yes. Can you hit the other side? Meryn, asterisk stares. Does so asterisk. Smack. Sansa, oh. Oh. Good. Good. That was itching. Doesn't itch anymore. Thanks for the scratch. Ow. Joffrey, gapes, have you gone mad? I am torturing you. Sansa, a little harder then, if you please. I can barely feel it. Meryn, smack. Sansa, oh. Ah. Why yes. Much harder. Do it even harder. It hurts so good. Joffrey, gapes. Tyrion, what is the meaning of this? What kind of knight beats a helpless girl? Meryn, one obeying the orders of his king. Tyrion Lannister, someone get the girl something to cover herself with. Sandor Clegane gives Sansa his cloak, she's to be your queen. Have you no regard for her honor? Joffrey, I was trying to punish her. Sansa, really? It was starting to feel good towards the end. Sansa shook her head and bowed. If I may say, your grace. Perhaps you should try punishing with kindness from now on. She turned and left, her head held high. After Tyrion has his bit of awesomeness, he follows Sansa out. Tyrion, are you all right? Sansa, I will be. Thank you. Nods. Tyrion, I can have your engagement broken off, Lady Sansa. Sansa, I am loyal to King Joffrey, my one true love. But he needs more instruction in the ways of pain. That is what marriage is for, is it not? Tyrion. Lady Sansa, you may outlive us all yet. Shakes his head. Sansa, depends on whether or not we get renewed for another season. Tyrion. What? Sansa, what? Tyrion, I meant. Sansa, what? Why? Tyrion. You're a most peculiar woman, Lady Sansa. Sansa, thank you. This has been Brief Self-Inserts with Andrew J. Talon. Make, Brief Self-Inserts, Theon Greyjoy 3. Additional self-insert targets are a bit hard to spot, given the twisting timelines. Would be nice if there was a Sliders/ASOIAF crossover or fusion, that'd be cool. I guess I'll just content myself with Theon Talon's continuing adventures. Aboard Asha's ship as she sails for King's Landing. Asha, brother, what on planetos are you wearing? Theon, well I can't very well go in as Theon Greyjoy. They'll know something is up the moment I appear, announce my name, and make off with the princess. Asha, princess? Theon, well, her brother is king in the north. And is hopefully not making any incredibly stupid decisions. Asha, speaking of. Why did you send those ravens to him? Theon, stupid decisions. Starks? It's what I do. Prevent them from making them. Full-time job. Asha, you didn't do so well with Ned, now did you? Thean, sigh no. No, I did not. Hopefully this one works out though. Asha, what exactly did you tell him? Thean, stupid decisions, Starks. Besides, we're technically enemies. Father's still going to go on his raids. Asha, I am disobeying his orders right now. Thean, what, first time for you? Asha, smirk no. First time for my little brother though. You'd better make it worthwhile. Thean, oh, I will. Asha, you'd better. Thean, I will. Completely. Just follow the instructions I gave you about the gunpowder, we'll be fine. Asha, ahoy. I'll believe it when I see it. A few days later. Asterisk grappling hooks are launched from makeshift cannons to the top of the Red Keep from the shore. Thean climbs up and sneaks in, managing to find Sansa's room and sneak away with her. They make it to the grapple point, only to see the gold cloaks barring their way out. Asterisk. Gold cloak, stay where you are. Who are you? Thean, gentleman. You will always remember this as the day you almost captured the dread pirate Roberts. Asterisk he leaped off the keep with Sansa clinging to him, screaming loudly. And he releases his Da Vinci-style parachute. Asterisk. Sansa, oh my gods, you are crazy. Crazy. Thean, yet. Good thing too. Otherwise this D probably never work. Might want to hold your breath, princess. Splash. It isn't exactly the most graceful landing into the Blackwater Bay, but Thean and Sansa soon surface and are picked up by Asha's ship, sailing out as fast as it can. Thean, so. Sis. You impressed? Asha, do you actually care if I am? Thean, shrugs maybe a little. Asha. A little. Smirks. Thean, beams all I needed to hear. Sansa, Thean. Thean, yes princess? Sansa. That was the most terrifying thing I've ever done. Thean, me too. Fun huh? Sansa. Very. Thean, good. Stick with me, you'll get to have a lot more fun like that. Sansa, how soon to White Harbor? Asha, about 4 days. Sansa, not soon enough. Thean, size can't win 'em all. Once again, I'll make and not to be taken seriously at all. I know all the logistical challenges and difficulties involved. But what the hey, you might as well have some fun once in a while. And Thean Greyjoy is exactly the kind of stupid to do this sort of thing, so at least it's true to the character. Chapter 5, 4. Young Curon Wad was, perhaps, the most miserable he had ever been in his life. The sky above the Blackwater was iron grey, and a constant drizzle of rain made visibility poor. Hardly a hardened sailor, all he could do was hope that the 6 rough-looking men pulling the oars, and the equally hard-bitten woman at the tiller of the boat, knew where they were going. Worse, he was not accustomed to the motion of watercraft, and it was taking all his effort to avoid throwing up over the side, again. So, he huddled in the front of the boat, staring into the rain, wrapped up in his heavy cloak, and hoped that somehow his misery would end. He blinked as he heard noises ahead, a deep, heavy creaking, like a massive door being slowly pulled open, and faintly, murmuring of people talking. Finally, a shape appeared against the grey, a massive form, like a huge sea monster rising from the deep. For an instant, he was gripped by terror, images of mighty beasts filling his mind, bringing death and destruction. It was only natural, he would later assure himself. After all, anyone who was born within sight of Harrenhal knew what horrors giant monsters could wreak. But no, it was no dragon, marine or otherwise, but instead the ship that was Curon's destination. It was a massive carrack, almost 100 feet long, with 2 great masts and massive fore and after castles. Strange, he thought absently as the rowers maneuvered their craft so that the boat slid up to bump against the larger ship's timbers, that even though I grew up in the shadow of the largest fortress in Westeros, this ship seems even more massive. Ahoy down there, what's your business? Came a rough cry from above. Curon stood up in the boat, then almost fell over as the shifting of weight almost overturned the craft. Grabbing at the side of the boat, he pulled back his hood and shouted back, "Cur," he coughed. "Curon Wad. I'm to come aboard." "Says who?" Came back the voice, and Curon cheeks burned as laughter and jeers came from, presumably, the crew of the vessel. He took a deep breath and steeled his spine. "By order of Lord Stannis Baratheon, Master of Ships, Lord of Storm's End and Lord Paramount of the Stormlands." That shut them up. A few minutes later, he was being helped up over the railing, after climbing up the awkward rope ladder. The grey-bearded sailor who hauled him up made sure he had his feet, then bowed, rapping his knuckles on his shoulder in a rough salute. "Pardon the lads, m'lord, just they ain't expecting anyone to come aboard. Didn't know you were who you are, if you get my meaning, m'lord." Curon flinched, his stomach churning. It's all he swallowed, hard. I'm just, oh, 7 hells, he swore in a gasp, before lurching to the side and sticking his head over, promptly emptying his belly into the sea, barely missing the rowboat below. Ignoring the shouts and insults coming from his hired rowers, he was vaguely aware of the sailor patting him on the back, not unkindly assuring him that the worst would pass. What's this? Came a firm voice, and Curon looked up to see a tall man standing next to him, protected by a somewhat finer cloak. The sailor straightened up. Begging your pardon, Master Barys, but he says he's to come aboard. Says he's sent by Lord Stannis, what's the king's brother and all, he offered, but the officer raised a gloved hand for silence. Does he now? He asked, and Curon swallowed, told his stomach to be still, then stood up, reaching for the leather tube thrust through his belt. Sire, I am Curon Wad, here to join the ship's company. He stumbled over the unfamiliar terms, but he was fairly proud that his hand didn't shake much as he offered the tube to the officer. Barys frowned. Curon would later observe that it was the man's default expression. Still, he took the tube and, shielding it from the drizzle, appended it to retrieve the contents, a rolled letter, sealed at the bottom by red wax. Barys glanced over it, then shoved the parchment back into the leather. Right. You have baggage. Curon nodded, then at the officer's sharp expression, expounded. Yes, sire. A bag and 2 chests. In the boat down there, he pointed vaguely. Barys raised an eyebrow. A bag and 2 chests, indeed. Well, Master Wad, it seems you need to see the captain. Follow me. Stygians, see that the young gentleman's bag and 2 chests are brought up on deck. Aye, sire, the sailor said, knuckling his shoulder again, before shouting for several other sailors to help him. Barys spun on his heel, and stalked off towards the rear of the ship, his heels clicking on the deck. Curon stumbled after him, staggering this way and that as the whole vessel shifted and rolled beneath him. They passed more sailors puttering about the place, doing arcane things with ropes and pulleys, mopping the floor, even sitting and sewing of all things. To Curon's eyes it was a churning confusion of unfamiliar sights, and it was a relief when they arrived at the after castle, where a wooden door presumably led into the interior of the ship. Inside was cramped, dark and humid, but decidedly warmer than outside. Curon followed Barys down a short corridor, past several doors on either side, until they reached a larger door. Here Barys stopped, and knocked firmly. After a few moments there was a muffled order from within, and Barys pushed the door open, ducking inside, gesturing for Curon to follow. The captain's cabin was remarkably spacious, considering the rest of the interior, meaning that it was about the size of the room Curon had grown up in. It was dominated by a large table strewn with parchment and maps, at which sat a somewhat heavy-set man in his middle years, who was concentrating on the letter he was writing, his quill scratching on the parchment. Begging your pardon, Captain. The rain continues above, the breeze is freshening from the west, and we have a visitor. The man, presumably, the captain, didn't look up at Barry's words, but held up his free hand, into which the officer deposited Curon leather tube. The captain stopped writing, set the letter aside, replaced his quill into the ink pot, and sat back in his chair, looking up Curon. His beard was closely cropped, as was his hair, and both were grey, his skin leathery and tanned by the sun. Beneath his heavy eyebrows, his eyes were still clear and bright. Without taking his eyes off Curon, he shook the letter free of the tube, spreading it out on the table in front of him. Only then did he look down, his eyes flicking over the calligraphy, checking the seal and signature. It seems, he said finally, his voice deep and clear, that Lord Stannis has deemed fit to send us someone to join our company. A Master Curon Wad, of Harrenhal. Humph. A fine young lad of good family. How old are you, boy? Curon lifted his chin. 16 name days. Barys chuffed slightly, behind a gloved hand. Ser. Curon blinked, then blushed. 16 name days, sire, he completed. Ah, noted the captain, returning to the parchment. Your father is Sir Nobin Wad, is this correct? Yes, sire. I do not know that name. Curon flush deepened. My father is a household knight to Lady Shellawent. Ah, repeated the captain. A hedge knight, then. No longer, insisted Curon, before remembering. Sire. He has served Housewent for 10 years, and holds a manor in their name. And father says he hopes that the lady will one day grant us a fief of our own. Land, a keep, small folk to protect, like real knights. He shoved that thought down. The captain nodded. Ever been to sea before, then, son of a household knight? Curon's face fell. Not, as such, sire. Still getting your sea legs, I see. Thrown up yet, lad? Curon's expression grew darker in embarrassment. Yes, sire. Over the side. Ha. Better than most. Then again, the captain said, smiling slightly, if you had been sick onto my deck, I would have had you swab it clean. So, you have never sailed? Not even a riverboat? No, sir. The rowboat was the first time I've been on anything larger than a raft my brother and I built to float on the lake. Humph. Can you swim, at least? Here Curon's spine straightened. Yes, sir. My father taught us. The captain sighed. Well, at least that's something. I don't suppose he also taught you to read and write? Yes, sir, he did. And our numbers? The captain looked up. Can you do sums? Yes, sir. Father said I was quite good. The captain looked at him for a moment, then looked down again. Very well. It seems Lord Stannis has decided to include our company in his newest experiment. It's a shame you didn't decide to run away to sea when you were 10, 16 is rather late to become a sailor, but we'll work with what we've been given. So, you are now an apprentice officer aboard His Grace's vessel Falcon. As such, you will be able to give commands to members of the crew. He raised a finger to point at Curon. If you do so without the express permission and observation of one of my real officers, I will have you bent over a barrel and have the boatswain beat you bloody with his cane. Lord Stannis in his wisdom wants us to teach you how to be an officer in King Robert's navy, so we will do just that. Master Barrys, did our young apprentice bring along any belongings? Barrys smiled. Yes, sir. A bag and 2 chests. Very good, Master Barrys. He turned back to Curon. Quite a lot of luggage, young man. What's in them? Curon blinked. Clothes, a few books. My sword, he said proudly, my mail, helm and cuirass. He remembered fondly the moment his father had given him his armor and sword, how it had felt when the iron and steel was girt about him. It had felt like he dreamed knighthood would feel. Ah, said the captain, and this time, the smile was decidedly vicious. Unfortunately, space aboard a ship of the King's Navy is rather precious, as you can see, he gestured about. This is the largest quarters aboard, and for good reason. From here I navigate our course, maintain our records, sit judgment over our less law-abiding crew. Here I set table for my officers, and during battle, my table becomes the slab where wounded crew members' limbs are hacked off. It is also where I sleep. You, young man, are not so lucky, you will be joining Master Barrys in his quarters, along with Master Avery, our sailing master. As such, I truly doubt there will be room for all your numerous belongings. Master Barrys, he said, and the officer straightened up. We will store the young man's things in your quarters tonight, and on the morrow I want you to take him into the capital and sell what we cannot safely stow. Before Curon could cry out to object, the captain continued. Keep the sword, but be rid of the armor, don't want you sinking over the side, do we, boy? Have the coin, if any, placed in the purser's accounts. Don't worry, lad, we aren't going to cheat you, you'll get your money back next time you go ashore, but that isn't likely to be for a while. You'll be far too busy, a sailor's education starts at 10, at the oldest, and you have started quite late. Captain Sir Garan Follard was a fine sailor, a decent fighter, and a good man. A veteran of the Royal Navy, he had followed Stannis to Dragonstone, and fought both at sea and ashore. In years to come, Curon would say that his first captain was a great mentor, teacher, and role model. He would never, however, say that he appreciated the sea captain's sense of humor. The sky was equally grey above the 10 towers, but at least it was not raining, and there was plenty of light, a fact that always delighted Roderick Harlaw, whom men called the reader. More light meant it was easier to decipher the words on the page. I don't suppose the news is any better than we expected? He asked, not looking up from the heavy tome propped up on his desk. His cousin Duncan, Lord of Grey Garden, shook his head as he poured mead into a cup carved from narwhal ivory. Pretty much as we expected, he grunted, sitting down across the table from his lord and leaning back in his chair, adjusting the scabbard at his waist that held his family's prized Valyrian steel blade, Nightfall. His fingers idly played along the moonstone set in its pommel. He's being quiet about it, after all, he's not a complete moron, but Balon is definitely expanding the Iron Fleet. Roderick sighed, and rapped his fingertips on the tabletop in a rhythmic pattern to help himself think. I suppose it was inevitable. If only his father hadn't died at the Mander. Duncan referred to the single battle that the Ironmen had fought during the previous year's rebellion, where a raiding fleet of longships were met at the mouth of the Mander River by a fleet of Reacher ships. Technically it had been a victory for the Ironmen, but their losses had been heavy, 12 of 50 ships sunk or burnt, hundreds dead, and Lord Paramount Quellan Greyjoy had been called to the drowned gods' halls. You mean, said Roderick mildly, if only Balon hadn't been so effective in arguing for his father to lead that expedition, lest we achieve no glory or plunder from this war, he quoted the new Lord of Pike. Duncan shrugged. Either way. You know the man better, after all, he's married to your sister. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean much. She was never the sharpest hook in the tackle box, Roderick admitted, and he certainly didn't marry her for her conversation, so even if she did feel the urge to correspond, she wouldn't have much in the way of insight. He shook his head. But yes, I know Lord Balon. And what I know worries me. He's the Reaver's Reaver, born to oar and axe, rape, and pillage. He's good at it, I'll give you that. The problem is, Roderick leant back in his chair, he's an idiot. You say he's building up the fleet, yes. Duncan nodded, rolling his cup between his hands. And where, may I ask, is he getting the wood, pitch, sailcloth, and cordage? Duncan frowned. The iron-born longship was a marvel of design and engineering, perfected over centuries to be strong, but flexible, hardy yet swift, able to face all but the worst storms, yet row upriver, be beached on any shore and portaged across land. The galleys that made up the core of the Iron Fleet were 3 times the size, dipped up to 100 oars, and were built for ramming as well as boarding. Any ship was expensive, taking skilled labor, good metal, rope, and paint. Most of all, it took seasoned wood. The islands produced excellent iron ore, wonderful sailors, wool, and salt fish. Trees, on the other hand, were rather thin on the ground. The Westerlands, he answered, and the Reach. Our ships sail to the Greenlands laden with trade goods, things we've reeved or traded for in the far west, or produce ourselves, and return with planks, coils of rope, sailcloth, and everything else the shipbuilders need. Roderick smiled sadly. And that, right there, is the issue. We need to trade with the Greenlanders for those things, because we produce none of them ourselves. We can't, our soil is thin and poor, our stands of trees too small. We barter with them because we have to. Duncan blinked. So? When the fleet is ready, when Balon decides to declare himself king of the Iron Isles and sits on the Seastone throne, and our ships once again ride the waves to visit fire and looting on the lands of Westeros, who will trade with us then? His cousin paused, thinking it over. We'd take what we need, wouldn't we? I mean, they've got their own shipyards, stores of wood and what have you, right? Okay, suppose we manage to attack and capture a shipyard, with warehouses full of supplies. Have you ever tried loading lumber onto a longship? No, Duncan admitted. It takes for bloody ever, snarled the Lord, and while we're loading our vessels, a contingent of mounted troops arrives, reinforcements from further inland, and attacks us while we are beached and vulnerable. Worse, do you know how fast seasoned timber burns? I can imagine Greenlanders setting their own stores alight, rather than letting us loot them. On the other hand, the Iron Throne has an almost intact fleet, over 150 galleys, cogs, and carracks, and the word is that King Robert is building more. The Reach suffered at our hands last year, but they're rebuilding fast, and the Redwine fleet of the Arbor was untouched. The Westerlanders have never been great sailors, but their forces are not inconsiderable. And the worst of it is, even if we crush their fleets at sea, or burn them at port, even if we somehow manage to win every battle, sink all their vessels, they can build more. Yes, our ships are faster and more maneuverable than their galleys, but their ships are larger and carry more men. Ours are better built, crewed and captained, but they have us hilariously outnumbered, both in hulls and in men, and they have far greater reserves of both. One battle or 100, eventually they will wear down our fleets, and land troops on our home islands, which would be largely undefended, since most of the men would be away pulling oars, and the Greenlanders have more warriors than we have ironmen. I would stack the Iron Fleet, once complete, against any of the other 6 kingdoms, the Riverlands, or even the Royal Fleet, he said, picking up his own cup. But against all of them? At once? Under a single, royal command. He drained his cup in a single draught. We're fucked. The room was silent for a time, the quiet broken only by the crackle of the fire. Then Duncan spoke. The Targaryens held us in place by fear of their dragons. Then, once they were gone, they still, as you say, outnumbered us enough to keep us in check. Hells, they did the same to keep the kingdoms under their rule. But Robert took the Iron Throne by force, he barely has the blood claim, he's pissed off the Dornish, the Tyrells hate him, and by all accounts he's not exactly the smartest of his kin. Surely he wouldn't be able to hold the whole rotten mess together if we started burning our way up and down the coast, from the Arbor to Bear Island. The Greenlanders would all look to their own defences, and the Baratheons would be too busy trying to put down rebellions to bother with us. Roderick smiled. Perhaps. That's what Balon is hoping for, presumably. But I, too, have heard about this new king. Actually, his smile grew, we have a relative in King's Landing as we speak. Sir Kieran Harlaw, who joined the King's Guard shortly after Robert's coronation. Duncan thought for a moment. One of Bormund's nephews, right? Made a stir when he decided to get drowned in oils rather than seawater and become a knight? I hadn't heard he joined the king's eunuchs, lose his balls in the rebellion as well as his faith. The Harridan Hill branch of the family has always been a little strange, admitted Roderick. In any case, he sent his uncle letters, and Bourmond sent them to me. It seems King Robert is somewhat smarter than rumor suggests. Oh, we knew he could fight, and win battles, but he seems to have surrounded himself with some fairly capable men, and even a mediocre captain can succeed if he has good officers. He put his brother in charge of his fleet, and that may just be to keep it under family control, but Stannis took Dragonstone with a few squadrons of Baratheon ships and a bunch of odds and sods he could scrape together. He's put new lords on the small council, and he's keeping them busy in repairing the damage caused by the rebellion. He's even got some kind of wizard working for him, who's constantly thinking up new toys, tricks and gadgets to entertain the court and the like, something to do with water wheels, I think. The boy's handwriting is terrible. Duncan smiled, not being able to read or write much more than his name, himself. But what's worse is, Kieran likes the man. Says he's charming, friendly, puts people at their ease. People go into his solar planning rebellion and come out proclaiming their loyalty. He even says that he's only relaying gossip and common knowledge, that his oaths to the throne are more binding than loyalty to Harlaw, and he won't do anything to betray his king. Duncan shook his head. Poor boy's been inland too long, he needs some salt in his lungs to remind him of where his blood flows. Roderick replaced his cup on the desk. Still, he's a useful source of information, and information is never wasted. He stood up, picked up his cup and walked over to the sideboard, pouring himself some more mead. So, said Duncan, are you planning on confronting Balon about all this? Fuck, no, said the reader, shaking his head. No point, really. Balon's all fired up, and surrounded by captains who are as hungry for blood and plunder as he is. He walked over to the window, and looked down at the cove below, where his own ship, the Sea Song, was beached. He hates me at least as much as I hate him for the fact that I read, and me for the fact that he won't. Any objection I raise would be dismissed out of hand, and could only hurt our position in Pike. No, he decided, returning to his desk, his fingers already moving to trace the letters on the page, the most we can do is to ready our own ships, shore up our defenses, and prepare. For what? To see how much we can salvage from the wreckage after Greyjoy sails the islands right into the biggest hurricane we've seen these last 3 centuries. Oh make, brief self-inserts, Theon Greyjoy 4. And now the Theon self-insert idea won't leave me alone. Sigh. My muse is weird. You know who to blame for this, kids. Most stories about people ending up in a fantasy world and saving it have happy endings. And while my story hadn't ended, yet, there was a hell of a lot of bad things that still happened no matter how hard I tried to prevent it. From the day I ended up in Theon Greyjoy's body, an 8-year-old hostage/foster son at Winterfell, I had struggled to change the future and make the world a better place. In that respect, I'm not too different from anyone else I suppose. And I had had many successes, make no mistake. It had taken time for Ned Stark and Maester Luwin and dozens of other men to recognize my plans as more than child's fancies, but when they did pay off I was given more and more. I had industrialized the North. Ned Stark had built watermill-powered sawmills, textile plants, meat processing factories, and other industries powered by rivers to make the North prosper. I had used my name as a Greyjoy to welcome dissidents from the Iron Isles, and given Ned Stark the impetus to form a fleet of the North. Maester Luwin was known far and wide for inventing canned foods, antibiotics, vaccines to a few plagues, and other wonders from my fertile mind. Gunpowder had led to primitive dynamite, muskets, cannons, flintlock weapons, and other marvels of technology that made the North fearsome indeed. And people stayed people, stubborn and foolish. No one more than I. The Night's Watch had cannons, muskets, scatter guns, grenades, landmines, flamethrowers. And they were still barely 400 men. The wildlings were still coming, and I couldn't very well tell them the White Walkers were returning. I'd look like a madman. But now wildlings were being killed, their bodies torn apart by Bolton blunderbusses for sport. A maester in a nearby village had finally perfected the threshing machine and I was sent out to look at it. The same day Bran Stark was shoved out a window. I couldn't save him, save the boy I had found a little brother in. One I shared views of the stars with through a telescope, and talked about the planets with. A boy who had such dreams, and I had failed to change his destiny. Ned Stark had gone south to become Hand of the King. I had tried to come with him, but he had insisted I was indispensable to the North and had to stay. I had convinced him and his men to take pistols, gas grenades, and a few other precautions just in case. And Ned Stark still lost his head, though Arya had at least escaped. Sansa was still a prisoner to a monster king. And now the War of the Five Kings was underway. I had at least managed to convince Robb Stark to cut off all lumber and other trade with the Iron Isles a few months beforehand, citing secret issues. That would keep my father's conflicts limited, especially given the North's naval power. And we had managed to avoid dealing with Valder Frey entirely. The fleet of the North allowed Robb Stark's armies to move about the riverlands at will, and kept supplies flowing. Logistics was the key to any war, and expanding the North's trading fleet let us do that. I had made a few changes, small, minor ones. And yet, here we still were, Ned Stark dead, Joffrey holding Sansa, Renly and Stannis fighting in the south, and Daenerys Targaryen in Essos, building her army. 3 victories to the young wolf's name, Jaime Lannister our prisoner, but no closer to victory. Maybe the North was better fed, better armed, and better prepared for the dark days to come. But the people in it had not changed. We had to end this war. We had to stop it, as quickly as possible, and turn our attention to the wall. I had tried so hard to avert this conflict, this useless and destructive war. And I had failed. All I could do then, was see just how much more I could get away with. Before the gods decided I'd pushed my luck too far. Robb Stark, my brother and my king, was studying a map intently with the rest of his head bannermen in his tent. He's been fighting a defensive war from Harrenhal, Robb said, pointing to that ancient ruin on the map. Using the mountain to raid and burn the riverlands. He's content to keep that up, exhaust us. We need to draw him out, I said bluntly. Brynden Tully looked over at Theon, and smiled. That we do Lord Greyjoy, but Tywin Lannister's not going to just come out for us, he said. If he won't commit all his forces to a strike for his son, what would he? I grimaced. I don't know, I admitted, but the longer the war goes on, the harder it gets. We can't afford any major sieges, winter is coming. House Stark's words, but meaningless for us, Roose Bolton stated. I managed to look him in the eyes, no matter how much he made me want to look away and shudder. And with your esteemed father raising havoc in the north. He hasn't made landfall with any great host, I said earnestly. And unless he can load up more timber on those longboats of his, he can't replace the ships we sink. And we are sinking a lot of them, I reminded Robb. My king nodded, and Bolton conceded the point with a shrug. Balon Greyjoy is a limp old man trying to relive his glory days, I said fiercely, and it's only the War of 5 Kings as a courtesy to that withered old cunt. Well said, yet you keep the name, Great Jon Umber said. I shrugged and smiled at Robb. Well, I'd like to take Stark, but I'll leave the timing on that to my king, I said. Robb smiled back. Besides, I don't have a wolf. You don't have a kraken, either, Bolton noted. I scowled. That's because they'd be too much of a hassle to cart around on land, I emphasized. Can you imagine having to tow that with me everywhere? We'd laugh at you no less than whores do now, Lord Karstark jested, as everyone, including myself, laughed. Robb got his laughter under control and shook his head. Fact of the matter is though, Theon's right, Robb said. We do need to end this conflict, and fast. He studied the map. We could make raids into the Westerlands, draw him into a trap there. An assault on Casterly Rock would sting his pride fiercely. He sends the mountain after us, we trap him around the stone mill and crush him. I recalled the marriage Robb made with that Westerling girl, and while he was not beholden to Valder Frey, I was still reluctant to put my friend into such a position. Besides, I had sent a few of my people along with Catelyn Stark down to the Stormlands who would innocently suggest a marriage between Robb and Mayor Jerry Tyrell just in case something terrible happened to Renly. No, of course I wasn't expecting anything to happen, but it would be a good thing to keep in mind, just in case, and by the way, since Peter Baelish was there, why not bring up the idea with him and how happy it would make Catelyn? We could, I agreed carefully, but we'll have to make sure everyone's coordinated. One screw up and we're all fucked. Your fire sticks have been a great help on that front, Great Jon Umber said with a grin. Why not let loose with them, right in the open field? I sucked in a deep breath. Because while your knights and cavalry are well trained, disciplined soldiers, my lord, I said, the majority of the army armed with my fire sticks are farmers, millers, iron workers, spinners, and the like. The most shooting they've done before this war was of geese or deer, or the occasional shooting contest. Ned Stark had sponsored many of those himself to promote the ownership of firearms. Many of the noble lords had objected, at first, but Ned Stark's commitment to being kind to the small folk had at least assuaged most of them that a rebellion was not inevitable. And those same houses had purchased many weapons of their own, just in case they didn't believe the Starks. They tore through the Lannister flank at Whispering Wood, Great Jon emphasized. I nodded. That we did, I said, but that's because we were able to shoot from cover. Even with bayonets, without men at arms to protect them, most of our musketeers will flee in the face of a charge. That is why I've focused on hit and run tactics with them, Robb said with a nod. We can use guns and hold our ground just fine. Lord Karstark huffed. Yes, but the sheer majority of the army are small folk, I said. And our tactics have to take that into account. I studied the map, and rubbed my chin. Striking Casterly Rock is something Tywin Lannister would expect, I said. He's betting on us doing that. But I'm thinking we need to try something more galling. And what would that be? Bolton asked, tilting his head curiously. I smiled. We need to bring down the mountain. We need to lure him into a trap. But it needs to be one of our own making, one that will decisively crush the Lannister army. We need a place that will let us bring all the fire down on them. And use our minds to the best advantage. We need to take the Golden Tooth, or circumvent it. We need to take Sarsfield. And we need to hit Oxcross, or even Lannisport itself to draw the Lannister forces into the mountains. I looked around at them. A good avalanche launched by dynamite, and our troubles are over. Or you could bury our army just as easily as the Lannister army, Lord Karstark pointed out sourly. I grimaced. Well. Only if we weren't careful. No avalanches, Robb said sternly. I sighed. You never let me have any fun. Chapter 6. 7th month, 284 AC. Completely ruined. How am I supposed to show my face at court with my hair looking like this? No, don't look away, you little tramp, pay attention when I'm talking to you. And don't think I've forgotten about my mother-of-pearl hairbrush. You took it, didn't you? I'll have you stripped naked and horsewhipped down the gold road. I paused at the entrance to my solar, and exchanged a glance with the youngish King's Guard who stood on duty outside. Sir Kieran smiled lightly. Best of luck, Your Grace, he whispered. I nodded, tugged my tunic straight, and pushed the door open. Only to just barely duck and miss being struck by the porcelain plate that smashed into the wall next behind me. As I straightened up, I saw Cersei reaching for another plate, this time solid silver, to throw at me. Nearby, one of her maids cowered, sobbing apologies and denials. Cersei's golden mane flew about her face like a starburst, and her eyes fixed on me like emerald lasers. You. I smiled, spreading my hands wide. Cersei, my lady, what is? You. She hauled back her arm, and threw, but her aim wasn't true, and I barely blinked as the plate soared past me. You did this. Did what, my dove? Cersei growled, and spread her hands over her expansive belly. You did this to me, you hairy, overgrown, slow-witted ox. I'm as big as Harrenhal, I can't see my feet anymore, I have to use the chamber pot every hour on the hour, and this little beast is, Aik, she flinched, clutching at her stomach. Stop it, stop it, stop it. She glared at me. I can't sleep, my feet hurt, my back hurts, I'm eating enough for 10, and nothing fits me anymore. You've made me fat. She cried, one hand reaching up to cup the side of her face. Actually, she was one of those women who wore pregnancy well. Yes, she had developed a bit of extra padding, and, of course, her breasts had swelled. But she was still stunningly beautiful, and only part of that was due to the fact that she was, very likely, carrying my child. Unfortunately, while it was going well on the outside, inside was a completely different matter. The initial bouts of morning sickness were dreadful, but thankfully they passed after a month or so. The cravings, on the other hand, had been continuous, and increasingly weird. 1 month, for example, she had insisted on having a Westerosi analogue of surströmming, or fermented pickled herring, imported from the Iron Islands. Then, there were the mood swings. Emphasis on swing, I thought irreverently as Cersei picked up an empty wine jar. Please, Cersei, you have never looked more lovely. And this little slut, she turned to scowl at her maid, whose crying only intensified, don't think I've forgotten about you, Reg. Lazy, clumsy, incompetent, and light-fingered, just like all the rest of you. I'm surrounded by scheming, jealous, poisonous little. She raised the jar to throw, this time at the girl. With a few quick strides, I crossed the room and grabbed her free arm, and snatched the jar from her other hand. All right, let's just calm down a little, I said in a calm, gentle voice. Cersei rounded on me, her hand flying for my face, but I caught her by the wrist, meeting her green eyes, full of fury, with my cool blue. The moment was tense, as neither of us would give in, until finally she wailed, and collapsed against me, starting to sob and whimper. My arms wrapped around her, and I held her close as I rubbed her back and murmured soothing words. Glancing over her shoulder, I waved a hand at the maid, and silently gestured for her to leave, but offering her a kind smile, one she weakly returned. I'll have to make sure she finds a new position. Cersei isn't one to forget grudges. Actually, she's a lot like another queen I used to read about. She's the kind who keeps grudges until they die of old age, then has them stuffed and mounted. Maybe Horan's girl could do with another set of hands? It's a step down from being made to a queen, but something tells me she'll appreciate a calmer, gentler post. Hells, I should be giving these girls combat pay. An hour later, Cersei groaned as she lay on her side, a skilled masser kneading scented oil into her back and shoulders, while a girl used her thumbs to massage her feet. I'm sorry, Robert, I just get so angry, she said, closing her eyes as the young man behind her started to work on a particularly troublesome knot. The queen had changed into a silk shift, unlaced at the back for the professional to work his magic. I sat at my desk nearby, glancing over some reports. I have the honor to be, blah, 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 Beg leave to report that yada yada yada, most gracious regards, Sir Hogivessa fuck. Seriously, sometimes I reckon old Bobby boy had the right idea about this stuff. Nothing to forgive, Cersei. I understand it is perfectly natural for a lady in your condition. And, I tossed her a cheeky grin, I knew I was marrying a lioness. One can't expect to go too long without hearing a roar, or getting one's face clawed off. Cersei laughed, then cut off as the masseurs hit a sensitive spot. Ah! Watch it, boy, she said sharply. The servant, a handsome young man with Summer Isles blood, bowed his head. Of course, your grace. I shall be much more careful, he murmured respectfully. He's probably a year or two older than she is, I thought absently, taking a piece of paper and starting a few notes. The recent rise of the printing press had been something of a boon to the papermakers of King's Landing. Since the Faith had embraced the device with both hands, mostly at the suggestion of the good brother Jaehaerys, who had turned out to be a popular and charismatic proponent of the press, demand for paper had skyrocketed, and with a few suggestions and examples of new techniques, the papermakers were managing to keep pace, mostly. Still, being king meant it was easy to requisition some of their better produce for my own personal use. Sighing, Cersei sat up, and waved her hands. That's enough. Go, she gestured, and the servants stood up, made their bows and murmured their respects, then backed themselves out of the room. As the door closed behind them, the queen stood up and pressed her palms against the small of her back and stretched. In any case, I will be overjoyed when this particular trial is over, you have no idea just how uncomfortable being pregnant is. I smiled. Something for which I thank the father and mother daily, I admitted, and ignored the death stare she sent my way. Actually, oh, hells. I yelped as my quill left a large splot of ink on the page. Blasted things, my love, remind me to ask Horan as to how he's doing with the new steel-tipped pens. I stood up and threw the ruined page onto the nearby brazier, keeping away the last hints of winter chill. Cersei snorted. You rely far too much on that little man. For certain, his toys are amusing, but... I raised a hand sharply, and she fell silent, miffed by my high-handed gesture. I then pointed a finger at the brazier. The page was burning, the flames consuming the paper quickly, and bits of ash were flying upwards as the heat increased in intensity. What? I swear, Robert, if this is one of your jokes. Norton of the kind, my dear, nothing of the kind. I glanced about, then walked across the room and grabbed a grey, silk shawl that was tossed over the back of a chair. Here, I shoved one end into her hands, hold this, and help me place it over the brazier, yes, just like that. I maneuvered us so that we stood on either side of the brazier, lowered the shawl, and the silk billowed up as the heat was trapped by the cloth. Aha! I thought so. She blinked. What in the world has you so excited about? Ah, she yelped as she lost her grip on the silk, and it flew out of her hands. I snatched it out of the air before it could fall into the brazier. Careful, I like that shawl, she snapped. What, exactly, did you think? She brought my attention back to my exclamation. I thought, I emphasized with a grin, that the hot air produced by the fire acts like the steam that builds up in one of Horan's steam kettles, if you trap it, it exerts force. You saw, the silk was pushed up, and out of your hands. Even better, it seems the natural inclination of hot air, like steam, is to go up. You've seen how steam from a kettle always seems to flow upwards, like smoke from a fire? Always up. Cersei threw up her hands in exasperation. So? Please Robert, start making sense. What's got you so excited about that? Don't you see, my love? My grin grew even broader. If we produce something larger, say, a bag sewn from silk, and place a lit brazier beneath it, and let it fill with hot air and smoke, why, surely the bag itself will expand, and rise up of its own power. She blinked. So, what if we put something like a wicker basket beneath that bag? If we make the bag big enough, and fill it with enough hot air, it could lift a great weight off the ground. Even, my eyes glittered, the weight of a man, or a woman. Her jaw dropped. Even as her mind started to work over the possibilities, I was wondering if that maid was any good at sewing. Helping to start the royal ballooning industry might be a better new job than waiting on the wife of a royal clerk. I grinned as I crossed the small council chamber, and embraced John Arryn fiercely. John, my friend, it has been far too long. And just whose fault was that, your grace? Asked the hand, but he squeezed back just as hard, clapping me on the back. His sojourn to Dorne, performing critical negotiations with the Martell family, followed by a trip north to the Vale, where he put his own kingdom in order, as well as the long months at sea and on the road had left John thinner and looking exhausted, but his skin was tanned and his eyes were still as bright as those of a man decades younger. He coughed slightly. Forgive me, your grace, the road was long, and I fear I have much of the King's Road stuck in my throat. Then we must fix that, I said, ushering him over to the sideboard, where several bottles and jugs sat along with goblets and glasses made from expensive crystal and precious metals. A little restorative to help get your voice back, I continued, pouring a small amount of liquid into a pair of rather plain, cylindrical glasses. I think you will find this interesting. It's the result of 6 months' effort, the importing of several experts from Essos, and a lot of trial and error. John's eyebrows rose, but he took the glass from my hand, and, carefully, sipped the drink. Oh, my, he said, coughing again, that is rather strong. Triple distilled in copper kettles, then poured into casks to age. This particular batch spent about 2 months in the cask. My experts assure me that a few more months will improve the taste markedly. I took a sip myself, rolling the spirit around in the glass to admire the color. Once the kinks were worked out, production has expanded quite a bit. This time next year, we should be shipping casks across the continent, starting with gifts to the various great lords and their courts. From there, we're quite certain the demand will grow. John smiled, and took another drink. Ah, he said admiringly, you may be right there. Expensive, though. I shrugged. It's actually a good use for less famous vintages. And it's far easier to transport. Anyway, the glasses are just as interesting, I added. Oh? How so? In addition to recruiting some distillers, my agents in Mir acquired some other experts, including several glass blowers. These are some of their first products. I tilted the tumbler again to swirl the liquor around. A little plain, but they're still ironing out the kinks in the workshops we've built, and I wanted something concrete to show you upon your return. John shook his head. How on earth did you manage to recruit so many SSE craftsmen to pull up stakes, cross the narrow sea, and set up shop in King's Landing? I shrugged. Simple. I bought them. He stared at me. Hey, it's disturbingly easy for free men in Mir to find themselves in debt, especially craftsmen, and debtors get sold to pay their creditors. I simply had some agents purchase some of these men, mostly unmarried journeymen, but also a few masters, and quietly bought them. No, it wasn't cheap, but it should pay off quickly. I was really, getting tired of saying that, and my master of coin was equally tired of hearing it. Hopefully my predictions would start coming true. Sooner rather than later would be good. You bought them? Robert, after everything I've taught you, everything we've been through, you would enter the slave trade? Are you mad? His eyes blazed in horror. I raised a hand to calm him. Please, John, calm yourself. I consulted with both the Master of Laws and the High Septon before I began this little project, and they both agree with me. While it is distasteful to deal with those who trade in flesh, our only intention was to buy men in order to free them. Once they were on board our ship, they were offered a choice. Our captain could drop them off anywhere on the way back to Westeros, or they could come back to King's Landing, where generous employment was on offer, as well as the sure knowledge that they would never be enslaved again. I knocked back the last of my drink. You would be amazed at how many of them jumped at the chance to become employees of the crown. He shook his head. Robert, you're playing in dangerous waters, please tell me you're being careful. As careful as when hunting shadow cats, I assured him. Oh no, he groaned somewhat dramatically, that bad. There was a knock at the door, and we turned to see Sir Jaime standing there, carrying a long, cloth-wrapped bundle. Forgive me, Your Grace, my Lord Hand, he bowed to us in turn. If you are busy, I can certainly return, he offered, but I waved a hand. Nonsense. I was just telling Lord John about our new industries. Yes, John, this should interest you, I waved for Jaime to approach. I trust, my old friend, that you've heard of the recent wildfire outbreak. John nodded. I have, and that you helped to put out the blaze, at great personal risk, he said in a chiding tone. I waved away his concern. Yes. Now, after that, I put Sir Jaime here in charge of finding the rest of the Mad King's jars of portable hell, and he's been digging into the basements and storehouses of the capital ever since. He's recovered, 600 jars so far. Jaime bowed his head in acknowledgement. 652, he corrected gently. Ah. Good. I poured another dash of liquor into my tumbler, and offered the same to John. In any case, I continued, putting the bottle back onto the side table, the last few days he's been digging about in the dragon pit. I gestured towards the ruined, forbidding building that dominated a full third of the capital. It's something of a mess, offered Jaime. Most small folk consider it cursed, and even the homeless avoid it whenever possible. They especially don't go into the lower levels, which is where we found the wildfire, among other things. Turns out, some of the levels were closed off 170 years ago, after the storming of the dragon pit, I continued, swirling my tumbler around. When Ares' tame pyromancers put their shit down there, as part of the plot to murder the city that our good Sir Jaime here foiled neatly and permanently, I nodded to the blonde knight, who shifted slyly in discomfort. They opened it up and dumped the wildfire down there, but didn't do much of a look around. We, on the other hand, said Jaime, lifting his bundle and starting to unwrap it, did have a look around, since we needed to make sure there weren't any other jars stashed somewhere. There was one pile of rubble we thought may be hiding more, so we shifted them, and found. He finished pulling aside the cloth, to reveal a broadsword, the bare steel of the blade dark grey in color, with patterns rippling their way along the length, the hilt poured bronze, and both blade and hilt etched with runes. It was a thing of beauty, of magic, of power. It was still held in the hand of its owner, continued Jaime, holding the sword and cloth in both hands, without touching the steel, who was wearing bronze armor that bore similar runes. There was little else left but bones, but we believe that they were the remains of Sir Willem Royce, who died protecting Prince Joffrey Velaryon. Which would make this lamentation, whispered Jon, his eyes wide in wonder, and I was not surprised. It was not every day one saw a legend return, and to have one of the famous lost Valyrian steel blades recovered? It was virtually unheard of. Lord Royce is one of your most loyal bannermen, I continued, and fought well for us during the rebellion. I believe that to have his family's lost blade returned would be a fitting return for his family's long and honored service. Jon just stared, his hand raising with trembling fingers, to gently touch the blade. Yes, he whispered. Oh, yes. Chapter 7, The lance in my hand shattered on my opponent's shield, just as his splintered against mine, as the crowd cheered. The shock was incredible, as tons of horse, rider, armor, and tack struck one another, and only my excellent saddle and even better form prevented me from being hurled to the ground. I reined in my horse, hauling the beast around, and faced my opponent, who was in the midst of doing the same. I raised the broken half of my lance in salute, and he did the same, to thunderous applause. I'm starting to understand why Andals love this sport so much, I thought as I tossed the chunk of wood to a waiting squire, and accepted a fresh one. I expertly maneuvered my mount back to the starting position at the end of the list, and raised my lance again in salute, again mirrored by my opponent. At the signal from the herald, as one we dug in our spurs and goaded our horses into a fierce gallop, and I smoothly lowered my lance to the correct position, couched under my shoulder, and with a deft bit of maneuvering targeted the blunted tip at the other knight's shield, braced myself. Impact. By the gods, it's been far too long since I've simply hit something, I laughed as I grabbed a goblet of ale in my gauntlet hand, wrapping my other arm around Jon's armored shoulders. And you certainly haven't slowed down as much as you had feared, Jon. The hand smiled, although he winced slightly as I jostled his bruised body. I must admit, Your Grace, that I enjoyed that a great deal more than I had expected, he said, sitting back in his chair, watching as two other knights charged one another, lances couched and ready. It wasn't really a tourney, not a proper one, just a virtually spontaneous gathering of knights and lords, celebrating Jon's return to the capital, and, generally, an excuse to exercise their long-polished skills at arms. Yes, I had put up a fairly generous purse for the winner, but for the majority of the Stormlanders, Crownlanders and Westerlanders, with a few Vale and Rivermen, it was just a spot of fun. Well, dangerous fun, I thought as one of the competitors was knocked clean out of his saddle and landed in a crash of ironmongery. Fortunately, I had already had my turn, breaking lances and delivering bruises, before bowing out for the rest of the tourney, much to the displeasure of many of the assembled knights, and the relieved gratitude of others, since I had nothing to gain by depriving any of them of the chance to become champion. Besides, I could tell they weren't really trying all that hard, just enough to not be insulting. Jon had done much the same, pleading aching bones, after unhorsing two opponents in a row. Still, it was a welcome change from my usual routine of stairs, sparring and riding. Yes, even playing with swords can get boring after a while, who knew? Still, Your Grace, I am glad I have this opportunity to. For fuck's sake, Jon, keep the Your Graces for the small council and the Great Hall, when it's just you and me, I'm still the same Robert you beat the tar out of because I stole treats from the kitchen. Here Jon smiled. You were quite a sight, denying any guilt with treacle all over your chin, I almost let you get away with it because of the sheer gall you displayed. He shook his head. And Eddard standing next to you, torn between telling the truth and betraying a friend. I swigged some ale and belched appreciably. You certainly did a darn sight better raising that one than me, but truth be told, that's probably got more to do with our natures than your efforts, I smiled. Anyway, what's on your mind? Honestly. Jon hesitated, then shrugged. Honestly, it's the treasury, I was speaking to your uncle yesterday. Is that who he is? I asked incredulously. I thought he looked familiar. The hand sniffed at my jape. The Master of Coin and Lord of Greenstone is growing concerned about your spendthrift habits. Hundreds of gold dragons being spent on dozens of projects, most of them quite bizarre, not to mention the large sums you're spending on the roads, your little army, that boat in the bay, new decorations for the Great Hall. I raised my hand. Jon, I'm sorry, but this isn't the place. I glanced about, but everyone was concentrating on the knight being dragged off the field and the servants casting fresh sawdust onto the list. I know I told you I would explain things once you returned from Dorne, so I will. Join me for dinner tonight, bring your wife, we don't see her enough. Actually, I'm quite happy not seeing her, she's a doer, shrewish bitch already, and while I get her backstory and how her life sucks, she's also married to the second most powerful man in the realm and can't be bothered making anything of that. I don't really have a lot of sympathy for her. Then we'll retire to the balcony, have some brandy, and we can finally talk, in private. Sir Davos stood on the quarterdeck of the Wind Sister and glanced up at the rigging. A week into her sea trials, and he was starting to get a handle on the way the heavily modified vessel handled. Losing her castles really did make her a lot more seaworthy, and a good deal handier. She ain't likely to capsize in a blow, neither. True, that very same modification worried him for other reasons. The fore and aft castles of a warship were vital in defending the craft against boarders, and facilitating their own boarding actions. Losing them made the Wind Sister far too vulnerable for his taste. 2. He hadn't been all that enthusiastic about the new sail plan, including the triangular fore and aft rig for the mizzen mast, but may the Seven bless his soul, it was allowing him to sail far closer to the wind than he had ever thought possible. I know I've seen Bravasi fishing vessels and some of their smaller galleys with triangular sails, but I never thought I'd see one on a Westerosi carrack. Even if Wind Sister wound up being unsuited for service in the Royal Navy as a vessel of war, she could find service as a blockade runner, a courier, or any other job that required speed, maneuverability and seaworthiness, if she was crewed by a group of sailors who knew what they were doing. For certain, it was not a craft for landsmen. Behind him, Luke, his coxswain he had drawn with him from his old crew, held the wheel as firmly as he once held the tiller of Davos' black-sailed craft. "She's steering well, Captain," he reported. "She ain't fighting the helm but a little bit." Davos nodded. "Very well. Master Duncan," he called out, and his lieutenant rushed over, knuckling his shoulder in salute. "Lay the ship onto the port tack, if you please." "Aye, Captain," responded the lieutenant instantly. An older man of common birth with over a decade at sea, under King Aerys he would never have seen promotion past his current rank. Under King Robert and Lord Stannis? Who knows, but I'm damned glad I was able to get him out from under Captain Junas before the blasted tyrant ruined him to drink. "Hands to sheets and braces!" he bellowed, his hands cupped around his mouth, and crew leapt to follow the command, climbing the rigging, not quite as smoothly or as confidently as Davos would have preferred. "Looks like we're going to have to do this again, and again," he mused as the carrack tacked a hard left, a far sharper maneuver than he would have thought possible aboard a ship of the Royal Fleet under sail. "But, by the gods, I think I can push her harder." Dinner proved to be as painful as I had predicted. Lisa remained sullen and passive-aggressive, spending most of the meal in silence while launching the occasional verbal barb at her husband as he described his adventures in Dorne. Cersei was at least a gracious hostess, but managed to sniff and make disparaging remarks regarding the licentiousness and alien ways of the Southernmost Kingdom's court. I was, however, able to get her animated regarding our new balloon program. Our first experiments with small silk bags suspended over candles were a success, and one memorable feast was concluded by the most important guests being presented with their own small balloons to release on cue. I'm not entirely sure what the small folk of the city thought, but the wealthy and powerful of King's Landing were suitably impressed. Her seamstresses were working on a larger bag, and I had assigned her one of the younger apprentice alchemists to assist in providing a safe heat source. After the Great Fire, the Order were well aware of just how much their continued existence depended on my goodwill and how useful they made themselves. I was not entirely sure how much of it actually interested John, but he seemed to follow the conversation throughout the dinner. Afterwards, as the ladies excused themselves to retire to the Queen's sitting room, presumably for gossip, needlepoint, and scoring points off one another in the presence of their maids and ladies-in-waiting, John and I wrapped ourselves in thick woolen cloaks edged in fur, and went out onto the crenulated balcony outside my solar and watched the moonlight shine through the clouds to dance over the waves of Blackwater Bay. The air was cold, and our breath smoked before our faces, but thankfully there was almost no wind. A tray was prepared for us, waiting with a set of glasses and a decanter of brandy, and braziers were lit to provide a hint of warmth against the night cold. As I poured, I gestured out at the vista. "One of the few real perks of being king, my friend, views like this." John smiled as he took the glass from my hand. "I must admit, one of the things I miss most about being so far from the Eyrie is the way the Vale appear out of the mist on spring mornings, as the sun burns the night's mists away." He waved his glass at the waves below. "I find myself longing to see green grass, shining rivers, and grey mountains rather than endless blue water when I look out of a window, but that may be simply because I have been at sea too long. It is good to feel solid ground beneath my boots once more." I sipped at my own drink, feeling the burn as the liquor flowed down my throat. I was never much of a drinker in my previous life, and Robert's experience was mostly with ale and wine, but I was starting to enjoy the occasional belt or two, but only at night, and restricted any drinking during the day to heavily watered wine or brandy. "And I've probably said this a few times already, John, but I'm damned happy to have you back. I rested one hand on the stonework and leant forwards. I told you I would explain some things, didn't I? Jon didn't respond, just stood there, looking out at the sea. First, I need to apologize for two things. First, I'm sorry I didn't tell you before you left for Dorne. Part of that was not wanting to lay yet another burden on your shoulders when you were already doing so much for me. He turned and frowned. Robert, you know it is no burden to. But I raised a hand. Please, my friend. First you help remove a monster from the throne, then you place me upon it. You give me a lioness as queen, you travel to the ends of the realm to piece my lands back together, and now you are trying to help me run the whole damned show. You were going so far, with so many balls in the air I could barely count them. Forgive me for wanting to lighten your load a little, so you don't have too many things on your mind at once. Jon grudgingly acquiesced, and I shook my head. Anyway, secondly, I need to say sorry for the fact that I'm not going to tell you everything, right now, I added before he could finish opening his mouth. 7 hells, Jon, I'm walking a rope strung between 2 tall towers. I need to tell you enough that you understand what I'm doing, but not so much that you think I've gone the way of Ares himself, and you would, don't say you wouldn't, if I told you everything, I fear you would summon Sir Jaime for a repeat performance of what happened to the last king of Westeros. Jon gaped at me. Robert, he whispered, laying a gloved hand on my shoulder, you speak of burdens, but I see before me a young man bent beneath a castle's weight of stones, and bearing it all with a quip on his lips. I have known you almost all your life, and while I would never proclaim you the most level-headed or careful of men, I certainly have never seen any hint of madness or true folly in you, except that shown on the battlefield. His voice and his grip grew stronger. Speak to me, Robert, share your burden with me, and I vow, I will never think the lesser of you for it. My throat choked up with unexpected emotion. It took me a few moments before I could speak, swallowing several times and placing my own hand on Jon's shoulder. I thank you, Jon. Believe me, I never doubted you, but I feared, and still fear, complete honesty regarding what troubles us tonight. Someday, I promise, I will unburden myself entirely, and you will know everything I do, and on that day I pray you do not reconsider your words here beneath this moon. We stood in companionable silence for a time, until I felt it was time to continue. I gripped Jon's shoulder again, then lowered my hand, and drained the rest of my glass in one gulp before setting it aside. So, the truth. Jon too lowered his hand. As much as you can bear to tell, lad, he said gently. Right. I glanced at the decanter and considered another drink, but discarded that thought. All right. The truth. You're worried about my spending. Spending on new machines, on new ways of doing things. You're worried that I'm putting too much trust and authority into Horan, the man I had you find for me. You worry about my forming a standing army, and my plans to further enlarge the navy. Jon sighed. Not quite, Robert. All of these are worthy causes. For the crone's sake, I can see the benefit of being able to reap more wheat using fewer men in a shorter period, if it works. You're casting gold to the wind, and hoping that some of these projects bear fruit. Oh, he has his book, but if the ancient author's machines and tricks work, then why has no one done it before? Why are they not as commonplace as, he grasped for an example, as horseshoes and plows? I smiled. Because the bloody book's a fake. There was silence. Then he opened his mouth. Then he shook his head. Then he said, what? I said, the book's a fake. I found a decent forger who produced a few scraps of parchment that look authentic, old and a little scorched, but the drawings and notes were all brand new. We trot them out when important people get too curious, but for the most part, the book doesn't even exist. Jon, I looked him in the eye, Horan is a smart man, a clever and inventive man, but he's not a genius, and he doesn't have a repository of ancient wisdom. The new reapers and threshers? The seed drill and the new plows? The steam spinner and the new bookkeeping methods and the water wheels and the trip hammers and the furnaces and the new sails and ship designs and... I waved my hand vaguely, everything. It's me. It's all me. He blinked. Robert, I must say this is surprising. I never saw in you any hint of budding genius? No, and you won't. I'm not a genius, either, Jon. I'm just a man who knows some things. But, how? I shrugged. That. I don't know. Divine inspiration perhaps? Maybe the gods looked into the future, decided they didn't want a brawler on the throne who would drink, wench, eat, shit and spend his way into an early grave? Oh, don't look at me like that, Jon, you know me, and you saw what I was like when Ned came back with Lyanna's bones. You saw me when Tywin bloody Lannister showed me those fucking kids his animals had murdered. I laughed, Jon, I laughed. I was consumed by rage and grief and the horrible crushing feeling of that fucking Iron Throne I saw looming above me, like a landslide I could never avoid, a shadow cut in mid-leap and me without a spear. And then the coronation, and the betrothal to Cersei, and the lead up to the wedding. John, I didn't care. I didn't care about the realm, I didn't care about the dynasty, I didn't care about the people, I just cared about the fact that my happiness was stripped away and I had, this, lumped in its place, and when I looked into the future, all I saw was drowning myself in wine, women, and occasionally smashing someone's head in. Then on the morning of the wedding, I woke up, and I felt different. A glimmer of understanding entered into John's blue eyes. I remember being confused, as though I didn't know where I was, or who I was. Then I remembered, and I remembered more. John, suddenly I knew things I never remembered learning. I remember stories that have never been told beneath this sky. I gestured up at the stars. I remember mighty machines, and armies that stretched from horizon to horizon. I suddenly knew why the wind blowing moves a ship, and how to make a better sail. I knew a method of stopping barnacles, kelp, and borers from attaching to the hull, so that a ship is never slowed by fouling. I know ways of casting steel like bronze, of pulling trains of wagons without them being pulled by any beast. I know how a sparrow flies, and I know how to make craft that will allow men to fly without magic or dragons. I know how to make weapons that will bring the mightiest stone walls crumbling to the ground, and will one day make a knight's armor obsolete. I paused, and saw a concerned look in John's eyes. Ah, there it is, the question is rattling around in your brain. Has he truly gone mad? Did the pressure of the throne and the horrors of the last years simply snap his reason? He shook his head, downed his brandy, then cleared his throat. Actually, I was thinking that a lot of things are starting to make sense. Your sudden preference for shorter hair, your growing interest in politics and governance. You suddenly seemed much more perceptive and, well, verbose. He shook his head again. I fear I simply overlooked it as simply good fortune, as though the prospect of becoming king in truth had altered your mood and interest. I had so much to do, so many things demanding my attention. I suppose I just accepted your changes as a fine young man finally growing up to meet the challenges the gods had presented him with. I sighed. Honestly, John, sometimes I wished it were so simple, or that I simply suffered a sudden brainstorm brought about by too much drink. I paused. It is like I was flooded by visions of a life lived on another world, a world where what you would call marvels were simply commonplace, as ordinary as. I smiled. As horseshoes and plows. Of lights cast without flame, of books printed in the millions, of machines that would let you speak to another thousands of miles away in an instant. I leant heavily on the balcony. You can imagine I was a little shocked that morning. John joined me, resting his forearms on the stonework. Robert, this is a lot to take in, and yes, it does sound fantastical. May I ask a few questions, for my peace of mind? I nodded. Have these memories supplanted your own? Do you still recall the days you first arrived at the Eyrie? Your squiring and then your knighting? And Ned, and Harrenhal, and Lina? I paused, recalling her face. And Rhaegar, I hissed, feeling an echo of that white-hot rage as I pictured that perfect, cold, pale face. And the war to remove Ares, and all that followed. I swallowed hard, recalling my shame yet again. No, John, I am still me. I am just not simply me, if that makes any sense at all, I said with a tight smile. All right, he said with a nod. If you know so much, have so much knowledge, then why did you ask me to find Horan, or another like him? Why the charade? I grinned suddenly. Because I had not the faintest idea of how to turn any of my knowledge into reality. He blinked. John, you live in the Eyrie, one of the marvels of Westeros, could you make another like it? Do you know how to carve stone, to make the tools and equipment needed to haul such a weight of rock into the air? Could you shape the walls so that they would not crumble or collapse upon themselves? Certainly not, I'm neither mason nor engineer. Or could you teach, say, a wildling from beyond the wall, who has only ever held bronze or copper tools, how to dig up iron ore, smelt it into iron, and then into steel blades? No, I don't think I could. And so, I have the theory in my head, I know the general principles. Dig the iron ore, crush it, roast it over flame, extract the metal from the stone, heat and hammer the iron with charcoal or coal to turn the iron into steel, but I've never held a smith's mallet, only my own warmer. I needed someone who already knew the principles, and the practical elements. I needed someone who already understood chemicals and elements, numbers and letters, mechanics and metalwork. Horan was a perfect liaison between my vague understanding and the worker who actually produces the machine I envisage. More, I needed someone to take the credit. As you said, I have never been known as a man of learning or inspiration. I needed someone who could claim these inventions as his own, because if I suddenly started coming up with radical new ideas, how long would it be before people started wondering if they had only replaced one mad king with another? But, if the machines work, if your ideas prove practical, if this otherworldly knowledge is proven to be correct. And then we come to the last reason, I said softly. I needed to learn if what I knew was real. I needed to learn, for myself, if my new knowledge was truth, or fantasy. So, I had Horan investigate a few of my ideas, specifically the ones that I had no capacity to work out for myself. Oh, the steam spinner is logical enough, when you think about what happens when a sealed container of water is placed on a fire, and the force the wind can exert on a sail, I said hurriedly, but from his expression, John didn't exactly follow. But I asked Horan to combine 3 elements, one of which I was not sure of the proper name, in certain proportions, in a certain method. It was not something I had even dreamed of being interested in before the morning of my wedding, and thus, if it proved to be nonsense, I would know that I was truly mad. I reached into a pouch at my belt, and withdrew a small cloth-wrapped package. This is the result. A fine black powder, a combination of charcoal, brimstone, and saltpetre crystals. And it works exactly as I thought it would, as I hoped it would. He raised an eyebrow. And, what does it do? I certainly hope you don't try to eat it, he said in a worried tone, clearly with images of various Targaryen kings doing insane things like drinking wildfire. I laughed. No, John, nothing like that. I carefully unwrapped the package, and poured a measure of the powder into my gloved palm. Then I cast the pile of powder into the nearest brazier, and John leapt at the sudden flash of flame and smoke. 7 hells, he yelped, clutching a fist to his chest. By the old gods and the new, boy, what's gotten into you? What is that, some kind of powdered wildfire? I grinned. Oh, no, John. Something a lot more useful than that. Something that is going to change this world forever. Chapter 7, 2. I tossed aside the paper in my hand, a summary of the small group of master masons and engineers I had had investigating the Red Keep's network of secret passages, tunnels and traps, including a few notes of injuries and deaths caused by the latter in the course of their exploration, and waved for Sir Davos to continue his report. And that's about it, Your Grace. Wind's sister is a fine vessel, and with the changes to her hull and sails, she's faster and more seaworthy than any carrack I've seen in these waters. He hesitated. I will say, Your Grace, begging your pardon, but several old Navy men have suggested, and I agree, mind you, that with the changes to her hull, they'd be wary of pirates and raiders, let alone warships. Carracks have no ram or oars, so if she's caught becalmed and boarded. He shook his head. Still, she's fleet, that much I will say. I nodded, and glanced across the small council chamber at John, who nodded to me. I turned back to Davos. Well done, Sir Davos. You have lived up to the praise my brother heaped upon you. He frowned. Begging your pardon again, Your Grace, but to be perfectly honest, praise and Stannis Baratheon don't seem to go well together. No offense intended to Lord Stannis, of course, he added hastily. I laughed. Actually, he said you were competent and not untrustworthy, for a smuggler. I took that to mean a lot more than when another man would wax lyrical about another man's abilities. You mean what you say, you don't mince words, and you do what you set out to do. As far as my brother is concerned, there are few compliments that could top those. The sea captain bowed deeply, acknowledging the praise. I understand you requested for the master of ships to release you so you could visit your family. That request is granted. Davos bowed again, a look of relief and happiness on his face. However, as a landed knight in service to my house, there are certain attributes that you would do well to cultivate. When he blinked, I laughed. I mean you need to learn how to read and write, Davos. I gestured to one side, and a young man in plain clothing stepped forwards. This is Master Curries, who is to enter your service. He's a fine clerk and spent a season at sea on his father's fishing boat, so you're hardly lacking in common topics to discuss. Seeing Davos' crestfallen expression, I shook my head. For the Seven's sake, man, it's a vital skill, especially if you are going to rise in the royal service. Maps, charts, orders, signals, they all take reading and writing, and you can't have someone else writing your log for you. The former smuggler shifted in discomfort. Pardon me, Your Grace, but it may be that such things are long behind me. Sir Davos, I said sharply, and the older man straightened his spine, reaching up to touch the small bag hanging about his neck. As you will, Your Grace, he said hastily as Curries stepped over to his new employer. As Sir Davos bowed out to make his preparations, I turned to John. Well, that went as well as can be expected. He shrugged. Conventional wisdom is that carracks are only good for carrying cargo and troops. If you want a warship, build a galley. Remove her castles, and a carrack is even of less use in combat. I smiled, and he shook his head. Despite our discussions, he still wasn't sold on the value of my plans, they were just too far outside his preconceptions. I'll have to work on his sense of wonder, I thought with a grin. Right, what's next? John checked his notes. The Master of Coin and the Lord Commander, Your Grace. I waved a hand, and the 2 men were brought into the small council chamber. Since this was a light day, there was no formal council, which was usually convened 3 times a week. Thus, we kept the formalities to a minimum. After the necessary bows and mutterings of respect and fealty, my uncle, somewhat chastened but still irritated, stepped forward. "Your Grace," said Lord Eldon, "my men, in the company of members of Sir Barristan's order, have scoured the royal treasury as well as the armory, the old quarters and all the darkened corners of the Red Keep. In our search, we have, I believe, discovered every last scrap of Valyrian steel housed therein." He pulled a small scrap of paper from his sleeve, including, but not limited to, 3 daggers, 6 rings, a candlestick, 2 cups, a set of 12 needles, scalpels and various other surgical tools, used by the maesters when tending the king or his household, the inlay from several breastplates, helms and a pair of gauntlets, and the royal crown of King Aegon I and II, Maegor I and Durin I. He finished with a shake of his head. "All told, it comes to a hair under 6½ pounds of pure Valyrian steel." John's jaw dropped, and I repressed a grin. I had a feeling that there was a lot of little bits of Valyrian steel about the capital, if you knew where to look. My inspiration was the dagger Joffrey used, in the original timeline, to try and assassinate Bran Stark, and the crown of Aegon the Conqueror, a circlet of Valyrian steel and rubies, worn by the 1st, 3rd, 6th and 8th kings to sit on the Iron Throne. I had worried that the crown in question had been lost when Durin died fighting in Dorne, but it had been in the royal treasury, waiting for someone ballsy enough to wear it. "Excellent," I said, rubbing my hands together in barely suppressed glee. "I presume that once the steel is removed, there will be more precious materials? Gold, gems, dragon bone?" Eldon nodded. "Good. Keep the rubies from the crown, but have the rest added to the Master of Works budget for improving the capital's infrastructure. Waste not, want not, et. But, that candlestick was presented to the king by Lord Stark's great-grandfather," spluttered a robed functionary, who I vaguely understood was an under-butler or some such, responsible for the decoration and maintenance of the royal quarters. "It is traditional to bring it out and use on the occasion of the Lord Paramount of the North's visits, as a symbol of their fealty and loyalty. It would be an insult of the highest order to." "I'm pretty sure Ned doesn't need any reminders of the bonds between us," I said dismissively. "Besides, it was gifted to the Targaryens, to the victor go the spoils and all that. Besides," I grinned, rubbing my hands together again, "I have something a lot more practical in mind for this medal. I read with great interest your missive regarding the fortress of Moat Cailin. I agree with you that the position is far too valuable to be allowed to remain a ruin. Not only from a military standpoint, although I cannot at this time imagine a force that could overwhelm either the lands above the neck or those below, the danger of an enemy, perhaps from across the sea, splitting the realm in half in a single stroke is far too great to ignore, but also from the standpoint of trade. In years to come, I believe that the trade between North and South will only grow, so it is quite seemly to have a well-fortified outpost to help control that trade and for the purposes of tolls. I have discussed this matter with my master of coin, and he has suggested some items which may be to your profit to begin exporting south, and others you already harvest that you may wish to increase efforts regarding. Additionally, with this letter I have also sent you the gears and blades of one of our new harvesters, along with detailed drawings and several men who are practiced with its assembly and use. Ned, this is important. I know how hard it is to grow crops up your way. This could help feed your people this coming winter. I also include a gift for your lady wife, a full copy of the 7-pointed star, copied and bound by the brothers at Jaehanis Septri in King's Landing, as well as 2 copies produced by their new printing press, a marvelous device for producing many copies of a text quickly. I hope the bright colors of the illumination and lettering will provide her a little relief from the overwhelming grey stone and white snow you northerners love so well. I jest, Ned, truly I jest. In any case, the press is becoming more popular in the capital. The High Septon has taken to having hundreds of copies of his sermons printed every week, so that more of the small folk can benefit from his wisdom and magnificent holiness. Don't shake your head like that, Ned, not all of us can preserve our souls by kneeling in front of a tree. More solemnly, I read the copy of Benion's first report regarding the gifts in Castle Black. If his missives regarding the other forts along the wall are as grim reading, then we have a serious problem. It has been a long time since the last king beyond the wall decided to take a walk in warmer weather, but if the watch has barely 2,000 men. I know that the Night's Watch is not under my authority, but the realms of men placed a great deal of responsibility in their hands a long time ago. If they can no longer discharge that duty, then the time may have come for change. Do not fear, I have no intention of charging north and putting Stannis in charge of the wall, but ignoring problems doesn't make them go away. Stop laughing, Ned. In any case, the lesson I have most strongly taken from your letters is that the north is short of men, of people in general, in fact. You have spent far too many of your lives fighting in the south, and you require more hands to gather less food than in warmer climes. Hopefully, the harvester, and those your craftsmen build to copy it, will help with the latter, allowing you to plant and harvest far larger fields in a shorter time. For the former, King's Landing and the Crownlands in general have more than ample small folk, and young knights and lords eager to inherit more than a place at their elder brothers' tables. Oh, I have no intention of sending a tidal flood of southerners to invade your lands, but you admit in your own words that you have far too many idle farms and empty towns, and I have folk who would travel far to have land of their own to till. Perhaps a call to those in the south who still honor your gods? On a slightly different topic, I was walking in the keep's godswood when I came across the great oak that serves as our heart tree. It is a fine specimen of its kind, overgrown with smockberry vines, but when I looked upon it I remembered all those times you described the heart tree at Winterfell. I wonder, what would it take to bring a weirwood tree to take its place? As I said, there are still those of your faith in the capital, and it would be a fitting message to send, that I am not only the ruler of the faithful of the Seven, but of all of the people of Westeros. I trust your judgment, Ned, and seek your advice. I placed down my pen. Thank you, Horan, for finally getting a metal nib working. It may scratch and scrape, but it's leagues ahead of a quill, and stood up from my desk, arching my back and working my shoulders. Deciding to stretch my legs, I crossed the floor of my solar and entered the main room of the royal apartments, where Horan and Cersei were examining sketches, diagrams and notes scattered across the table. And there is no way that should have happened, insisted Cersei, just this side of a screech. The ropes were sound, the weights twice as heavy as for the last one. There is no reason that balloon should have ripped its way free like that. Your Grace, sighed Horan, smoothing out a charcoal sketch of a large balloon, while it is true that our workers made this latest prototype twice as tall and twice as wide, in actual fact it made the resulting balloon 8 times as voluminous. He straightened up to gesture with his hands, as though encompassing a large fruit. Cersei gaped at him. But that doesn't. I mean, it makes no sense. She muttered, bending again over the papers. I smiled as I approached. While not exactly a mental giant, especially in terms of mathematics, Cersei was nothing if not stubborn, and she hated to be beaten by anything, even if simply by physics. Was there a problem with our latest balloon? I asked in a friendly tone, and Cersei straightened up, a look of surprise and embarrassment on her face. Not at all, Horan insisted smoothly, sketching a bow. I'm sure the people of Pentos will be delighted to see it once the easterly winds finish blowing it across the narrow sea. Then it was hardly wasted, was it? I asked with a grin, and slipped an arm around Cersei's waist, kissing her cheek. Consider, my love, a chest of gold, alongside one of the same dimensions, but twice as long, twice as high and twice as wide, is the second chest twice the weight of the first. She frowned. Well, no, but... Her brow furrowed. Before we could get further into discussions of volume vs area, there was a knock on the door, and Sir Barristan stepped inside, followed by Jon and Master of Arms Tyrak. I began to smile, but my face fell as I saw their expressions. Jon. Word arrived this morning, the hand said seriously, placing a rolled map on the table, and rolling it out. It seems that Lord Alan Cressy of Missborough has publicly declared for Prince Viserys Targaryen, and has begun gathering swords to forcibly overthrow the realm. As he placed weights at the corners of the map of the Crownlands, my mind cast back to my conversation with Varys some weeks before. Cressy, he threw out some tax collectors, didn't he? Jon nodded, pointing to the province that was the location of the troublesome lord. It happens sometimes, but this time it looks like he's serious. The Cressys were always Targaryen loyalists, and he's never made any bones about the fact that he doesn't exactly like you. I listened with one ear while I racked my brain, trying to remember if there was any hint of a major uprising during Robert's reign in the books. Other than the Greyjoy rebellion, none came to mind. How dare he? He's little more than a jumped-up landed knight. Screeched Cersei, and I placed a hand on her arm to stop her from grabbing the map. Good gods, I was hoping we'd avoid her showing off her flair for tearing things up, I mused as I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and held her close, even as she breathed hard with suppressed rage. Where's Varys? I demanded, and just as I spoke the eunuch rushed in, hiking up the hem of his robe in order to move faster, his bald head shining with sweat. I am here, your grace, and may I say I am as shocked as you are about this shameful. I should hope you aren't as shocked as I am, I thundered, glaring at the smaller man. A rebellion in the Crownlands, and you're not the first to tell me about it. If you recall, your grace, we did have a discussion regarding this very lord not so long ago, countered Varys, backpedaling as fast as he could. A discussion where you claimed you'd tell me if anything more happened. Guess what? Something bloody happened. Many birds sing me many songs, but even a spider can be surprised, he defended himself, and Jon interrupted. Whoever's fault it is, the fact remains that Cressy is throwing around gold like water, and sellswords and hedge knights are flocking to his banner. Some of his neighbors have already joined him, at last Raven, his forces number over 1,000 lances. Too many, too quickly, this isn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. This is planned, this is prepared, this is financed. I wonder how many of those coins were struck in Casterly Rock? Then we had better move, I said decisively. I glanced at Tyrak. Any change since your last report? The Master of Arms shook his head, his helm propped under one arm. We have 4 full cohorts ready to march at a day's notice. There are more men, but the rest are trainees and their instructors. If we take them, we may muster another half cohort. Which is underprepared, ill-disciplined and will put the training program back weeks, win or lose, I grumbled. All right. Have them gear up and be ready to march in the morning, first light. I glanced at John. Send ravens to Lords Roshby, Rollingford and Hayford, and have them raise their banners and march for Stokesworth's keep. Gather all Baratheon, Arryn, and I glanced down at my wife, who hesitated, then nodded. Lannister knights and armsmen in the city, and have them gather on the tourney fields. I grinned savagely. One of the few benefits of having so many lords and nobles present in the capital, hanging about, drinking my ale and swiving my serving wenches, that means a lot of sword swingers about when everything goes to pot. When dawn broke, I was already in the courtyard, my squires and servants bustling about strapping my armor into place. A workmanlike affair of plates over a chain hauberk, underneath a tabard of yellow embroidered by a black stag, it was hardly the most kingly of panoplies, yet it had seen me through the last war well enough. I'd probably better look at investing in some heavier plate before the Greyjoys kick off their own little temper tantrum, if they do at all. What if I've sent too many butterflies out into the world, flapping their wings for all they're worth? What if all my future knowledge is becoming less useful every day? As I brooded, I almost failed to notice the approach of the Queen, spectacularly dressed in a dress of red silk with a green overdress, laced up the front to expose a considerable amount of cleavage, cut to flatter her growing figure and draped with necklaces of gold and emeralds. Behind her walked her ladies-in-waiting, dressed somewhat more demurely, but still impressive, as much decorations as her jewels. I waved my servants aside as Cersei glided across the flagstones, and she took my leather gauntlet hands in hers, her tiny, slender fingers juxtaposing against my massive paws. You would have left without allowing me to say goodbye, Your Grace? She asked, her voice carrying across the courtyard. So, theatre, is it? I can do theatre. Forgive me, my queen, you looked too beautiful where you lay asleep. I dared not awaken you, for fear of disturbing that beauty. I see now I was foolish. Cersei awake is even more beautiful than Cersei in slumber. She laughed, and even though I knew she was playing the crowd, the knights and soldiers about us, and the servants, ladies, nobles and others who watched from the windows and corridors of the Red Keep, I saw a glint in her eye that could possibly be mistaken for actual affection. Has the crown turned the mighty warrior I married into a poet? Will you fight the rebel with paintbrush and quill? I raised her hands to my mouth, and kissed them gently. If I am an artist, my queen, then I paint only in red. The peace of the realms has been disturbed, I shall not rest until it is restored. Then take this, she said, letting go of my hands and accepting a strip of scarlet cloth embroidered with golden thread, bright in comparison to my own livery. For while I cannot join you on the field, I pray to the warrior and the father then some part of my spirit will go with you, and perhaps bring you luck. In the time-honored tradition of Andal womanhood, she bound the cloth about my forearm. With such a token, surely I cannot fail, I proclaimed as I stepped back a pace, then accepted the long handle of my warmer from my squire. Warriors of the realm. Men of Westeros. The banner of the dragon has been raised again, and so we march again. For the peace of the realm. For the safety of our homes. And for the honor of our queen. For ours is the fury. I cried, and around me Baratheon knights and Kingsguard drew their own weapons and howled their own determination. Ours is the fury. Ours is the fury. Ours is the fury. Chapter 7, 3. I rested my fists on the map table, breathing heavily to suppress the flood of rage that was pounding in my ears. 4 days, my lords, I said in a harsh whisper. There was no other sound in the command tent. Around me lords and knights and officers stood in their armor and finery, swords at their belts and helms under their arms, or carrying scrolls or sheafs of paper. 4 bloody days. I've always had a temper. I've always had to try and damp it down, keep control of my emotions. When I was younger, it really got me into a lot of trouble. Now? I was not just dealing with my own anger issues, I was dealing with Robert's as well, and it's not for nothing that the words of the Baratheon family are ours is the fury. I boiled, seethed, shook with suppressed rage. 3 days outside King's Landing, I said quietly, my eyes fixed on the large map in front of me, with small metal and wood objects representing forces of men, fortifications, supplies. That, I expected, hundreds of knights, rousted from their beds with no notice. They had to gather their armor, horses, clothing, food, spare weapons, and all the shit they need for a march. Then they actually had to form up into something resembling a column to start marching, after, of course, they decided amongst themselves the proper order of the march, with all due concern for rank, reputation, and the color of their pennants. I expected that, because they're a bunch of individual, arrogant, preening morons who think being allowed to enter the list is evidence that the Seven smiles on them in all things. They're knights, that's just how the world works. I do not expect that from my supposedly trained, organized, prepared royal army. Sir Valen stepped forward, clearing his throat. He wore a suit of plate that was, compared to many of the assembled nobility, quite plain, despite being of excellent quality. His green cloak, however, was of a somewhat finer cut, embroidered with gold and silver thread about the hem. Your Grace, I take full responsibility, he said in a calm, even tone, and that just made me want to punch him right in his firmly set jaw. This is the first time we have performed a full mobilization, there were delays, supplies were not where they were supposed to be, orders became confused, units were formed up prematurely then stood down, third cohort's supply of quarrels is still missing. He shook his head. No, no more excuses, Your Grace. The army shall be ready to march in the morning, but if you wish, I shall step down as. Fuck that, I snarled, rapping my knuckles on the table. This is no time to replace you, Valen, no one knows the men like you do, knows the drill, the organization. For good or ill, you're in command. Then I looked up and fixed my blue eyes on his. If, that is, your word is good this time. If the men are ready to march at first light, then you'll be marching at their head. If not, then expect to swap your green cloak for a somewhat darker color. Men muttered quietly as Valen's back straightened. I regretted the ultimatum the moment it was out of my mouth. Assembling an army, especially one as revolutionary as the one formed in my name, was no easy task, and it was perfectly natural for there to be teething problems. Mostly, it was my irritation bleeding through, my frustration at delays, as new ravens and riders sent from the west suggested that Cressy was already on the march, flying dragon banners and recruiting every sellsword, hedge knight and renegade he came across as he advanced. Estimates placed him as having over 2,000 knights and men at arms, with a significant number of infantry marching with him. To counter that, I had gathered most of the armsmen in the city, 400 Baratheon, 300 Arryn and 100 Lannister blades, as well as over 300 free riders and knights of lesser houses and a dozen knights of the King's Guard, including Sir Jaime and Sir Kieran. 1,100 lances, as well as their servants, camp followers, prostitutes, bards, traveling merchants, maesters, septons, farriers, blacksmiths. I had hoped to arrive at the fort a day's march up the King's Road, then head directly for Stokesworth to link up with the other forces I had summoned. Instead, I had arrived at the head of my, slowly moving, column to discover a mess of frantically scurrying soldiers, on the verge of panicking and running for the hills when they realized their patron had arrived. Hardly an auspicious start, I thought harshly as Sir Valen made his bows and rushed off, and don't for a moment doubt that these other fine lords failed to notice. If they weren't already contemptuous of the army already, then I doubt this will give them a great deal of confidence. My lords, we camp here tonight. I glanced out of the tent to see the sun sinking towards the horizon. There are sufficient fields to either side of the road. Your men will dig their latrines deep, I will have no flux in my camp this time about. In the morning, we march, whether the army is prepared to move or not. It was much later that night when I stomped out into the darkness, Sir Kieran ghosting behind me. It was a short walk to my personal tent, where Sir Jaime and another of his brothers stood guard. Whoever said campaigning was glorious was a damned liar, I said without preamble as I approached. It's all blood and mud and dirt and fucking meetings and conferences, I spat as though the last word was a foul curse. The Lannister scion smirked, and tossed me a sloshing wineskin, which I uncorked with my teeth and took a swig of Dornish red and boiled water. Gods, why did I ban drinking from the command tent? Because you didn't want anyone planning battles while drunk out of their minds, Jaime reminded me blandly, and I snorted, before taking another gulp. There's a late supper prepared inside, Your Grace, mostly cold cuts, cheese and boiled vegetables, but there's some decent bread sent over from the fort. And I have a letter from my sister for you. He pulled a small envelope from his belt. I took the paper from him, noting the slight curl to his lip. While a smirk is Jaime's default expression, this does not bode well. Sighing, I ducked and pushed through the canvas flap of the tent entrance, leaving the chaotic bustle of the camp for the only place I could really be alone. Inside were multiple lamps fixed with mirrors, making the interior of my tent as bright as the current tech level would allow. Note to self, hurricane lamps as soon as the glassworks allow. I had a folding table and chairs, a few extra maps and books, a wooden framework that held my armor and another for my sword, shield, and hammer. A couple of chests, a wash basin and mirror, a few other odds and ends, and my blankets. Which, I noticed belatedly, were occupied by a pair of blondes with long hair, generous curves, and draped with silk scarves and jewelry. I stood there, wine in one hand and note in the other, staring down at the girls who lay languorously on my blankets, preening as they looked up at me with painted eyes. One giggled as she stroked her hand up her hip to emphasize her shape. There was only one thing I could do. I took another drink. Then I tossed the wineskin onto the bedding next to the girls, and ripped open the note. Husband, while your insistence on spending each night with me is gratifying, it also leads me to believe that it would be unhealthy for you to spend your nights on campaign alone. A man of your appetites should not grow hungry. Consider them my gift to you, to tide you over until you return victorious. I stared at the note, then looked up again at the girls, then back down to the note. Then I wished I still had the wineskin in hand, or perhaps something stronger. Don't get me wrong, I was tempted, they were gorgeous, well-formed and seemed willing. Hell, it was expected for the king to have mistresses, or even just wenches to warm his bed. Like the wise man said, it's good to be the king. More, by using professionals, likely regularly dosed with moon tea, it cut down on the risk of bastardry and the implied threats to the ruling dynasty that inevitably follow. And lastly, it was true, I had gotten used to sleeping with Cersei next to me, and the last few nights had been a little lonely. But was this a test from Cersei? A way to see if I was genuine in my affections? If I accept this gift, would it undo the work I've put into building a real relationship with her? Conversely, if I reject her generosity, will that be an insult? Would she react as though I had slapped her outstretched hand? Adding to that, of course, was the more mundane issue of sleeping with prostitutes in a pre-contraceptive and pre-antibiotic world. I had no intention of getting the fucking clap. Scrubbing my hand over my face, I sighed deeply, then turned and ducked out through the flap into the camp. Jaime and Kieran stopped their conversation and turned to face me. Sir Jaime, your sister's generosity notwithstanding, I really do need to get some sleep tonight. So, if you would be so kind as to find these girls somewhere else to bed down, I'd greatly fucking appreciate it. Sir Barristan matched his pace to the Queen's, behind and to the side of his sovereign's wife, a position he was comfortable with after decades of service. And admit it, you old fool, you much prefer serving a king who is mildly eccentric yet vital and competent, rather than a paranoid, murderous and sadistic madman. He squelched that thought down, just as he normally did. His job was to serve and protect, not to judge. Actually, he was getting used to more than a change of kings. He now had more knights under his direct control than ever before. Instead of 6 brothers, he now had 20, 8 of whom remained in the capital to protect the Queen, along with 200 armsmen sworn into service, mostly lesser knights who were members of the households of the King, Queen, and Hand. It's true, it would be better if there was a permanent garrison for the Red Keep. Another idea arising from a late-night conversation with the King. It would certainly simplify matters, providing a centralized chain of command, with all the defenders and guards reporting directly to him, rather than the near-constant, if generally polite and well-meaning, squabbles over which lord's retinue had authority in a certain situation. At that particular moment he was trailing the Queen through the corridors of Maegor's Holdfast, the keep within a keep that housed the royal quarters, the Queen's ballroom, and a host of other rooms and facilities that supported the royal household. As Cersei's heels clacked on the polished flagstones, she passed through the door of a well-lit chamber, surprising the man working within. Horan Garrock, King Robert's secretary and inventor, straightened up from where he had been bent over a large table, strewn with maps, measuring instruments, scraps of notes and other bits and pieces. Your Grace, he gasped, before dropping into a bow, but the Queen waved a hand. Oh, get up, Horan, she sighed, before striding over to the table, looking over the maps. Barristan glanced about the room, before joining her. The illustrations seemed to be concentrated on the river systems of West Eros, with notes and numbers scribbled on the paper, denoting estimated distances and measurements. What does my husband have you working on now? The clerk sighed as he straightened up, running his hand through his short hair. A great many things, Your Grace, but for this evening I am focusing on his interest in building canals. Specifically, he pulled out a largish map to illustrate his point, a waterway across the neck, extending from the headwater of the Fever River to the sea, allowing ships to pass from the Bight to the Salt Spear, bypassing the long trip around Dorne. Cersei's finger traced the hypothetical course of the canal. A mighty enterprise, she murmured, and one that would change the fabric of the realm's commerce. Fleets could travel from White Harbor to Lannisport in a fraction of the time it takes now. That was his Grace's belief as well, agreed Horan, before sighing again. Unfortunately, once we began studying the terrain, the height of the mountains, the issues regarding the swamplands of the neck. He shook his head. I consulted with the Master of Works and several prominent engineers, and they all agree, by our most conservative estimate, it would take over a decade to complete and cost, well, far too much, in both treasure and, given the conditions, lives. She snorted. And I suppose my dear husband was unimpressed by your rather negative report. Actually, he smiled and said that it was pretty much the answer he was expecting. Then he told me to shelve the project, and think about more modest plans that could accomplish the goal. He picked up 2 more smaller maps, each with more scribbles and notes. I have a few candidates, such as connecting the Mander to the Blackwater, but he shook his head. It would still be a mighty effort, and would drain the realm's coffers dangerously, more than anything else his Grace has attempted before. Then he straightened up. But I have something a little more cheerful, Your Grace, he said in a brighter tone, walking across the room and picking up a leather folder. I have the latest designs for our next balloon. This one should finally be able to successfully, and safely, raise a human into the sky, and return them to land. Cersei took the folder, opened it, and started to leaf through the diagrams and notes inside. Not using wildfire this time? She asked, with an edge that may have been humor, may have been warning. He winced. No, Your Grace, I believe we've all learned our lesson regarding the substance, he added, some scorn aimed at the arrogant pyromancers who had been ordered to assist in the fuel system of the balloons. Their enthusiasm to employ their signature mixture was somewhat disturbing, but even they had blanched when their first experiment almost burnt down part of the keep. If workers formerly part of her brother's wildfire recovery crews hadn't been on hand. I watched as one royal family died, unable to do anything. I won't let it happen again. I will, of course, be the first to fly in this balloon, the Queen said quietly, and Sir Barristan's throat clenched. Horan clearly noticed the knight's expression, because he immediately said, I think the Lord Commander would run me through if I even suggested that was possible, Your Grace, he said in a calm, respectful but firm tone. And what your husband would do to me upon his return would likely horrify the ghost of the Mad King himself. The first passenger will be a well-paid, but ultimately expendable, volunteer. However, once the design is tested, and with Grand Maester Pycelle's consent, he smiled, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be the first woman to fly in Westeros since the demise of the Dragon Lords. For a moment, Sir Barristan could barely believe his eyes, because the expression worn by his arrogant, petty, sometimes cruel and selfish queen was one of pure, childish delight. I hauled myself into my saddle, my armor in place and Cersei's favor kept safe in a pouch attached to my belt, to protect it until the commencement of battle. I bent down and accepted my hammer from the servant. I really need to get a proper squire, rather than just recruiting whoever's handy to pour my wine and carry my junk, and straightened up to rest the heavy head against my shoulder. Around me, white-clad Kingsguard and high nobles were likewise mounted, while Jon and Sir Valin urged their destriers to walk closer to mine. Good morning, I said in a cheery tone, and it was. The sun was rising above the horizon, and a few scattered clouds were being chased away by a mild breeze. I pulled a wide-brimmed cloth hat from my saddlebags and crammed it onto my head. I still had a native-born Australian's respect for the power of the sun, even if I had no access to sunscreen or, for now, sunglasses. The glassworks are working on it. The column is preparing to march. Will we be marching alone? Sir Valin raised a hand. See for yourself, Your Grace, he said in a tired but confident voice, and I spurred my mount forward, past the rapidly shrinking clusters of tents, until I approached the King's Road, where I found 4 blocks of men standing in formation, a bristle of pikes and armor, crossbows and helms, a sea of green cloaks and golden standards, their ranks broken occasionally for lines of mules, carts and wagons laden with supplies. As I rode into sight, a cry went out, and as one, 2,400 men smartly turned to their left to face me, and as one they raised their weapons into the air. Long life King Robert! Long life King Robert! Long life King Robert! For a moment, I was shaken by the cries of my men, and my eyes burned with pride. Riding next to me, Valin virtually radiated that same pride. I turned to him and spoke quietly. Master of Arms, last night I spoke in haste and without thought. This morning I am shamed, I could not ask for a finer man to command my army. Humbleness doesn't suit me, so I'll just say this, I'm sorry. He bowed in his saddle. As am I, Your Grace, you should not have had to offer such a well-deserved rebuke. If I had not managed to get the men ready by this morning, I would have willingly, and deservedly, turned myself over to the watch. He nodded towards another rider, a brown-haired man in dark chainmail and a black woolen cloak. Then he smiled. Although I think my wife will be grateful that I managed. Smiling back, I raised my hammer and thrust it towards the sky, prompting a cheer from the ranks. Warmers! I bellowed, and the response was immediate. Warmers! Warmers! Strike true! I turned to Jon. I think we're about ready. I want the column on the move within the hour. For truth, this time, my lords, and the van, I think, will be taken up by the 1st through 4th of the Royal Army, with their general at their head. Sir Valin straightened in the saddle. Your Grace. With your permission. I nodded, and he rode off, bellowing orders towards his men. I glanced back over at the man of the Night's Watch, who held his horse somewhat apart from the rest. Such men often travelled with armies, looking to recruit knights and soldiers for the long duty guarding the wall, and they were respected, if somewhat avoided, as omens of ill fortune. One way or another, I thought to myself, before spurring my horse into motion, I think he'll have quite a few recruits before this little rebellion is quashed. It was looking to be such a nice day. Chapter 7, 4. One of the advantages of being king was that I could ride at the front of the column. Oh, there were riders ahead, scouts and a unit of knights just in case, but I didn't have to breath the dust kicked up by thousands of boots and hooves, didn't have to step in horseshit left by a tired, grumpy destrier, or stumble along a road that really wasn't as well maintained as it could have been, even before being torn up by said boots and hooves. I think I'm beginning to understand your insistence on improving the King's Road, said John as he rode next to my horse. Like me, he had stopped wearing full armor, and was instead just wearing his padded gambeson and cuirass under his blue and white tabard. He had likewise acquired a hat like mine, to cover the growing bald spot on the back of his head. We were surrounded by some of the finest knights in the realm, we weren't about to get into any sword fights anytime soon. You've mainly traveled to King's Landing by ship, I pointed out, taking a skin from my saddle and taking a swig of wine-flavored water, before tossing it to John. The Targaryens spent the last couple of centuries fighting each other over these lands, and a lot more of their coin went to fancy weapons and armor than it did to maintaining their infrastructure. It's not as bad as the roads in the riverlands, but they use river and stream to move cargo and men more than they do roads. It's smart, you can tow something like 30 times as much cargo down a canal than you can on a road, using the same horses. John's eyebrow rose at that comment, and I shrugged. Or so I heard during the war, I think it was your good father who said it, but I could be wrong. An interesting suggestion, nevertheless, John insisted, drinking before tossing the wineskin back to me, and I secured it on my saddle horn. I thought that Horan's report put you off talking about digging canals? Something about, even my ego's not big enough to think it's a good investment. Ah, I raised a gloved finger, I said a canal across the neck was a bad investment, right now, I amended. I still think the realm could do with better infrastructure, it'll speed up trade, open new markets, and make moving troops a lot faster. On the other side of me, another rider laughed. I turned to face a man who, in another life, would have been a grave threat to my throne, and still may. You have something to add, Mance? Mance Rayder, who still may become king beyond the wall, but was at this time simply a brother of the Night's Watch, chuckled. Where I spend most of my time, your grace, there are no roads, no canals, no bridges. There is simply the wild, the snow, the beasts and the men who live there. He glanced about, taking in the fertile fields on either side of the King's Road. I have never been this far south, are all your lands so crowded with farmers? I smiled. Actually, farmers are only now returning to their fields after the rebellion, this summer is coming to a close, and we need at least another harvest or two before winter arrives. Fear of rampaging armies drove them to seek shelter in cities and forts, relying on their lord's protection. As is the duty of all true lords, to defend our people when they are threatened, agreed John. I remember him teaching me that lesson many years before, that the small folk gave their labor, their obedience, and their wealth, and in return we, as their rulers, owed them protection and wise leadership. Too many of Westeros' nobility forgot that second part. Mance made a non-committal sound, which seemed to be typical of the man. He wasn't afraid to speak his mind, but didn't feel compelled to argue with those who had already made up theirs. You spent a lot of time beyond the wall. I asked instead. You could say that, your grace. I was born there, my family was part of a raiding party that the men of the Watch intercepted. They took me in, and named me Raider to make sure I never forgot where I came from. He didn't seem resentful about it, more that it was simply a part of who he was. A foot in two worlds is a hard way to live, I offered, and he nodded in response. In that case, you could speak to me about a few things. I've heard stories, about the wall, about the people who live beyond it. I'd prefer to hear about it from a man who's been there and done that. Here Mance raised an eyebrow. Few men not bound for the wall seem to care much about it south of the neck, he said, and I shrugged. Seems to me you lot were put up there to freeze for a reason, the least I can do is learn a bit about how and why, So, as the miles passed beneath our horses' hooves, we talked of the wall, the watch, the wildlings, the lands of ice and snow beyond the wall. So such men exist. I pressed, as we sat about a fire, resting our horses while the men prepared a midday meal. For me, I was polishing my sword blade, which wasn't a euphemism, I was literally running a polishing rag over my blade. Men who can see through the eyes of animals. Skin changers and wargs? They're about, said Mance, scraping his spoon around his bowl. Some travel with bands of the folk, others live alone with the beasts for company. I knew a man who could send his mind into his hounds, fearsome things they were, even without a human intelligence to guide them. With it. He shook his head. John spat into the fire. Bah! There's little magic left in the world, and what little is left is foul. To enter the soul of a beast, to debase the human spirit so. Mance raised an eyebrow. And you speak so with such great experience regarding magic and wildlings. The faith knows how to deal with witchcraft and... John, I said firmly, and my hand looked over at me, his angry words on his lips. I asked what he knows and what he thinks, and that's what he's telling me. I had to tread a little carefully here. John was an Andal through and through, a devotee of the Seven, a man of honor and faith. I am, however, king of the first men as well as the Roiner and the Andals, so it behoves me to know the qualities of my people. Mans chuckled. If you try and tell one of the free folk that you're their king, they'll double over laughing before they slit your throat, your grace, then they'll steal your fine boots. I shrugged. A king cannot be universally liked by his subjects, especially the more rambunctious groups. All in all, my little march north up the King's Road was an educational excursion. Out of the Red Keep, I was given an opportunity to see more of the lands I ruled directly, speak to knights and lords who swore allegiance to the Iron Throne, rather than one of the lords paramount. I spoke to Cecily and Para, the courtesans Cersei had gifted me with, about their lives, their training, how prostitution and brothels operated in King's Landing, and about their clientele. I made certain that John was occupied while I had those particular conversations. And I took advantage of Mance's presence to get a first-hand account of the wall, the lands beyond, the gifts and the watch itself. Anyway, I think I can make a few donations to the watch, as soon as I return to the keep. In fact, I'll send the orders through with my next dispatches, I said, chewing on some salted beef. Gold, for now, as well as swords, spears and other weapons from the armories, coats of plate, wool cloaks, boots. Of course, there's the salvage from the coming fight to consider. I'll allow you, as a representative of the watch, to collect a share, as well as any volunteers you'll collect. Mance's eyes were growing as I spoke. Seriously, it's not that big a deal. It's a drop in the bucket compared to some of my expenditures, and supporting the watch is something that a good king is supposed to do. It helped that my first innovations were starting to filter out to my personal holdings, and, with a little encouragement, Stannis as well. Shears for shearers, spinning jennies for turning wool into thread, power looms, when we eventually got the design right, but we were, I think, getting close. A lot of the sheep in the Stormlands and Crownlands wound up either not being shorn, or as mutton, simply because there wasn't enough time to shear them all, card the wool, and weave it into cloth before it started to rot. I hope to change that. Seed drills, improved plows, reapers and threshers were being constructed in converted warehouses in King's Landing and Storm's End, to be issued to our tenants for the next growing season, and I had ordered extra plots of land cleared for sowing. Already, riding along the King's Road, I had seen crews of small folk taking axes to trees and digging out stumps in preparation for sowing. That is most generous, Your Grace, said Mance eventually. Such supplies will doubtless help save the lives of many of my brothers come this winter. As I said, it is a king's duty, I assured him, then paused. That said, I was under the impression that the watch had their own lands from which to draw supply. Brandon's gift, and the new gift? Farms, orchards, lumber, quarries, what, some 15,000-20,000 square miles of the north under the Lord Commander's rule. Mance shrugged. As our numbers dwindled over the centuries, so did our needs. Winters that far north are harsh, and raids across the wall became more frequent. Oh, we have food enough, and fuel for the fires, and wood to make repairs, but few live in the gifts these days compared to ages past. I nodded. So Ned Stark's reports suggest, I said, and the watchman glanced over at me. Don't be so surprised, Ned's as close to me as any blood, and I heard stories. I slid my blade back into its sheath. I can't make decisions with stories, so I asked him to look into it. Ah, Benyon Stark's visit, Mance realized. We thought he was just exploring, seeing the watchman's life for himself before he decided to devote himself. I didn't realize he was on his brother's business. He paused. What do you plan to do? I stood up, brushing off my breeches, and my companions rose with me. Nothing yet. Like I said, I need facts, not stories. However, when you go back north, I'd like you to take a couple of letters to the Lord Commander for me. He may not answer to the crown, but I'm sure he can spare a little time to pay attention to the King of Westeros. Now, let's get this carnival moving again. I want to be at Stokesworth's keep by sundown. Damn him, snarled Stannis as he crumpled the letter in his hands, tossing the parchment away as he strode across the room to stare out the window. Standing nearby, Sir Davos raised an eyebrow. Unwelcome news, my lord. The Lord Paramount of the Stormlands waved a hand at the ruined letter, but Davos shook his head. True, he was starting to learn how to read, but his efforts, while praised by his clerk-cum-tutor, were slow and full of frustration and stumbling. With time, and a lot of swearing, he could generally sound out simple sentences. A formal letter from the king to his eldest brother was far beyond his skills to parse. Bah, sighed Stannis, grinding his teeth. It was a common expression for the nobleman, Davos was learning. Grind, grind, grind. Once again, Robert goes to war, and orders me to stay behind. He lives for the hue and cry of battle, and hates the very thought of sharing the glory with me. Nor does he ask me to travel to King's Landing to take up the post of hand while Jon Arryn is out of the city, but leaves Brynden Tully in charge. Fah! He groans, pounding a fist idly against the stonework of the windowsill. "Ah," said Davos, and Stannis half turned to face him. "What? Speak up, man, I don't keep you around to be a bloody statue." That is, m'lord, but you've been busy these last few months, working on fixing everything that went to the hells, pardon my language, m'lord, during the rebellion." It was true, when Robert had ridden off with the bulk of the fighting force of the Stormlands, few lords or knights had ridden to Stannis' defense. Most had either hunkered down in their forts, fled, or surrendered to the loyalist forces. Yes, some had waited until the bulk of the Reach host was past, and sallied forth to harry their support train, but most Storm Lords, or, often, their wives or stewards, since most of the fighting men were with Robert, had looked to their own, letting storms end wither on the vine, besieged and blockaded. Stannis had had his work cut out for him, re-establishing his control over the kingdom, ensuring that the returning Storm Lords, or their heirs, understood who was now in command. Not all were happy that Robert had named Stannis his replacement as Lord Paramount, and some were, apparently, on the verge of revolt, especially when instructed that they had to send supplies to help restore Storm's End stocks of food, fuel, and weapons, as well as funds and men to help repair the damage to the fortress. And now with word of rebellion breaking out in the Crownlands, some of them will be wondering if it's time, mused the former smuggler. He had been at sea long enough to recognize the signs of approaching mutiny, and it seemed that landsmen weren't too different from sailors in that respect. King Robert's got to put that rabble down, and quick, or thing'll only get worse. Discontent is catching, as sure as any plague, and his grace might have been a little hasty in forgiving a few of the lords who followed the Targaryens. Way I see it, m'lord, is that the king knows you've got your hands full, and doesn't want to pull you away from your work. How do you think the Wilds, the Penroses, the Bucklers would react if you weighed anchor and headed after your brother? Suppose they start to think that with the Baratheons on the Iron Throne, it's time for one of them to rule Storm's End. Stannis rounded on him, rage in his eyes. By the hellfire, man, that's treason. They'd never. Yes, he stopped himself, took a deep breath through clenched teeth. You're right, Sir Davos, damn me if you're not. They bloody well would dare, and it'd be my own bloody fault. Stannis closed his eyes, and visibly forced himself to calm down. Opening his eyes again after a few moments, he turned and walked back over to the table, picking up the discarded letter and smoothing it out, scanning the crumpled pages. But damn me if it doesn't still feel like Robert is off to war again, going to grab the glory again, and leaving me to rot, again. He shook his head, and straightened up. Damn him, he said again, but in a resigned tone. Right, what's next? Davos suppressed a smile, even as he clasped his hands behind his back. The first of the new plows and seed drills have been sent out, and for the most part they're working. Some folk are complaining, saying there's nothing wrong with their own tools, and if it's been good enough for the last 1,000 years or so, it's good enough for them. Grind. 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 Chapter 8. 8th month, 284 AC. The morning sun shined dimly through thick clouds, and the ground beneath my horse's hooves was damp from recent rain. I glanced up at the banner held by Sir Kieran, bearing the new personal sigil I had ordered made up before leaving King's Landing. The cloth hung limply against his lance, itself wet with dew. Not exactly the most regal of sights, I mused, chewing on a bread roll stuffed with ham and cheese, held in one gauntlet hand. Then I cast my eye across the field, and my stomach threatened to throw up my makeshift breakfast. After days of marching, and almost 2 weeks of maneuvering and counter-marching, leading our forces back and forth as we jockeyed for position, the royal force was finally drawn up opposite the rebellious lord's army, a few miles east of the town of Barrow Bridge. My backside ached from the saddle, my skin was darkened by the sun, and my temper, always an issue, tore at the ragged edges of my control. I had seen men die thrown from their horses, in fights between drunken soldiers, or puking their guts up, despite the harsh, and unpopular, camp sanitation regulations I had ordered, and enforced as well as I could, which didn't make it any more popular. Part of me, the part that was born Robert, shrugged, accepting this as the nature of campaign life, that indeed, fewer men and women had died in the last few weeks than I had expected. The part that was born on another world balked at the human cost of this rebellion, even before the first major battle had been fought, and was busy trying to curl up into a ball, weeping, at the very thought of riding a horse into combat with the full intention of smashing the brains out of other men with a hammer. Finally, I sighed. Right, I grunt, swallowing the last of my roll, before clearing my throat and looking about. Ready to ride with me were Sirs Kieran and Jaime, Sir Valin in his green cloak, Lord Bernard of Stokesworth, John, and Sir Lyn Corby, bringing our number to 7. 7, always bloody 7, I mused irreverently, but shrugged and kicked my horse's flanks with my heels, lurching into a trot, the others following close behind. As we crossed the field, a similar group of riders broke off from the rebel mass, headed in our direction. Still, there was a fair way to go, so I took a long look at the opposition. The two armies were fairly closely matched, both had a little over 8,000 fighting men, not counting camp followers, pages, and mistresses, with the rebels having the larger force. The rebels had something of an advantage in cavalry, with almost 4,000 horse and lances, but my practiced eye picked out details that confirmed what my scouts had reported, that the rebels had fewer fully armored knights in heavy harness, with many hedge knights and free riders making do with mail, brigadini, or even hardened leather. In comparison, more of my own followers were household knights and retainers of major houses, who wore mail coats and leggings, with partial plate atop, when they weren't in full plate. Still, the 8 men ahead were fully armed and armored, and I sneered to see that the lead rider was escorted by a man carrying a banner of red and black. For fuck's sake, they're actually bloody serious. Beside me, John snorted, and we exchanged a glance, full understanding between the two of us. But as we drew closer, I saw more banners, the 6 stars of House Mallory, the silver coins and twin helmets of House Cressy, even gold and white banner of House Shittering, but what made my teeth itch was the silver flail of the Thorns. Denly Thorn was one of my bannermen, sworn directly to the throne, and he had bent the knee after the rebellion, even as his younger brother Alliser headed north to take the Black. Somehow this last felt more personal, a direct assault on my pride and dignity, and as the two groups rode closer together, it was Lord Thorn who took the lead and approached me. Bareheaded as I was, I could clearly see his muddy brown hair and the sneer of distaste on his face. Just then, a gust of wind caught Sir Kieran's banner so that it billowed out to fly straight. I felt a small hint of satisfaction as the traitor lord's expression as the black flag showed off the golden crown flanked by many pointed antlers that I had chosen as my personal sigil, a reversal of the traditional Baratheon colors. It set me apart from my family, and rammed home the simple truth that the line of Baratheon kings was here to stay. Finally we were close enough to speak, and we reined in our horses. My stallion, a fine destrier bred in the Reach, stamped its hooves as I patted his neck. Well, this has been annoying, Denly, I said in even tones. You're looking well, haven't changed much since the last time we met. I straightened up and made a show of trying to remember. That was, well, I think it was the time you bent the knee and swore your allegiance to me, wasn't it? I do believe it was, Your Grace, offered Jaime, a sly smile on his handsome face. Thought so, I nodded to him, before turning back to Thorn. I suppose that goes to show what a Thorn's word is worth. I keep my word, called back the rebel, my word to my king, and his heirs. I am loyal to the Targaryen blood, and so should all true knights and lords of Westeros. I laughed. Yet you still swore yourself to me, should I send word to the Lord Commander, that he should beware treason from your brother? Would he turn his cloak as easily as you? Thorn spat to one side. An oath to a usurper is no true oath. I did what I had to do in order to raise an army to drag you from the Iron Throne. It is my duty to ensure that Prince Viserys is crowned in the Red Keep. I snorted. Right. I glanced past him to see another face. And you brought Lord Miser with you, the man so loath to pay his taxes he kicked off this business. Tell me, Lord Allen, are your skinflint ways the reason you were able to afford to pay all the sellswords and mercenaries behind you? Surely it would have been cheaper to simply pay your dues. The Lord of Missborough crossed his gloved hands on the pommel of his saddle. I merely ignited the sparks, false king, the deep loyalty of the people towards the rightful king needed nothing more. Nodding, I glanced up at the clouds, to see where the sun sat in the sky. I suppose this is the point where I ask you all to lay down your arms, bend the knee and we can all go home, but I really don't think there's much point to that, do you? Thorn shook his head. None, Baratheon. We have you outnumbered, both in absolute numbers and in mounted knights. Our troops are fresh, while yours are tired from the march. And more, he paused, drawing himself up self-importantly, the 7 themselves are on our side, for none are fouler in their eyes than a usurper. Then he glanced at Jaime, unless it be a regicide. I shrugged, my pauldrons creaking. The High Septon seemed to think otherwise when he blessed our warriors as we left King's Landing. Let's face it, no army ever marched into battle thinking that the gods were on the other fellow's side. Last chance to back down, boys, I offered, but Lord Thorn tugged on his reins, and wheeled his house around, his companions following after. I looked over at John. I tried, right? I looked back at my companions. All right, looks like they're as stupid as they look. Let's go back and get ready to give them a good thumping, Smiles, laughs, and defiant comments were my response, and as we retired, I managed to keep a firm smile on my face. Inside, I just felt sad. A lot of people were about to die. Because of me. By the time my group returned to our lines, the army's drums were already rolling. Quite unlike the traditional, slow-beating, deep-throated drums of Westeros, the snare drums I had insisted on using echoed across the field with a sharp, snapping explosion of sound, firing the blood and quickening the nerves as they signaled stand to and prepare for battle. Granted, the sound seemed to disturb my men and their mounts, but I could hope it had a far greater effect on the enemy. I must go see to my men, with your permission, your grace, my lords, insisted Sir Valin with a bow from the saddle, and spurred his horse into a trot towards the pikes. John glanced about, then extended a hand to me, and we clasped forearms. We exchanged a solemn nod, and he rode off, Sir Lin at his side, to take command of the right flank. I had positioned the Royal Army cohorts in the middle of my lines and forward, flanked on either side by the infantry I had collected at Stokesworth, and those I requested from Rollingford, Roshby, and Hayford. I could have brought more troops, but only recruited veterans with decent armour and weapons, not small folk levies with wicker shields, sharpened wooden spears and rags on their feet. My cavalry was divided and positioned on the wings and behind, with John already leaving to take command of the larger right wing, while I remained in direct command of the smaller but better harnessed left wing, including a formation of almost 500 knights in full plate and mail. He did have something of a point, offered Lord Bernard, tugging on the reins to control his mount. A loyalist in the rebellion, there was no secret that Bernard regarded me as a usurper, and my rise to the throne had been at the cost of his high position, yet the proximity of his keep and lands to King's Landing meant that it was currently in his best interest to be one of my most loyal supporters. Publicly. The rebels do outnumber our horse by at least half again, and with the placement of our infantry. The former loyalist shook his head. Would it not be more prudent to await further reinforcements? I'm sure your brother, or the Lord Hand. Fuck that, I snarled, bending down to accept my helmet from a squire. Like my mail and plate, it was painted black, and the crown of metal antlers made my neck twinge in anticipation of just how heavy it would be when I put it on. Still, I had more than a decade to get used to such a burden, and the ring of guilt about the brow helped tell anyone who wasn't sure just who the jackass with the stag fetish was. This rebellion needs to be squashed, hard and fast, or I'll be running around smashing flare-ups for the rest of my reign. I'll spend my whole life in the saddle, running from one rebellion to another, and while I'd likely enjoy that a whole lot more than spending my years sitting on the throne getting piles, a lot of people will die for a whole lot of nothing. I have the chance to smash the heart out of any factions that think they can raise the dragon banner and have a go at me. They need to know that I'll come down on them so hard their grandchildren will be born with broken bones. Then will the rebels not seek to avoid action today? Piped up Jaime, tightening the straps on his shield. Hells no, I snorted. They know as well as we do that most of the lords paramount are behind me, and sending reinforcements. Their only hope is to take the Crownlands and encourage a general uprising. They need to drive us off this field, and take King's Landing before loyal troops can come along the Gold Road or the King's Road. A series of shouts drew out attention to the infantry, and with a stomping of boots and rattle of drums, I could tell the archers were running forward ahead of the pikes, just as planned. I couldn't see them, but I knew that the scorpion carts were going with them, 2 for each cohort. Altogether, almost 1,500 long and crossbowmen were taking their positions, and I smiled nastily as I imagined what the rebels were about to receive. And I don't care if they're truly fucking thankful or not. I'd much rather be back at the Red Keep, having morning sex with Cersei. May the old gods and the new damn them, I don't want to kill them, but I will if it helps me drive the fucking point home. I'm the gods damned king. Live with it, or don't. Either way, my lords, I said in a loud voice, slamming my helm down onto my head, we finish this work today. Did you hear what that uncouth bastard said? Whined Lord Alan, tugging at his gauntlets as the party rejoined the van. He thinks he's worthy to sit on the Iron Throne? No, sirs, I will not have it. Denly Thorne, the senior noble and thus head of the army aiming to dethrone the Baratheon, sneered at the loyalists' paymaster. Then we will just have to haul him from his position. He glanced about at the other high lords and captains of the army, who gathered about to hear of the false king's response. My lords, the usurper is resolute to fight, and so are we. We will drive him from the field today. Should we not await until the numbers favor us more? Asked one lord, the odds are a little even for my taste. Grumbles from other knights suggested that he wasn't alone in his estimation. Denly, on the other hand, knew that if the restoration was to succeed, they needed to take King's Landing, and to do that they needed to smash Robert's army before reinforcement could come from the Vale, the Riverlands, or the Westerlands. Before he could respond, however, a cry came from nearby, and he turned to see that the Baratheon's forces had already started to move, with archers and what looked like ballistas mounted on hand-drawn carts forming up ahead of the infantry. Before he could snap out an order, arrows and bolts were loosed at him. Hundreds of missiles missed their mark, but hundreds more struck amongst the assembled knights, with cries of pain and screams of wounded horses filling the air. Denly's mount shifted beneath him as a cloth-yard arrow landed not 6 inches from its hooves. He opened his mouth to reassure his fellows that there was little danger, even a crossbow couldn't pierce plate at this distance, when a bolt launched from one of the ballista carts struck a nearby horse in the chest, ripped through its belly, and punched through to tear into the knee of a horse in the second rank. Damn him, he thought, even as knights and men-at-arms started to panic. He knew that he had no choice, the bastard would-be king had made the decision for him. If he didn't press the attack now, his men would do so on their own terms. To keep the cohesion of his force, he needed to strike while he still had control. Men of Westeros. Loyal subjects of Prince Viserys. Servants of the dragon. Now is the time. For the three-headed dragon. For fire and blood. Charge! Ryan gripped the shaft of his pike firmly and tried to concentrate on the beat of the drums, the tramping of booted feet, the comforting sensation of hundreds of his fellow soldiers about him, rather than the rapid thudding of his blood in his ears, and the sweat stinging his eyes. Even as blocks of archers marched swiftly past, the formation was closing up to present a solid front to the enemy. He heard the cries and horns of the rebels. He was in the second rank, but he could see the clouds of dust kicked up by thousands of steel-shot hooves. After the archers had spent a good half-hour pelting the rebels with arrows, bolts, and missiles, the enemy were quite understandably a little worked up. He was a veteran of the trident, and even though he had been a simple spearman, fighting other foot soldiers, he knew the sound of a charge about to begin. I guess the rain of arrows might have pissed them off just a little, he thought irreverently, and sent a silent sneer to the army's missile troops, even if they were just following the battle plan, to pepper the enemy with arrows and bolts, to goad them into attacking, before withdrawing behind the protective fence of pikes. Still, it was a little unfair that they got to strike at the rebels, then withdrawing to the rear, leaving the pike blocks to face the foe. Like my little brother used to kick the miller's son in the shins, then run behind me, knowing I'd have to protect him. Still, he thought as the rising clatter of approaching horsemen sounded in his ears, he was my little brother, and those are our archers. Behind him, he heard the familiar roar of his block's corporal, a towering young man with a heavy, red burn on one side of his face. And if any of you cocksuckers think of running, you'll find my blade going right up your ass to trim your nose hairs, you festering ballsacks. You hold, maggots, keep the line, and stranger help any bastard who dreams of turning his back on the enemy. I don't know who the hell Sandor Clegane is in the Westerlands, but I wish he'd go back there. He's a big, tough bastard, but I honestly wish to the father that he'd shut the hells up. Front rank. Prepare to receive, cavalry. Came the order, and the drums thundered, and the front rank of the army shoved the butts of their pikes into the turf, placing their boots behind it, and angling it towards the approaching knights with an impressive shout of conviction, just as they had in countless practice sessions back at the fort. Second rank. Level, pikes. Grunting with effort, Ryan lifted his 16-foot pike and leveled it over the shoulder of the man in front of him, even as the order was shouted for the third rank to follow suit, presenting a bristling hedgehog of long, sharp spears aimed directly at the rebels. A chill of fear ran down Ryan's spine. Sure, the cohort had practiced this maneuver 1,000 times, and everyone from Clegane to Sir Valen himself assured the troops that it would work, but he could see hundreds of knights in the enemy's van, massive chargers ridden by big men in plate armor, shields and pennants ablaze of bright colors and fierce sigils, lance heads glittering in the sun as they were lowered, dirt, grass and mud splattering into the air as the charge picked up speed. You boys may be warmers, but today you're Anvils. Instead of Clegane, this was the Maniple's lieutenant, and the familiar accent of the Vale's nobility reassured him as the highborn officer continued. Anvils don't flinch. Anvils don't bleed. Anvils hold, and the hammer bounces off. Believe me, boys, the anvil always wins. You are the second maniple of the second cohort of the Royal Army, and you will hold. What are you? Anvils. Ryan shouted with his mates as the strain built, as the rebel knights approached, and he could make out the sigil on the tabard of the knight who seemed to be leveling his lance straight at him. Do anvils bleed? No. Do anvils run? No. What are you gonna do? We hold. Cried Ryan and the rest of the troops in one primal howl, and with the blood pounding in his ears almost hard enough to drown out the war cries of the enemy, in one voice the army cried out in wordless fury as a sound like the buzzing of 1,000 bees arose from behind, and he laughed as hundreds of arrows started to land amongst the enemy, horses stumbling and grand knights tumbling from their saddles. We are the anvil. He cried out, and around him others took up the cry. We are the anvil. Shouted the maniple, and there was no more time for war cries, because the battle was finally, officially started. Now, battles are confusing things, and commanding one was worse. I was at the same elevation as most of my forces, and I literally couldn't see what was going on, thanks to the dust clouds that inevitably arose when moving large numbers of men. I later pieced together what happened. The rebel knights charged my infantry center, and stalled. It must have been extremely confusing for them. They must have thought I was mad, using infantry as the middle anchor of my battle line, because they knew from long experience that infantry broke in the face of a cavalry charge. In every poem, every story, every song, in every fight in living memory, in the rebellion and across Westeros, when a force of heavy cavalry struck a line of infantry, the infantry gave way. Oh, there were tall tales of far-off Essos, where unsullied spearmen broke a Dothraki horde, but those were horse savages, not the flower of Westerosi chivalry. Unfortunately for the rebel knights, Noon told their horses that a horse, you understand, isn't as dumb as you think they are. Presented with an obstacle that they couldn't jump over or run around, a horse is smart enough to stop. While it is possible to find men who are dumb enough to drive themselves onto the tips of spears so that the men behind them are able to kill the enemy, there is a reason why we have the expression horse sense. Normally, yes, infantry gave way to knights, breaking their lines and giving the knights' mounts room to maneuver. However, most Westerosi infantry came in two flavors: levies, who were small folk with improvised weapons and little training, or armsmen, who were better trained and equipped, but tended not to fight formation, but in small groups. The royal army, on the other hand, was modelled on the lockstep legions of Oldgeese, leavened with my own recollections of the more successful armies of Earth, from Macedonian phalangrites to Roman legionaries to Swiss pikemen. Oh, it wasn't as if the pike or crossbow were unknown in Westeros, but no one had ever combined them along with iron discipline in a ruthlessly drilled, high-morale force of infantry. Simply put, much to the shock and dismay of the rebels, their charge stalled. Knights shouted and cursed, trying to drive their mounts forward, the horses screaming and stamping as sharp pikeheads were poked at their faces, rearing back and generally expressing their displeasure. Unfortunately, no one told the ranks behind the van, and they ran up the back of the front rank, causing more confusion and chaos. Riders were dismounted and trampled, knights tried to shove their lances at the infantry but found that the pikes were longer than their lances, and all forward momentum was lost. Meanwhile, missiles kept flying over the infantry formation, chisel-pointed arrows bursting through mail and leather to embed themselves in flesh. Oh, some horses were shoved into the line of pikes by the weight of horse flesh behind them, and some managed to break or tear pikes from the grip of their owners, producing small holes in the line, that were swiftly plugged by the ranks behind, with the troops' morale soaring as they realized, no, they weren't all about to be skewered by rebel lances. Unfortunately, while the enemy were stalled, they weren't stopped. Faced with an immovable object, they started to flow around it, driven by momentum and the struggle to control their mounts to ride to either side of the solid mass of pikes, and attempt to reach the flanks and the rear. Which is where I re-enter this narrative properly, bending down to accept a lance from a squire before the lad ran back towards the rear. Around me the white-armoured knights of the King's Guard likewise armed themselves, and the horses of the assembled chivalry champed at the bit, their hooves stamping in agitation as the rattle, cry, and hue of battle filled the air. Ahead, flags were waved, and I knew the moment had come. I pulled on my mount's reins, and raised my lance high, the black and gold pennant tied to its long, steel head waving in the air. Warriors of Westeros! I have no great speech for you, for you do not need it. You are my army. I am your king. There are the enemy. Charge! Behind me, a deep roar arose from over 1,000 throats, and I dug my heels into my horse's flanks. With a clatter of barding, I led my force towards the enemy as they started to encircle the infantry, and my well-dressed line of cavalry lurched into a canter. The rebel knights were confused, shocked, angry and frightened, and their formation was more of a mob. In contrast, my own lancers were drawn up in regular ranks, as much as you can with Westerosi knights. Knee to knee, we accelerated, and as I lowered my lance couched beneath my shoulder, I aimed it squarely for the visor of a knight in the colours of House Thorn. Ours! I cried, and the bellow was taken up by riders on either side of me, is. They. Fury. The last word turned into an incoherent bellow as our forces impacted in an intense cacophony of ironmongery and breaking wood. My lance head tore the throat out of my target, even as another knight's lance shattered on my shield. Carried onwards past my dying opponent, my lance broke on the chest of the next rebel in line, and knocked him from his saddle. My arm stinging from the force of the impacts, I drove the broken half of my lance into the neck of another knight's horse, and let go of it, slipping my hand through the leather thong attached to the haft of my hammer. An unlovely weapon, its face tipped by 4 flanges designed to punch through plate, and a fierce spike on the rear to rip and tear flesh. For anything it couldn't pierce, it was 5 pounds of castle-forged steel at the end of 2 feet of steel handle, and for most opponents that was enough. Ripping the weapon from my saddle, I swung it about my head, before bringing it down onto the helm of a knight in a green tabard, crushing his helmet and sending him flying from his saddle. Urging my horse onwards, my eyes wide and my throat aching with battle cries and breathing through my visor, I smashed another knight to my left, before swinging my hammer back to almost rip the head from the shoulders of another rebel. I was distantly aware of Jaime and Kieran, along with the other King's Guard, fighting nearby, just as I was somehow aware that I was breaking ahead of the line, but for the first time since the day I was married, the full force of the Baratheon rage was awake within me, and some part of me was horrified by the ease of my slaying, while the rest exalted in becoming an avatar of the warrior, the fury of Storm's End made flesh. A dismounted hedge knight staggered to my right, and I swung my hammer like a croquet mallet, catching him on the chin and almost decapitating him, and it was only after I had ridden past that I realized his helm was off because he was trying to surrender. I hauled my horse to a halt, and looked around. The enemy had broken, and those who were wounded, cut off or simply exhausted were starting to issue cries of surrender and offers of ransom, with the majority of the rebel knights withdrawing back to their lines. Jaime rode up to me, his white armor splattered with blood, his lance held in his left hand to hold my banner high even as his sword was dripping with blood. Your Grace! They flee. Resting my hammer on my saddle bow, I stood up on my stirrups, and peered to my right. Sure enough, Jon's banners were waving above the right flank, and the enemy appeared to be running across the board. I could feel it. It was the moment. It was the Schwerpunkt, the moment of decision. I turned to one of the King's Guard, I couldn't see who through his somewhat dented helm. Send the Lord Hand my compliments, and order him to hold position, but prepare to advance at the word of command. The same to Sir Valen. You have 5 minutes, go. We finish this today. Chapter 9. The sun was setting as I entered the pavilion tent, and I strode around the table to find my seat, a wooden chair slightly larger than those used by the other occupants of the tent, with somewhat thicker padding. They didn't rise from their chairs, largely because a Royal Army soldier was standing behind each of them, sword drawn. Flanking my own chair were 2 knights of the King's Guard, helms on and swords at the ready. Dropping down into my seat, I reached out and placed my hammer on the oaken wood of the table loud enough to make my guests jump in their seats. The Targaryen banner that had been proudly flown by the rebels at the beginning of the day was draped across the table, and I had a smile as bits of dried blood and brains landed on the cloth. A closer inspection showed the stitching as being rushed and inexpert, which only made my secret amusement grow. Well, I started with a calm, tired voice, it's been a long day, hasn't it? Let's start by listing what we've accomplished. 47 soldiers of the Royal Army of Westeros, killed in the fighting. Almost 100 knights, more than half of those in the first clash of the day. Over 200 of my men are wounded seriously enough to need medical attention, and I'm told almost 40 of those won't last the night. I rested one hand on the table, and drummed my fingers for a few moments. Then on your side, well, we can only guess. At least 200 died in the first exchange, to arrow, lance, and sword. And hammer, I added in my head, but didn't feel compelled to add out loud. For the rest? We will know more tomorrow, but it's at least 1,000 of your men are dead tonight, and that number is likely to double at least, just from the wounded. So, do you feel proud of your accomplishments today? The result of the first charge hadn't broken the rebels. Stunned them, confused them, demoralized them, yes, but they were largely veterans themselves, knights and sellswords with experience on many battlefields, or else peasants who were used to doing what they were told. Our counterattack, on the other hand, was far more effective. No wild charge, we advanced in line, our infantry with leveled pikes and a steady stream of arrows and bolts coming from behind as crossbowmen and archers leapfrogged each other, firing then pausing to reload while others advanced and loosed in turn. On the wings, our cavalry followed suit, some with fresh lances, while others simply carried their sidearms. Their own archers tried to respond, but they had fewer bowmen, and their volleys were disorganized and ineffectual, causing only minor casualties, mostly flesh wounds among the infantry. The rebels tried to charge us again, but their hearts weren't in it, and we drove them off again, sending them reeling back into the mass of their infantry. Our pikemen and cavalry hit a disorganized collection of confused, frightened men, and it was brutal. Some fought, others tried to flee, they killed each other to get away from or towards our lines. Time and again the infantry pushed their pikes into the mass, spearing through flesh and armor, killing hundreds of men before the collective will of the rebels disintegrated, and the result was a rout. Dropping their weapons, discarding their belongings, the remnants of the rebel force had nothing left on their minds but escape from the relentless, pitiless wall of spears and arrows that was coming for them. Some tried to seek shelter among their camp followers, but a strong force of cavalry was, at my order, dispatched to secure their camp and the commander's tents. Most tried to reach the safety of the town of Barrow Bridge, but it seemed that the commander of the gates realized what was happening, and closed their gates in the face of the rebels, while quickly running up a hastily prepared flag of black and yellow, signifying allegiance to the crown. From outside the tent came the sounds of post-battle celebration, the moans and sobbing of the wounded, the cheering of men who were just realizing that they had survived, the grief of those who had lost friends and brothers on both sides. Ale and wine was flowing, and more than one group of mates were striking up songs of victory and loss. It could have been any world after any battle, anywhere in the multiverse, soldiers are still soldiers. Seated across the table from me were the surviving commanders of the rebel army. Lord Denly Thorne glared at me, his arm in a sling after he broke it falling from his horse. Lord Jeremy, the somewhat corpulent ruler of Shittering Brook, sat alongside Sir Rayner Cressy, the son and heir to the late Lord Allen, who, along with the valiant if somewhat dim Lord Lothar of Byford, died in the course of the day. With them were Sir Hugh the Grim, a noted sellsword, and Guildmaster Rabar Smith, the latter of whom stared at me with wide eyes on a pale face, his once fine tunic stained with dirt and blood. None of them seemed eager to answer my question. I stared at them, and they stared back at me, and I felt a hollow sensation deep inside. Nothing, I said calmly. Your months of preparation and plotting, your hundreds and thousands of gold dragons spent, the long weeks of campaigning, the risks you ran, and you accomplished nothing. Yesterday, I was king. Today, I remain king. Tomorrow, I will still be king. The Targaryen dynasty is shattered, broken, and driven from this realm, it will not return. Your little tantrum, I chose my word carefully, and hid a smile at the horrified expressions across the table from me, has done nothing but end the lives of your men and ruin your futures. We struck the first blow, interjected Rayner, fury in his voice and fire in his eyes. Your seat on the throne will never be. I slammed my palm down on the table, shocking the boy. He's a year older than me. Back into silence. I wasn't quite sure why I was there, in that tent. Maybe I wanted to look into their eyes and see what had driven them to risk everything, kill, burn, betray, to see a family of alien, unstable, inbred fire worshippers restored to the ugliest throne on the continent. Maybe I'm just a masochist. I raised a hand. Get them out of here, leave him behind, I pointed to Thorn. The soldiers grabbed their charges none too gently, and hauled them, protesting, from the tent. Cressy ranted, Smith begged, the others were stubbornly silent. Still, within moments it was just me, 2 Kingsguard, and Denly Thorn. Are you going to try and make me beg? He asked, only a clenched jaw showing how much pain, physical and emotional, he was in. He knew that he was doomed. Because it isn't going to happen, I did what I had to do, and I would do it all over again if I had to. One of my knights stepped forward to strike him, but I held up a hand. I sat back in my chair. You are headed for the block. I don't have a choice in the matter, even though I damned well wish I did. I asked you. I shook my head. No matter. Your lands? Gone. Your comrades? Some will follow you to the headsman, the rest to the wall, along with quite a few of your followers, at least they'll continue to serve the realm chasing wildlings. Their lands, too, are gone. The knights and sellswords who followed you? The lucky ones have wealthy relatives who can ransom them back, less their horses, swords, and armor, of course. The others, well, we'll find uses for them. Most of your small folk will just go back to their farms, but I think a fair number of them will find themselves marching along behind my standards. So, I leant forwards in my chair, clasping my hands together and propping my elbows on the table. I suppose what I want to know is, now that all is clear, as a man who knows he is about to meet the stranger, was it all worth it? Really? As my servants finished removing my tabard, plate, mail, and padded gambeson, I nodded as they withdrew from my tent, leaving me in tunic, trousers, and boots. I sighed, and paused to wipe my face with a damp rag, before tossing the cloth aside. A glint of light in the corner of my eye drew my attention to a mirror set up on my table, and I bent down to have a closer look. My beard and hair were wild and unkempt, my face smeared with sweat, soot, and what had to be dried blood. I stood there for a while, staring at my reflection. Some part of me wondered if I should be hunched over the chamber pot, in a dramatic and emotional reaction to the day's slaughter and conflict, wallowing in a pool of self-pity and self-recrimination. Instead, I walked over to my blankets and lay down, before reaching under my tunic and pulling out a pouch I had hung about my neck that morning. From the pouch I drew a strip of red and gold embroidered cloth. Carefully, I wound the strip around my fist and studied the stitching in the lamplight. Perhaps it was cheating to wear it there instead of around my arm, perhaps she didn't even stitch it herself. Perhaps she was actually hoping I fell from my horse and got trampled in the chaos. Or maybe I'm just a soft touch. I fell asleep with Cersei's favor still in hand, and slept soundly until dawn. I didn't dream. The ground beneath my feet was soft and muddy, the wet grass churned by thousands of boots and hooves. As I passed, soldiers and knights paused in their work, leaping to their feet and shouting my name or my words, declaring their loyalty and cheering for the victory. It was a heady experience, to have thousands of men cheering for me, and it was more personal here, with these men I had led into battle, than it had been with the small folk of King's Landing. A man can get used to this. Don't. Eventually I and my escort reached the edge of the encampment, where Royal Army troops and Baratheon armsmen were overseeing the disarming of rebel soldiers and knights, with the surrendered men passing in single file, removing all weapons, coins, jewelry and armor, leaving them in their basic clothes and boots. The confiscated items were making some considerable piles. The disarmed rebels were then herded into roped-off areas, guarded by archers and knights on horseback, in case they tried to run for it. Of course, not all of the rebels were thus detained, a fair number of them were in a separate area, and standing nearby was the familiar form of Mance Rayder, who raised a hand in greeting as I approached. "Congratulations on your victory, Your Grace," he welcomed, and as I came closer we clasped arms. "The men won the victory, Brother Mance, I simply led them," I answered, and he inclined his head. I glanced over the collected men behind him, most wearing strips of black cloth tied about their upper arms. "I see you've managed to do the recruiting you had hoped for." He shrugged. "Better than I expected, actually, I only brought a dozen cloaks. By my count, I have 57 recruits, including 8 knights, as you can see. I had to improvise. He gestured at his arm, then at his new potential brothers. I nodded. You realize, of course, that a goodly number of them plan to run for it the first chance they get, I offered, and the former wildling's eyes twinkled. Of course they are, this isn't my first recruiting mission. They will be unarmored and unarmed for our march north, and I assure you I am a much better tracker than any of them are woodsmen. He smiled. I also have a few true volunteers even among your own forces. 3 knights and a half-dozen soldiers have requested to join our caravan. I think they should help keep their new brothers in line. Still, since you were not expecting such a large caravan, I've decided to send a maniple of troops with you. They'll help keep order, and assist in guarding the wagons that will be carrying the supplies I'm sending north with you. At his raised eyebrow, I shrugged. I promised you a share of the salvage. You can take your pick of the mail and weapons we took from the rebels. There should also be goods waiting for you at Stokesworth. I sent a letter back to King's Landing after our first conversation. His eyes widened. Your generosity is appreciated, Your Grace, and I will make your enthusiasm for supporting the watch clear to the Lord Commander when I return to Castle Black. Then he paused. You are not returning to King's Landing immediately, then? I shook my head. No, my friend, I have a lot of work to do first. I need to make sure I grind this little rebellion's embers out. I don't want it flaring up the moment I turn my back. I paused, then pulled 2 envelopes from my belt, sealed with red wax, impressed by my signet ring. I would also appreciate it if you took these with you and delivered them into the hands of Lord Commander Corgile and Maester Iman. He looked confused but nodded and tucked the letters into his own belt. I will keep them safe, and deliver them personally. You have my word, Your Grace. We clasped forearms, and said our farewells. I had spoken true, there was a lot of work still to do. It was the closing days of the 8th month of the year that my army marched its way into view of King's Landing. Ahead of us was the massive, ornately decorated Dragon Gate, from which were flying the flags of houses Thean, Lannister, Arryn, and my own banner. Behind us was a long road, including ferrying across the Blackwater Rush and the Gods River twice each, in order to formally, and firmly, accept the surrender of the households of the major lords of the Blackwater region. There had been losses, almost 50 men had died from accidents, skirmishes with holdouts, and one man who was killed by a chamber pot hurled out of a window by an irate grandmother that had landed on his head when he had taken his helmet off to scratch an itch. Detachments of troops had been left at each stronghold, to ensure that the temporary administrators were secure before I decided on whom to grant those titles to permanently, and in return the army's wagons groaned under the weight of the booty of the campaign. I had prevented widespread looting, but it was amazing what some towns would do to both assure the crown of their reaffirmed loyalty and to avoid being pillaged by rampaging soldiers. If anything, I might actually come out of this with a better reputation than I had going in. I wondered at the absurdity of the universe. Also in those wagons were prisoners, rebel lords, knights, and merchants, along with their immediate families, destined for the black cells and eventual trial for treason, sedition, and insurrection, if not in those exact terms. I turned my horse and trotted back along the column of troops, all as tired from the long march as I was, but with straight backs and raised chins. Soldiers of Westeros! I called, and they shouted in reply, a proud chorus from a battle-tested and hardened force. These last weeks have made me prouder of you all than I can say. We have fought in battle, and together laid the foe low. We have stamped upon the fires of rebellion, and have seen them reduced to ashes beneath our boots. Cries of war mirth. The anvils held, and victory, echoed against the city walls, and I held up a hand for quiet, even as I wondered at the way my troops' enthusiasm hadn't waned in the passing weeks. But there will come a day when I must call upon my war mirths, soldiers, and knights again, and I know that when I call, it will be answered. After the cheers died down again, I continued. But that is another day. Today, you are soldiers with stories to tell, silver in your pockets, and a fierce urge to loose both upon the city. My soldiers laughed, and I grinned along with them. And I am certain that the merchants, tavern keepers, and women of King's Landing are just as eager to relieve you of your sudden largesse. If anything, this round of laughter was louder, with ribald jokes and obscene gestures added for flavor. So, I am declaring that, at dawn tomorrow, the royal army will be given the freedom of the city for the next 4 days. Feast, drink, get laid, and most of all, be proud of yourselves. I sure as hells am. I raised my gloved fist into the air, and was immediately answered by a chorus of cheers, laughter, and shouted promises. I was so caught up in the moment that I nearly missed the horsemen approaching from the city gates in a flurry of hooves, but luckily Sir Jaime noticed and pointed him out to me. I frowned, but raised a hand as the rider, Sir Marco of the King's Guard, drew up his horse, panting hard. 7 blessings upon your victory, Your Grace, the Reach Knight gasped, but it is indeed fortunate you arrived at this moment. I bring urgent news for you, from Grand Maester Pycelle himself, regarding her Grace, Queen Cersei. I reached out and grasped the man's scale-armored arm. What? Tell me, man, what's going on? Is Cersei all right? Marco shook his head. Your Grace, the Queen, the midwives have been summoned, and her Grace has been sequestered to Maegor's Holdfast, and... Jaime! I shouted, and the Lannister knight rode over, his expression curious. Forget everything. We ride for the Red Keep. Jon, I tossed a glance at my hand, who was already murmuring orders to Sir Valen, take charge, get camp set up, and make sure. Go, you young fool, the older lord insisted, and I nodded, before kicking my horse in the ribs and trotting towards the gate. Some soldiers had been close enough to hear, and astute enough to understand, and a cheer was starting to grow. Calls of 7 blessings to the Queen, and 3 cheers for the heir, and may the old gods and the new bless valiant King Robert. What in the 7 fiery hells is going on? Demanded Jaime, as he and the remaining Kingsguard followed behind as best they could. I'm gonna be a dad. I shouted back, my enthusiasm fading the closer we got to the gate. By the time I rode beneath the carved stone dragons, a cold lump had formed in the pit of my stomach. Am I? The corridors were packed as I forged a path through the servants, staff, and guards, the hobnails of my boots ringing upon the flagstones as I approached the royal apartments. Pycelle had tried to talk to me as I entered the holdfast, but I had quickly left him behind, his doddering no match for my long strides. Taking stairs 2 at a time, I finally approached the large doors, and I sighed a little in relief at the Kingsguard standing outside. In front of the doors, 2 women in robes and shawls had been talking quietly, but broke off at my approach. Your Grace, said the elder of the 2, welcome. Please, wine and food have been prepared, and... Move, I stated flatly, my stride not breaking. Please, Your Grace, offered the younger woman as I approached the doors, it is unseemly. By tradition, you must. She was cut off at a loud cry of pain echoing from within the Queen's chambers. Fuck tradition and the dragon it rode in on. I bellowed, and I shoved my way past the shocked and horrified women. I would have kicked the doors in, but, seeing my expression, the knights on guard pushed them open for me, Sir Jaime at my heels. I ignored the midwives and servants, and strode across the room to kneel next to the bed, where my wife lay, her golden hair drenched in sweat, clad only in a light shift, her expression contorted in pain and exhaustion as women fussed about her raised knees. Go away, I don't need anything, just this beast out, she grunted, before her eyes focused, and widened in shock. I took her hand in mine, and held her fingers firmly. Robert. She moaned, clenching her hand hard around my larger fist. Sorry I'm late, my dear, I was a little held up, I said cheerfully, even as Jaime crouched on the other side of her, taking her other hand. This has to be the most bizarre birth in the history of the 7 kingdoms, I thought absently, for reasons that go far beyond breaching tradition, but the clear expression of relief, while looking at me, on Cersei's face made me feel at least a little better. And fuck it all, she may be a vicious bitch, but damn it, she's my vicious bitch. You always seem to leave me to finish the work you start, she gasped. It's not fucking fair. I'll be sure to tell the High Septon next time I see him, I said in what I hoped was a soothing tone. The head midwife, horrified by the male audience, nevertheless rallied and pressed on with sheer determination and professionalism. Now, Your Grace. Push. Night had fallen, and outside the window the sky was crystal clear, the stars and moon bright. Cersei lay exhausted, her hair tidied and changed into a fresh nightgown, finally asleep. The reason lay in my arms, a tiny, perfectly formed boy, whose hair was as dark as mine, and his eyes, now closed, were a blue-green mix that reflected both of his parents. More, while awake, his lungs were demonstrably as powerful as water-wheel-driven bellows. Unless Cersei had an affair with my brother Stannis, this was my son. Absurdly, I felt like an absolute heel, as though all those months of worry, concern, and suspicion had been utterly pointless, wasted and unwarranted. Intellectually, I knew that I was right to be worried, that blindly trusting in Cersei Lannister's fidelity was madness. Visions of Joffrey, vicious and incompetent, sadistic and megalomaniacal, were still fresh in my mind. It was, oddly liberating to realize that my wife had not had an incest baby with her twin brother. Speaking of which, I handed my son over to the senior midwife, nodded my respect, and exited the room, to meet up with Sir Jaime, who was examining several deep scratches his hand was now sporting. I held up my own, showing off my similar battle wounds. We must speak to your sister about trimming her nails, I said blandly, and Jaime barked a short laugh. Now there would be a battle worth seeing, he japed, and I clapped him on the shoulder. Your Grace, he said, then paused. Robert, he shifted tack, I haven't had a chance to say, congratulations on your son. Son. I have a son. An heir. A prince. A new little Baratheon. Why is my mind still working in first gear? Oh yeah, because I have a son. In the distance, through the walls of the keep, I began to hear the pealing of bells, as the septons began tolling out the good news, Baelor September's mighty bronze instruments bellowing out the tidings of the night. As I took Jaime's offered forearm clasp, I had only one thought. Screw you, Martin, you food-obsessed sadist. Screw you, fate, you cross-eyed, meddling bitch. My destiny is in my own hands, and I'll steer this world to a safer harbor yet, if only to spite you both. Chapter 10, After so many weeks in the saddle and sleeping with only a rolled-up pallet between me and the ground, it's not an exaggeration to say that I enjoyed a return to my own bed immensely. I slept into almost noon, had a hearty breakfast, skipped my normal workout routine, not without insisting that Sir Barristan remind me to get back to it the next day, of course, and spent some time wandering the halls and rooms of the Red Keep to check up on the progress of multiple projects that I had left running while I was stamping down the Blackwater refusal, as I had learned it was being called. A bit grander than the matter deserves, but, whatever. Predictably, several enterprises had floundered without my oversight. While the king's away, the subjects do play, but I was pleased with the progress of at least a few. Standing on the battlements overlooking the city, I traced my eyes over the wreckage left by the wildfire conflagration and noted the areas of new construction. I looked down at the map spread out across the wooden table placed there for my leisure. Well, my lord, it seems your people are making progress. Lord Cowan, Master of Works, bowed his head in recognition. Despite the great damage the fires did to the city, it appears to have been a blessing in disguise. Not only are the ruined buildings cleared of people to complain about the demolition, but with the number of small folk rendered homeless or unemployed we are hardly short of labor. I hit a clenched jaw at that statement with practiced ease. If I got worked up every time a Westerosi nobleman made light of the plight of the lower classes, I'd get nothing done. We have begun on the street layout you ordered, including the enlarged and renovated sewer system as well as the covered aqueducts and pipes for fresh water. He paused. I must add, if you would relent in regards to the use of lead for the pipes. I shook my head. No, my lord, I will not. I understand stone and concrete are more expensive and, in many ways, more difficult to use, but I believe the value of long-lasting infrastructure outweighs short-term savings. I do not want to be remembered for such crumbling edifices. I pointed to the grim and decaying visage of the dragon pit in the distance. I leave that to lesser kings. When in doubt, play the ego card. If Lord Cowan had an opinion about my preference for being remembered for long-lasting sewers, he was politic enough to hide it. The merchants seem to be in favor of the wider streets, at least, and there is much talk about the planned fountains and wells that we will be building. I shrugged. If there's another fire, I'd prefer not to have to use bucket chains to bring water all the way from the bay. Note to self, invent fire brigades. Letting the map roll up, I straightened up. Resting my hands on the wall, I leant over slightly, listening to the bustle and rumble of King's Landing. If I concentrated, I could hear singing in the distance, familiar marching tunes and fireside lyrics. I hope the men aren't making too much of a nuisance of themselves, I mentioned with a smile tossed to the other lord. Cowan smiled back. Oh, I'm sure matrons will be outraged by the actions of their daughters, the price of ale and wine will spike and innkeepers and brothel masters alike will complain about damage to their property, but all in all this is a darn sight better than the last time a victorious army invaded King's Landing. His smile faded as he realized what he had said. He opened his mouth to apologize, but I waved his concern away. Harumphing, he continued. I'm sure Lord Eldon will be delighted by the influx of silver into the city's coffers once the taxes come due. I nodded at that. One thing I insisted on, and caused some friction with my uncle, was that the soldiers of the Royal Army, and sailors in the Navy, for that matter, be paid regularly and on time. It was easier for the army, having created it from the ground up, but eventually we had managed to start up the Crown Paymaster, an office that kept track of the wages owed to every pikeman, armsman, seaman, and officer in the two royal services. Troops were offered regular cash payments, or the option of having the army or navy keep the bulk in reserve and issue withdrawals on request. It was hard to find things to spend money on in the field, at sea, or in barracks. The paymaster could even, with the approval of a commanding officer, extend lines of credit at reasonable rates I ensured were fair, with regular inspections of the books and vicious threats of punishment for malfeasance. It also doubled as a clearinghouse for loot. The paymaster would purchase booty from the troops for a reasonable markdown, saving them the hassle of trading it themselves or having to lug whatever it was they looted across the countryside with them. You wouldn't believe the things some troopers looted, you really wouldn't. It would likely be years before I, or the men, could properly trust it, but it was a start, and actually laid the foundations for other institutions that could grow out of it. At least, that was the hope. Needless to say, my master of coin wasn't all that enthusiastic about trusting mere soldiers, foot soldiers at that, with money, especially when we were already paying for their food, shelter, weapons, armor, and all the sundry extras that went into running an army. His suggestion, taking the cost of said extras out of their pay, gave me flashbacks to reading the Sharp series. I had to stop him when he suggested that nobles could pay for commissions in the Royal Army. The déjà vu was just too strong. No way in hell I'm having that sort of shit going on in my fucking army. Changing the subject, glanced to one side, where I had a view of the sheltered harbour, the bay, and in the distance the far shore across the Blackwater, where far more modest construction was going on. For too long, one of the major weaknesses of the capital was the fact that the king couldn't control the mouth of the river, and the harbour defences were weak. So, I had, months before, ordered the beginning of a fortification on the far side of the river, across from the Red Keep. It was still more of a plan than a reality, with work on deep, thick foundations only begin, but a wooden tower was almost complete. Some were already talking about the shape of the walls I had planned, as they were certainly non-traditional, but sometimes it's good to be the king. For now, the tower was more important. I looked at a nearby battlement where a similar structure was undergoing construction. And this project, Lord Cowan? I trust there are no delays. He smiled. No, Your Grace, in comparison this effort is simplicity itself. You can be assured that all will be ready within 3 days, my word upon it. The structures are almost complete, and the operators are busy with the mock UPS that Horan suggested. He shook his head. That lad is certainly full of ideas. I grinned. My lord, that he is. So there he was, bold as brass, holding himself high and mighty on his horse, and he says, if you lose this battle, the price will be terrible. If we defeat you today, we're gonna kill all of your knights and foot, burn our way to the capital, sack the city, and do terrible, terrible things to your queen. The soldier, a grizzled, bearded man who spoke with a thick accent that named him a native of King's Landing, and not the genteel parts of it, paused to take a gulp from his ale, balancing the prostitute on his lap with practiced ease even as the other residents of the tavern listened closely to his stories. Most were workmen, others were apprentices or the like, while not a few wore the green cloaks and gambesons of the royal army, like the storyteller. The tavern keeper was busy making sure the soldiers' mugs were full, their plates laden and their arms occupied, but everyone else was focused on the talker, a veteran sellsword turned corporal in the king's forces. There was a murmur of anger at his words, because this was a tavern that was famous for being supportive of the man they called the Demon of the Trident, the Dragon Slayer, and the Extinguisher. Many had fought the wildfire with him on those fateful days earlier in the year, and none would look kindly on any who threatened their king, or his queen. True, she was a Lannister, but of late talk had shifted from her being just another lion like her father, and comparing her more to her brother, the Golden Kingsguard, who was publicly hailed as the savior of the city with his preventing the Mad King from igniting the wildfire stores beneath the streets, and who had risked his life many times to help recover said jars of liquid hell. In this tavern, phrases like usurper, whore of the rock and kingslayer were good ways to get your teeth removed without having to bother a barber surgeon. So, said the corporal, tossing a wink to his mates, who were quite familiar with this story after the number of times he had told it, there he was, our king, staring down the murdering, treacherous bastards who wanted to put the fucking inbred dragons back on the throne, and they were threatening his wife. Now, as I'm sure you're all well aware, our king is a man of few words. Never use 100 words when one will do, he's told me 1,000 times. His fellows grinned, they knew as well as anyone that King Robert had no idea of this man's name, or would be able to pick him out of a crowd, but it was all part of the story. And you can imagine, the sheer fucking gall of this preening bastard really got his back up, what with his long-winded speech about how fucking great it was to suck the Targaryen cock. So he just said one word, my friends, one word. He paused, taking another swig, and the crowd leant in, eager to hear the one word their king spoke to the rebel, the anticipation growing more intense by the moment as the skilled storyteller drew it out almost to the breaking point. He finally raised one finger, and spoke the word. If, he pronounced, and the tavern was silent for a moment. Then it exploded, and cheers erupted as the men shouted out toasts to the king's wit and style. It wasn't true, of course, it was just one of a dozen stories that had started circulating the marching camps during the campaign. The soldiers knew they were just stories, but they all told and retold them, because they were fun, and clever, and made them feel like they actually knew their king. Oh, he would visit the camps often, walking among the men, sharing the fire of his soldiers, but he was the fucking king, you bowed, you saluted, you answered his questions and thanked him for his recognition. They didn't tell the stories because they thought they were true, they told the stories because they let the men feel like they were more than sellswords or free riders, more than hired thugs or the normal gutter sweepings that filled up armies across Westeros. They were the warmers. They were breakers of armies. They were the king's men, and they were proud. A toast. The 7 kingdoms. Victory. And may all the gods bless good King Robert. Rolf sweated and shouted as he guided his team of horses, walking behind them as they pulled the heavy cart-like device across his fields. When the workers had first brought it to his farm, he had cursed them and spat on the ground, demanding to know why they didn't think he knew how to plow his own fields. He had used the iron-bladed plow his grandfather had purchased decades before all his life, and had never been behind in his quotas. He didn't need some contraption to do the work, it would only get in his way. But the order was clear, his lord was only following the instructions that, bizarrely, came directly from the Iron Throne itself. Still, living so close to King's Landing, Rolf was well used to the peculiarities of kings. And even if this king wasn't a Targaryen, he was still a fucking king, so he resigned himself to a lean year when the contraption failed to live up to its incredible claims. So, he hitched up his horses, and did what he always did at this time of year, he plowed his fields, and by the end of the first day, he was wondering how he had ever sown his crops without the amazing device that was the seed drill. The iron blade cut and turned the earth, as his old plow did, but then the device somehow tipped a measured amount of seed into the furrows, then iron discs pressed the earth down atop the seeds. 3 heavy, back-breaking tasks were accomplished in one go, and there were even spoked wooden wheels attached to keep the device from toppling over, making his job all that much easier. True, nothing was ever going to make farming easy, but Rolf was starting to think about how fast he was getting the sowing done this year. I might just wind up with nothing to do, if it weren't for the difficulty of harvesting so much rye. I'd considering planting another whole field like Kuro over the way is doing. The thought of harvesting such a large crop with the old scythe in his barn made him wince, and Rolf shook his head at his neighbor's folly. Some men just don't think things through. The doors swung open as I strode forward, and the crowd in the great hall parted, lords and ladies making their bows as my boot heels clicked on the flagstones. The afternoon court was packed, with the wealthy and well-bred from across the crownlands and beyond. I knew I was cutting a striking figure. While I had been gone, my tailor had been hard at work on my new outfit. I was clad head to toe in black. My boots were polished to a mirrored sheen, and my leather breeches clung tight to my thighs in a way that would have made Henry VIII jealous. Instead of a tunic, I wore a white shirt of silk, and over that a silk-lined coat of the softest, most closely woven wool cut close to the waist in front and split at the back for riding, buttoned up the front with blackened iron discs. The coat's collar was high but open at the front, and the only relief from the light-eating hue was a pattern of gold-embroidered antlers that danced around the collar and my wrists. More startling was the fact that I was clean-shaven, and my hair cropped close. After weeks wearing a helmet in the hot sun, it was just a lot more comfortable. Honestly, if it weren't for the King's Guard and the more conventionally dressed Lord Arryn marching behind me, my subjects could have been forgiven for thinking I was someone else entirely, except for the simple gold circle that wrapped around my brows. So, I was confident of surprising and shocking everyone, until a high, clear note emanated from the upper gallery, and my eyes darted over to where a newly constructed platform sat. Upon it were several rows of young girls and boys in robes, and their voices echoed through the hall, proving that the old Targaryens had actually known what they were on about with acoustics. Gods bless our gracious king. Gods bless our noble king. Gods bless our king. Send him victorious. Happy and glorious. Long to rule over us. Gods bless our king. Even as the paean continued, I swore internally as I recalled an evening when Horan and I had gotten a little drunker than usual, and I had tried out my singing voice, along with the first, ironically chosen, songs that had come to my mind. Clearly, he had done a little pruning of the lyrics and borrowed a fucking choir from the High Septon. One realm of races for. Blessed more and evermore. Gods bless our land. Home of the brave and free. Set in the summer sea. True nurse of chivalry. Gods bless our land. Oh, may our gods arise. Scatter our enemies. And make them fall. Confound their politics. Frustrate their knavish tricks. On you our hopes we fix. Gods bless us all. From every latent foe. From the assassin's blow. Gods bless our king. O'er him your arms extend. For the realm's sake defend. Our father, king, and friend. Gods bless our king. Stranger damn him, I didn't even remember singing any other verses. Still, I recovered quickly and resumed my march, the crowd parting, and I suppressed a smile as I saw who was sitting in my chair. Sir Brynden seemed a little out of place in his leather-scaled armor, but he stood from the very uncomfortable throne as I approached, descended the steps of the dais, and fell to one knee as the last echoes of the children's voices died down. Horan, I swear to every god, spirit, or alien space bat who's listening, I'm going to either kill you or give you a raise. I just haven't decided which just yet. Your Grace, the Riverlander knight intoned, please allow me, in my last act as acting hand, to welcome you home and congratulate you upon your victory. He plucked the iron-forged hand brooch that was the emblem of the said position, and held it up to me. I smiled as I reached down and accepted the offering. Well done, my good and faithful knight. You have kept my city and realm well in my absence, and I have heard only praise for your efforts on behalf of myself and Lord Arryn. I turned and handed the brooch to John, who took it, nodded gratefully to Brynden, and affixed it to his own tunic. Clapping Brynden on the shoulders, I urged him to rise. I could not have asked for a more loyal and capable. I broke off as something small launched itself from the steps of the dais to latch onto my leg. Looking down, I felt a wave of confusion, recognition, and affection. Brother Robert, you're here! Squealed the 7-year-old Renly Baratheon, clad in red trews, a gold-embroidered blue tunic and a green half-cape. The grinning face of my little brother beamed up at me, and I felt myself grinning in response. His cheeks showed none of the gauntness that our brother Stannis had borne last time we had met, a result of both months of good food after the siege, and likely Stannis starving himself to ensure that Renly didn't during. This was the boy who would, in another timeline, grow up to be an enthusiastic but inept player of the Game of Thrones, a would-be usurper, and a victim of magical fratricide. But for now, he was just a 7-year-old kid clinging to my leg. I slowly knelt down, even as the others drew away to give us space, and I pulled him free and placed my hands on his shoulders. By the gods, lad, you've grown, I bluffed, having not actually seen him in years, and having not really cared much one way or the other. Stannis must have shipped him north after I left. Have you been helping Sir Brynden while I've been on campaign? He nodded fiercely, and the knight cleared his throat. Your Grace, the young lord has been serving as page for myself these last few weeks. He's a bright lad, and learns quickly, a credit to your line, Your Grace. I nodded, patting Renly on the cheek before standing up again. Then I hope you will take him on as your squire, and serve as regent of Dragonstone while he grows to take up the title in his own name. The Riverlander bowed deeply, as the crowd clapped. Taking Renly by the hand, I marched up the steps, turned and sat on the iron throne, the boy dropping himself onto the flagstone next to my feet. Once again, the assembly bowed, and I raised a hand in response. Before any other business, I began, and a hush ran through the crowd. I would like to make an announcement. Some months ago, in this very hall, I informed you that my wife, Queen Cersei, was with child. Today, I can proudly proclaim that, last night, as I returned to King's Landing, she gave birth to a healthy, well-formed son, my heir. The hall echoed with applause and well wishes, but I held my hand up again, and waited for silence. The naming ceremony will be in 4 days' time, at the Great September, but to put to rest the obvious question, the Queen and I have decided on a name. The heir to the 7 Kingdoms is Prince Edward Baratheon. A/N, if anyone else is more clever than myself and can think up more appropriate lyrics to a Westerosi version of God Save the King, feel free to post them. Writing songs is hard. Chapter 10, 2. Tepomot watched as the mason's apprentices placed the statue he had commissioned by the entrance to his smithy, and nodded in respect for the man's artistry. Every detail was correct, down to the curve of the knight's plate, exactly as he had described it months before. One day I will have 2 such statues, flanking my door, he promised himself, even as the workers adjusted the plinth to seat it properly. Then anyone who walks by will know that they are facing the home and smithy of the finest metal worker in King's Landing, no, in the entirety of Westeros. Fortunately, the sack of King's Landing managed to miss his shop, and his family had escaped unscathed, unlike several of his competitors, who either fell afoul of the fighting, lost their shops, or simply decided to leave the city in the aftermath. Moreover, the influx of new knights, lords and soldiers under King Robert had offered him new customers. If anything, the rebellion had been a positive good for the smith, which was why he was splurging on his new statuary. A clattering of hooves drew his attention, reluctantly, away from the symbol of his growing wealth and success, and his face fell at the sight of 3 knights dressed all in white pulling their mounts to a halt. Master Tepomot? Asked the knight in the lead, with a heavy Stormlander accent. Yes, my lord? I am he, how may I help the King's Guard today, sire? Tepo fought down his confusion and fear. Few truly wanted to draw the attention of the King's Guard, even in these later days of usurper/liberator kings and expanded rosters, and drew on his best Westerosi manners. I am Sir Rex Stedman of the King's Guard, replied the young-looking knight, and Tepo's practiced eyes noted the crudity of his armor, recently painted white. To be clear, you are Tepomot, formerly of the city of Qohor. Memories of smoke, of ash, of screams in the night rose up in Tepo's memory, but he squashed them down with practiced ease. Yes, Sir Rek, I have the honor of being the man you speak of. He dipped into a deep bow. Do you seek my skills? I would be delighted to craft for you. Your skills are needed, Master Mott, interrupted the Stormlander, with the customary rudeness that Tepo had learned to expect from Westerosi, but not by myself. He waved to where one of his fellow King's Guard was holding the reins of another horse. You have been summoned to the Red Keep, King Robert has need of you. Galladon of Tarth held the wine carefully as he gingerly poured Dornish red into the king's wine cup. Wearing a tabard of blue with the quartered moons and suns of his house, the 8-year-old was still adjusting to squiring for Robert Baratheon. Tall and mature for his size, he still missed the sapphire blue waters of his home island, and his little sister Brienne. Still, his father had wanted him fostered with the Baratheons, and the king had specifically asked for the boy to become his squire. He was young for the post, but Galladon had absolutely no intention of disappointing his lord father or letting down his house. The king waited patiently as he finished, then nodded, taking a sip. Galladon stepped back, placing the wine on a nearby table carefully, then withdrew to watch from a distance, doing his level best to fade into the background. His instructions from the king were clear: do as you're told, keep your eyes and ears open, and your mouth shut. If something puzzled or confused him, or if he had a question, he was to wait until the king was alone, and to then speak clearly and freely. When he wasn't serving the king, Galladon was either studying or taking lessons in swordsmanship and combat from some of the finest warriors in the realm, and in many ways he would prefer to be riding or taking a boat out onto the bay. But he knew, because both his father and the king had told him, that just being present during the king's meetings would be more valuable for his future than a dozen lessons from a king's guard. He didn't quite believe it, of course, but he did as he was told. He was a dutiful son. The king raised his cup to his guest, a well-dressed merchant with a shaven head. "Come, Master Mott, drink up, you shouldn't let a vintage like this one go to waste," he admonished, and the other man raised his own cup for the squire to fill. "Well?" asked the king a moment later, as Mott tasted his wine. "Very fine, your grace, very fine indeed." Robert grunted. "Right, let's get down to business. Time, after all, is money." Galladon blinked. The phrase was somewhat odd, but it made sense. "I brought you here because the word is that you, Master Mott, are the finest armorer in King's Landing." Those words lit a fire in his eyes. "That is gratifying to hear, your grace," he said, choosing his words carefully, but the pride in his voice was clear even to the youth. The king stood up and waved a hand, encouraging Mott to stand and follow him over to where nearby wooden rack held mail and plates, polished and repainted since returning from campaign. "Have a look at this, Master Mott, and tell me what you think. Be honest." The smith hesitated, but his professionalism kicked in, and he touched the heavy riveted mail, then ran his hands over the steel of a pauldron. Hefting the helm, he glanced over to the king, his expression guarded. "Your grace, this is... I..." Galladon's hackles raised. He had spent hours polishing that steel. How dare this foreigner disparage the king's harness? "This was forged for me by some of the finest armorers in the Vale while I was fostered under Lord Arryn. It cost me 1,000 silver stags, with a further 80 to modify it once I became king." "And from that look in your eyes," the king observed, "I reckon you think you could do better." Mott blinked. "Your grace, a blind apprentice could do better. The steel is heavy, but brittle, there is far too much mail, one should have plate or mail, not both, and, to my eye, the fit is improper." He drew himself up short, as though realizing what he had said. "What I mean, your grace, is... You mean, for Westerosi work it's a decent job, but garbage compared to what Cohor work, am I right?" The smith looked downcast, and Robert chuckled. "Buck up, man, that's why I called for you," he said, clapping him on the shoulder, and Mott jumped, spilling his wine. "This armor has saved my life on a dozen battlefields, but I know as well as anyone it's hardly the best in the world. For a Lord Paramount, that's fine. For a king..." He snorted. "Master Mott, I want to hire you. I want you to make me the finest, strongest, lightest, closest fitting and most impressive suit of plate anywhere on 2 continents. I want the steel forged in my colors, not painted or enameled. I want similar barding for my horse. And then," he waved at the king's guard standing silently, "I want you to do the same for them." Mott gaped at me, glanced over at the white-clad knights, then back to his liege. Your grace, what you propose is... It will not, you understand, be fast, or simple, or inexpensive. Forging so much steel plate." "I know," the king nodded. "You will have full access to the Crown Steel Works. You will have the finest ores, fuels, supplies and everything else you require. Your forge will be expanded, new apprentices provided, all at the Crown's expense. Your remuneration will, of course, be substantial, and you will receive the title of Royal Armourer, if you accept my offer." Mott seemed to suddenly remember the fact that he had a wine cup in hand, and took a hasty gulp. "Your grace," he half-choked, "you must understand, when my father brought us to this shore, we had but a handful of tools. He forged a reputation with those tools, and made more for himself, and I have built upon what he left to me, but my forge is a mere shadow of the mighty furnaces and foundries of Cohor. Any armor I craft, I must state that it will not be the equal of that which is forged under the eyes of the Black Goat." The king grinned. "Oh, I wouldn't bet on that. You haven't seen the blast furnaces and crucible forges I've got going upriver yet, let alone the trip hammer." When he blinked, the bigger man slapped him on the back again. "Never mind. Look, I don't expect miracles, but I do expect the best armor forged this side of the narrow sea. For now, I want you to get started on my new plate, if, that is, you want the job." The man almost fell over himself accepting. When the smith was gone, the king held up his wine cup, and Galladon dutifully hurried over, took the cup and poured it into a nearby container. He had long since learned that the king, for some reason, wanted people to think he drank a lot more than he actually did. He supposed it was yet another of those things he would understand when he was older. King Robert raised an eyebrow. You want to say something, young Tarth? Galladon hesitated, then blurted out, he shouldn't have said that stuff, about Westerosi steel. What would a foreigner know about metalwork? They don't even have knights. The king laughed. Ah, but neither do the northerners, for the most part, and I can tell you that Ned Stark's heavy horse are just as heavily plated as your father's. Galladon didn't want to believe it, but the king continued. So let that be a lesson, my young squire, just because a man is from a different land, worships different gods, and speaks a different tongue, doesn't make him wrong. Then he paused. Doesn't make them right, either. Judge a man by his own merits, not by what others have done. He paused again, then scrubbed his hand over his face. Or something like that. Seven hells, I'm no good at this mentor stuff. Galladon opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by his stomach growling. The squire was mortified, but the king just laughed. Never mind. Off with you, young Tarth, see what the kitchens have prepared for lunch, then bring me a platter. I'm just going to sit here and think of wise things to say. Galladon darted off in search of food, leaving a chuckling king behind. Queen Cersei Baratheon, born Cersei Lannister, was angry. This wasn't a strange occurrence, anger was one of the queen's go-to emotions. She was angry for a lot of reasons, that her father hadn't responded to her latest raven, that her husband and brother had been away on campaign for the last month of her pregnancy and had only returned once labor had begun, that her clothes still refused to fit her, that her mirrors quite simply failed to reflect her beauty properly, but for the moment the most important was that her son was crying. Her loud, demanding, red-faced, wrinkled, black of hair and blue of eye, when his face wasn't screwed up in infantile fury, son. It was a concept that still shocked and surprised her, that she had a son, and that he was so clearly her husband's blood. Will the king and I have children? Oh, aye. 6 and 10 for him, and 3 for you. Gold shall be their crowns and gold their shrouds. She shook her head and handed the wriggling, bellowing infant to the wet nurse. Do something, woman, she snarled, he cries and will not stop. Do your job, or by the gods, I'll have your head. Of course he cries, said the woman, adjusting her grip on the swaddled babe and smiling down at him, he's but a few days old, crying is what he does, your grace. Cry and sleep and eat and void, that's what babies do, and there ain't much we mere women can do about it. Still, it sounds like the young prince is hungry, so with your permission, your grace. Cersei opened her mouth, but just sighed, and waved her hands. The wet nurse dipped into a rough curtsy, before sweeping out of the room, the large and comforting form of the prince's Kingsguard sworn sword following close behind. The fact that said knight was Jerome of Lannisport, a distant relative with the distinctive Lannister features, served as little balm to her temper. Idly she wondered if she could arrange some kind of retribution to the woman for her rudeness, something she would certainly normally do, but shook her head. Walking over to her seat, she sat with a wince, and looked at her reflection, once again cursing the clumsy oaf who crafted her gold-encrusted but cloudy mirror. Picking up an ivory-backed brush, she started to run it through her hair, trying to recapture the formerly silky beauty she had before giving birth. Normally she would call for a maid, or one of her ladies-in-waiting, but she knew that company would only stoke her anger further. Oh, she enjoyed being angry, but her mind was annoyingly unfocused, and she preferred to select a suitable target for her distaste. She had hoped that with her pregnancy finally over, her life would start to go back to what she had become accustomed with, but of late, she had found that few things actually went according to plan. Her brush stopped halfway through her locks as the door opened, and she turned to berate whoever dared to disturb her in her solar, but stopped as she recognized one of the things in her life she had failed to properly anticipate, her husband. I hope I'm not disturbing you, he rumbled, and she took a moment to take in his newly shaven visage. If anything, his bare chin made him look younger, almost boyish in a way that matched the smile on his lips, making him far more resemble his younger brothers. Taller and much more solidly built than Jaime, with a square jaw and a noble brow, she knew that she was every maid's envy to be married to this man. Since it is your kingdom, you can go where you wish, she answered, turning back to her mirror and resuming her brushing. The fact that they had barely spoken since the night she had given birth was another reason for her anger. He chuckled, a deep sound that tickled something deep in her belly. Taking her words as assent, he entered, leaving the door open behind him. I'm sorry I've been a little absent these last couple of days, I had to check up on a lot of things, and I wanted to give you a little space after labor. His smile broadened. I heard our boy a few moments ago, healthy lungs, by the sound of things. She shot him a dark glance. Yes, Edward is quite vocal. He was smart enough to recognize the emphasis she put on their son's name, at least. Yeah, well, you didn't have any objections at the time. I was in agony at the time. She thundered, throwing her brush at him, which was deflected by a practiced raise of his forearm. I barely remember that conversation, you overgrown ox. After your half-savage friend, I suppose. Robert walked over to the side table and poured a cup of wine, taking a sip. My brother Eddard, who helped win us the war after the king called for both of our heads. My brother who named his eldest boy for me. My brother, who would have been my good brother in truth if the fucking Tarks hadn't screwed everything up, again. His expression darkening, he knocked back the wine in one gulp, before pouring another. Cersei's brow furrowed as she considered the king. He didn't normally mention his betrothal to Lyanna Stark, in fact, he had gone out of his way to avoid it except in the most roundabout ways. Like many things about her husband, it both pleased and annoyed her in equal measures. She had entered her marriage with the normal expectations of a noble wife, to be used for breeding, to appear pretty and regal for feasts and tournaments, and to otherwise be left to her own devices as long as she didn't cause trouble for her husband. Yes, Robert was tall, handsome, with arms and shoulders shaped by a decade and more of heavy training, a war hero and a highly born nobleman, but Stormlanders were hardly known for their brains, and Baratheons less than most. Worse, this one had a reputation for drinking and whores, even more than the average knight. Instead of throwing her on the bed like a drunken animal, he had talked to her, had sought her advice and opinion. He spoke to her on matters of state, listened thoughtfully to what she had to say, then made his own decisions. He spoke to her as an equal, and offered her authority and independence to pursue her own interests. He never belittled her or her activities, and offered his support in her endeavors. He was also an attentive, inventive, and enthusiastic lover, something else she would never have expected from such a large, powerful man. Growing up, she had only truly appreciated her brother's touch, no matter how forbidden or taboo, and had expected to have to endure spending time in her husband's bed, but Robert consistently drove her to greater heights than Jaime ever could. Oh, she dismissed much of that as simply the Stormlanders' greater experience with whores, but she couldn't deny, even to herself, that Robert's drive to seek her pleasure before his own was, strangely endearing. And I wonder what it will be like to kiss him without the beard, and then, she shook her head. Nevertheless, it's an odd choice, hardly traditional. He turned to her, a somewhat strained smile on his lips. I'm hardly a traditional king, he admitted, shaking his head. Then he snapped his fingers. That's right, I had a reason for coming here. He placed his cup down and rubbed his hands together. For you, my queen, he stated in an overly dramatic tone, a habit of his that annoyed, and secretly amused, her greatly, a gift. Two men in keep livery, tunics and breeches dyed a dark red that matched the stones the fortress was made from, entered carefully, carrying between them a large cloth-covered object, maneuvering it gingerly into the room. For the fairest of them all, he insisted, and she blinked, trying to understand, before he tore away the cloth and she saw herself. It was the largest, clearest, and most perfectly formed mirror she had ever seen. Gaping in a most unqueen-like manner, she raised a hand to touch her fingers to her cheek, staring at the circle of reflective glass in wonder. She barely heard the king's words. Not exactly a masterwork, but our senior glazier called it satisfactory. The decorations are copper covered in gilt, and those are master quality. If need be, the glass can be replaced when we have better. Don't you dare, she hissed, standing up on slippered feet, ignoring the twinges of stressed muscle and tendon. Her eyes were then drawn to the frame, a swirl of elegant golden lines that made beautiful abstract patterns, then formed into stylized lions, and stags, and wolves, and eagles, and fish and flowers and suns. When did you? You mentioned a few months ago that you wished your mirrors were a little more accurate, so I had a chat with the head of the glassworks. She glanced over at him, and he shrugged. What? You thought I just wanted mere trained glassworkers to make brandy glasses and window panes? Anyway, this is a mirror fit for a queen, and now you can see what I can see every day, the jewel of my court and mother of my children. Cersei raised a perfect eyebrow. Children? He grinned. Well, not immediately, obviously, but Edward could use some younger brothers to boss about and sisters to annoy. He reached over and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her against his chest so he could kiss the top of her head. I promise, you can choose the next one's name. Except Joffrey, he wrinkled his nose in disgust. Knew a snot-nosed little pissant by that name in the Vale, hated that bastard, and I'll be damned to 7 separate hells if I name one of my boys after him. We'll talk, she countered, patting his broad chest. Now, let's get that monstrosity off my desk and replace it with your most thoughtful gift. Late that night, she lay beside Robert, listening to him breath, watching by moonlight the rise and fall of his large, hairy chest. She idly reached over and ran her fingers over the scar on his chest, the result of Rhaegar's sword at the trident, before trailing down to the still red, angry scar left behind from the earlier battle of Ashford. I got cocky, he rumbled, and she looked up at him, realizing he too was awake, and looking down at her. I fought 3 battles in one day at Summerhall, 3. I felt like I was invincible, the warrior incarnate. He chuckled. I underestimated Tarly, say what you will about his people skills, and I will, the man's a bore and a brute, but he knows his battles. A reach levy, a peasant with a spear and leather helmet, caught me while I was dueling a high tower knight, nearly drove me off my horse. Maester said an inch to the right and I'd be dead in a few hours. Cersei couldn't help comparing Robert's scared, hirsute and muscled form to Jaime's smaller, leaner, and lightly haired body. Jaime had no such scars, his smooth limbs unmarked by blade or spear, but she had not been held by her brother in months. When she thought about it, she was surprised that they had not lain together since before the ball in celebration of her son's conception. For perhaps the first time since they were children, it had been mutually unsatisfying, and had left her feeling wrong, in a way that had confused her. It took her a long time to understand, and even then, she tried her best to deny it. She was developing feelings for the man she had married, and felt bad about betraying him. She didn't want it to be true. So much of herself was invested in the one truth in her life, that the only person she truly loved, and loved her in turn, was Jaime. They were one soul, two sides of a single golden coin. To think that this Baratheon, who was almost entirely Jaime's opposite in form, dark instead of pale, blue eyes instead of green, bulky instead of sleek, loud instead of wry, could take any space in her heart. No, it was impossible. So she had resolved to discover his flaws. She paid servants to watch him, to seek out the other women he doubtless had stashed away, no matter what he said. She listened for and weighed every word he said, seeking any rebuke or cutting remark, any whispered slight against her or insult to her family, but she discovered nothing. By the time of the campaign, she was at her wit's end, and decided to force the issue. She sent a pair of high-priced horse to seduce him, and granted her permission for him to enjoy them. She had expected a report detailing how he plowed the blonde girls, confirming her suspicions, proving that, like all men, he was weak and false and driven by his base hungers, that he truly held his oaths before the gods as lightly as any man and would betray his wife at the first opportunity. She naturally ignored the innate hypocrisy of that thought, given her own incestuous betrayal. Instead, "You rejected my gift," she said, and Robert blinked at the sudden change of subject. "Come again. I sent you a gift, companions to keep you warm and comfortable during the campaign. But Jaime sent me a note saying you sent them away." He grunted, then closed his eyes. Her ire rose as she thought he was trying to avoid the subject by pretending to fall asleep, but then he opened his eyes again. "Cersei, I swing a hammer. I ride big horses and try and knock other men off theirs with long sticks. I shout a lot. Despite all that, I'm not actually stupid." He rolled over to rest on his side facing her. "I know a trap when I see one, haven't fallen into one since Tarly beat the crap out of me." He sighed. "Look, I've got to admit, I was tempted, you really picked some pretty girls." A feeling of satisfaction and victory welled up inside her, but he continued. "Still, I made a promise to you, and by the gods I like to keep those if I can help it. If I had accepted them, even with your written permission, I would have, what? Proved I was just another unthinking brute? Just another Stormlander barbarian driven by his loins? That I didn't care for you, but only enjoyed having a pretty blonde in my bed? Or did you just want an excuse to hate me?" He raised a hand and pressed the palm against his forehead, before sighing again. "My queen, I am no saint. I have urges and needs, like any other man. But I cannot allow that to rule me. I have far too many responsibilities, not least to you, and our son. What if one or both of the girls had gotten pregnant? How would you have felt then? What if they had some kind of disease, and I caught it then transferred it to our bed? What if they were secretly in the pay of the exiled Targaryens?" He shook his head. "So, no, I did not take advantage of your gift, because. She pressed, and he growled, rolling on top of her. Suddenly she was reminded anew just how much larger than her he was, how his body heat burned like coals above her, how his arms effortlessly held her aloft. "Because I was missing you, woman. Do you think I didn't notice that they looked like you? Golden hair, emerald eyes, milky skin, did you choose them specifically for their resemblance? I know you, Cersei, that could not have been accident." Then his expression changed, and just as suddenly he smiled. "Then again, perhaps that was the idea. Perhaps you wanted them as stand-ins for yourself. Perhaps you imagined me lying with two of you, and you liked that image." He lowered his head close to hers. "Perhaps you imagined yourself there with us." Cersei blinked, and shook her head, but the picture arose unbidden in her head like a lewd, moving tapestry, her husband reclining naked in his tent, surrounded by fawning blonde women, one of whom was herself. She dismissed the thought as one of the imaginary whores started to stroke her thigh. "No, you lummox. Gack," she half yelled, pounding her fists against his unyielding chest. "Why do you never, ever make sense? But isn't this more fun?" He asked cheekily, and leant down to kiss her. She fought for a moment, moving her head from side to side, but after a few moments she relented and returned the kiss, discovering that the smoothness of his chin and cheeks was to her liking. He moved his body against hers, and she started to respond before she winced, and he stopped, and pulled back, his face suddenly full of concern. "I'm so sorry, Cersei, I didn't mean to." She stopped him, placing her hand against his mouth. "You didn't, I'm just still sore." Still, he rolled off to lie on his side, his head resting against his fist. "Still, I should have known better," he said, sighing. "My queen, we will have many, many years together. I want those years to be happy, for both of us. I have enough battles to fight in the field or at court. I really, really don't want to spend my nights fighting you too. So please, no more tests, no more games. If you desire something, talk to me about it. If something is wrong, tell me." He reached over and took one of her hands in his. "I would never, ever hurt you on purpose," he insisted, and sincerity shone in his eyes such that she almost believed it, believed he meant it, at least. So she nodded, and smiled as he kissed her knuckles, and rolled over so he could wrap his arm around her from behind, comforted by his warmth and strength. Then he whispered into her ear. "Though, of course, if you wanted to call for the girls up here, they were checked out by a maester and we can make sure they get moon tea doses, and I'm certain they'd be delighted to meet their employer and show her their appreciation." "Good night, Robert," she muttered, and he chuckled, before snuggling closer to her. As she drifted off to sleep, she was forced to realize the awful truth. She was, truly, falling in love with her husband. She was starting to love Robert Baratheon, father of her son, and, it seemed, an actually good man. Cersei Baratheon, born Cersei Lannister, simply didn't know what to do with that information. Chapter 10, 3. I sat on the throne with Cersei at my side, the full court present as Lord Bronze Yohn Royce marched down the aisle, his ancient, rune-edged bronze plate creaking in the hushed hall. His supporters and retainers held back near the entrance, and alone he approached the Iron Throne, the empty scabbard at his side banging against his leg as he marched. I studied this man as he approached. I recalled when he rode in the list at Harrenhal, where he was unhorsed by Prince Rhaegar, then again during the rebellion. He had aged little since then, perhaps a little more grey in his beard, but he was still a tall, powerfully built knight, used to horse and lance and sword, hardened against hill clansman and loyalist knight alike. Finally, he reached the base of the dais, and he halted, then slowly fell to one knee in a clatter of armor, his head bowing low. I let the moment draw out for a few seconds, then stood up, making sure my coat and trousers didn't catch on any bit of the throne. "I swear, one night I'm gonna creep in here with a blacksmith's file. A kingdom for an angle grinder." I stood still for a few moments longer, letting the tension build. Then I spoke, clearly but firmly. "Lord Yohn Royce, Lord of Runestone, bannerman to Lord Jonaran of the Vale. Honor and loyalty have long been the qualities borne by your house. When the Dragon Prince stole what was not his, your kinsman rode with Brandon Stark to demand justice. I had completely forgotten about Kyle Royce, Yohon's cousin, before John reminded me. When the Mad King answered with fire and blood, you did not hesitate, but rode to answer injustice with bared sword. In light of such honor, it was not possible for my actions today to be any different. Sir Jaime," I called, and the Lannister knight marched over, carrying again his silk-wrapped burden. "This is not a prize won in blood," I cautioned as the King's Guard slowly unwrapped the bundle, "not a bribe or a boon. It is simply right, before these kingdoms and all the gods, to return to your house what was once lost." A hushed murmur ran through the great hall as the dark, Valyrian steel blade was revealed. Slowly, Royce raised his head, his eyes wide as he saw, for the first time, the ancient blade of his house, thought lost to the ages. Gently, reverently, Jaime passed the blade to me, resting the flat across my extended index fingers, avoiding marring the polished steel with my fingerprints. "Lord Yohn Royce," I turned and lowered my hands, "I present to you lamentation. Not as a gift. I simply return the blade to where it belongs." His hands shook as he raised them, but once the steel touched his fingers, his grip steadied. He held his breath as his eyes traced the ancient runes etched into the blade and hilt, mirroring those decorating his armor. Then he looked up at me, with tears in his eyes. "Your Grace," he said hoarsely, "the words of my family are, we remember. So believe me when I say, this moment will not be forgotten, not while members of my house still draw breath. We will always remember the day a king made the Lord of Runestone weep without shame." I meant what I said in the Great Hall, I said to Lord Royce as we walked along the battlements, King's Guard walking ahead and behind. Bronze Yohn kept pace with me, his hand still firmly gripping the hilt of lamentation as it sat in its sheath at his side. I couldn't swear to it, but I didn't think he had let go of the sword since he first lay hands on it. Can't really blame him. I didn't think for a moment of not returning lamentation to your family. I shrugged as we walked. Sure, I could have passed it off as another blade, if it were any other sword, those markings are pretty damned distinctive. Royce's free hand reached up to touch his bronze breastplate, his fingers tracing the ancient symbols etched there. Our ancient customs do make recognition rather easy, observed the Vale Knight. I imagine your good father would have preferred you find a way to do so. In any case, even in the Vale, we have heard of his offers to lords and knights, seeking to purchase their ancestral blades. His fingers clenched tighter on the hilt, freshly wrapped in leather. While I empathize with his family's plight, it may be the strength of hindsight, but I do not believe that I would have been satisfied with another Valyrian steel blade to take its place. And now that I hold it, I would not part with it for all the gold beneath Castorly Rock. Depending on whether or not the show plotline is canon in this universe, that might be a smaller amount than you imagine. I thought as much. I held up a hand, and we halted. My lord, may I ask a small boon? Royce blinked. Your grace, you have made my house whole again, barring violating my vow to Lord Arryn. I cannot imagine a boon you could ask that I could refuse. I shook my head. Nothing so controversial, I hope. My man Horan, clever lad, coming up with the damnedest things, you know, wanted to trace the runes, both from Lamentation and your family's armor. He's curious about magic, you see, and, well. Royce smiled. Of course, although I doubt it will do the boy much good, he admitted, somewhat ruefully. While in legend our rune-crafted armor would protect our knights from the mightiest of blows, make a warrior tireless or grant him a giant's strength, I fear if there were any true magic in the markings, it has long fled this world, or perhaps there is a secret to the making that was lost. He shook his head. Despite my family's words, it seems we have forgotten more than we would like to admit since we left the old gods behind for the new. Oh, there are still rune carvers in runestone, and they treasure their secrets and status, but I have never noticed that armor marked with runes performed any more differently than that without. I clapped a hand on his shoulder. Perhaps, my lord, Altaf, I would offer an observation. When our maesters and septons placed Sir Willem's bones in his casket for transport home, they made mention that not a single one was broken, despite the number and size of the rocks covering him, and other than a few dents and scratches, his plate was undamaged, barely even tarnished. I smiled. Perhaps there is a little magic left in the bronze yet. Royce nodded, clearly pleased by that suggestion. Squeezing his shoulder, I urged him onwards. I mean, it's probably not going to work. It might be like trying to replicate a V8 engine by engraving the engine serial number onto a block of solid steel. But for frack's sake, if there's even a slim chance to get my hands on the ability to produce magically enhanced power armor, then by all the gods of this fucked up world, I'm gonna throw some money and time at it. Moments later, the Lord of Runestone and I arrived at the wooden tower my men had erected on the battlements. Beneath us the waves crashed against the razor-sharp rocks, and beyond that stretched the wide channel of the Blackwater. Across the water, we could see the still vestigial fortification being constructed. Already waiting were Sir Barristan, Sir Brynden, Lord Estermont the Master of Coin, Grand Maester Pycelle, John, and Cersei, as well as a very uncomfortable-looking Horan. Buck up, lad, it's not that bad, I thought as people started bowing. Right, let's get on with it. My man Horan has come up with something that sounds damned useful, so I'll let him explain it. Horan. The clerk nodded, stepping forwards, pitching his voice to be heard over the wind. Your Grace, my lords, my queen, put into the most simple of terms, by the use of this tower, and its twin across the water, communications with the other side of the river is assured. He pointed up to the top of the structure, where a pair of wooden poles were attached, with brightly colored planks attached. As we watched, the arms moved slightly. These are controlled from within the tower, and depending on the position of the arms, information can be transmitted. Seeing that his audience was largely lost, he snapped his fingers, and one of his apprentices approached with a clipboard, a nice little invention that I quietly introduced. Pulling out a pen, he dipped it in the attached inkwell, and offered it to Cersei. She looked at it in confusion. I took pity on my poor clerk. My queen, your brother is across the river, within the other tower. If you would be so kind as to write down a question, something only he would be able to answer. Cersei frowned, but took the pen and scribbled down a few lines before handing the clipboard back to a bowing Horan, who in turn passed it off to his underling. In a few moments, the man inside the tower will, using the controls within, send that question across the water, and we will momentarily have an answer, he promised as the man scurried inside the tower, closing the door behind him. Moments later, with the squeaking of ropes and well-lubricated wood, the arms started to waggle, moving carefully from position to position. Across the river, the operator of the other tower is reading the movements of our tower, and writing them down, narrated Horan. And once the question is asked, the operator on our side will be able to read the response, and bring it to us. As the others listened to Horan's speech, I held out a hand, and young Galadon Tarth rushed over, placing a long metal tube into my hand. I lifted the device to my eye, and examined the other tower. I suppressed a smile as the other lords glanced over in surprise at my casual use of a Myrish farser. Can't exactly call it a telescope, and by the 7, these lenses are still wretched, I mused, even as the other tower started to move. Aha! There we go, I pointed, and Sir Brynden leant out over the battlements, shading his eyes. Ah, yes, your grace, I see it. He said, nodding. Barely, and my eyes are hardly what they once were, so I cannot make out the positions of the arms, but I can see them moving. The operators are chosen for young men with excellent eyesight and attention to detail, interjected Horan, even as the door to the tower opened again and the clerk rushed out, handing a scrap of paper to him. Horan glanced over it, then held it out to Cersei. Your grace, your brother's response. Cersei snatched the paper from his hands, read it, then blinked, and read it again. Then she crumpled it up in a ball and tossed it over the battlements into the sea. Very well, it works. So what? Pycelle stepped forwards, his fingers worrying at his long metal chain. Indeed, your grace, a simple raven would have sufficed for such a simple task, a service the maesters of the citadel had provided kings and lords throughout the 7 kingdoms for centuries. I raised a hand for attention. Ravens are fine, Grand Master, were you simply sending a short message from one place to another? My eyes glanced over to where Jon was stroking his beard. My lord hand? You have a thought. What is the maximum length of the message you can send? He asked. I shrugged. Until the operator's hands get tired, I suppose, but other than that? You want to send a book across the river? The lords and Cersei laughed, and Jon nodded. Perhaps not, but I can see the advantages. Indeed, you could have a conversation with a man, though hundreds, perhaps thousands of yards separate you. More, my lord, interjected Horan, and all eyes turned to him. He cleared his throat. What I mean to say is, what if there were a third tower on the far side of that one, and the second tower repeated the motions of the first as they came, and if there were a fourth one even further away? Like a chain of messengers, said Lord Royce, speaking up for the first time. Only there is no chance of the messenger being intercepted, or falling lame. It's like lighting a chain of pyres upon hilltops, but instead of a simple warning, you could send, well, any words you like, from the coast to the mountain hold fast in, what, hours? Perhaps sooner, depending on the number of towers and the skill of the operators, answered Horan, impressed that the imposing lord had grasped the concept. And if you have a question about the message, you can simply send a response back just as quickly. His elderly face going pale, and then darkening with anger, Pycelle persisted. But anyone can learn to read the movements of the arms, there is no way any such communication could be secure. I laughed. That, my good Grand Maester, is why the gods invented ciphers and codes. The maester was hardly mollified by the correction, and he stepped back as Jon, Royce and the others crowded around Horan, peppering him with questions. I stepped aside and walked over to the battlements, leaning out and watching the ships as they rode past against the current. Then I frowned, and raised my glass to my eye again, this time to take a closer look at a galley that was beating its way upriver towards the docks. My queen, I called, and after a few moments Cersei was by my side, mildly irritated. Apparently, she had been asking questions about possibly setting up watchtowers on the western coast to ward against Ironborn raiders. Good questions, but not the time for it right now. I may be wrong, but I think we're about to be visited by some of your kin. I passed her my farser. She frowned, fumbled slightly with the unfamiliar device, but I guided her to see the ship I was pointing at, a golden lion proudly embroidered on its sail. She studied it a moment, then laughed. I had to blink, because it was a genuine, cheerful sound. Sweet 7, it's the Laughing Lion, my uncle's vessel. I frowned. What could Tywin Lannister's youngest brother be wanting? And why would just the thought of seeing him put such a beautiful smile on my darling wife's lips? Why, I'm circumnavigating Westeros, Sir Geryon Lannister proclaimed as he waved his goblet to gesture, before taking a moment to admire the color of his wine through the clear glass. Very nice, he muttered, taking a sip. We were seated about the dining table set up in one of my private rooms, small enough to be exclusive, but roomy enough to fit us all. Jon, Cersei and Jaime were seated with me and the visiting Lannister, as well as Lord Royce. Lisa had, rather predictably, insisted that she was feeling unwell and couldn't attend. I was genuinely fascinated by Geryon's announcement, and indeed with the man himself. He had the standard Lannister looks, with blonde hair, green eyes, height, and general attractiveness, but there was something lacking in this one. Perhaps it was that all the pride and self-importance that most Lannisters insisted on displaying was in him, simply a jest? Or perhaps satire is a better word. He was bright, both in intelligence and attitude, and had a gift for seeing the humor in situations. He also seemed to lack the edgy, aristocratic contempt most Lannisters held for those who failed to live up to their standards. No wonder Tyrion always recalled Geryon as his favorite uncle. You see, I've traveled all about Westeros, visited every kingdom, and I took a tour of the free cities back when I was younger," he continued, before glancing at his adult niece and nephew. "Well, I suppose it wasn't that long ago. Anyway, I was in search of a new adventure, and I stumbled across this brilliant idea. No one, to my knowledge, has ever sailed and marched around the entire continent, setting out in one direction and arriving again from the opposite direction, at least, not in one go. Oh, people travel from place to place, but usually in search of trade and business, or for specific goals, rather than the simple joy of traveling and seeing new lands. So, I stored up the Laughing Lion, roped a few cronies and hangers on to join me, and sailed out of Lannisport headed south. Oh, we sailed through the Shield Islands, stopped in at Old Town to visit the Citadel, crossed to the Arbor and tasted the freshest wines, along the south coast of Dorne." "You didn't include the Iron Islands in your quest?" asked Jon, and Jerian grinned. "Why would I? They feel that they're barely connected to us Greenlanders, and to be honest I'd be delighted to forget that they're part of the Seven Kingdoms, so I decided to respect their preferences. Besides, it would have needlessly added a great deal of time and tedium to the journey. Do you have any clue as to what, apart from piracy, could possibly make visiting the Iron Islands interesting?" "So we rounded Dorne. I hope you are not disappointed that I avoided docking at Sun's Pair, given the current unpleasantries in regards to our family in that part of the realm, although I did see the head of the mountain being displayed quite prominently on the walls for all to see, and followed the coast up to the Stormlands." He paused. "Forgive me, Your Grace, but I must note that your homeland is very well named. We almost foundered 3 times before we had to come even close to the equally apt Shipbreakers Bay." I laughed, raising my own glass in salute, which he returned. "Not at all, most of my folk are quite proud of it. For those who love the sea, they say it makes us better sailors. The rest of us recognize it as the god's way of advising us to staff off the bloody ocean." The two of us shared a laugh while the others chuckled politely. I was really starting to like this guy. It's a real shame he managed to get himself killed before. "Don't go there, Bobby." In any case, I decided that stopping in King's Landing to do some repairs and scrape the hull was a brilliant idea before we dared to brave the fingers or the icy storms of the north, he finished. "Well, I think to travel this far already you've been incredibly brave and daring, if extremely foolish," praised and admonished Cersei, but she smiled fondly at her uncle. "Whatever will you do when you reach the wall? Surely you won't try and sail further than that." "Oh, 7 for Fend," he waved aside her concern. "I'll leave that to later generations of sailors with more courage than brains. The plan is to dock at Eastwatch by the sea," he named the fortress port that was the most easterly manned part of the wall, "and purchase horses. My chosen party will ride along the base of the wall, stopping at the occupied forts, then head south from the Shadow Tower. We should be able to find passage to Bear Island, where I've arranged another galley to be waiting for us when we arrive, which will take us down the coast and back home." He sat back in his chair, looking extremely pleased with himself. "An impressive and ambitious journey," I said, smiling. "I don't suppose you're making a record of your experiences? I seem to recall some other bloke did the same thing." "Oh, I admit I was somewhat inspired by Lomas Longstrider's books," he admitted, "and yes, I'm keeping notes and the like, but for the most part, in the form of letters I'm writing to young Tyrion. He begged to be allowed to come with us, but Tywin simply wouldn't hear of it." I saw Cersei's face grow dark at the mention of her diminutive sibling. "I'm doing my best to describe what I see and experience in as much detail as I can, through the eyes of someone who is seeing them for the first time. He won't be able to read them until I return to Castorley Rock, but I think he'll enjoy them." I continued, doing my best to forestall Cersei's almost inevitable complaint against mentioning Tyrion, and the equally certain argument between the twins regarding that same sibling. "Sounds sensible. Tell you what, if you want to collect the whole thing into a book, you can send me a copy. We can have a few hundred copies run up on our printing presses. It might not make you as famous as that Longstrider fellow, but I can think of a few lords who'd love to be able to claim they've got a book written by a Lannister in their libraries, and it might help a few people learn a bit." He paused. "You know, Your Grace? I think I may well take you up on that. At the very least, I'd like to see your marvelous machine in action. And that goes for you too, my dear." He turned to Cersei. "What's this I've heard about the Lioness of the Sky?" "Motherhood agrees with Cersei," Jerian admitted as we shared a brandy while standing on my balcony. The other guests had already withdrawn, and I was showing off the latest product of the Crown Distillery. Or perhaps it's her new interest in these balloon contraptions. Or maybe it's just being queen?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. I shrugged, resting my elbows on the battlements. "Hells if I know, Sir Jerian. All I know is, if I'd married someone else, my life would be less interesting." He laughed, pouring himself another snifter. "That's a fine way to describe just about every Lannister I know. Well, not Kevin, but most of the rest of us," he joked, taking a sip. "Ah. Still, I'm starting to like King's Landing. You have so many new things here, and it seems like more appear every day. That signaling tower you mentioned, For example, I can imagine a web of them along the coast of the Westerlands, sending word of ironborn movements, and allowing a commander at the Rock to send orders to garrisons and keeps. By the time a raid is able to land, we would already have troops moving to drive them off, instead of only hearing about the attack days after everyone is already dead. He shook his head. Expensive, but useful. Why, you could find out the price of ice peppers in Old Town before you left Lannisport, and send word to have a return cargo of cloth and grain waiting for you when you arrive. I smiled at his enthusiasm. Ye gods, methinks I've found someone who really get is, I mused, cursing the bearded menace who had written this man out of his story before the first book began. You mentioned you were having your ship's hull scraped, I said, changing the subject, and was pleased when his agile mind followed the shift in direction without a pause. Of course, you have to do that every so often. I really should have done it before I left Lannisport, but, well, I was in something of a hurry, and it only really cost me a few knots. It's not like I've got perishable cargo on board, other than myself, of course, he chuckled. I murmured. You know, I think my fellow Horan mentioned something about that sort of thing, barnacles and shipworm slowing a ship down. I tasted my brandy, smiling at the vast improvement over the original batch. Have you considered covering the hull with sheets of copper? I blinked, and turned to face him, surprised by the smug expression on his face. Don't be so surprised, you Grace, it's hardly a new idea. I think my great. Anyway, a granduncle from way back had the brilliant idea of sheathing his galley's hull with copper. It worked quite well, expensive, even for a Lannister, but he was very proud of it, until his ship was struck by a wave and the whole bottom got ripped off. He survived the wreck, but decided to try again. That time, he was lucky enough that the whole mess fell off one night while he was in harbor. It's something of a family joke. He was trying again when he died, fell off a horse riding down the Gold Road, if you can believe that. He shook his head in amusement. I took a moment to remind myself, yet again, that, all jokes and complaints about the stupidity and surreal nature of Westeros' medieval stasis, these people were not actually unintelligent or lacking in innovation. Just because they don't use something doesn't mean they haven't thought about it, and thinking it up doesn't make you a genius. Probably where he got the idea from, I allowed, and the Lannister scion nodded. Still, he said something that got me thinking, and I had him stick a few planks of wood in the harbor for a few weeks. One was just plain wood, and it got covered with barnacles. Jerian raised his glass, as though to say, yeah? So what? Second one had a sheet of copper nailed to it with normal, everyday nails. By the time we hauled it up, the nails had corroded so badly it was almost hanging off. The third plank, I continued, pausing for a moment, was nailed on with copper nails. For some reason, that worked out just fine. This time, I was able to enjoy the look of surprise on his face when he realized the implication of that experiment. It was some weeks later when Jerian's ship, freshly scraped, patched and resupplied, headed north with Lord Royce and Sir Brynden as his passengers, planning to drop them off at Dragonstone and Runestone, respectively. I stood on my balcony and watched his galley start to pull away from the dock. Jon stood next to me as I lowered my farser. Well, the city should be a little less interesting while he's gone, my hand offered, and I smiled. Oh, I don't think we've seen the last of him, I insisted, and Jon theatrically suppressed a shudder. Despite his dour pretensions, I recognized that he actually liked the cheerful Lannister knight. Still, he's not what I wanted to talk to you about. I reached into my tunic and pulled out a piece of parchment. Sorry to keep this from you, but I needed to make sure my apartments were clean before I risked it. He frowned, but nodded as I unrolled the letter. You're only the third person who's seen this. The first was Sir Kieran, who found it in that bastard Cressy's tent after the Battle of Barrow Bridge. The second was Sir Jaime, who brought it to me. I passed it to him, and he held it up to the light to read the spidery script. While he read, I raised my glass back to my eye and re-examined Jerian's ship as it departed, the oars starting to dip and throw up foam. Smith's balls, Jon cursed, and I suppressed a grin at my foster father's uncharacteristic profanity. This is a letter from Varys, ordering Cressy to raise an army and prepare to revolt against the crown, in the name of King Viserys. I asked rhetorically. Yab. It mentions a substantial consignment of gold and letters of introduction to certain sellsword companies and prominent loyalist families, and includes promises of greater wealth, land, and power upon the successful counter-rebellion and restoration of the Targaryen family. Jon spluttered, before crumpling the parchment in his fist. But that's treason. I sighed. I believe it was written before I was crowned, likely just after the Trident, I said wearily. Likely the spider saw the way things were going, and was planning for the long term, so at the time, he was just doing his job as a loyal servant of the Targs. You'll also note that he advised Cressy to wait and prepare for some time before kicking things off. Poor stupid bastard lost his temper and started his little insurrection way before he was ready. I shook my head. Still, it's telling that the eunuch never bothered to mention this little surplus. And, given the sort of mind he has, I'd expect that he sent instructions and money to other lords he thought he could trust to follow suit, which means we could be looking at more, better organized and coordinated rebellions down the road, even if Varys never commits treason against his current liege. Except by omission, growled my hand, smoothing out the parchment again and rereading it. Which is close enough for me, stranger take him. I nodded, sighing as I put my glass aside. Agreed. Sorry, Varys. You might be really motivated by the good of the realm, but I can't ignore this. Spider? Meat boot. Note, I would like to preface this by saying that I'm neither a metallurgist, a sailor, or an aeronautical engineer, but I have done some shoveling in my time. Any mistakes are purely mine, and I'd appreciate the advice of anyone who has better skills in those areas for future chapters. And yes, it's a little short, but I think it flows quite nicely. Anyway, onwards. Edit. Many thanks to Spiper, who contributed a mighty effort in rewriting the Steelworks segment into something resembling reality. Hopefully this makes more sense. Chapter 11, 11th month, 284 AC. Tepomot blinked, and not from the smoke that was getting into his eyes. He watched in amazement as the large iron tongs were lowered into the hearth, and clamped down on the glowing bloom of iron. With the sweat of several large men yanking on chains, the tongs hauled the chunk of metal into the air, before another group pulling on another chain swung the crane over to lower the iron onto a waiting anvil. A cry went up, and a large lever was thrown, sending a massive hammer falling to strike the bloom, sending a stream of sparks across the beaten earth floor of the mill. The SSE exile gazed on in wonderment as the enormous hammer, over 50 pounds of iron itself, was raised again seemingly by the hand of a giant, only to fall again just as hard on the still glowing iron. Above him the arched brickwork of the structure retreated into the orange and red shot darkness, the heat seeming to pulse with the blows of the hammer upon the ruby glowing ingot. This is amazing! He cried over the noise of bellows, roaring fire, clanging metal, and shouting men. The hammer kept falling regularly, sending up new showers of bright sparks with every blow. There are larger and more productive works in Qohor, it is true, I have seen them myself as a boy. But they are driven by the effort of thousands of slaves, hundreds of whom die every month to fatigue, heat and disease, as well as other causes, he added more darkly, thinking of the more bloody parts of his education in metalworking. The screams of terrified, despairing slaves, the chants of the master smiths, the sickening smell. But you can draw so much power from mere water. Sir Donal Noy, the recently knighted master of the Crown Steel Works, smiled as his guest gaped at the product of his efforts. True, he had been skeptical of the new ideas Horan had been peddling to the king, but after seeing the results had become a fanatical convert. Waving with his remaining arm, he spoke to Mott. If you had ever stood on the walls of Storm's End and watched Shipbreaker's Bay live up to its name, you would never say mere water. But yes, the wheels we have built, fed by canals dug from the black water, power the bellows that heat the furnace, and drive the trip hammer. Just as importantly, he gestured towards where a group of men stripped to the waist but covered in black dust and sweat, shoveled shiny black rock into the fires. We do not use charcoal to fuel our fires, but coal. There's a mine not 5 miles from here, and more men are sent every day to dig the stuff out of the ground, and wagon loads of it arrive regularly. The foreign-born new royal armourer frowned. But surely the fumes from burning so much coal is poison to the iron, it makes it all spongy and brittle. Noy laughed. Those furnaces you see there? The coal is burned in a chamber beside where the iron is placed, and the curved roofs transfer the heat of the burning coal over the iron to melt it. So the coal and iron never come into direct contact with each other. Very clever, replied Mott, gazing at the bank of furnaces with curved roofs that made up one side of the large brick-built building. These are these puddling furnaces that you speak of, are they not? Yes, they produce wrought iron, lots and lots of wrought iron, grinned Noy. We are producing more wrought iron here than all the rest of the Crownlands combined, and that's not to mention the cast iron we are making, which we make in furnaces similar to these puddling furnaces. Mott nodded his head at all of this and narrowed his eyes. While it as of yet did not have the scale or size of the great forges of Qohor, it was only the beginning. The site was a hive of building activity and expansion. He did a few quick calculations in his head. In 2, maybe 3 years, if this site continued to grow its production, it would rival all of Qohor in the production of iron and steel. Noy gestured to him and they left the building and stood out in the relative cool of the afternoon. Ahead of them towered several blast furnaces, smoke pouring from their tops. We use roasted coal, what we call coke, a bit like burning charcoal. It burns more cleanly, and even hotter than the finest charcoal, gestured Noy at the site. Actually allows us to build the blast furnaces bigger and get better yields, but we still have problems with the fire brick cracking and burning. The higher temperatures have caused the lining to crack after several firings. His arms swept to their right, to a bunch of workmen pulling down one of the smaller original blast furnaces. Ah, proclaimed Mott, smiling suddenly. Here, at least, I can be of assistance. This difficulty is well known in Qohor, and I know the solution. You must have the right sort of clay, formed into bricks, to line the forge. Thus the fires can burn as hot as you like. I use such bricks to line my own forge in King's Landing. Noi grinned. Master Mott, if you can provide me with those bricks, you're worth every stag the king is paying you. I have a supplier I would be happy to contact for you, he will be glad of the custom. I assure you, my friend, we will buy all he can provide if it works as you claim. Also, I have a suggestion to make about your blast furnaces. The best way to ensure that they stay in good shape is to keep them at temperature all the time. Cooling them down can cause cracks to develop. That will be expensive. Right now we are limited by the amount of iron ore that we can get. Coal and coke is not a problem though. I thought there was a mine near enough that has been worked for centuries. But the ore there does not seem to like coke. It comes out all spongy and brittle from the blast furnaces. Worthless. Do you have any of this left? I would like to take a look. I think I have heard of this before. If I am right, the solution is to add certain rocks and other substances to the charge, and change the material that the fire bricks are made of. Noi raised an eyebrow at this but nodded his head. I'll see if we have some of that scrap lying around. Seem to remember we smashed most of it into rubble for road fill. Truth is this is way beyond the bloomery and Dornish forges that I am used to. Without that lad Horan to help us we would be in trouble. To think, he gets all of this from some ancient old scroll. The one-armed smith shook his head. Mott was inclined to agree with Noi, but he was more excited by the potential that this site represented, the ability to try different things that he had never been able to build, either due to lack of money or because the guilds in Qohor would not allow changes to the ancient and sacred ways of making iron. As we are thinking of new things, how about setting up separate furnaces to pump hot air into the blast furnaces to keep them heated, or even using these furnaces to heat incoming air? That is something that the larger blast furnaces in Qohor do. Mott was happy with the little lie he had to tell Noi. He had built something like this on a smaller scale in his workshop, which helped him cut down on the costs of wood and charcoal. You know, that might just be possible. We need to rebuild that blast furnace over there. With this Noise gestured at the workers demolishing the older structure, and we may as well try out those heating methods and the new fire bricks with it. As they talked, a load of coke on a series of horse-pulled wagons was driven by along the cobbled streets of the works. The road to the coal mines was also well paved to ease transport. Such was the number of carts going back and forth along this road that Noi had noticed long parallel ruts beginning to develop along the stone surface. Something prickled at the back to his mind at that, but he dismissed it. The biggest problems we have now, apart from constant expansion, is that we cannot produce enough steel. Well, that's not totally true. We can produce steel, it's just not as good as the king wants. Actually, I have a few ideas about that, added Mott. I recognized the methods you showed me, and I have some suggestions for increasing production of steel. Grinning with relief, Noi clapped his remaining hand on Mott's shoulder. If you can do that, as well, then I may have to knight you. We've been trying to master this crucible steel method, but all we have to go on is some blessedly vague lines of text, and a lot of trial and error. We're still trying, but most of the steel we're turning out is produced the old-fashioned way. Yes, the blister steel method, this is well and good. But the crucible method, this I know well, and from what I have seen it appears that you have the basics correct. It is simply a matter of mastering the process, one that I know very well. The SSC Master Smith grinned. Really? Exclaimed Noi. For certain, on a small scale, it is what I do when I am working on a particularly important piece, or one of the rare swords I am commissioned to craft. It produces the finest, strongest, and most flexible steel possible by mundane methods. If I may spend some time instructing your workers, I should be able to not only get them producing proper steel, but more than you were expecting. I'll arrange that. You would not have the secret of Valyrian steel now, would you? Laughed Noi. No, nor do I have the secret of swirl steel either, my friend. Only the highest masters of the forge in Qohor know the ingredients and the rituals for the smelting and forging. There are rumors of many strange compounds being needed, and that the steel itself is forged, hammered, and folded 1,000 times. The king doesn't want fancy swirl steel, he just wants as much iron and steel as possible for the army and other uses. Come. Striding across the street, he waved Mott over to a wagon that was being loaded. Let me show you some of our finished product. We're supplying the army, it's true, but we're also sending shipments to the crews working on the King's Road, and rebuilding the city after that fire. Here, have a look at this. Noi reached into the wagon, and pulled out a metal object which he passed to Mott, who stared at it in confusion. It's a shovel. Absolutely. Good, solid, wrought iron, pointed to bite into the earth, curved to scoop up dirt, rounded lips to support a boot, and with a socket to grasp the shaft firmly. Noi expressed his pride in his creation. Works like a spear or pike head. Just send these out to the boys, have them cut a shaft, bolt it in place, and they're set. But, it's a shovel. The master armorer, a highly trained expert in producing some of the finest, and most expensive, plate in the realm, was baffled by so much effort, technique, and innovation being expended on what was, essentially, a peasant's tool. May the seven bless whoever invented this beauty, muttered Nathan as he grasped the shaft of his shovel, placed his boot on the lip, and pressed down with his full body weight. Ironically, Nathan had been born on a farm not far from King's Landing. Faced with the prospect of spending his life digging in the dirt, he had leapt at the chance to join the king's army during the rebellion, and had carried a spear at the Battle of the Trident. After the defeated army was disbanded, he had found himself considering banditry, preying on the sort of folk he had once been a member of, but was rescued from that by the offer to join a new army to drive the Baratheon usurper from the Iron Throne. And wasn't that a glorious undertaking? He breathed as he levered a large chunk of dirt from the ditch he was digging, only thankful that it hadn't been raining, and he wasn't knee-deep in mud that day. Honestly, he had expected to be executed when King Robert's force had handily defeated the Royalists. Some of the senior nobility had, he had heard, with others sent to the wall in the frozen north, their lands confiscated and a loyal noble placed in power over the entire Blackwater Rush region. But most of the lower ranks, the sellswords, armsmen, and hedge knights, had instead been put to work, 10 years hard labor, primarily set to repair the dilapidated King's Road running through the Crownlands. Fortunately, not only was Nathan familiar with the tasks, the king had generously provided the convicts with decent clothes, good boots, and plentiful food to fuel their efforts, along with, glory of glories, marvelous picks, shovels and sledgehammers of good wrought iron, instead of tools made from wood or even bone, like many small folk used. Like Nathan had used on his uncle's farm. All in all, he mused, things could be a lot worse. Of course, not everyone felt that way. "'Tain't right," moaned Corin, a man who had been assigned to Nathan's 40-worker team since the beginning of his sentence. "I'm an armsman, a loyal soldier of House Thorn. I shouldn't be digging in the dirt like a fucking peasant." Levering a shovelful of dirt from the ditch, Nathan considered tossing it at Corin, but reconsidered it, tipping it into the half-full wicker basket next to him. Once that was full, it would be hauled up out of the ditch by a worker above, and emptied into a waiting wheeled barrow, another of the marvelous tools the king was generous enough to issue to the work crews. "It's not easy, stranger curse it all, even with all these tools, but it's pretty damned clear the king wants this work done, and done well. He's not just punishing rebels for the sake of it. There's purpose here." So instead, he just continued shoveling. "Shut the fuck up, Corin, unless you want to wind up like Sir Martin last week." The former soldier winced at the thought of the hedge knight who had loudly refused to dirty his hands with digging. He hadn't been much more than a tavern brawler in a mailcoat riding a nag at the Battle of Barrow Bridge, and most were certain the seer was self-appointed, or that he had been punched by a drunk knight once, and thought it was a dubbing, and no one was interested in paying his ransom, so he had been assigned to the work crews with the rest of the common soldiery. After 2 full days of refusing to work, his head had wound up on a pole outside the workers' compound, so that they had to march past it twice a day, morning and evening. "I thought slavery was outlawed in West Eros," grumbled Corin. Snorting, Nathan dug in again. "If you think this is what slavery is like, then you're dumber than you look. I worked harder than this every day of my life before I joined up with the Targ army, and if I refused to work my lord would have done a whole lot worse to me than chopping off my head. Besides, it's only for 10 years. 10 fucking years, grumbled the other, and Nathan paused, leaning on the shaft of his tool. "Or less, remember what that officer said? Keep your head down, do your work for a year or 2, and they'll let us join the fucking Green Cloaks." Corin glanced up as a patrol of men carrying crossbows and wearing the increasingly famous forest-colored garment marched past, their booted feet tramping over the gravel produced by another work crew's hammers, crushing rocks into smaller rocks. "What, the bastards who beat the shit out of us? Killed our mates? Working for the 7 damned stag?" Nathan spat into the dirt, and stepped on his shovel again. "Look, the Tarks are 2-time losers, and whatever else you can say about the bloody demon, he knows how to win wars, which is more than the inbred wonders who used to sit on the throne. Personally, I'd prefer to be on the side doing the smashing than the side getting smashed for once, and that's the Royal Bloody Army. Whichever way you slice it, soldiering is safer and easier than farming, and I'd much rather do a bit of marching than all this digging for the rest of my days, so if you're smart like me, you'll shut up, do your work, and hope some bastard notices what a good job you're doing, and taps you for the army." Nathan paused. "Well," he said, "army or navy, right? Fuck the navy, I get seasick on a fucking ferry." The wave smashed against the Falcon's hull, spraying midshipsman Corin Wad with salt water, but he just grinned, gripping tight to the rope as he stood above the vessel's figurehead, with almost all of the ship behind him and the capital of West Eros ahead. After months at sea, he was as at home climbing the rigging as he was in the wardroom mastering his sums, or on the quarterdeck with the sailing master learning the stars after dark. He hadn't been seasick in weeks, and his brain hurt from all the new words, commands, and customs he was expected to memorize, but he couldn't imagine any other life anymore. "Maybe my serving in the Navy will help my family's status. Maybe it'll help get my brother's appointments in the capital, or impress Lady Went. But whatever else, I think I've found my place. What's more, he knew what he wanted, not just to serve aboard a royal vessel, but to command one. And not just any one. He glanced aside and saw another ship flying the golden antlers on black of King Robert approach, this one with no forecastle, barely any aftercastle, and far more sail aloft, slicing through the water where the Falcon lumbered. Wind's Sister was reputed to be the fastest and most maneuverable ship in the king's fleet, and Curran knew that one day, he would be standing on her quarterdeck as master. True, the oared galleys may be the mailed fist of the master of ships, but the carracks were the ships that travelled the world, visiting far-off lands, and seeing such sights. Curran wanted one day to sail to Bravos, beneath the Titan's stride, or to see the fabled bridge of Volantis. Even the hushed whispers of the blasted ruins of ancient Valeria, cursed and poisoned, filled him with a desire to see it for himself, rather than superstitious dread. I want to see everything, and aboard a king's carrack, especially with the new sails I've heard so much about, I can. Clambering back onto the deck, he ably ran about the labouring seamen and approached the quarter-deck, just as the Wind's Sister drew up alongside the Falcon, drawing in sailcloth to slow down enough to keep pace with the slower cog. "Ahoy, there!" came the cry of the other ship's captain, and Curran's eyes widened as he recognized the now famous Sir Davos Seaworth, the former smuggler who was reputed to be Lord Stannis' favourite captain. "Ahoy yourself, you old pirate!" called Captain Follard, shouting back as the distance shrank between the vessels. "Smuggler, thank you very much," countered the first officer, as though proud of the distinction. Honestly, it seemed strange to Curran, rather like a poacher becoming a lord's gamekeeper, but who was he to question Lord Stannis' decisions? "Out of Dragonstone." "Aye, 3 days and almost home," called Follard. "Last I heard, Wind's Sister was headed for Bravos, got caught in bad weather and turned back." "Hardly," stated Seaworth, even prouder than before. "There and back again, 17 days there and 14 back, with 2 days in port to enjoy the secret city, and take on cargo and provisions." Even Curran gaped at that. It was a 3-week journey to Bravos from King's Landing, sometimes a full month, depending on the season, and which direction you were headed in. Even during calm seas with a fair wind. "7 take you for a liar if not a madman," cried Follard. "Neither, just a fair sailor with a good ship, good crew, and forgiving seas," called Seaworth, but further conversation was cut off by a cry from a lookout, and the former smuggler fiddled with a farcer, resting the heavy end of the instrument on his forearm as he gazed through it, even as Follard called for his own, much more ornate version. Curran glanced at where they were looking, and blinked. He could barely make it out, but there was something rising from behind the city walls. It was still too far to identify with the naked eye, but he felt a shiver run down his back, and images of Harrenhal ran through his mind's eye for the first time in weeks. Nothing that big should be able to fly. Queen Cersei stared up in wonder as the enormous balloon strained hard against the cables that held it firmly to the ground, the ropes coiled about heavy winches that were bolted into the flagstones. Teams of men shoveled charcoal into ovens, even as others worked at cranks that powered bellows, forcing hot air and smoke through beaten copper tubes that fed to right below the aperture of the balloon's base, above where the wicker basket was affixed. "'Tis a thing of beauty," commented Horan, and for once the Queen had no intention of reprimanding the clerk for impertinence, because she felt the same way. From that first time holding the silk above the brazier in the royal apartments, the idea of flying had filled her mind. True, affairs of state, feasts, balls and pregnancy, had distracted her, but her mind always returned to the way the cloth had yanked up against her hands, like there was a strong man tugging it upwards, and if she were not careful she too would be dragged into the air. She imagined, almost nightly, what it would look like, to see King's Landing as if she were a bird, or even a dragon. As the Targaryen queens of old had seen it, astride their now extinct beasts. "The Valesmen may have their winged knight of legend, but I will be the floating lioness of reality." "No, that doesn't sound regal enough." "Winged lioness?" "No, because there's no wings, just the canopy." "Damn, I'll have to grab one of Robert's pet poets to find a title that fits." "Of course, then I'd have to admit that I know he's paying them to write songs for him. Does he really think it's a new idea, to have bards and the like sing your praises? Still, some of the tunes are catchy. Westeros triumphant, her ships rule the seas. Her watchword is just as her password is free. So come cheer up my lads, with one heart let us sing. Our soldiers, our sailors, our gods, and our king. I think we're ready, your grace," offered Horan, and she nodded. The man turned and waved for the youth in roughly cut clothes to take his station. The boy seemed absolutely terrified, but the offer of a large bag of coins, to him, or to his family should any harm befall him, spurred him on, and he clambered into the basket, his hands gripping the cables tight as the copper tubes were removed, and the order was given to slowly, painfully slowly, let out the cables. Her heart was in her throat, and the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms let out a girlish cry of glee as the balloon, stitched by her maids and workers, emblazoned with the royal antlers and the golden lion, silently, gloriously, rose into the morning air above the Red Keep. It was absolutely marvelous. A triumph. The court will be talking about it for months, and it was only a short flight with a lowly street rat as a passenger. Cersei almost sang as she danced around the room, a giggling Edward in her arms as she burned off some of her enthusiasm. Everything worked perfectly, and, Robert? Robert, are you listening to me? I absently muttered as I scratched a line through a segment of the report I was reading and made a short notation. Robert. I'm trying to tell you about my glorious balloon, and all you can think of is your blasted paperwork. Blinking, I looked up, and shook myself. Quite right, my love, quite right. I placed my pen back in the inkwell, and got up from my chair. Forgive me, I've just had something of a frustrating day. But I assure you, I was cheering from my balcony as your balloon took flight today. Striding around the desk, I wrapped an arm around her waist as I bent down to kiss Edward's cheek, making him giggle all the harder. I couldn't have been prouder. I just hope you'll deign to take me aloft one of these days. If you're good, hedged my wife, offering one of her more beautiful smiles, all the more gorgeous because it actually appeared genuine. But honestly, you spend too much time either in the training yard or locked up in here with your blasted reports. I don't know how you can stand it. I'm frustrated because the supplies of ink is running low because of my printing presses, and the paper shortage isn't improving as fast as I'd like. I'm frustrated because despite all my pontificating about things paying for themselves in the long run, the treasury is hemorrhaging coin far faster than it's pulling in taxes. I'm frustrated because I just got word that 3 more workers died this week at the steelworks, 1 from serious burns and the other 2 from shards of flying bronze. I'm frustrated that I don't know if I'm actually having a positive effect on Westeros, or if I'm just paddling against the current, with the waterfall fast approaching behind me no matter how fast I dig in my oar. Unfortunately, ruling Westeros isn't all feasting and hitting people in the face, more's the pity, I said instead with a cheeky grin, and Cersei sighed. Alright, how about tomorrow we take the court out on a hunting trip? I have a beautiful new falcon I wish to fly, and I'm certain we can find one of your family's symbols to shoot for dinner. Some fresh air and time away from this cesspit of a city would do us both some good. After spending the day going over reports of things not going right, the idea of tracking down and putting an arrow through the heart of a stag actually sounded like a good way to distress. No matter how much work an impromptu hunting trip would be for the royal household, they'd be working all through the night to even come close to being ready, even if I gave the order right this instant. Fuck it. I'm the fucking king. Grinning, I called out, Timmons. Timmons, you lump of a man, get in here. My queen desires a hunting trip, and guess who gets to organize it for her? If nothing else, it'll take my mind of thinking about how much I'm not changing Westeros for the better. Chapter 11, 2. 11th month, 284 AC. Of course, it wasn't what you'd generally think of when you say the word hunt. It certainly wasn't what my memories of Robert's life conjured up. As far as he was concerned, the purpose of a hunt was to test your skills against a dangerous beast that had a more than decent chance of killing you right back. He hunted shadow cats in the Vale, or stags through the Kingswood, or wild boars whenever possible, because he loved to show off just how tough, strong, and just generally badass he was by taking on some of the most dangerous wildlife Westeros had to offer. The fact that generally killing off those predators saved the lives or livelihoods of many of his subjects was not entirely lost on him. He'd seduced more than one shepherdess by showing off that he'd murdered the fuck out of the wolf that had been preying on her flock for the past month. For the court, the hunt was more of a festive and social occasion, a chance to get out into the fresh air and away from the more structured court of the Red Keep. Hounds ran about the legs of our horses while knights and young nobles rode this way and that in small groups, supposedly searching for sign of prey, but generally just showing off for each other and for the more sedately riding ladies, who chatted and showed off their fancy riding clothes and their fabulously feathered hunting hawks. Musicians rode or walked nearby, serenading all about them whether we wanted them to or not, and people were in constant motion, moving from cluster to cluster of nobles to plot, scheme, flirt or entreaty. In short, apart from being outside and on horseback, it was pretty much Cersei's favorite form of exercise, and she could put up with being in the saddle for a few hours. Lunch was beneath a glorious pavilion that servants had rushed ahead hours before to set up, with large trestle tables laden with food, mostly leftovers from the night before mixed with fresh produce and lots of wine. I made sure to show off my method of slipping cold cuts of meat, slices of cheese and leaves of lettuce, slathered with mustard, between 2 pieces of bread to hold in one hand without getting my hands covered in grease or condiment, while having the other hand free to either drink my wine or hold Cersei's own delicate fingers. I called it a sandwich, and since I was the bloody king, everyone else did too, and it was suddenly all the rage. Sometimes, you don't have to overthink things, I mused as I raised Cersei's knuckles to my lips as she smiled, content herself to simply delicately pick small pieces of cheese and sausage from a plate. Your Grace! Called a voice, and I looked over as 2 men approached the pavilion, with people turning to see who it was. Ah! Sir Davos! I wasn't expecting you for days yet. The former smuggler bowed across the table at me, before nodding to the people whose chairs he was standing behind. Your pardons, milord, milord. Since he was getting known as a primary agent of the Master of Ships and the Lord Paramount of the Stormlands, they didn't make any noise. Your Grace, I thought that myself. Fortunately, Wyn's sister had other ideas. I love my Black Betha, I'll make no apologies for that, but there's something about Wyn's sister's speed that is more than a little bewitching. Are you sure it isn't magic? I grinned, lifting my wine cup in salute. Just simple mechanics and a fine captain. Now, who's this with you? The young man in mail at his elbow looked mildly familiar. Lord Yoram Mormont, the northerner said with a bow, and I raised an eyebrow. So this is the young bear, before his disgrace and exile, before his knighting, even. I come with letters from Winterfell, Castle Black, he hefted a satchel at his side, and from Castorley Rock, Your Grace, he bowed again, this time to Cersei, who preened at the handsome young northerner's attention, but it was likely more in interest of getting mail from her father, probably hoping to be praised for producing an heir to the dynasty. How marvelous, and enterprising, to come all the way from Bear Island, Your Grace, he said, bowing his head again. By way of Winterfell, then, on Lord Stark's instructions, through the Westerlands, before riding along the Gold Road, where I met Sir Davos, coming in the other direction this morning, he nodded to the older man. Excellent. I grinned, my mood lightening at thought of letters, not Raven-carried messages, but actual letters from Ned. And the wall, interesting. Oh, and while I was in Bravos, Seaworth continued, reaching behind him and hefting something one of his followers offered, before presenting a bolt of cloth, not thick, but shimmering gold. I happened upon an old acquaintance, a rough sort, Your Grace, no one you'd ever care to know, but he happened to have some UTE gold silk, and with a little inducement and a lot of ale, he was convinced to part with it. Cersei suppressed a shriek by pressing a hand to her mouth, and I wasn't much less impressed. Talk about princely gifts. This wasn't your typical cloth of gold, with gold wire wrapped around thread. This was literally silk that naturally shined like gold, and its creation was a deep secret of the foreign land that produced it. Rumor had that it was the result of fertilizing silk plants with flakes of pure gold, yet people in Westeros hadn't quite worked out the origin of ordinary silk just yet, but no one knew for sure. To me, it had to be some kind of magically altered silkworms, but then again, this was a world with dragons, ice zombies, and prophetic dreams, maybe it really did grow on trees. Even the small amount Sir Davos displayed was worth a small, or rather, not so small fortune. Well, on that note, you must be exhausted, both of you, catching up to the hunt like that. Someone fetch some chairs for the Lord and the Knight. Yes, you there, make room, don't be shy, there you go, I said in a satisfied tone as the pair were seated, servants carefully carrying silk and satchel about the table to present them to Cersei and I. The former smuggler and the youthful northerner found themselves peppered with questions from the curious members of my court, from the journey across the narrow sea. Yes, my lord, even while the sun was hidden by clouds, amazing device, this compass. To the wall, 700 feet, and more, in places, I saw it myself when I witnessed my father taking the oath to join the watch, in between trying the finest wines, the sharpest cheeses and, at last, roast venison. The hunters had eventually accomplished what this whole circus was supposed to be about, and brought down a couple of good-sized animals for butchering. Finally, as the sun began to sink and the wind began to chill, torches were lit and servants guided the guests to their tents, where more wine, lukewarm baths, and warm blankets awaited them. For Cersei and myself, that meant a massive pavilion tent, hot water, hot wine, and a nice soft mattress. Rank hath its privileges, after all. Sitting at my desk, likely carried all the way from the Red Keep by some hard-working servants, or at best on the back of a wagon, I sipped at my brandy. My people were working on more varieties, and were apparently close to a nice smooth whiskey, although I was betting more on moonshine. Decent whiskey was likely years, if not decades in the making, and opened Ned's letter. I'm ashamed to say that the truth was even worse than I had assumed, and it broke my heart to hear the full extent of just how far the watch has fallen, although not so much as Benion's, as previously he had spoken of little else besides one day joining the Ancient Order. I fear his enthusiasm and the tales told of old about the watch did not fare well when countered by grim reality. Perhaps 3,000 brothers are spread between 3 castles, the Shadow Tower, Castle Black, and Eastwatch by the Sea, perhaps fewer than that. Morale is low, there are a leavening of good northern lords and a few very fine knights, but the bulk of the officers are either men who have served and survived after being sentenced to the watch, or are veterans of the war against the Targaryens, and are no friends of the Starks. Those you sent north with Mance Rayder, a fine young warrior, and a clever man with a talent for music, will surely help in terms of numbers, but many are resentful and a little too comfortable with those who served under the Mad King. The gift, new and old, is almost empty. Some hardy folk still send tribute to the watch, and some farms around Mole's Town, a strange collections of hovels that sit atop a network of cellars, vaults and tunnels below ground, still produce, but for the most part the watch subsists on donations, such as the gold, swords, and other gear you sent via ship and wagon this year, from mostly northern lords, and those largely out of tradition and a desire to appear generous. In more welcome news, both of my sons are walking, and gabbing away. Despite not sharing a mother, they are inseparable, and I only write this in the strictest of confidences between we two, but my wife is yet to warm to John. I hope in time she will grow to love the boy as I do. We were all very impressed by the quality of your soldiers, and I spent several evenings speaking to your officers regarding their training and the battles they fought in. Had we funds and warm bodies to spare, I might consider raising such a force myself, but at the moment supplies of both are short. Work is beginning in repairing the broken tower, and restoring the first keep, and I hope to achieve much of this before winter sets in. So much of the north seems to be decayed and in poor repair, so much work to be done and so few hands to set to the work. Your new plows and reapers have been grudgingly accepted by the farms about Winterfell, and while I doubt the effect will be as great as you can hope to achieve down in the fertile south, I agree that it is unlikely to do any great harm to try. Catelyn was extremely pleased by the books you sent her. She insisted on putting the colorful copy in the new September, and quickly grasped your reasoning behind the plain version you had printed. Maester Luwin agreed, and has been inspired to set about a project of organizing and copying all of the books in Winterfell's lib. Damn him to the seven hells! Cried Cersei, sitting up from where she lay on the mattress, her silk nightdress slipping off one lovely shoulder as she stared at the letter in her hands. The sheer, utter gall! How could he do this to me? I blinked, and set Ned's letter down. Who's done what now? I asked with a raised eyebrow, but she was too enraged to smile. My father, that utter bastard. He's getting married. I opened my mouth to ask why that was so bad, before she continued, to Lyrella. Lyrella Lannister, that insipid mousy little tramp, she's my third cousin once removed, she's an absolute bore and she's barely 16. I winced. Ah. I was afraid this would happen. Tossing the letter down onto the bed, she swung out her legs and rose to her feet, glaring at me. You knew about this? She demanded, pointing an accusatory finger at me. Hardly, I said calmly. Lord Tywin doesn't exactly confide in me. However, once your brother decided to remain with the White Swords, the natural heir to Casterly Rock would be, well, that little toad? Lord of the Westerlands? Are you out of your mind? Father would never. Her brain caught up to her mouth. It was amusing to see the wheels whir behind her lovely eyes. Father will want a new heir, someone the lords of the Westerlands can admire and follow. And for that, he requires a suitable mother for said heir, specifically, someone who's young, pretty and who will do exactly as she's told. From your description, he's chosen the perfect broodmare for his purposes. Cersei paused, tilting her head as she considered that take on the matter. Clearly, a future broodmare was a much more palatable concept than a new stepmother. She's got tits like a barmaid and hips like a wallowing cog. I suppose she'd breed like an overfed heifer. For me, I was considering just how quickly Tyrion would become surplus to requirements. In the original timeline, Tywin's lingering love for his wife and his hope for freeing Jaime from his oath had kept Tyrion safe. Now, with no hope of Jaime inheriting and having decided to wed again. Perhaps it might be time to invite young Tyrion to foster at the Red Keep. Are you mad? Demanded Cersei, her fury restored after a moment's calm. Why should we take in that evil-minded little monster, that sneaking, grasping, pathetic little worm to our court? I thought furiously as she continued to rant about how much she disliked her younger brother, doing just about everything except bringing up the prophecy that she interpreted to mean that he would eventually kill her, before I rose and took her shoulders in hand. Because it would annoy your father, because keeping him alive will give us leverage, and because, according to Jaime, the boy has some potential. He'll never be a knight, but properly educated he may be useful to the realm. Spite and utility fought with spite and stubbornness in Cersei's mind, and I wasn't sure who was winning. It's simply an idea, my love. Perhaps Stannis will want the lad. If nothing else, the results would be amusing. Here Cersei sniggered, clearly imagining the expression on my serious brother's face when presented with a precocious and annoying dwarf to foster. Oh, that's an evil thought, Robert, but whatever we decide, I will not have that creature in the same castle as my son. Deciding this was by far the best result I could hope for from that conversation, I asked, is there anything else pertinent in your father's missive? She snorted. Oh, he's rather rudely instructing me to give up your foolishness with fancies of flight, and remember your duty to the Lannister dynasty. He wants me breeding again as soon as possible. I raised an eyebrow. While I would never argue against more children, we are both fairly young, I'm in no hurry. Besides, considering our rather energetic sex life, more children are rather inevitable soon enough. And no one, not even your father, has the right to tell you what to do with your own time. I bent down to kiss her forehead. I love how passionate you get when you're working on those things, and no one can say that your efforts haven't been successful. If nothing else, love, believe that I will do everything I can to support you. We are, after all, in this little mess we call ruling Westeros together." She smiled, a mixture of fondness, bitterness, and viciousness in her eyes that I had started to appreciate more than I had originally expected to. "And if I said I wanted to learn the sword?" she asked, somewhat hesitantly, biting her lip ever so slightly. I laughed. "Is that all? My queen, I shall inform Sir Barry Stan tomorrow that he should start." "Wait, no, Sir Kieran is iron-born, and his sister, I believe, carries an axe. He should have an easier time teaching you, if that's all right." Her emerald eyes lit up in delight. "But surely it isn't seemly for warriors' balls, woman, you're the fucking queen," I said firmly, and her spine stiffened slightly. "Seemly is whatever the fuck we tell people it is." I laughed again. "Seven hells, it might just start a fashion for ladies to join their husbands in the training yards." Cersei joined in, her earlier fury fading as she was likely imagining some of the more rotund ladies of the court swinging swords while wearing their colorful brocades and corsets. "That would be interesting. Maybe I'll grow to enjoy hitting things," she added with a sly smile. I kissed her lips, her arms wrapping around my waist as she kissed me back, before I broke off and grinned. "Watch out, my lady, it's not just about how hard you can hit, it's about whether or not you can take one." I punctuated the word with a more than light slap to her backside, which made her eyes widen in affront, then darken with passion as she slapped my face, then shoved me back into my chair, before slipping her nightgown over her head and attacking the laces of my shirt. The next day I walked with Sir Davos through the Red Keep. "It took some work, Your Grace, and more than a little gold, but these are the best charts I could find of the areas you wanted," the former smuggler insisted as he tapped the stuffed satchel at his side. "I talked to some old pirates, and some newer ones, and had them make their own notes. I'm still working out this whole reading thing, honestly, but as far as I can tell I got you your money's worth, Your Grace?" he asked, a worried edge to his tone. I grunted, working my shoulder as I rubbed at my arm. "Sorry, Sir Davos, just a little stiff. I've been missing too many sparring sessions this last week or two." Actually, the deep scratches on my shoulders and back were rather more the cause of my discomfort, but I really didn't mind all that much. "Anyway, good work. I'm bringing in some of the best cartographers, mapmakers, you know, in King's Landing to put the whole mess together into something any captain can read, and to have as much information with as little flourish as possible. Reefs, shoals, currents and the like, not decorations and pictures of dragons and sea beasts. Information, not art." Davos shifted a bit uncomfortably. Maybe a little flourish wouldn't be a bad thing, Your Grace. There's many a captain, even in the royal fleet, who doesn't read or figure much better than I do, and a little picture can help when I'm in a hurry to puzzle out where I am." I halted, and he stopped with me, my King's Guard escort a few paces behind also stopping in their tracks, their keen eyes tracking about in search of sudden threats. "I'm sorry, Sir Davos, sometimes I forget that I'm hardly an expert in sailing. While I'm hopeful that Lord Stannis' reforms will result in a far more educated and skilled navy, I can't forget that we're not there yet." The older man flushed in embarrassment. "Not to worry, Your Grace, sometimes I forget that I'm not still a simple sailor. This knighthood thing is harder than most born to it let on." I laughed, and slapped his shoulder. "Trust me, my friend, most of the time us lords and knights are just fumbling along as best we can. Anyway," I gestured ahead, "I've taken over the old maiden vault as my new workspace. We ran out of room in the holdfast, and it's a lot more comfortable, given its original occupants. I've turned one of the larger chambers into a map room, and I'm bringing in some artists to copy some of our better maps onto the walls, for better viewing." We entered the large, long building behind the Royal September through the large carved doors, but were met by Horan and Master Donner, the head mason I had investigating the keep's peculiarities, along with a rather dirty younger man in an apron who seemed to have scrubbed himself as clean as he could. "Horan. Apologies, Your Grace, but while you were out hunting, there has been a development." The clerk gestured to the mason, who blushed, tugging at his beard. "Sorry, Your Grace, but it was me lad here, Kana, who noticed. He was hanging off the September Tower, not that the Septon was all that pleased, but it were our orders, and he noticed that that is, he's got a brilliant sense for, proportion. Anyway, he reckoned that the maiden vault was, well. It's too long, Lord," interrupted the youth, drawing his embarrassed master's ire, his own ears turning red as I turned my attention to him. "The outside of the building is longer than the inside, and not by the thickness of the walls, not like you'd expect. I paced it out, inside and out, and there's at least 20 feet on the other side of the far end. The Great Hall is just smaller than it should be." A little light went on in my head. "Interesting, Master Donner, lead on, and bring your chisels and hammer." Our group bustled past confused servants, and within minutes we found our way into the named hall, where King Baelor's sisters had been held captive for years, surrounded by opulent decorations and their companions, in the hopes that their proximity to the September and their isolation would prevent impure thoughts. Considering at least one of them conspired to get pregnant while locked away, it didn't work out all that well, I thought idly as I walked up to the far wall, and ran my hand over the plaster, several tapestries clearly having been removed to reveal the bare wall. "It's newer work than the other walls," suggested Donner, and I nodded, feeling the pattern of the stones beneath the plaster. I was no expert, but I thought I could sense a difference in the way the stones were set together. It seemed hurried. "Sir Davos, what would you say if you found a chest that was smaller inside than out?" "I'd look for a false bottom," answered the captain turned knight, and I nodded. "Precisely." I stepped back and gestured to Donner, who took up hammer and chisels, grimaced as he examined the wall, then set to work. Within moments plaster and mortar was flying, and more than once I had to shield my eyes from chips of stonework, but within minutes the skilled workman was calling his apprentice to help him pull a sizable stone from the wall. As the mortar grated noisily and the workman grunted with effort, a hole was revealed, and a foul smell vomited forth, making me gag a little as I called for a lantern. The workers stepped aside as I came close to the gap, and held up the light, grinning like a boy as my eyes adjusted to the gloom inside what was clearly a section of the hall that had been walled off many years before. "Can you see anything, Your Grace?" asked Sir Davos. I couldn't help myself. "Yes, wonderful things," I quoted glibly. "So, yeah. Sorry, I've been undergoing something of a sea change. I've moved to Queensland to become a farmer. It's an extremely different situation than I'm used to, and I've got limited bandwidth to boot. Hopefully the next chapter will be out before long." Wait, why does that sound so familiar? Chapter 11, 3. Horan turned the page of the book reverently, amazed by the small, tightly packed script held within. "This is amazing. I don't think there's even a copy of this book in the Citadel. I mean, there are references to it in Maester Gurin's compendium, but I thought all the copies had been lost centuries ago." "I think they were," mused John as he ran his hands over what could only be a dragon egg, placed in a velvet-lined box of weirwood. The box was one of 4, the others still unopened. "My gods, I never dreamed the Targaryens were mad enough to just wall all of this up. One would never go broke betting on the lunacy of the Targaryen dynasty," I stated as I looked over the treasures we had discovered within the maiden vault. Stacks of books and piles of scrolls, graven idols of gold and obsidian, bags full of various medallions, fetishes, and rings, enormous jars containing pickled organs that must have come from dragons, bows crafted from dragon bone and weirwood, rolled up maps and charts, and a great many chests and boxes still unopened. It was a mad collection of incredible things that made the student of history in me cry out in rage at it being hidden away. There wasn't much space in the cavity behind the wall, just enough for the 3 of us, while the maiden vault was cordoned off by Kingsguard and several squads of veteran Royal Army soldiers. The small lanterns we brought in with us were enough to tell me that this was the single most incredible discovery I had made since locating Cersei's G-spot. "Your Grace, this one is on mathematics, very advanced mathematics," stated Horan, reverently placing the book back on the pile. "I have only leafed through a few others, but some I recognize the titles of: engineering, history, philosophy. This one, I believe, is a diary of some kind. Horan, I need you to catalog everything here, touch as little as possible with your bare hands. Does your Citadel training include how to handle extremely old and valuable books?" The horrified expression on the young man's face as he jerked his fingers away from the aged tome he had been handling told me I was right. "You can bring in whoever you need, but you must trust them implicitly, and nothing here will leave the vault without my express permission. Am I understood? No servant, soldier, or anyone else is to even see these items. This takes priority over absolutely everything. You might not see that lovely young wife of yours for a few days," I added with a note of commiseration. He offered a weak smile. "For these books, I may just think it's worth it, but never, ever tell her I said so, Your Grace, if you please." I laughed, and gestured for John to precede me back into the main room, but I paused, and took a moment to caress the hard, stone-like shell of that dragon egg. Then I followed him into the more airy ballroom. "Gods, what a find," I mused to myself. "The only thing I could imagine is that the wall was raised during the reign of Baelor the Blessed," offered John. "I recall he ordered scores of heretical books and other artifacts burned, but I never imagined he would entomb them like this. Perhaps he thought a few centuries next to the September would purify them somehow, like he thought his sisters would be," I mused, picking up a wet, soapy cloth to wipe away the centuries of dust that had migrated to my fingers during our inspection. "Or maybe someone in his household decided to hide them here beneath his nose rather than see them destroyed. We may never know, but hopefully Horan manages to unearth something. We should call in the Citadel, surely the maesters would be best suited to." "Hells no," I stated firmly, making John frown at my vehemence. "I know we're all taught to trust maesters as neutral advisors, but my other experience tells me that whatever you do, you don't trust the toaster worshippers." At his confused glance, I shrugged. "Hoarders of knowledge, who insist that only they can be trusted to know truth. It wasn't just my antipathy for organizations like Comstar or the Adeptus Mechanicus, I similarly loathed guilds and fraternities, mystery cults, and secret societies, people who would rather see the world burn than to share what they knew, because the exclusivity of the mystery granted them power. Yes, I get the irony, given my own penchant for secrecy regarding my otherworldly knowledge, but I'm trying to save the frigging world, here. Some secrets are kept for good reason, countered John, his thoughts clearly paralleling mine, and I waved a now clean hand. Yes, I'm a paranoid, contrary man. I'm a king, it's almost a job requirement. Now, will you join Cersei and I for dinner, or will you bow out again? Your Grace, there are a great many stairs between my chamber and yours, and I am nowhere near as I once was. We walked off together, sparring verbally as the King's Guard fell in behind us. The heavens decided to open up that evening, when Senior Watchman Armand Storm led his men up the gangplank of the Songstress, a prettily named but wallowing trading galley out of Pentos. Despite being a veteran of multiple battlefields under the Baratheons, Armand was still getting used to his position as a member of the Gold Cloaks, and many a time he had seriously considered resigning his commission in hopes of swapping his cloak for a green one. Several of his cousins, both noble and base-born, had reported success and satisfaction in the new royal army. It'd be nice to really be able to trust your men, he mused, reflecting on the number of watchmen who had either resigned, deserted, or been removed, often via a blade or a rope, since Lord Commander Rowan Storm took over. Another Stormlander bastard with a solid reputation and battlefield experience under Lord Stannis both at Storm's End and Dragonstone, Rowan had instituted a purge to root out the lazy, the corrupt, and the criminal within the Gold Cloaks' ranks. Already thinned by the sack, their numbers had grown dangerously thin before an influx of levies from the Stormlands, the North, and the Vale. Still, the old hands outnumbered the new blood 3 to 1, and more than one new Gold Cloak had wound up falling prey to the temptations of King's Landing's corruption. And some find themselves killed by cutthroats who mysteriously avoid being captured by the dead man's patrol mates. Indeed, it was because of one such murder that he had been called in on what was supposed to be his day off, as the patrol schedule had needed to be rearranged to fill an empty slot. Still, Armand was fairly certain of his fellows as their boots sounded on the Songstress sodden deck planks, and as SSE voices called out in alarm, a stout man wrapped in a deep red cloak stepped out from the captain's cabin, the wind tugging at the man's hood. What is this? Who comes aboard my vessel unannounced? City Watch, called Armand, letting his gold cloak flutter in the wind, showing off his blackened breastplate. We're here to inspect your cargo. Ah, yes, of course, snapped the foreigner, but he beckoned Armand to follow him back into the dry of his cabin. The senior watchman signaled his second, a grizzled veteran who had been born just south of the wall, but had spent 24 years in White Harbor, and the older man nodded and called orders to the rest of the patrol. Inside, Armand threw back his hood as the captain rummaged about in a chest. Ah, here, the man proclaimed, removing a heavy-looking pouch. Forgive me, my friend, but I did not recognize you. You are new to the docks, are you not? He offered the pouch to Armand. The Stormlander bastard glared at the SSE captain. Cargo manifest, please, he asked, as though the bribe money hadn't been offered. The foreigner frowned. I do not understand. I am Captain Hafez, from Pentos, master of the Songstress. My understanding with the Lord Commander is long-standing, and ensures that my business is not interfered with. The sheer audacity of this perfumed barbarian incensed Armand, even though his mother had been a tavern wench born in Myr. Lord Commander Rowan Storm now commands the Gold Cloaks, he stated flatly, and I doubt he would consider any such agreement binding. I certainly don't. Cargo manifest. The look on the captain's face reassured Armand that his orders to his men had been the correct ones. This was confirmed by his second bursting into the cabin, his grey beard wet from rain beneath his helm. What is this? How dare you burst into my... Sorry, boss, the Northman ignored Hafiz and addressed Armand, his expression thunderous, his fists clenched. But you're going to want to see this. I demand to know. Armand blinked as his watchman struck the SSE in the face with a lead-weighted gauntlet, sending the smaller man to the deck in a heap. Sorry again, boss, but like I said, you need to see this. Hands folded into the arms of his robe, Varys entered my solar with a calm, happy expression, as though amused by a private joke, escorted by Sir Rex Stidman of the King's Guard, and Sir Lyn Corby. John stood by the window, and I standing at my desk, a sheaf of papers in front of me. You summoned me, Your Grace. I ignored him for a moment, leafing through a few notes, before looking up at the eunuch. Barrow Bridge. A dreadful affair, commented Varys. I assure you, I have redoubled my efforts to ensure that. You paid for it. My voice was granite, my face iron. The spymaster didn't hesitate for a second, switching gears as smoothly as a Porsche 911. I served King Aerys as loyally as I serve you, Your Grace. Under the Targaryens, it was my duty to. Which I could respect, I interrupted, making the bald man raise an eyebrow in apparently genuine surprise. I was going to gut you for not telling me about it, or any other insurance plan you'd set in motion before the Trident, but I wanted to watch you first. I had felt a little crowded of late, admitted the spymaster smoothly, his eyes bright as he was clearly thinking furiously. Your people, Lord Arryn. Among others, ground out the Vale Lord. I commend their skill. I thought they were working for the Sea Lord. Far too smooth for Tywin's agents, of course. Is this where you execute me for serving my sovereign's interests, your grace? Fuck no, I snapped, smashing one fist into my desk. This is where I arrest you for importing a dozen slaves aboard the songstress out of Pentos, a dozen children with their fucking tongues cut out. Varys shrugged, but I think I saw a hint of panic in those busy eyes. Orphans I rescued from the clutches of a Pento sea merchant with abominable tastes. I was simply acting as you yourself have in the past, purchasing slaves in order to. We caught 2 of your little birds, I stated flatly, and the man visibly flinched. Our men are sweeping the Red Keep for the others. Once we knew what to look for, it wasn't all that. Varys moved fast, stepping back while raising a hand in a signal, and with a cry, Ser Erec snatched his sword from its sheath, stepping forward to level the sword at me. Before a Valyrian steel blade pierced the scale mail protecting his flank. The suborned Kingsguard looked down at the sword protruding from below his armpit, before glancing up at Ser Lyn's calm expression, and his sword fell from nerveless fingers as he collapsed to the flagstones. Varys looked at Ser Lyn with genuine surprise as the Valaman flicked his sword to remove the blood. I really should have paid you better, he sighed. Do you really think they'll reward you when they learn that he prefers men? I asked, and Corby just smiled, bowing slightly before stepping back. Lady Forlorn held lightly in his grip. I don't give a shit, and Jon can live with it. Erec was a surprise, though. What did you have on him? The brother of the woman he loved was executed after the Blackwater refusal, admitted Varys, folding his hands again, suddenly looking very tired. Am I next? Or perhaps I shall fall down those many, many stairs. I'll admit, I was tempted to just throw you out the window, in deference to Jon's heritage, I said, waving a hand towards the portal. It's not a moon door, but it's the closest thing we have on hand, and I'm sure you'd have ample time to consider just where you'd gone wrong before you hit the ground. It was the Gold Cloak patrol schedule, sighed Varys, closing his eyes. I should have paid more attention to how poor Duncan's murder by his squad mates affected the roster. Or maybe you shouldn't have mutilated children to spy for you, Jon growled, glaring at Varys. Believe me, there are far worse things that could have happened to those children. At least I leapt over the desk, crossed the room over the cooling body of my former guard and punched Varys right in his smug, painted face. They were children. Grabbing his robe, I hauled him back up before punching him again, blood spurting from his nose. Children. Who wasn't a once? Blubbered the spymaster, his teeth stained with blood as his eyes tried to focus. I've just got one question, I growled, pulling his face close to mine. Look at me, Varys, I snapped, and he blinked hard, his eyes fixing on mine. Is the boy a black fire? I whispered. His eyes widening in shocked horror. I had my answer. How did you? He gasped, but I let go and stepped back, nodding to Ser Lyn. How horrible, he tried to kill you in your own solar. Asked Cersei as I slipped into bed with her, her silk nightgown shimmering in the lamplight. After we confronted him with proof of his crimes, the man went wild. Ser Erec got in the way, I'm afraid, and Varys' dagger was Valyrian steel, stolen from my armory, no less. Fortunately, Ser Lyn was in the room. I hope you can find someone more reliable to guard you in future. I've never liked Ser Lyn, she offered as she snuggled up against me. That's because he's never found you attractive, I mused. Cersei was Cersei. Ser Barristan is not well pleased, and is taking advantage of his newly enlarged roster to double my guard. Jon hadn't been exactly enthusiastic about the cover-up, but he was practical enough to understand the need. It wouldn't do for people to learn that one of my own Kingsguard had tried to murder me and my hand on the orders of my now-deceased spymaster. What was Churchill's quote? The truth must be attended by a bodyguard of lies. Something like that. Shaking my head, I changed the subject. How was Edward today? Happy but noisy, and he has his nurses wrapped around his fingers, admitted Cersei fondly. Of course, she's not exactly the most reliable source regarding her children's personalities. I'll have to find a way to spend more time with Edward in my copious amount of free moments. His eyes are growing bluer every day, added Cersei, sounding a little resentful of the fact, our son's blue-green eyes had been the only feature thus far that strayed from the Baratheon, nay, Durrandon standard. Fucking magic genes. Perhaps our next child will resemble me more. I blinked. Next child. Robert, as much as I love Edward, there is no way I am going to allow him to be an only child, insisted Cersei, poking me in the chest. I smiled, and pulled her close, rolling over atop her, braced on my elbows so as not to crush her. Then we had best get started, I grinned, leaning down to kiss her, and she wrapped her arms around my neck as she kissed me back. Later, as Cersei rested naked on my chest, her breath hot against my neck, I found myself staring at the ceiling of our room. Not because of the quite enjoyable sex. Not even because of the fact that I had ordered the execution of my Master of Whispers. No, the reason I was having trouble sleeping was because when I had touched that damned, fucking dragon's egg, the bloody thing had felt warm to the touch. Chapter 12, 11th month, 284 AC. The kids screamed in joy and excitement as the leather ball skidded across the courtyard, with gangs of raggedly dressed children pushing and shoving in a rough attempt at playing soccer. Given the fact that they had only been introduced to the game recently, they weren't doing too badly. "We cannot thank you enough for this, Your Grace," insisted the matron, a homely woman in her 40s, as we walked along the sidelines, watching the kids play. "We've never had much here, we relied on a stipend from the faith and whatever alms generous nobles and merchants could offer, but after the fire, we lost everything." I dabbed my forehead and cheeks with a cloth, then rubbed the back of my neck, before tossing it to a nearby king's guard and allowing another to slip my coat back on. Taking on the kids in a game of all of you versus all of me was fun, and likely something these orphans would tell their own children one day. "I scored a goal against King Robert when I was your age." "It's my pleasure, Mistress Kella. Part of being king is providing an example. Building new facilities for your house wasn't that expensive, and I'm willing to bet you'll have some more patrons before long." The rebuilding of the sections of King's Landing that had been devastated by the fires was progressing at a pace, and I had taken the liberty of reserving a few properties for my own purposes. Some of these were raised as crown orphanages, bearing my sigil and reporting directly to my office. The facilities were hardly luxurious, but I ensured they had funds for bedding, clothes, decent food, and the like. Fortunately, since I was footing the bill, I also had a great degree of say in what went on. Each child would receive an excellent, by local standards, education, a good diet, a minimum of corporal punishment, and the firm knowledge that the king was watching over them. And the fact that they're to be regularly inspected, and the first time I get word of a carer abusing one of these kids, I'll bloody crucify them outside the front gates. I knew I couldn't save the world, or even these orphans. Many, I knew, were destined for lives of poverty, disease, and privation. The boys might end up as dock workers, thieves, or town thugs, and the girls might be likely to find themselves in brothels, but I could at least put my thumb on the scale a little. I glanced through the wide doorway into the orphanage's main hall, and saw Cersei and several of her ladies-in-waiting sitting at the long, rough-hewn trestle tables, surrounded by awestruck girls as the queen demonstrated needlepoint, with the older girls struggled to copy her motions. I had ensured that the children's education would include useful skills, from reading and writing to mending clothes to cooking. Maybe I can't save them all, but I can make a difference in what lives they have. Cersei watched through lidded eyes as Robert sat across the table from a series of orphan boys, defeating one after the other in overly dramatic displays of arm wrestling, often with 2 or 3 boys hanging off his fist or arm as he exhorted them to try harder. Such was his clear enjoyment in the game, his exuberance rubbed off on the orphans, and they cheered and squealed in enjoyment as each challenger, or team, was dispatched with relative ease, although the expressions the foolish man produced certainly suggested, in jest, that he was being sorely tested. "It's no wonder he gets along with children so well, he's not but an enormous child himself, in many ways," she mused as she corrected a short-haired girl's stitching. Then again, it had taken a while for her to realize what Robert was up to, in funding the orphanages. He may cloak himself in cheerful, buffoonish enthusiasm, but there's purpose behind his actions. Just as the small but growing schools for the children of the keep's servants, and the groups of noble children being tutored in swordplay and etiquette at the crown's expense, it combined teaching useful skills while engendering loyalty to the throne. Looking past their humble origin, these filthy ragamuffins and urchins may one day become clerks, soldiers or maids in the service of the crown, and they'll grow up knowing that everything they have and can aspire to derives directly from us. She had overheard that the orphanages were commanded to keep detailed records on their children, just as the royal army and the keep's clerks did with those in their employ. She had no doubt that when many of these boys grew up, they would simply move from the orphanage to the barracks, or onto Royal Navy ships, and the girls would likely find work as servants in the houses owned by the crown. True, being lowly peasants they would be of limited use in more complicated roles, or those positions requiring trust, but she could certainly see the sense in Robert's plans. And his willingness to thwart tradition and seemliness has been to my advantage before, she mused, remembering that one day not long after the royal hunt, she had awoken to find a padded, silk-lined outfit, and a silent servant waiting to guide her down into the depths of the castle, where her brother and the Sir Kieran were waiting. Jaime kept guard at the door while Kieran proceeded to impart the basics of swordplay to her. The Ironborn Knight's manner had remained respectful during her instruction, but he nevertheless drove her hard, leaving her with aching limbs and lasting bruises that prompted her to revive long sleeves and high collars in court fashion. Still, she found the blade work exhilarating and fascinating, and knowing that she was spitting in the face of traditions that claimed that she should never even think of lifting a sword gave her a nasty little thrill. Imagine what my father would think if he saw me in gambeson and padded pants, bashing away at a pell until my arms felt like they would fall off. She had required long, hot baths, through massages and more than a little brandy after her first few days of Sir Kieran's tender mercies. A groan of dismay drew her attention, and she suppressed a giggle as Robert stared across the table at his latest challenger, a small blonde child of perhaps 8 years, skinny as a twig, yet who calmly placed his elbow on the table between him and the king, staring up at Robert with a determined look in his eyes. Robert, an exaggerated look of fear on his face, held out a hand, accepted a wineskin, took a swig, then tossed it back to the servant and loosened his collar. Right, my most fearsome opponent yet. Gripping the child's small hand in his massive paw, he squared his shoulders. I must summon the fury of my ancestors. Have at thee. And to the cheers and encouragement of the boy's peers, Cersei's ridiculous husband proceeded to wage a terrible, dramatic, and eventually pointless struggle against the tiny boy's arm, his eyes bulging with effort as he grunted and howled, even as his knuckles were forced slowly but inexorably towards the table for the first time. Your Grace! Came a timid voice, and Cersei's attention was pulled from Robert's antics to a cherub-faced girl who offered a piece of neat if uninspired needlework that showed off a stylized lion. She curbed her initial response, to admonish the girl, tell her to undo it and start again, and instead murmured a few words of encouragement and appreciation, but felt a smile quirk at her lips as she heard Robert's bellows of disbelief as he was soundly defeated. A future champion wrestler, I vouchsafe, I insisted. Give him 10 years and a few good meals, and he'll be a sergeant or bosun. Or maybe some lucky knight picks him up as a squire, they could do far worse. Robert, must you make a spectacle of yourself every time you're around children? Sighed Cersei as she leaned over my shoulder to tickle the chin of the small, dark-haired form in my arms. Edward giggled and waved his hands as he kicked his feet, delighted by the attention of his parents, not something he experienced every day. It's harmless, and the kid'll have a story to tell his grandchildren one day, about how he defeated Robert Baratheon, first of his name, in a contest of strength before his peers. And that is worth the humiliation of being beaten by a child. I snorted, bending down to kiss Edward on the forehead. Cersei, I'm 4 or 5 times his mass, and I soundly beat grown men almost my own size in the courtyard every day. Anyone who suggested I was actually defeated would be laughed out of the tavern before he could finish his drink. Anyway, it's a small price to pay for a reputation for good humor and generosity. She snorted, but just rested her chin on my shoulder as she tickled Edward's belly. Suddenly struck by the strangeness and absurdity of my situation, I found myself singing softly to the baby. The world was young, the mountains green. No stain yet on the moon was seen. No words were laid on stream or stone. When Durin woke and walked alone, he named the nameless hills and dells. He drank from yet untasted wells. He stooped and looked in mirror, and saw a crown of stars appear, as gems upon a silver thread, above the shadows of his head. What's that? Another new ditty one of your tame bards came up with. I laughed. An old song, actually, my father sang it to me when I was much younger, I said truthfully, omitting that I had altered a word or two. I doubt even Stannis remembers it. A king he was on carven throne. In many pillared hall of stone. With golden roof and silver floor. And runes of power upon the door. The light of sun and star and moon. In shining lamps of crystal hewn. Undimmed by cloud or shade of night. There shone forever fair and bright. Their hammer on the anvil smote. Their chisel clove and graver wrote. Their forged was blade, and bound was hilt. The delver mined, the mason built. Their beryl, pearl, and opal pale. And metal wrought like fish's mail. Buckler and hauberk, axe, and sword. And shining spears were laid in hoard. Unwearied then were Durin's folk. Among the mountains music woke. The harpers harped, the minstrels sang. And at the gates the trumpets rang. I'm sure Papa Tolkien would forgive a few alterations. It was one of my favorites when I was a boy, father had a great voice. True enough. But then the king sent him on a journey, and on his return. I paused a moment, then continued. The world is grey, the mountains old. The forge's fire is ashen cold. No harp is rung, no hammer falls. The darkness dwells in Durin's halls. The shadow lies upon his tomb. Beneath the rain clouds at storm's end. But still the sunken stars appear. In dark and windless mirror. There lies his crown in water deep. Till Durin wakes again from sleep. It's an old legend, about how Durin was destined to be king, and how in the Stormland's darkest hour, he would be born again in glory. Now I'm bullshitting my arse off. There were a half-dozen verses about how he wooed the daughter of the storm god, and about the building of Storm's End, but honestly I can't remember more than a handful of lines. Chuckling, I stroked Edward's tiny head with my enormous hand. To be fair, I think the song fell out of favor, when the Targs conquered the Stormlands, and Durin didn't come charging out of myth to slay the dragons. Or perhaps the darkest days are yet to come. She suggested, and I snorted. With Stannis in charge, there certainly doer days. I shook my head. No, that's unfair. In fact, he's a bit cheerier these days, at least according to his letters. I jerked a thumb at my desk, which contained multiple correspondences from across the realm. Did you know Colin Florent and his daughter have been guesting at Storm's End for the last 3 months? Cersei's eyes glinted emerald. Oh, really? It seems the young Lord Paramount has taken to long walks in the garden and sedate rides along the beach in company of Lady Delena, I said with a smile, my eyes fixed on my sleeping son. Her father is, of course, ecstatic at the idea of one of his kin marrying into the royal family, and aside from a few morons saying she's not highly born enough, the high and mighty of the Stormlands seem to approve of the way the girl lifts his spirits. He's been heard to laugh at her jests, and not, it seems, out of duty. Remarkable. Indeed. So, I'm expecting a letter from him soon asking for permission to Wednesday. Which you should delay at least a week, the scheming woman insisted, and I nodded. At least, don't want to give tongues too much of a reason to wag, and too much haste would imply that I didn't give the situation due consideration. I shook my head. I really hate these games, but being king requires subtlety. I said the word as though it were foul, and Cersei shook her head. You play the bluff, simple warrior, Robert, but I've been married to you long enough to see through the act. I raised an eyebrow, but instead of replying, I walked over to the nurse and handed Edward back to her, and the woman bobbed a curtsy before leaving the room with her princely burden, the boy's sworn shield following close behind. Something to drink? I asked, moving over to the side table, grabbing a couple of tumblers, and she nodded. Pouring a measure of brandy into each, I walked back over to our seats and handed her one. Careful, it's got a kick, I warned, and she snorted, sipping at her drink. Which is why I like it, she countered, cradling her glass. Robert, I know why you let others underestimate you in many ways, I do the same, playing the simple-minded, biddable queen. Oh, you do you? I can count on one hand the people who would think you're an empty-headed fluff brain, and still have a thumb left over. Subtlety might not be my strong suit, but it's not yours, neither, babe. I just wish you wouldn't try it with me. What was it you said that night? Your strength, my beauty, both of our wits, to keep us solidly on the throne. I rolled my own tumbler between my hands as I considered her words. I will admit, I started, that sometimes I get too much into the role and forget who is my audience and who is my castmate. For that, I apologize. Sitting back in my chair, I propped my boot up on a footstool placed there for that purpose. And I genuinely do hate playing politics. Oh, I've got a bit of a streak of showmanship, and I enjoy putting on a performance, but manipulating people to get them to do what I want even if it's for their own good rubs me the wrong way. Of course, Robert, Cersei idly mirrored my posture, placing her bejeweled silk slipper up next to my polished leather boot. That's what I'm here for. I just need to know what lies I'm telling, and to whom. She nudged my foot with hers, drawing my attention to the pale skin of her ankle. She noted my gaze, and lifted her foot, allowing her skirt to slide down her leg, exposing more shin and calf, her emerald eyes glittering in the afternoon light. Grunting, I emptied my glass, feeling the alcohol burn its way down my throat. Damn it, woman, don't distract me like that. Oh. She asked with a mischievous smile. And what am I distracting you from? Her eyes slid over to the leather folio sitting on the low table next to my chair. Is it another secret project restricted to John, yourself and that Horan fellow? I tore my eyes away from her delicious flesh and picked up the folder. Hardly. It's just a proof of something I'm going to have printed up. I slid a sheet of paper out and handed it to her, and she frowned as she studied the carefully drawn lines and lettered words. What exactly is it? I smiled and handed her a completed version of the same page, with additional illustrations, words, and numbers penned in. It's a form that a lord will fill out or his maester or clerk will. See, here is where their sigil is drawn, here their house name, words, name, and age of the lord, his wife, their children, other relatives, here the boundaries of their fief are described, with a rough map, here is where the lord's bannermen are listed, the villages, towns, manors, septs and fortresses under his rule, how many small folk live in his lands, how many sheep, cattle, acres under cultivation, number of men under arms and how many can be called up in times of need. Cersei held up the 2 sheets, and compared them. So, at a glance, you can know a lord's rank, titles, lands, income, and strength of arms. It reminds me of those notes you had written up for the lords of the Crownlands. The ones you helped me sort out. This is based on that. I'm going to send these out to all of the lords sworn to King's Landing neatly printed, of course. The Giscari called this kind of thing a census, or an assessment. This way, I'll know all the relevant facts about my bannermen, their strengths, their weaknesses, their wealth, and their limitations. She smiled. And you'll know if they're cheating on their taxes, or if they are stinting on raising troops when you call the banners. Damn right, update the files every 5 years or so, and I'll keep the bastards locked up till doomsday. Taking the pages back from her, I turned to slide them back into the folio, only to be drawn by the rustling of cloth. Turning back, I saw that Cersei had slid out of her chair to rest on her knees in front of mine, and her delicate fingers stroked their way up my boot towards my trousers. As she lowered her face to brush her lips against my knee, I reached down and stroked her golden hair. Grinning, she moved closer, pressing my other knee aside to shuffle in between them. You'd have them, by the balls, she cooed, her free hand reaching up towards my crotch. The glint in her eyes reminded me of the strongest of Cersei's numerous fetishes. Power.